I could argue the Chiefs' defense is better than their offense right now.
From our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Dallas has elevated their pace from last year to this year. Hardaway launches. It hits again. 22 first half points. 5 made threes.
Woo! Cool him off. Good morning, Metroplex. That's how we start the Thursday edition of Sean and RJ live in studio on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. We got Peyton and Rai in the back. We're live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. And the Dallas Mavericks got in at 4 o'clock in the morning. to the nation's capital. It did not matter. Kyrie Irving, left ankle, out. Did not matter. Second night of a back-to-back. I don't know how much that factored in versus actually being sore. It does not matter. The Mavericks dominate the Washington Wizards 130-117 to get back to their winning ways. 9-3 overall, 5-2 on the road.
I don't know who to make the player of the game, Hardaway or Derek Lively.
17-9 on 7 of 8.
Yeah, he was pretty fantastic. He is doing things that he barely did in college. He's looking like a absolute hit for the Mavs in this first year. No doubt about it. Like, they've got to be very, very happy with what they've got out of Lively so far.
What are you seeing in his game?
Some semblance of offense. And it's not just dunks. I mean, a lot of them are, but he is showing that he does have a little bit of an offensive game, which he didn't show much of in college. He's still getting rebounds, which he did in college. He's not picking up a lot of, like last night he didn't pick up a lot of fouls. He has been picking up a lot of fouls at times, but that was a big problem for him too at Duke. He would be sitting there, it'd be 10 minutes to go in the first half, and he'd be on the bench with 2 fouls.
It's a perfect fit right now because he's kind of like a junkyard dog scorer. Like, he doesn't need post-ups like DeAndre Ayton. He doesn't need to sit there and have plays drawn up for him. He's going to catch lobs. He's going to run the floor. He's going to get easy dunks. He's going to convert alley-oops. And that's perfect right now when you have Luka and Kyrie, Tim Hardaway going crazy with the three-point shooting. I'll give you a stat about Derrick Jones Jr. that will shock you to start off this young NBA season. Grant Williams hitting from 3. The Mavs are 5-0 when Derek Lively scores in double figures.
Ooh, okay. So just feed him the ball early. Just get him like the first 10 touches of the game. Make sure he gets into double figures, then go. Is that how it works?
He set the record for the most points in a quarter without missing a shot. No Dallas Mavericks rookie has done that. Most points in a quarter without missing a shot. He scored the most points with 13. That from Mavs Muse as Derek Lively looking like a very, very nice draft pick early on. How much will the offensive game develop? The Mavericks offensively, they have time to wait and find out. Hit us up on the TruckWreck.com text line. As always, we're going to get the input from the totals at 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. And I saw that Derrick Jones Jr., another Mike Bassic favorite, he's got like more 20-point games this year than James Harden, than some of the other big-time scorers.
I think I have more 20-point games this year than James Harden does.
Well, he didn't have a training camp.
No training camp. We're being very unfair to him. Very unfair from what I'm told.
More 20-point games this season for Derrick Jones Jr. than Klay Thompson, James Harden, Bradley Beal, who never plays, Russell Westbrook, and DeAndre Ayton. So star up, stock up, Mav up, hoop up, throw up, whatever for Derrick Jones Jr. and for Derek Lively, two Mike Bassic question marks coming into the season. I saw Ayton's name and I was like, I just want to go check. I want to go see.
Who he play for?
I know who he played for, but what is he doing in the stat sheet? Don't look it up.
All
right. What is he averaging this year? Points and rebounds. Freed up now, able to get more touches away from Phoenix. And a Dallas Maverick trade talking point throughout the whole offseason and during the season, quite frankly.
I will say he is at 11.
You just looked it up.
No, I didn't. I was just guessing. I'm good at guessing.
12 and 11. So that drops down from 18 and 10 last year. He's a career 16 and a half points a game. DeAndre Ayton is scoring 12 a game for the Portland Trailblazers. I don't know why, but the field goal attempts are down like 2 or 3 shots a game. I don't understand that.
He didn't have anybody to give him the ball.
He had been at 12 field goal attempts, 13 field goal attempts, and now it has dropped down to 10. Pepe, what'd you think of last night?
The connection between Lively and Luka in the third quarter was very promising. You like to see, and you like to see them, get a win on that second night of a back-to-back with getting late to DC. That was nice. No Kyrie.
You mean Dwight Powell's not the only one that Luka can throw lobs to? It's not something magical about Dwight Powell?
No, it's crazy. No one's dying. No Kyrie, no problem. And Josh Green, thanks for showing up last night. 37 minutes, 0 points.
Oh.
Was he a billionaire, though? Let me see.
I think he's a millionaire. Well, I don't know.
What does that mean?
So if a guy's got like zeros across his entire box score, it's the billionaire box. No, he had rebounds. He had
4 boards, thanks.
Four boards.
Fourth quarter rebounds.
Assist.
Dwight's still averaging the same as last year. He was 6-4 last year. He is 6-4 to start off this season. The punishment was handed down for Draymond Green, 5 games from Adam Silver, the NBA commissioner. 5-game suspension for Draymond. Now, I guess we go through the appeals process.
I assume so. Yeah.
I wish we would get rid of the appeals in sports. The appeals process.
Yeah. Like the good thing though is it depends on, like in the NFL, Roger Goodell is the appellate, right? He's the appeals guy. But in other sports, it goes to an arbitrator, and I think that's sometimes more fair because you have an axe to grind. You can't point to the commissioner and say, "Oh, he screwed us." They send it to somebody else. So I don't have a massive issue with it. I have a much bigger issue if Goodell is like doing the appeal himself.
And this is Joe Dumars also saying Draymond's history of unsportsmanlike conduct played a role in the length of the suspension. How many career suspensions for Draymond? See if you can guess this one.
Holy cow. How many years in the league? 12, 11. Let's go with suspensions. He has been suspended for not games, just times or games?
Times.
He's been suspended 18 times.
5.
Wow.
Shockingly low.
Not even close.
Shocking. Can you imagine he was suspended 18 times? 5th career suspension. That's it.
That's it?
I'm surprised by that.
Yeah, I am too. I mean, I could think of like 4 off the top of my head.
But man, last night I saw Twitter put together like a violence reel for Draymond, and I know he has the reputation. You automatically think if someone's going to do something stupid and act a fool, it's him. But when you go back and look at some of the incidents, it's even dirtier than maybe you originally think. Stomping on the chest of people, kicking right in the balls, clotheslining, taking people out of midair. And him and Rudy Gobert have a contentious history. 2019, Draymond teased him for crying when he was not selected at an All-Star game that year. Draymond brought up the same incident 3 years later on TNT, saying, "You keep mentioning me in the same sentence with him. We are not alike." After Draymond punched Jordan Poole, Gobert tweeted a cryptic message saying, "Insecurity is always loud." Draymond threw that same line back at him after Rudy hit Kyle Anderson, adding he thought Gobert was a little on the softer side. So, second ejection this year, and the internet went and did the homework of what I was looking for. 7 out of 11 times, Draymond has been tossed when Steph Curry did not play. Remember, Rudy Gobert said he'll look for a way out.
He'll look for a way out. He don't want to play.
He's looking for a way out. When Steph misses a game, Draymond don't want to play in that game and get exposed. 7 of his ejections, 7 of the 11 have taken place with Steph out.
Man, that's
amazing.
First of all, it's amazing. Second of all, that is an all-time comeback from Gobert. I mean, and that's a guy that nobody likes, not even his own teammates. You saw that by their reaction.
He's French.
Yeah, it's French. Absolutely. I didn't want to say it.
I guess we're okay. There's a couple of my race, my ethnicity you can still make fun of. I think you can still throw an insult towards the French.
French insults. I think you're here to stay, and I'm here for it. Okay, that's fine. You can always make fun of them. But nobody likes Rudy Gobert, and we saw that. But that's an all-time comeback because he's absolutely right. Draymond doesn't want to play without Steph. Simple.
MLB awards last night. We'll have Inside the Star. If the Rangers want Shohei, the warning has been sent out to all the teams. You better keep your mouth shut. But why is RJ Choppy talking with the crazy plane lady, and Will Smith is talking and responding to that interview over that allegation? It's the Thursday edition of Sean and RJ. Just getting started, trying to get you to your weekend as quickly as possible. Glad you're waking up with us on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation.
Metroplex, Sean and RJ. Bobby Belt is out on vacation for the rest of the week. Early shout out to Stan Fleming at Harley1098 on Twitter. Being a Tolo, listening to the morning show on the Odyssey app in Joplin, Missouri. On the final day of my motorcycle trip today, I'll be listening on the motorcycle as well, and happy to be back in the Metroplex. Stan, thank you, and safe travels. He's always hitting us up on some type of cross-country motorcycle trip. And he's got the fan on. My boy Jimmy, shout out Jimmy, surprised his wife Elizabeth with a brand new car. And he already sent me a picture of the radio dials. All 105 through the fan, except for the last one, which I'm sure she'll be thrilled to wake up this morning and see in her brand new vehicle that he has already sabotaged her radio controls.
You know, I think it's a good life when you can buy someone else, just buy your girl a car.
I know.
I just buy him a car. Oh,
He's deprived her. This guy, he's a car fanatic. He's the one who had the vehicle that, what's the cool thing when they jump up and
hydraulics?
Down? Hydraulics.
Yeah.
He put me in the hydraulics, gave me some street cred. He's part of some car club here in the Metroplex. They filmed some video for the Cowboys intro that you see at AT&T Stadium. This man has taken this poor woman's car money every year and put it like right into his hot rod. All right, she's driving around the kids. She's doing all the hard work. She's transporting them. She got, three young ones, sometimes 4 young ones. And he takes that new vehicle money and he puts a Dallas Star logo on the vehicle. Or he puts a new trampoline on the tires. Yeah. And he sits there and puts 4 new switches in that he can flick up and down. And whenever she thinks that big moment is coming, nope. He's sitting there making a video for the Cowboys Car Club at AT&T.
Man, I'm letting my vehicle die. I'm just going to let it die. I'm going to keep driving it, though. I'm just going to keep driving it. Even after it's dead, I'm just going to keep fixing it up. I may lease a truck. I'm going to get a truck, go over to Platinum. Get a truck. But
what happened to your Fast and Furious ways?
Fast and Furious ways doesn't cover all the dang baseball gear that the kids have. I mean, I can't fit anything in that car. We go to these games, the trunk's all piled up, the back seat's a mess, so I need more space.
877-881-1053. Baseball continues to give us one little morsel of food per day. This is so irritating. Last night it was Cy Young Awards. They're just doing one award per day. Blake Snell, not a serious Ranger discussion, but we brought him up as a possibility with San Diego maybe cutting payroll. Blake Snell grabs his second Cy Young, and Garrett Cole wins his first unanimously. So Garrett Cole has been an absolute hit for the Yankees.
100%. I mean, he's been one of the few guys that have hit for them that they've signed.
Stud.
Prior to this year, he had finished in the top 5 in Cy Young voting 5 times.
Oh, yeah.
That's the most in baseball history before eventually winning. So it's the most that anybody's ever done without actually winning it, and then somebody won it. Nolan did it a million times. Nolan never won. That's the biggest. That's the great. Still, to this day, the greatest injustice in the history of Major League Baseball that Nolan Ryan never won a Cy Young Award.
He doesn't have one?
Not one. It is still to this day the greatest injustice. And Cole's been fantastic. He finally gets one unanimous, and there was really nobody in the American League that did it over the course of the whole year. Some guys did it. Valdi was great for a couple of months, 4 months, and then he got hurt. So Cole really deserved it. Snell, I mean, there was a lot more guys in the NL this year that you could have had an argument, but Snell's was pretty much the guy too for most of it. What a way to go into your free agent year, huh? Win a Cy Young?
Yes.
There you go. I mean, that cost. I mean, it was going to be sky high anyway. He was going to be around 30, but no one ever won one. Great injustice.
All right, we need the Tolo input, pay input as well, as RJ Choppy has opened up and created a dialogue with the crazy plane lady. How in the hell did this come about?
I don't want to out him, but he slid into her DMs, a buddy of mine. I don't want to out him. I've definitely talked about him on the radio.
Is he single?
Yes.
Well, there you go. A lot of people are sliding in her DMs.
Yes, he is.
Tiffany Gomez.
Yes, and so he was like, "Hey, dude, I've been talking to this girl. He's a huge Tolo.
Talking to her like game.
He slid in her DMs. She's like, she friended me back, and or follow me back, whatever. And now we're just chatting, doing all that stuff, whatever. And he's like, you should try to get her on the show. I'm like, yeah, dude, I would love to get her on the show.
In studio.
Like she would have to be, like we don't want to phone her.
No.
She lives in Dallas. She lives right down the street. You got to bring her up in studio. So he's like, okay, well, I'll get a contact for you. He sends me the contact. I reach out.
She has people now.
She has people now, which I also think her person is the sister of a golf buddy of mine. And I'm trying to get this straightened out. But I think I have a connection with the person, the people. I think I know the people too. So we're working on this. With the holidays, it's going to be weird because I'm not just going to let you guys have them when I'm out, if I'm out on like a Monday or Tuesday or whatever. So we're going to figure this out. And I assume a Thursday is a good day for it. I think Thursday during football season is probably the best day. So we'll figure this out. But yes, we are in communication.
Now you said that did she know the station?
She knows the station. She knows the people.
Because you said she knows who we are.
She knows who we are.
She does not know our show.
Oh, I think she knows. I think she knows our
what?
show.
Back there is
Based on what they said, she would love to come on the Fan. She loves the Fan.
Okay.
That's what it was.
I saw her shooting hoops. She beat all the Barstool guys like in a hoops contest.
That's probably not a big deal.
Oh, beating them?
Yeah. That's probably.
Well,
I've seen Frank the Tank.
Unless they edited it. She hit like 4 consecutive jumpers. It was pretty impressive. So she's going on Barstool. She went on this Fort Worth Trolls show, Alex Stein. I wonder how she's making money off of this. That's one of the things I'd be interested in asking. You know, I wasn't even aware of the terminal video off the plane. That's the scariest one by far. That's the scarier one. She walks off the plane and she keeps telling security. It looked like she was on something. I think she told Alex Stein she had like some wine at like 5 or 6 in the morning in the American Express, because I went and did some homework yesterday on this, of course, my due diligence as a professional, looking her up after you said it was a possibility. I think she was in the AA lounge and having a glass of wine, but like at 5 or 6 in the morning on the flight to Orlando on the way. And now she, of course, is banned completely from American Airlines.
Yeah.
So she's trying to shout out Delta, so she might want to come on here and get some Delta points. But the scariest video is her being escorted out of the airport, and she keeps saying that plane's not going to land safely. That plane is not. I thought I was watching Narcos with Pablo rigging the bomb on there, and she's like, "I'm just telling you, that plane is not going to land in Florida. It's not going to land." Meanwhile, Carrot Top is on there like, "Who is this crazy bee?" So that's what I saw yesterday. I had not seen that video before, and her mom is like FaceTiming her, trying to talk her out of the airport. But she looked like she was influenced by something.
So, she's got 130,000 followers on Instagram. That'll pay you something every time you post.
Oh,
you can get paid through Instagram. I'm sure there's obviously other ways. I honestly, the whole hustle market of social media is something I don't know how people are making money. But the amount of people that are doing absolutely nothing all day except making money off social media is really something I'm jealous of. And I just have no idea how they do it.
Pepe, are you in support of this if RJ makes it happen? Are the Tolos on the Chartwright.com text line? It would have to be Crazy Plain Lady in studio. Are you in favor? How would you vote? And what would be your one question to her besides, what did you see?
Ooh, my one question. First of all, I am in favor. In studio, you have to do it in studio. The YouTube Twitch numbers would skyrocket. And the 817 says, I'm down. Have her in studio. So early Tolo's already there. One question, man.
And what would be your one other question? What's your one thing?
What's your one
besides
thing?
What did you see?
Well, I think there's a lot of follow-ups off of what did you see. That's a good question.
Because she's never really answered it, and she's never, ever really going to answer it.
She's never going to answer it.
Have you been this way your whole life? Have you seen things your whole life? I mean, I don't know.
Have you been crazy from the beginning
Are you
to
really
end?
crazy?
I don't know if you would have asked that.
When did you come up with this concoction for clicks?
Oh, yeah. A lot of the conspiracy theories.
Yeah. Something like that.
But why did this? I would also like to ask her, why does she think this one blew up so much compared to all the other plane incidents that we've seen that have died out after 3 days or a week? This had stayed. Is it because she's hot?
probably.
Is that it?
I mean, it probably helps.
But like,
I'll take a little sip.
But she looks so different in her done-up photos compared to the way she looked on the plane.
Sure.
That I don't even think you looked at that video and be like, whoa, look at this slamming model do this and freak out.
The amount of, I mean, look, I'll be honest with you. Like, she doesn't look anything like she did in the video.
Nothing. People think that's part of the conspiracy.
Yeah, people think
that's a different person.
That's all part of the other layer of this. It's fascinating. It's a fascinating story because, like, nobody thinks that she's actually the one in the plane video. That's
Makeup's a hell of a drug.
There's tier 2 of the onion peel.
877-881-1053 is the truckwreck.com text line. We're gonna go inside the star. The Cowboys, like they did with the Giants, could push Carolina and their head coach even further off the cliff. The rumors of the Panthers blowing up from within as they're getting ready to take on the Cowboys. That's inside the star, and Ron Washington is going to make you either cry or run through a wall this morning. All next for the 6 a.m. Club.
our fan studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. Thanks for being a Tolo and a part of the 6 a.m. club. If you're new to the show, new to the station, that is our best and most highest rated audience of the entire morning. I'm Sean Sharif alongside RJ Choppy. I think I'm Sean Sharif. And things are already maybe falling apart in Carolina with Frank Reich and this regime.
From Bobby's best friend, Ari Myroff, Panthers head coach Frank Reich.
It's really from Diana Rossini.
Is it from? He didn't even tag her. He just took it as his own. Left the door open to taking back play calling duties from Thomas Brown. Reich has called plays the first 6 games. Thomas Brown has done it for the last 3, and now the talk is that he is considering taking back play calling duties, and his future as head coach is in question.
Wow.
The development of Bryce Young, the effort and energy from the players and from the coaches, the way the offense is performing or not performing. They're having conversations about whether they feel he's the right guy as head coach to get the best out of Bryce Young.
Woo! 1 year in.
Yeah, 1 year in. And then Rossini went on to say she thinks it's a short leash for one of the future, for the future of this coaching staff. So we are a year in. You know, remember they let's see, did they not have a guy named DJ Moore?
Yes.
I mean, don't you think DJ Moore would have been nice for Bryce Young? I thought it would have been a pretty good idea. Among the 7 rookie quarterbacks, Young's got the most picks with 7. That's surprising. Only 7 is the most for the rookies.
That is surprising.
He ranks 3rd in completion percentage, 5th in passer rating. Though he is second only to Stroud in both yards and touchdowns. The gap is quite large. 8 games in.
Well, that's because CJ Stroud is also having an MVP type
Of course.
season.
Yeah, it's crazy. Like CJ Stroud's having an amazing year. And this is the crapshoot that you happen to walk into with drafts. And yeah, when we look at it, like with Houston winning that game, that one game at the end of the year that cost them the pick, sometimes it doesn't cost you the pick because, like we've shown, you've got about a 50% chance that the guy that is picked ahead of you is worse than the next guy.
Yep. So
this is used for the same position group, where the first guy of that position group is picked, there's about a 50% chance that the second guy in that position group that's selected in the draft is just as good or better. So, I mean, it doesn't always hurt you. If you get a generational guy like Andrew Luck or John Elway or Peyton Manning, then yes, it does. But for the most part, it won't.
Bryce Young is yet to throw for 250 yards or more in any game this year. He has just one game with more than 1 touchdown pass, one game with a passer rating higher than the NFL average of 93.6. In watching Bryce come out, I was never as big a fan as you guys were because eye test-wise, I got to see either the ball jump out of your arm. It did not with him. I had that same criticism with Tua. I got to see you be a freak athlete and run around. He doesn't come anywhere close to Kyler Murray. And it's almost an unfair comparison to compare anyone to Kyler Murray. Kyler Murray is an all-time elusive, jukey runner. All time. I mean, Mike Vick category, in my opinion, with Kyler. So very few are going to ever be like that. But the biggest thing about Bryce was, composure. Everyone's going to like this guy. People had that Drew Brees comparison in terms of maybe that accuracy and just putting things together upstairs.
Super accurate, very cerebral, good decision maker.
That's going to have to, though, jump out so much to me to make you the number 1 pick when I'm not seeing the ball jump out of your hand, when I'm not seeing freaky athleticism with you running around. So I was never the biggest fan of oh my gosh, that is the number 1 pick, because I also ding him mentally when you come out of Alabama and your receivers you're playing on an all-world team with an all-world roster. You're playing for Nick Saban. But I was never the biggest fan of Bryce Young, even though I watched him a lot more than CJ Stroud.
Yeah.
That's just me.
Yeah, and look, I mean, it could be one of the situations like Drew Brees was an elite his first time out.
Sure.
It took him a couple years to get in. I mean, there's
really
7
early
games
to
in.
judge the guy.
For sure. He is undersized.
Did Frank Reich go into the room and say, and I would think he should have had a lot of this power being an offensive guy, did he go into the room and say, I'm telling you, CJ Stroud? Everyone thought Bryce Young was the number 1 pick. Everyone. I heard Louis Riddick was the only one I know for a fact said CJ is the guy. So now all of a sudden you want to fire Frank Reich because now if you want to talk about the rest of the team, you guys aren't winning. You have the number 1 pick. It's not going to be rah-rah land, all right? It's not going to be Ron Washington coaching this group of guys to run through a wall. And guess what? When the Angels start to struggle, you're going to be hearing the same things, and it's going to be the same type of mood and attitude. So I don't know whether David Tepper has too quick of a trigger. I don't know, but I'm going to fire him because everyone in the world, including our coach, thought that Bryce Young was better than CJ Stroud. That seems like a rush to judgment.
Well, if I remember right, I thought I had read recently that everyone except the owner wanted Stroud.
I do remember hearing a Frank Reich, a coaches versus scout, ownership versus coach battle in Carolina.
And there was a battle there, and Carolina was – because Frank Reich, there was that old stat he had never had a quarterback under 6'2" or whatever. Like, he just liked the bigger guys.
Yes.
And then, Tepper was the – now, Tepper, I mean, to me, I don't think – let's just say that's true for the sake of this argument. That Tepper was like, no, Stroud's the guy. Bryce the guy. If everybody on the team wanted Stroud and you forced them to choose Bryce, you can't fire the coach 7 games in. Like, you can't put that blame on the coach.
I agree.
But that's what he's going to wind up doing.
Hold up a mirror. If you're the one who made him take Bryce, hold up a mirror as the owner and blame yourself. It's a 10.5-point spread, by the way. John Machota did some great work. He went back to an NFL draft piece, and he got some of the Cowboys talking about Bryce Young when he was being picked. Here's some of the quotes. This kid's ability to make something out of nothing is special. He's like the Steph Curry of football. You love everything. The only thing you can knock him on is his height. He checks all the boxes. So these were some of the Cowboy quotes in the war room when Carolina was on the clock getting ready to make that selection. So the Cowboys are fans just like basically everybody else was.
Yeah, and Broadus on the Trucker.com text line, Broadus said yesterday at Texas, we're going to take Bryce Young, number 1, if they had the pick. And this is another thing. Like, sometimes you just luck out.
Oh, really?
Yeah, like you're – and this is why I think, we put too much into scouts' evaluations.
Scouts are overrated.
I don't know they're overrated. It's just that they miss. They're just wrong. They miss a lot. They miss half the time, and that's okay. Like, that's human nature. We're just not very good at talent evaluation. We can't really tell. There was no way of knowing who was going to be better coming out of college. There was just no way of knowing. It was a lot of bias and personal preference, and that's really about it. I'm surprised Bryce has not been better. I'm surprised. He was very, very good in college, and how much of that was Alabama? I mean, there's no way of knowing. There's no way of knowing. Alabama's had plenty of bad quarterbacks and plenty of great quarterbacks throughout Saban's time. So there's no way of really knowing because his decisions were right. He made the right decision a lot of times. That's super important at the position.
CeeDee Lamb was named NFC Offensive Player of the Week. Michael Gelkin did a great job, Dallas Morning News, of clarifying the quote that CeeDee actually gave after the Giants win, not the one that the media misremembered. CeeDee actually said, I'm a top receiver in this game. He did not say I am the top, I'm the best.
Well, I like it when he said the best. It suits the argument better.
And he was asked to clarify it yesterday, and he goes, yeah, I'm one of them ones. I'm a top receiver in this game. No question about it. If there is, I'll see y'all again next week. So the media made it, I'm the best. Instead, CeeDee said, I'm one of the top. So there's some clarification. Glad we relayed that other quote to Jerry Jones, and he co-signed on it Tuesday. How about this? Thank God Bobby's out. The Cowboys have leaned into their passing game since Week 7's bye. They have elected to pass 10% more than expected given situational factors. That's number one in the NFL, RJ Choppy. Dak leads the NFL in pass yards, touchdowns, and EPA over that time frame. So since the Week 7 bye, they have said, you know what, we're going to throw it 10% more of the time. Just another adjustment from Mike McCarthy. I wonder how he's going to...
Which could be 4 throws.
Oh.
Right? Like if they throw it 10% more. If you have
Are you looking at Peyton for math?
No, I was just kind of looking.
Oh.
Like if he throws it 30 times and he throws it 10% more, that's only 3 passes. Is that right? My math on that one right? I think it is.
I'll take your word for it.
Yeah.
Right? So like it's a big jump, but it's not a big jump too. But I like it. I mean, sometimes it could be something as simple as 3 plays a game. That's all it takes. These games are done by such thin margins. The margins in these games are minuscule. I hope if I'm wrong on that, hit me up on the text on the Trade.com text line. I probably am wrong because I am an idiot.
Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. It's still no doubt about it. If
good. It's good.
What's that?
It's good. It's a good thing, right?
Yeah, it's a good thing. If you wanted them to turn the team over to Dak, as Bobby and you have also been screaming early on in the season, I wonder how McCarthy is going. He's going to be defensive tomorrow at 6:30 when we ask him about all these adjustments. Mm-hmm. When we ask him about, we asked him about going downfield more, Brandon Cook's involvement, defensive about that, but the bunch formations, the amount of shifts, the amount of motions. I mean, it's here on paper. Now, Jerry's answer to it Tuesday was, you got to build a portfolio for the playoffs. You have to build a resume to keep teams guessing and wondering what you're going to do with a variety of things on your menu. So that's Jerry's answer for it. McCarthy's probably going to... What do you think? Coach, what's your reaction to all these numbers? What can you say about adding all these things that seem to make the offense jump?
Well, it's just like anything. When you win games, things are going to look better. When you lose games, things are going to look worse. Just like anything. It's a crutch, right? It's a crutch word. Is that a crutch phrase? I like it though. That's just like anything.
Yeah, he's gonna be like, it's not some big major adjustment. This was like the plan the entire time. That's the way he'll come across with it. There are reports out of Boston that Mac Jones has lost the locker room.
Uh-oh.
Boston Herald and NBC. Mac Jones has lost the locker room, and Mac could be demoted to 3rd string this week, with Will Greer, the former Cowboy, moving up right next to Zappy.
Oh, baby. There it is. I can't say I'm stunned. Mac doesn't seem like the most likable guy.
No, absolutely not.
He does not. He seems like daddy's money guy.
I'd be so mad at Saban if I was Belichick, man. I'd be like, man, you co-signed this. You told me to take this guy. This is the next franchise, dude. And remember, the great Kyle Shanahan wanted Mac Jones over Trey Lance. Now,
Mac might have done well in Shanahan's offense. Might have. Who knows, right? I mean, nobody would have thought Brock Purdy would be doing what he did. That's pretty remarkable. This is a bad decision or pick by the Patriots. It seems like right now he seems like a totally unlikable guy. But now what do you do with him? Like if you demoted him to 3rd string, the trade deadline's come and gone. What are you gonna do? You gonna Gronk him? Do what Gronk says, which is just outright release him?
I don't want to hear I don't ever want to hear a quote from Gronk on this show again when it comes to real football. He is a freaking mimbo. He's a doofus. He has no idea about he doesn't know what a salary cap is. He has no idea how the finances work. Anything he says is Fred Flintstone, Barney Rubble. I don't even care what Gronk ever has to say.
It's rubble.
Unless he's crashing or crushing a can on top of his forehead.
Let's look at his cap here. Oh, wow.
What?
If they were to cut him after this year, his dead cap.
I don't care what you say. Gronk did not go look at these numbers.
No, he did not go look at these numbers.
Triangles into circles.
It would be a 0. His cap hit and his dead cap is the same. It's $4.5 million.
So it costs nothing to cut him.
You either keep him at $4.5 million or $4.9 million, or you cut him at $4.9 million. It's the same.
If you want to get Shohei Otani, you better keep your mouth shut and get ready to run into work. Run right through that office because of Ron Washington next.
Let's get you over to Zero.
Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by State of the Art Weight Loss. That's soda.
Good morning, Metroplex. Thanks for being part of the 6 a.m. club. Sean Shreve, RJ Choppy is getting it to this music on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. We got Peyton and Ryan in the back. We appreciate you turning it on, leaving it on. We have Mike Florio, ProFootballTalk.com at 8 o'clock this morning, trying to get you to your holiday vacation days as quickly as possible.
You order your turkey yet?
This is the first year I will not be having a Thanksgiving with my family or in my home.
Sir!
Huge debate, huge topic of discussion.
Okay, let's hear it. Or let's not. Let's save it. Who knows?
We can save it. We can save it. We're gonna have Matt Pittman in next Tuesday at 9 to get you ready to make your turkeys for Meat Church, and maybe we can get into it then because we got way too much to talk about. Ron Washington, daggone it! You know, you sit there, you break up with someone, and you see a picture of them on Facebook. You get an update from a friend. It just makes you sick to your stomach. You have this regret. You have all these memories, and you're just looking at the photo like, what could have been? Did I make a mistake? It pains me to see and remember how great it was and what they could bring to the table. That's how I felt yesterday, turning on the MLB Network and hearing Ron Washington's introductory press conference as manager of the LA Angels, and Ron has already won over those half-hearted baseball fans.
God put me back in this position. Yes, I'm 71 years old. I still can think. I still love the game of baseball. I still love making a difference. And because of that, here I am. And because of Artie Moreno and because of Perry Manassian, here I am sitting as the manager of the Los Angeles Angels, and I couldn't be happier. And if I can give any advice to anyone out there, just because you lose a job doesn't mean that you couldn't do the job. You got to keep yourself relevant. And the way you stay relevant is continuing to make a difference. And I've been making a difference, and here I am. Now I'm about to make a difference for the Los Angeles Angels.
Man, he gave another quote I could not find, but he was talking about teaching every day. He was talking about how fast these kids come up now, their ability, but you have to teach every single day. I went down a wash rabbit hole of him in Atlanta, too.
Oh, it's fantastic,
Sitting there, him mic'd up, or they got a microphone on him, coaching up the infielders, and just the little small things, and coaching up the details. And dang, I'm happy for him, don't get me wrong, but... And I'm not even going to finish that sentence with, but I hope the Rangers kill him. I just am like, dang, I missed it. I wish that was part of my life still. I really do. He has this real, genuine, not even a likability, it's a lovability. From the way he speaks, the twang, all of it. I mean, you just want to hug him. You really want to freaking hug the daggone guy. And now the quote that went viral and made everybody get baseball goosebumps, Ron Washington, on what his goal is.
Once we get things together and we get these guys together in spring training and start to work, our whole focus is going to be to run the West down. And you can take that to the bank and deposit it. So
they gave him a standing ovation.
That never happens in pro sports.
In the press room, the media members gave him a standing O.
Never happens. That happens in small towns. That happens at colleges. Hey, we'd like to introduce to you the new coach of Texas A&M. And everyone's like, hey, all right. There's all the boosters that are in there. You don't see. That never happens. If it happens in a pro sports, that's small time. That's very, very small time when it happens in pro sports.
Now, to be fair, I don't know how many players were there in attendance. Maybe that was the players. I would hope that's not the beat reporters. I hope Jared Sandler's like standing, although Jared would stand up with his patented double fist pump.
Yeah.
The double fist pump parade.
Yeah.
Jared Sandler.
If it's players, that's one thing. If it's media, if Evan Grant stood up when they introduced Bruce Bochy, sit down, Evan. Sit down. Jared, you can stand up. Fans that are there, people who work for the organization, that's fine. Media, Sit your butt down.
And anyone else that gave that quote in your division, you'd be like, oh, okay. Okay, it's on. You want to talk a little smack? You want to talk a little trash? Not with this guy. Not around Washington. It's like, man, that's an awesome quote. That's how I reacted to it. I'm trying to think of another former DFW manager who could go somewhere else and you'd have a similar type reaction. Hitchcock?
I mean, Hitch was great, but Hitch bounced around a lot.
Yeah.
And he won a lot. I mean, look, Rick Carlisle was a really good coach. I mean, Rick Carlisle went to...
Yeah, but no one got in their feels over Carlisle, like, going to Indiana.
Like,
go ahead, Rick. We're rooting for you, Rick.
Yep. Now, nobody...
because Rick is like the opposite of Wash in terms
Jimmy.
of likability. Jimmy,
but that was a that was during the millennial generation. I mean, Gen X wasn't even around yet. Or Gen Z, sorry. They're barely around. So yeah, he's a rarity, man. There ain't many like him. He's so loved around the sport, so loved. I'm a little surprised that he hadn't gotten another chance since the Rangers. I'm also not surprised.
Does anyone remember what Ron Washington got relieved of his duties for here? And was that brought up yesterday at all in Anaheim? I was wondering if anyone on TV. I was wondering because I know you end up being the bad guy, but does anyone remember? And did anyone bring it up?
It was the reporter, right?
Yes.
I don't remember the exact details of the story, but there was was it a tryst? Was it a love tryst?
Some improper relationship
with a reporter.
Something like that. Yeah. But I was waiting to see if anyone, while they were standing up with their foam fingers in the presser, was going to ask him, like, should we not be worried about this? Is this an over and done issue? But you'd be looked at as a pariah if you ask that. All right, apparently you're going to be looked upon as a pariah if you dare utter a word about Shohei Otani's free agency, because the trap has been set by Shohei's team to see who's got a big mouth.
Keep his name out your mouth. That's what the deal is right now. This is a report out there from Jeff Passan. If visits between Otani and a team are reported publicly, it will be held against the team. So the circles will be tiny and tight. Yes, it will be. They insist on keeping the details close to the vest. It stands to reason that he's probably tired of dealing with the nonstop speculation and scrutiny that dominated what was his last season, most likely his last season in Anaheim. Now, that Shohei can't control everything. That goes to the territory. And by the way, this type of comment, for me, it rules out New York. You can't keep things secret in New York. There are no secrets. I don't know how Jeter did it. Still one of the most impressive things I've ever seen. You can't keep secrets there. They're nosy. They got paparazzi. I mean, this almost takes out the Dodgers, too. But he seems to know L.A. enough, or maybe it won't matter.
Yeah.
But if he wants to keep things close to the vest, and then it's Seattle and us. That's it.
Another Kyrie type factor. Kyrie impact. You can come here, be your zany self. We're not going to press you. We're not going to sit there and be all up in your Instagram stories nonstop. If you value privacy, then rule out the big market teams. Get rid of Boston for damn sure. Get rid of the Yankees.
Boston, New York,
I don't know how the Dodger media is. I mean, the Dodgers are huge there.
They're huge.
One
but
or two.
It's not a... The thing in L.A. I think you got to worry about is the paparazzi. It's not necessarily the media. There's a lot of paparazzi there. And obviously there's paparazzi in media. The media is very intrusive in New York. That's just their nature.
Yeah, we got Dallas, Texas TV working the streets.
That's right. We got an Instagram account. It's the Ari Myroff of Instagram accounts, right? That's it. That's all we have. So if you want to hide, this is the place.
I think it's worth putting $100 on this happening. I really do. Corey Majors was talking about it yesterday. He said he don't have $100 to throw down on it, but Mr. Electric, my guy Robbie Loomis, he's like, why not throw down 100 on the Rangers 9-1? You had Jim Bowden, you had John Heyman. Everyone's admitting nobody knows anything. Chance to win. He looked at the Rangers before. 9-1 odds. That's good value, is it not?
I think it's pretty good. Yeah, I think 9-1's pretty good value. You'd like to get into the double digits, but beggars can't be choosers here. I think it's totally worth it. At least $50. At least 50.
Mavs end up winning last night. They take care of the Washington Wizards, but we have another Mavs follow-up story. We'll get back to them at 7 o'clock. The Wizards suck anyway. And Draymond Green suspended 5 games by the NBA. James Harden responded to Brian Damaris.
Who didn't respond to me.
Who didn't respond to us. I swear to God, these NBA people. I don't know what it is, Peyton. Shams, Woj, Mark Stein, Brian Damaris, Devin Harris, y'all tried to hit up. Derek Harper. We can't get anyone to. The only one we can get on to come on with us is Chuck Cooperstein, and he's on another radio station. We put him on more than they do.
Yeah.
Chris Mannix is like 2 for 9. He's been there, but yeah, man, I don't get it.
And Adam Silver complains and wonders why don't we have the same coverage when none of your insiders will go on any of the stations. James Harden fired back at Brian Damaris, whose rank got taken down off of Bally's. Here's James. He doesn't know me or the situation. That would be effed up if I went at him and started being disrespectful to him, but I can't. They don't know anything. They just go off of what they see on social media or hearsay. So that was James being told about the rant on Bally Sports Southwest and his response.
What are the chances the NBA had anything to do with them taking that down?
Could be. I don't know. But, James has no legs to stand on. He's got out-of-shape legs. Weary. He got weary legs to stand on.
Jelly legs.
If I went at him and started being disrespectful, but I can't, yeah, bro, because you're a professional athlete in the public eye. Nobody outside of the Metroplex and a lot of people in the Metroplex don't know who the hell Brian Damaris is. They don't know anything. What about all your former teams? What about all your former executives? Does Daryl Morey know something? Does Daryl Morey know you whatsoever? And I just love that the Los Angeles Clippers have been winless since he's gone over there. And an all-time great score is going to be remembered for this. I wonder, first thing that comes to mind with Harden, like problem child, forcing his way out, poster child for the modern athlete not being able to stick it out anywhere, crying his way out of every single situation, or all-time great score. I wonder how the order of the sentence will go when it comes to remembering James. But there he is, responding back to Brian Damaris, former executive working for Bally's. 877-881-1053 is the truckwreck.com text line to hit us up here on DFW Sports Station. Thank you for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. It is Thursday, 6:40, and you forgot to tease your own segment yesterday when talking about the show. You said we got a big-time show. We got Babe Laufenberg. We have Mike Florio, and we have the payload. Apparently, you need to be CeeDee Lamb and Brandon Cooks to sit at the Peyton Russell family table for Thanksgiving. The payload is next.
Let's get you some better.
Here brought to you by Ciroc Vodka and by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet is racing to finish this year #1 in America. They're leading the way with an unheard of 400 Silverados with their best Black Friday savings all month long. Shop them all today at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
Okay, am I hearing this right? The morning show is letting Peyton Russell have his own segment?
I just don't get it. We've known Peyton for years. He's horrible on the mic. I mean, gathering the foreigners, this is going to be a train wreck.
Daddy does work, and Peyton just does board hopping.
That is right, Laura. That is
time.
all I do. Just push the buttons right here in the back with Ryan on the fan. Yeah, that's right. It's the payload. It's 6:40 on a Thursday. I'm joined by Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Ryan in the back. running Twitch and YouTube. Gentlemen, it's almost that time again. It's almost Turkey Day, where the Cowboys blow out their opponent and you get to enjoy a little turkey.
No, they don't blow out their opponent on Thanksgiving.
No, they don't. They don't. But maybe this year they will. They get the Commanders. That's another 30. They're at home, 30-point win, right? That's all the Cowboys do. But guys, Thanksgiving is a week away from today. Now, we all celebrate Thanksgiving right in our household, except for Sean Sharif.
Well,
I
normally
I don't celebrate it mine.
Sean hates the Pilgrims and Thanksgiving.
I normally celebrate, even though my wife, she may have some side strong opinions, but we're going.
Well, she is anti-Thanksgiving.
I don't know.
Okay.
She likes to take up. She likes to take up for some groups that don't get that backing. You know what I mean? I don't want to get into it. But we're gonna do a Friendsgiving with basically close family.
Those are great.
On this Saturday. Shout out Jimmy and Elizabeth. And then I'm going over to Goldberg's house for Thanksgiving in Colleyville.
Yeah.
For the day of.
Okay.
So
we'll be right down the street from each other. I'll be in Colleyville for Thanksgiving.
Really?
At my sister's house.
I'm going to get effed up. So maybe. Is this the wino?
Yeah. 850 bottles of wine.
Let me come over and look. Whoa. Let me come over. I'll leave the wife and the kid at Goldie's. And I'll go over to Choppy's sister's house. I just want to see the cellar. I just want to see the collection and see the selection. Now, what will she let you touch of
She's
it?
pretty good about it.
Or she's just going to come out and bring out, 3 or 4. She's going to have decanters all over the place.
She will have 3 or 4 bottles.
This is for the app. This is the app wine. And this is the turkey wine. And this is the pumpkin pie wine.
She will have 3 or 4 bottles out at the beginning. Then we'll finish those. We'll go on to the next bottle. But they keep it locked. Like they keep it locked. They had 2 little kids. They're like, do not go in there. That door is always locked.
So she's gonna cook?
Yeah.
Can she cook?
Yeah, she's pretty good. She's Italian. She's a homemaker kind of girl. Oh. She's got a sewing machine.
Well,
she's.
Oh, well then. Why did I even ask?
Dang.
Of course you can stuff a turkey if you got a cricket at home.
She has 2 ovens.
Oh.
Like she's just like she's barefoot Contessa.
Does she have a sous vide though? That's what I want to know.
A sous vide?
A sous vide, huh?
Yeah.
I don't know if she has a sous vide. But
Walter, give me my sous vide back too. Enough.
So no, we're gonna go over there. But yeah, she'll have like a red, and she'll have 2 reds and a white to start with, and then she'll just keep bringing other stuff out. But I mean, it's a good collection. Like they won't let us. There's some that they're like, we ain't touching those. But for the most part, it's like, and they're not. Wine is not like you can get great wine for $30, right? I mean, it depends.
It's all subjective.
It's all subjective. You don't need to spend $1,000 on a bottle of wine.
So I have a family tradition for Thanksgiving that I want to know from the Tolos. 877-881-1053 truckwreck.com fan text.
And how many people will be at your house and who cooks?
Ooh, okay. So it's a split between everyone. Everyone chimes in. Someone's on dessert. Someone's on, side dishes, green bean casserole, rolls, and then the turkey and ham. We do both. We do turkey and a little honey glazed ham.
And what's your responsibility?
The rolls for sure.
The roll? You like getting them out of the bag or making them?
Yeah, getting them out of the bag. No, I do dessert. I can make it a little apple pie.
You make it? You get Sara Lee out of a box, and I heat
it up. I make sure it's the frosted.
And you get some King's Hawaiian out of
the ice cream. I make sure the ice cream's well.
There you go.
Out.
Wait, are you going to use King's Hawaiian using Sister Schubert's?
I do Sisters.
Yeah, those are good.
Yeah, really, really good.
Well, we went to the boys to the Cowboy game in that owners club. They had Sister Schubert's. That's all. There's sushi there.
What is that?
They're like those little square rolls, like those little tiny. You've
really
seen
doughy.
It.
Oh,
very doughy.
White or like that sweet Hawaiian?
White.
Okay.
White. That's all Julian cared about. He wanted 10 Sister Schubert's. He didn't care about the sushi, the carving station, just the carbs.
Is it a cheat code to go to Texas Roadhouse to get rolls there? As like, is that because I've done that for a couple Friendsgivings? I'll just go there and get 3 dozen rolls.
My wife freaking loves cheddars and broccoli cheese casserole or something there. Some broccoli cheese she's obsessed with, and she won't even. I mean, she's a great cook, but she butchers that every year, so she can't make it. So no, it's not a cheat code if it's awesome.
So speaking of rolls, my family has a tradition.
By the way, just go to Crossbuck and get all the food. Crossbuck Barbecue and get everything.
Right. So with the rolls, my family, because we want to have a little tradition, a little Russell ritual that we do.
WrestleMania.
That's right. And so instead of, you have about 10 or 12 people at the dinner table. You don't want to always we feel like it's a lame to pass the food around to everyone. So with the rolls, we throw them across the table. toss them. You know, we don't throw it, not Nolan Ryan fastball at the grandma, but we toss it to each other. But that's the rule. You have to take it, and if someone wants a roll, instead of passing the basket around, you toss it over to them. Now you got to make sure you got an arm here, because we've had some short hoppers that land in a little green bean casserole, land on a turkey.
You bounced it like a Yankee Stadium.
Yeah, it's all grandma's fault. She has to get a cutoff man, but that's okay. But so that's the rules, though. You have to be able to throw the roll, and if it goes on the ground, it's a 3-second roll. But is this? I mean, do you like this tradition? Would you leave if I invited you over to Thanksgiving at the Russell house and I threw you a roll? Would you say that's weird and you would leave, or would you like it?
No, I mean, we would all think it's funny. You're having fun with it. Someone like my father would leave. Someone who went to etiquette school. You have to eat the soup outwards, and if you started doing something, he'd view that as barbaric and childish. He might get up and leave. But how old are the oldest people at your table? You have grandma and grandpa?
Yeah, they're in their 70s.
And they toss it and they try to catch it?
Oh, yeah. Because they love it. Grandma loves it. She's like, oh, yeah, toss me roll. I'm ready. And then she misses half the time. But
this is pre or post butter?
Oh, this is pre-butter.
Pre-butter.
Yeah. I don't think we can put the butter inside and then throw it.
Okay.
That would be a mess. But, we've always liked it. We've done it
Who started this?
Gosh, I mean, it was there as long as I remember. I think it was there before I was born. I mean, it might have been because this is like my mom's side of the family.
So nobody has any issue with somebody else's grubby hand and they just pick their nose.
It's all family, though, right? I mean,
that's care.
We're all hugging at the end.
I don't care. I've seen what's. I don't want people touching my food.
Oh my God.
Oh, Mr. Anti-Mask.
I can't tell you the amount of times I had to yell at my grandma, because she would mix. When she would make food, she would mix it with her hand instead of using utensils. And I'm like, your hand is all dirty and it's green.
You're not clean. You're not cleanly.
I'm very cleanly.
Stop holding people to these high standards.
Well, if you're going to cook my food, keep your hands out of it.
Oh, my gosh.
I want somebody to and then they take it and they
you
take
and Sarah, the stuff
like
y'all do.
They go like that with their finger. They go, they take their finger, they scrape the spoon off, and then they get your fingers off my food.
Oh, my gosh. I think it's cool. I think it's cool, Pepe, that you have that type of a tradition that y'all keep alive. So you get them straight out of the oven, and then everyone grabs out of their holster, waiting to see who makes the first move. How's the first move made?
Someone's on roll duty because it usually sits in between the basket, sits in between a couple people, usually myself because I love doing it. And so someone will say, toss me a roll. Now, if someone wants to do the tossing, you can pass the basket around, let them do it. No harm, no foul.
Is Mackenzie coming to the house?
Oh, yeah.
She got the invitation.
Oh!
She got the invitation.
That's unbelievable.
Now, she's met part of the family already.
Oh, my.
So,
and what about you to her family?
I have not met her parents yet. So
are you invited to her Thanksgiving?
I have not heard of anything yet.
Oh.
So, maybe she's like
Sean
and doesn't like Thanksgiving and doesn't celebrate Thanksgiving.
Well, don't put that on me. Don't put that on me.
But yes, it'll be a fun time at the Russell household.
Right.
Now, after you eat Thanksgiving, usually it's a huge meal. You're going for seconds or thirds. You have to go to the bathroom.
Oh my God.
So if you are at the Disney World theme parks and you are waiting in line and you have to go, not number 1, but number 2.
Yeah.
There's reports that many people just pop a squat in line. Go right there in front of the children, in front of the adults. It could be any age.
No.
And
you've been sending these stories on airplanes. So
yeah, that's like people who are trying to run to the bathroom and it's just flying out of their pants.
These are selfish people who don't want to leave line. Now,
you're telling me that there are people who drop trowel and drop other right in line?
Right in line?
You're telling me that?
And they're not arrested on the spot?
They should be. I think some are. That's the thing is they put up cameras saying you are on camera because it's gotten out of control. They put up a camera in line saying you are on camera, watch what you do, and they wave at it and they still pop a squat. Now, there might be bushes around there to hide themselves a little bit, but I mean, they're still doing it and they're not cleaning up afterwards. It's like the annoying people at apartment complexes don't clean up after their dogs when they poop.
And where has this been done at?
Disney World. This is Florida. Another Florida, man. It's ridiculous. So I want to know, what's a line you're waiting for that you refuse to leave that you will pop a squat in?
Oh.
Who or what? RJ, if it's for a Tennessee national championship, if you have to go through the line for Tennessee football to win a national championship, are you pooping in line?
Yeah, because he hates
there.
lines.
I don't do lines.
Like he hates his grandmother.
Well, you can't get a flash pass here. Sorry.
Yeah, I don't like. I would just not go. I would just like. You tell me like for them to actually win it, or like
in the championship.
In order for them to win it.
So if you leave the line to go to the bathroom because you don't want to poop in public, they lose. They don't win. But if you poop in line and you make it through, they win the national championship.
Oh, you're saying they win?
Yeah,
just to see the game.
Okay. They got to win.
Do I have baby wipes with me?
Yes.
Yes, I'll give you baby
Then
wipes.
yes, I would.
You would.
I won't even poop in a regular bathroom if I don't have baby wipes. I will hold it until I have baby wipes. I won't walk around. You cannot clean that off with dry paper, toilet paper.
Okay.
Like if that happens anywhere else on your body, if it gets smeared anywhere else on your body, you're not using a dry paper towel to clean it off. You're gonna use something wet, except on our butts. I don't get it, so I don't go without baby wipes. Yes, I flushed them.
I might say the line at Franklin's Barbecue in Austin. I may have said that like 2 months ago, but I stood in line. I took my wife, who was not thrilled, to the Goldie's line, who's supposed to be the number one barbecue in Texas, and that means the world. And they were pretty overrated.
Uh-oh.
So now I'm starting to think they're a little overrated. So I'm starting to think I wouldn't do that at Franklin's. I'm wondering, but that's the last barbecue, one of the barbecue mecca places that you're supposed to go. So no, man, I won't even go. I won't even use these restrooms. I won't even use these bathrooms here. So hell no, absolutely not.
So I'm a pro at holding it in. I work in radio. I can't. We don't have time to go do our business in the bathroom.
What's the worst sit through you've done in your history here at the Fan? What's the most pain you've been in? Or where you lost the battle?
I don't.
Can you remember one where you're just like, I'm dying. I'm dead. What? I'm not going to make it. Or did you just walk out during a segment live?
No, I think during a nosebleeds way back when Zach and Eric were at nights, I think I had Eric bring the show back because I was in the bathroom. I think it was late night because so real quick, whenever I work at nights, I'll bring like dinner. I'll bring up pasta, something I can.
Hungry man.
Yeah, a hungry man. Something I can eat before the show because I don't have it's cutting between dinner time. I got to eat before the show, or else I'm waiting till 11:30 after the show. So I'll eat before, but sometimes I don't get that feeling till during the show. Really had to go about 9-10 o'clock hour. I said, Eric, you might have to take it back. You might have to hold it down here. So I think that was the worst. But I've had it like on the way here. I'll be stuck in traffic in Dallas, and that's the worst. Because then I run here, I'll go straight downstairs. But that's the payload.
That is the payload with Peyton Russell. He will also run Life Hacks at 7:30 this morning during the Expressway in the absence of Roberto Bobby Belt, who is out this week on vacation. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy with you. The Mavs bounce back with a nice win. What's up with this? I thought this sport was taking over the entire world, and now they can't sell tickets to it. What's going on with it? Brian Broaddus, and this NBA commentator is now not allowed on the New York Knicks team plane. They let him go from ESPN, and now the Knicks are kicking him off their team plane as well. That's all next with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan as we talk about.
our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Lucas secures it in the backcourt, and now on the dance floor. Step back, Jack. Luka Doncic extends the Dallas lead to 22.
That was the call on Bally last night. Basically, the same thing, but working in opposite ways to the Pelicans game. Mavericks lost to the Pelicans in the first half the other night. Arguably the worst game of Luka's career. Statistically, looked like he did not want to be out there, and they bounced back yesterday against the Wizards. This thing was over by halftime. Kyrie Irving did not play. I think this is the 3rd out of 12 games that Kyrie has missed. I don't know whether this was back-to-back load management or not, as he's really picked up the scoring as of late. But look at the difference in the first halves last night compared to the first half against New Orleans for the Mavericks. They scored 71 last night. They scored 54 the game before. They allowed 51 last night. They allowed 70 the night before in the first half. Fast break points allowed last night against the Wizards, 0. Previous night, 30. 30 fast break points allowed in the first half against the Pelicans. Turnovers, 10 versus 4. Points off turnovers allowed, 16 against New Orleans, 0 last night. It leads to a win even without Kyrie Irving.
Yeah, it's look, the Wizards are bad. This is a team that you had to just really kind of put it on, and they did. And they got good performances. Derek Lively has been fantastic this year. He's found an offensive game. That is, to me, that was his biggest question mark coming out of college. He didn't have much of one at Duke, especially in the games that I was watching. I watched, fair share of Duke games.
Hey, Mr. BetQL.
Yeah, I mean, they're on twice a week. Yeah, that's the great thing about college basketball. Basically, every game is on TV now. It used to be you would get 2 a week. Now, like, literally, you could watch every single college basketball game. So Lively did not have this offensive game at Duke. At least it wasn't showcased. Maybe he wasn't asked to do it, but he's got it, man.
A lot of it is garbage dunks, alley-oops, running the lane, running the floor.
But yeah, and they really didn't even showcase it that much at Duke. So he's definitely showing it now in the NBA.
Draymond Green's suspension is in. He gets 5 games. I would not have minded it being even more. As Draymond put Rudy Gobert in the chokehold, the internet went and did the homework, which I love, because Gobert said, hey, whenever Steph Curry's not there playing, Draymond looks for a way out, implying that he's a coward. Well, the internet went and found that 7 of 11 Draymond Green ejections have taken place without Steph Curry playing that night.
Oh,
wow. 7 of 11, Draymond looking to run. Now, these two do have a history with each other, but 5 games for Draymond.
Yeah, he doesn't want to play without Steph. He gets exposed. That's it. It's simple as that. It makes otherwise. What else would be the reason why, or is that just a quirky stat that he feels that when Steph's not in there, he has to be this super enforcer? Or maybe he feels it's a give-up game anyway. It's a give-up game. If Steph's not going to be there, we're going to lose.
Or
someone's going to get out of here.
If they're relying on him to score more, I don't know. You've had Jordan Poole and Klay Thompson and plenty of other scoring out there on the floor. It's just weird out there, but man, Draymond Green was dirty for this, and I was maybe a little surprised. How did Ja Morant react to this? Because Ja was waiting. Ja was waiting for the disciplinary action to come. And remember, the Warriors and the Grizzlies hate each other to begin with, and Ja was just sitting there with the hourglass, waiting on social media for the punishment.
Oh, the gun wasn't mine.
Oh, the gun wasn't mine. Ja Morant on social media. I don't really see anything much. Just the hourglass. But Draymond with 5 games. Now, are you surprised or shocked? Because yesterday you predicted 1.
Well, I said 3, then appealed down to 1. No, I mean I'm a little bit surprised.
So this will get appealed down to what?
3.
3?
Probably 3. I'm a little bit surprised. I know it's like Stephen A. Smith was surprised. He thought it would be 2 to 3 games. Jay Williams said 10. So I don't know. I mean, it's hard when you have to factor in what this is on its own versus what this is combined with who did it.
Yeah.
I think that throws a lot of wrenches into this whole situation.
Pat Beverly, all-time bad guy, called out his former teammate in Minnesota, Karl Anthony Towns, for not doing more. Here he is on the Pat Bev pod.
Dude, I seen Draymond choke the out of my today. Cat bogus as hell.
What?
No.
Cat's bogus?
Yeah, he bogus, man. Cat bogus, man. Straight up. And Ant was back there, too. And Draymond knew, too. Don't nobody like Rudy anyway. That was a perfect moment to do it. Like, let me choke Rudy ass.
And he did not let go.
No, a person choke you like that, don't let go. That shit was built up. But then I see Cat make a mean mug face like, but then you ain't doing choke Draymond back. So now, if I'm Draymond, I choke they center and they homies didn't do nothing. And we pay y'all in the playoffs. Oh, Cat, I ain't worried about you. You didn't even help your homie.
So how can he rectify this?
Can't. So what? And you can't even try to get your get back. So what? The whole world I'm saying.
Who?
Karl Anthony Towns is on a Rudy Gobert scale in terms of people thinking he's soft and calling him out. Jimmy Butler did it. Pat Bev is now doing it. And people have wondered, when are you going to take over he's on that Anthony Davis, Karl Anthony Towns disappointment scale, but people have questioned Karl Anthony Towns' heart for a long time, and this is another instance of it.
Do people think that Rudy Gobert is soft?
Well, just they have problems with him.
Oh, okay. They just don't like him.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's weird. The perception, he's still a 21-9 guy this year. Karl Towns.
Yeah, but he was supposed to be like Anthony Davis's projection. Charles Barkley said he's going to be the best player in the NBA. True franchise guy, and it's clearly Anthony Edwards.
Oh, it's Anthony. Yeah. Cat's, his career numbers, 23-11.
Yeah, they're good.
Yeah, that's a good player.
But people were thinking maybe he's going to be 28.
Yeah.
He's going to be 27, 28 points a night. What is going on with Mark Jackson? The guy who ESPN let go, along with Jeff Van Gundy, or not renewing the deals, whatever it was. Listen to this from Andrew Marchand. Mark Jackson has been dismissed from his job at Madison Square Garden, and the Knicks have banned him from the team plane. MSG Network planned on having him occasionally fill in for Clyde Frazier on Knicks games, but management put a kibosh on it. Kibosh on the arrangement, in part due to an old quarrel, old dispute that Jackson and an assistant coach had.
Darren Erman in 2014. He's a current Knicks assistant. He was with the Warriors. He was fired by Jackson, who was the Warriors head coach.
Wow.
Reports from ESPN shortly after said that Erman had taped Jackson and the players, unbeknownst to them. And Jackson called his actions inexcusable, and he fired him. And then Jackson was fired by Golden State later that year. So this seems like obviously it's a rift that's almost a decade old now. It's 2014 and now, and it still has not been resolved. So MSG, they hire Mark to do these games, and the Knicks are like, yeah, no, we're not going to do that. You would think they would pass it along to the Knicks before they make the decision. I also hate that the team can, if it's the TV station deciding who's their announcer, I hate that the team can have a say in that, but that's the way it is.
Yeah.
It's the way it goes, man.
And props to Tibbs J28 on Twitter, sent us some audio of Mark Jackson apparently trying to set the record straight.
There's a side of me that's fed up, that's upset that you keep on smearing my name. Today a report came out that I was fired or dismissed from calling Knick games. Honored and privileged to have an offer bestowed upon me to back up the legend Walt Clyde Frazier calling Knick games. Over a week ago, I turned that job down. You heard what I said. More than a week ago, I turned the job down due to the fact that it wasn't the ideal conditions and it wasn't the ideal time for me. You never know what the future holds. They say once a Knick, always a Knick. I give the reporter credit. 4 calls yesterday from reporters trying to get a quote from me. I did not respond because I don't play that game. I let it alone, thinking that it'll die and nobody will know what happened. But over a week ago, I turned the job down. Forever grateful, and again, you never know what the future holds.
There's something about Mark Jackson.
Yeah, it's very odd that he hasn't gotten a job, right? Because, he basically built that entire Warriors team. So it's very odd that he hasn't gotten a job. But the other side of this is that when James Dolan's hands are on something, you always take the other side just by default.
No doubt. No doubt. All right. Grand Prix. Is this Formula One?
Yeah.
This
Max
is like
Verstappen.
The most popular sport in the world. The place for celebrities to be. Kentucky Derby times 10. They're having trouble?
Man, they're having a lot of trouble.
My wife the other day brought up to me out of the blue, did you see what they're doing for this Formula One in Vegas? Did you see the streets that they're shutting down? Did you see what they're doing? She brought that up unsolicited to me randomly the other day, and now you got this.
So I got a buddy who lives in Vegas, and he says that
this your hockey guy?
Yes. Yeah, I grew up with him. He said like Vegas will never look the same after this. These structures they're building, a lot of these are permanent structures that are lining the streets. Like, did you saw these, Peyton, when you were there?
Yeah, the stands and everything, that like the railings they had all set up. I mean, the whole strip was basically under construction.
And there are people who are saying that like some of these are going to be permanent. It'll never look the same. But this is a 10-year deal they've got. This is not a 2-year deal. It's a 10-year deal, and they are slashing ticket prices by as much as 60% from their original value.
Why?
They can't sell them. So on Saturday, the tickets were selling for $1,700. All right. And then, I'm sorry, for Saturday, these are the average for the one-day passes. Okay, this is the average. There's like a 4 or 5 day event thing. You can get them for $1,700, $800, $400. Like that's how much. And these are down 30%, 20%, 30%. They had a get in the door price floor of $2,000 initially, which has been slashed.
But why? Why are people buying them?
Well, I'll tell you why. What time do you think this event starts? Give me throw a time out there. What time do you think a race in Las Vegas would start?
9 or 10 a.m.
9 or 10 a.m. Peyton?
1 p.m.
1 p.m. How about 10 p.m.?
Oh.
So start midnight Central Time. Because it's not for us. It's for Europe and Asia. And that's why they're starting it there.
Oh.
How
long do these races go? And why wouldn't it be fun to go sit in Vegas, 10 p.m., you party all day, you get drunk, and you go sit in the stands 10 p.m. to watch them race through the city? Why would that cause the prices to plummet and not be bought?
Yeah, I don't know. Now, maybe the reason they're doing it at that hour is because they're doing it literally right down the strip, and they're going to have to close the strip off. So maybe that's why it's at 10 p.m. But still, I'm sorry, is 10 p.m. in Vegas not a pretty busy time? I would think it's a pretty busy time.
Saturday night,
I've only been there 26 times. I would think Vegas at 10 o'clock at night is pretty busy. Still is. So they're doing that. And then obviously the fact that it's expensive and everybody knows who's going to win this thing. And they haven't promoted it really at all. And they've done a very bad job. People in Vegas are really upset with Formula One and the PR company, Liberty Media. They've done a terrible job locally promoting this thing. So it feels like it's for outsiders.
A Dallas Cowboy villain, friend/villain of this show, finally says what we all already knew in Dallas-Fort Worth. The audio we've been waiting to hear, and RJ's asking, how are we really that different from this team in the AFC? The Cowboys villain finally admits the truth. Next on Sean and RJ.
Here on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by QC Kinetics.
Expressway is taking place right now. This is commercial free up until 8 o'clock when Mike Florio joins us from ProFootballTalk.com. Mike, I think, is going to agree with my prediction that Bill Belichick is the next coach of the Washington Commanders. That is my prediction that I'm putting out there. Florio had something like a week or two ago about them possibly trading for him. I think it's going to be a mutual departing of ways. We got to write down, put in a call for Diana Rossini as well tomorrow, Pepe. She seems to be a Panthers insider. She's working for The Athletic, and she's had some stuff on Belichick as well. So maybe we'll preview Carolina, get some NFL insight, and have Mike McCarthy on tomorrow, Friday edition of Sean and RJ. But we're going to have Mike Florio at 8, Babe Laufenberg at 8:40 to talk about the year of Bryce Young. CeeDee Lamb has been named NFC Offensive Player of the Week. Great job by Michael Gelkin, Cowboys reporter, to clarify what CeeDee said in the locker room after the Giants game. The reporters had him saying he's the best receiver in the NFL. He actually said, I'm a top receiver. I'm one of them. And if there's a question about it, I'll see y'all again next week. So nice clarification there from Gelkin. And Stephen A. Smith yesterday finally did it. We all knew this in the Metroplex. We all knew this on the home of the Cowboys, that all these networks and all these shows use the star nonstop. Over and over and over and over again. And on Monday night, it happened again on social media. Are you going to call out Josh Allen? Micah Parsons has been complaining. Are you going to give the same hate and negative coverage to everyone else? Treat others the same. Are you going to talk about so-and-so? Since you talk about me, since you talk about Dak? And Stephen A. Smith, to his credit, I got to give him props, finally spoke the ultimate reality.
Who says that Josh Allen isn't being criticized as much as Dak Prescott? You want me to tell you what the real problem is? We have criticized him. The man has thrown 94 interceptions in the 87 regular season games since his rookie year. We have. Here's the difference. No one cares.
Nobody cares.
That's the point.
It's not the Cowboys.
This is the part that everybody misses. If you talk about Dak, it provokes dialogue. If you talk about Josh Allen, okay.
It's just the Bills fans. It's just the Bills fans.
It's Bills Mafia.
That's it.
Outside of that, that's it. That is the difference.
Yep.
And this is the problem. Even the Cowboys get lost in all of this. Listen, Micah Parsons, give them the same energy. Stop. We have given them the same energy. No one cared. So we moved on. Stop whining and moaning all the damn time. They're talking about you because you're popular.
So I just thought it was very interesting, and I wanted to give Stephen A. a little bit of credit for unveiling the formula. He took us behind the scenes, and he finally confirmed what we all have been saying for years, and what we all know in DFW. Apparently some of the Dallas Cowboys don't realize it in the locker room, why they talk about them so much.
You're always going to win nobody gets criticized as much as Dak. Well, sure, because nobody gets talked about as much as Dak.
Right.
The only athlete in American sports that gets talked about as much as Dak Prescott's probably LeBron. I'm trying to think of another one. And it may not even be LeBron.
Yeah.
And Dak is not, if you were to go and say who are the 25 or 50 best athletes in American sports, like is Dak one of the 25 best athletes of what he does in American sports?
No, not even close.
But he is easily, I think, the most talked about.
Of course.
So
everyone understands this except for Bobby. If Dak Prescott was the quarterback of the Tennessee Titans, he'd disappear off the face of the earth. Gone. See ya. Poof. Just like that. Everyone gets that for the most part, except for Bobby because of his man crush. But it's the reality. Do I feel bad for him a lot of times? Sometimes, yes, I do. I know that people just say, "Oh, make $40 million." You automatically know you can't feel bad for anyone making $40 million. Look, man, if your life is just attacked and picked apart nonstop, and you're getting bashed over and over, I'm going to feel sorry for you. I don't care how much money you make. You know, you still have a heart to some degree, but I just thought it was fun. Colin Cowherd once said this back when I respected him and actually thought he did a good show. He said, the trick in sports radio, you talk about the athlete. Don't talk about the team.
Right.
We're not going to talk about the Atlanta Falcons. We're going to talk about Mike Vick. We're not going to talk about the Cleveland Cavaliers and where they are in the power rankings. We're going to talk about LeBron James. Wrong guy. No, we're going to talk about the individual athlete, and that was one of his secrets to Sports Talk Radio.
That's it. That's all it is.
There's a reason the New York Jets, and I knew it had to do with their research and information. I kept asking these guys, why are the Jets up here? After Rodgers got hurt, why are the New York Jets leading Get Up and First Take and Blee and Blah and Chris Russo in the spotlight? Because it's New York. Chris Russo.
If you ain't got no haters, you ain't popping.
It's not because of Saleh. Very impressive beard. I try anything I can not to watch the Jets, but when they were on primetime the other night, I'm like, whoa, where did that Robert Saleh beard come from?
Yeah.
That was, that game out of nowhere. Maybe it's been growing, and I just don't watch them. But the reason the New York Jets kept getting talked about, even with Zach Wilson at quarterback, because their numbers and their research showed that it was an absolute hit. So you play the hits. It's been a long-time radio debate. Should you play the hits, what you think the audience wants to hear nonstop, or should you talk about what you are interested in and what you want to talk about? So that was Stephen A. Smith just being like, yeah, the reason we don't pick Josh Allen apart because no one cares. And I've been telling everyone, I've been saying, no one gives a crap about the Buffalo Bills, and no one gives a crap about the Jacksonville Jaguars, and no one gives a crap about the Baltimore Ravens. We care about Lamar. We care about Lamar as a topic. No one gives a crap about the Tennessee Titans, so they're not going to talk about them or get any of the attention. So I just thought that was interesting. He unveiled the secret sauce behind the scenes. All right, Choppy, the Dallas Cowboys are no different than what NFL team that's been getting a lot of attention this year?
The Miami Dolphins. What does everybody say about the Dolphins?
High-flying, all-time great, incredible offense.
Okay, so no, you're right. So they're saying that, and they're saying that about the Cowboys lately, too.
Yes.
All right, another one is...
the big knock. You want to knock?
Well, hang on. Great at home. All right, great at home. And then meh on the road. Cowboys are pretty meh on the road, right?
Yes.
Meh on the road. I like to write meh out. Meh road.
MEH.
And then who have they played?
Yeah, the knock against Miami after that Chiefs loss, they can't beat anyone over 500. They don't beat anyone over 500.
They don't. Miami's one of 6 teams that has not beaten a single team that is over 500 this year. Joined by Washington, Vegas, the Giants, Chicago, and the Dallas Cowboys.
Read those teams again.
Washington, Vegas, Giants, Chicago, Miami, and the Dallas Cowboys.
Have not beaten a team over 500.
Not beaten a team that is over 500.
Wow. It's a long time knock here, forever.
It is. It is a long time knock for Miami, especially
bullies.
But now here they're the Cowboys are the bullies. Are we? And look, I put the Cowboys in my top 5 by power rankings yesterday, and then I saw this, and I was like, well, wait a second, I'm an idiot. Are we not grossly overrating this Cowboys team right now, based upon probably the last 2 weeks or 2 of the last 3 weeks they played L.A. and the Giants, they really put it to them. The national media murders teams for close wins. Murders them. So they run this team especially. The Cowboys win a close game that's against a bad team. They murder them. The Cowboys, they run up the score. They run up a score, so they don't do that. If they just run out the clock and they win these games the way, where you don't run it up, we would think about them a little bit differently.
Well, my question to you is, who's overrating them? Where are you getting that from? Who's hyping them up?
Well, I think we are talking about them like, oh my God, this offense is so great right now.
Taking steps forward.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, are people not overrating them? Didn't we have people? I mean, I had them at number 5. You had a lot of people have them at 4 in their power rankings. I don't know.
None of us.
I think locally, I think people are overrating this team a lot.
I don't know. I disagree with this sentiment.
And even if they're not overrating them, are they not the same as Miami? I think that's the bigger part. It's not that they're overrating them. Are they the same as Miami?
Okay. I feel like they could be the same as Miami. But people are starting to throw water on the Dolphins.
Yeah.
No pun intended.
I think both teams And I think you can throw Detroit at 2. They have to have home field. If Miami and the Cowboys and Detroit have home field, I think they're a really, really dangerous team to make the Super Bowl.
The Dallas Cowboys, I'm not overhyping them. They're not a championship caliber football team. But the Dallas Cowboys can be a championship caliber contender. There's a humongous difference. They're a contender because of the NFC. And the way they match up with the Eagles, the way they match up, there's something about Dak Prescott playing against them. Do I think of them as a true championship caliber football team? No. They can't run the football. I don't think they have a shutdown defense. I want to see Dak in this offense against like someone over 500 that has a really, really good defense. They have tremendously large questions about their football intelligence, their lack of discipline, and their coaching in crucial moments. That's not a championship caliber football team. Are they a championship contender? Yes, because I could make the argument the only thing standing in their way of making it to the Super Bowl is the San Francisco 49ers. Big difference. They're a contender because of circumstances, not because they're some great team, in my opinion. 877-881-1053, truckrack.com text line. And we knew this going into the season because of the AFC versus NFC disparity and how lopsided things seemed with Aaron Rodgers going over there and how loaded the AFC is.
No, that's fair.
We all said, right? It's a joke.
It's the AFC and then
stack
the
up
NFC.
the top 5 in the AFC versus the top 5 in the NFC. We were all doing that before the season.
Yep. But if you go to the power rankings, how many were NFC teams in the top 5?
Detroit, Philly,
San Fran.
Was
the 5th one? I know I had.
You'd have Kansas City. You'd have Baltimore up there from the AFC. You're not going to have Miami. You're not going to have Buffalo.
You're not going to have Cincy.
You're not going to have Jacksonville.
Nope.
You could have Cincy. You're not going to have Cincy. So, again, that's why, that's a preseason narrative. It's not looking as bad as how loaded the AFC West. That's 2 straight preseason narratives that we all thought was going to play out. 2 years ago was the AFC West will be the greatest division in the history of football. The greatest. And then Denver fell on their face. The Chargers charged. The Raiders did nothing. And you had Kansas City win it, but the division, that was a fallacy. And now you have an AFC versus NFC, as you point out with the power rank.
And people are saying, the Chiefs' only good winning was against Miami. They do not get style pointed. They have been in the AFC Championship game for like 6 straight years. We do not care who they beat or who they lose to, as long as they have Mahomes. We do not care. They have been given. They have won enough to not have to worry about that. Cowboys got to worry about that. Miami has to worry about that. Detroit has to worry about that. Baltimore, I think, has to worry about that. A lot of these teams that don't have a recent history of success have to worry about that. The Chiefs, man, they are free of any questioning in terms of how they
the Warriors
win.
kind of.
Like the Warriors. Go ahead, pick against them. Fine. I mean, that's your funeral.
Speaking of the Chiefs, Travis Kelce on being put into a Taylor Swift song on New Heights.
How does it feel to officially be the guy on the Chiefs?
You mean karma? Yeah, no, I had no clue. Might have had a little bit of a clue. Definitely when I heard it come out of her mouth, still shocked me. I was like, oh, she really just said that. All right.
You were so shocked you left Scott hanging. Scott's over here looking for a high five.
Mr. Swift, I apologize, big guy. I never miss a high five, too. Big high five guy. It's the most electric thing you can do at an event.
Okay, where are we on the high five? That's what I took out of this, the high five. Where are we on the high five?
Because you've been anti-high five.
I'm generally anti-high five. I think it's the very lowest form of male interaction. It's a step above grunting. It's so low, so Neanderthal, and I'm generally Neanderthal myself. I pride myself on that. But he is a big high five guy. That's not very surprising.
Yeah, I'm not huge on the high five. I kind of put my hand up there and leave it. I'm not going to do an enthusiastic wind-up high five unless I'm at the World Series for the Rangers and I'm turning around and I'm high-fiving everyone after the Seager-Simeon home runs or they score a run. That's my only high five moment. Otherwise, I'd be like, well done, Choppy, fan cam. like that. There's too much of a risk of a miss on the high five too.
Oh, big high five miss risk, especially if you're some people have very poor hand-eye coordination.
Yeah. Now, how are you on the fist pump?
I'm a big fist pump guy.
Same.
All right, now, I don't mind, any kind of open hand slap that isn't on a butt, I'm kind of against.
Now, how are you with the open hand bro hug?
Love the bro hug.
You do?
Big fan of the bro hug.
I would have thought you were against that.
No, I like the bro hug.
Okay.
Beer league softball, I don't want to high five you. I'll air high five. I'll air high five Peyton right here. Air high five.
Now, how long does the bro hug need to be? Is there a time limit? Does it need to be like a big poppy, like a quick boom, and then step away?
Depends on how well you know him, how long you've seen him.
Okay.
If I haven't seen you in 2 years and you're a buddy of mine, I mean, that's a long double tap on the back, bro hug.
Yeah.
Maybe you take the other hand that's holding the hand and remove it and give the full-on hug.
A kiss on the neck, kind of.
You don't do the kiss on the neck, but also guy to guy.
What the hell are you talking about?
You've got to go high-low on the shoulders.
High-low on the shoulders?
So if you and I were to hug,
Yeah.
one arm has to go under your arm, and my other arm has to go over your other arm.
Oh.
So you're sideways.
It can't be two.
It can't be two guys just doing a bear hug.
Mid
You've
hug.
got to go the high-low side hug.
Okay, I got you. Where are you on the high five with Los Hombres?
We dab each other up. We have our handshakes. We're bro hugging it, but
God. You have like your LeBron
no,
handshake?
just like a quick like that.
Okay.
No LeBron handshakes. We're throwing up powder or whatever in the air. No, but the high five, I'll do the high five, but I'm fist bump over high five all day.
Fist pump over high five. Okay, all right. So it appears we're all feeling the same. Yeah, Kelsey's definitely a high five guy.
Oh yeah,
no doubt about
you
it.
can see that.
You have some other NFL overreactions before Peyton runs life hacks, which I really am petrified of today.
Yeah, I do. All right, next one. Justin Herbert is the next. You can't win the big one with him quarterback.
Gosh, does this guy get the biggest free pass? He get the biggest free pass?
I think so.
He's fifth in QBR, 17 touchdowns, 5 interceptions. He's throwing for 2,350 yards. Having a nice season. I'll say it's an overreaction. I'll say it's an overreaction. Justin Herbert is still a really, really good quarterback. We got to see him in the postseason. We got to see him get an opportunity. Got to get to the postseason. But they just lost 41-38 to Detroit, and he had a fantastic game.
Yeah, he did. He's
really got the great Kellen Moore supporting him now.
He does.
He's got the genius.
31 points or 38 points, whatever. So he had a really good game. Who is the next you can't win with him quarterback? That's the question, I guess.
Can't win the big game? Lamar. I don't know if he's the next. He might be the current, but I gotta see Lamar go on a playoff run. I mean, Dak.
Well, I mean,
people around the country would say Dak Prescott.
Yeah,
wild card win, Tampa Bay, and then kaput.
Might be it.
Yeah,
that might be it. All
it's
right.
probably Dak.
Jacksonville is still an AFC contender.
No overreaction. Where's my Tolo right here who's sending me all the stuff? Is Bassic back today? Is Michael back in the country? Do we know?
I don't know.
Trevor Lawrence here we go. Justin Fields this year. This is from, let me give my man credit, Zach Lopez, who's DMing me all the stuff, all the ammo for Mike. Justin Fields this year, 11 touchdowns, 6 picks. Trevor Lawrence, 9 touchdowns, 6 picks. Fields has played in 5 fewer games than Lawrence. I saw some Baker Mayfield numbers that were equal or better to T-Law.
Yeah.
They're equal or better than Trevor Lawrence, what Baker Mayfield has been putting up. No, they are not a legitimate Super Bowl contender. The Jackson fake Jaguars. Jackson fraud. What do you think?
I don't think they're a contender.
There's nothing I've never, and I was too scared. It's too much of a wuss to say it when he was drafted. But over the last 2 years, I've felt the confidence. I just don't see anything special in him when I watch him play. I never have. I've never seen anything. Oh my God, that's John Elway. Oh my God, that's Peyton Manning. Oh my Lord, that's the next. He's the chosen one. I've never seen it. I don't watch him and ever think that. And I'm feeling great about that hot take right now.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Yeah, I don't think
we love Trevor Lawrence because we were supposed to love Trevor Lawrence. We were told we were supposed to love Trevor Lawrence.
I don't know, man. He was like, generally, when you're the top recruit out of high school and the top draft pick out of college, generally there's something there. It's not, you know what I mean? It's
All right,
not,
let me ask you then. What is great about Trevor Lawrence? Tell me. Break down his game.
He's got a really good arm. He's got really good motion. He's got really good foot, speed. He can run. He's pretty accurate, and he generally makes good decisions. At least that was the book on him. And let's be fair. He's going to wind up making the playoffs twice in his first 3 years.
Yeah, that's good.
And he won a playoff game.
Yeah, that they should have lost, but yeah, he won it.
You know, I mean,
his QBR is 16th in the NFL.
Yep.
He's got 9 touchdowns and 6 picks.
Let me go look at his
9 and 6. What are you seeing in the great? You know what? I don't even waste no more time on this. Oh, we should be talking about Baker. We should be talking about
Baker.
Justin Fields instead.
Is that the latest hot take?
No,
Baker,
I'm not.
He's better than Baker?
No.
Or Baker's better than him?
No, I'll wait for a Bobby to win another Baker argument over Jimmy Garoppolo. Right now, you got any more overreactions?
Yeah, he's done the list on DVOA too.
Yeah.
Let's see, one more. Josh Dobbs of Minnesota will win a playoff game this year.
How's it setting up right now? KMC was going through the playoff matchups. So,
oh my God, already, huh?
Yeah, they were already looking at San Francisco, already petrified. So Minnesota's the 7. How many teams get buys now?
1. So Minnesota today.
Minnesota would take on Detroit
on the road.
And how did you phrase the question?
Minnesota will win a playoff game this year. So they're scheduled the rest of the way at Denver, Chicago, at the Raiders. The next 3. At Cincy, home to Detroit, home to Green.
It's not an overreaction because maybe they get like the Saints or Seahawks. Maybe. The Saints are the 4th seed. Good gosh.
That's who the Cowboys will play. The Cowboys, I'll tell you, in the NFC, in both leagues, the best spot to be in if you're not going to be the 1.
Well, the Cowboys, 6-3 right now is Dallas San Fran.
We're the 6th seed?
Yes.
Ugh.
That's why they were talking about it. It would be Dallas at San Francisco again.
Okay. So I assume the Cowboys will be the 5 eventually. Like they'll win enough games to be the 5 seed.
They're tied with Seattle at 6-3.
Yeah, the 5 seed's where you want to be, because then you're going to get New Orleans on the road, or Tampa or Atlanta, or that's who you want.
The South.
Yeah, and then you'll wind up getting the 1 seed, which would be Philadelphia or Detroit.
Mike Florio at 8 o'clock this morning. This is the Expressway. We're always commercial free. We got some more Cowboys tickets to hook you up with next week. Thanks to the promo department for that. I am really scared. I should have previewed these. I did not. Peyton Russell is running Life Hacks.
Warning, the following life hacks are unethical and should not be performed. Sean and RJ do not condone these life hacks. Unethical life hacks may cause financial savings, make you cooler, more popular, increase sexual encounters, and provide an overall improvement in well-being at the expense of others. Please report any and all positive experiences testing unethical life hacks to 877-881-1053. Take it away, Bobby B.
No Bobby B. It is actually Peyton R. today. Peyton R. taking over Bobby B., who is out this week. He'll be back next week for the 2 days that we're in studio. It's life hacks, unethical life hacks here. We are not promoting these. These are not. We're not telling you to do these. These are unethical. Please do not repeat any of these. We're just telling you them because of the segment name. Number 1 here, and I did not get help from Bobby on any of these. These are all my life hacks.
Okay.
I did all these research by myself.
All right.
Number 1, in the payload at 6:40, we talked a little about poop. So we will start off with poop, Sean. I know that makes you.
Poop?
Yep, poop. I know.
All right.
Now these are for parents with a baby. Y'all have babies? Had babies?
I'm out of diapers, baby.
No diapers.
No more purchasing of diapers.
Yeah.
Oh, he's been potty trained for a minute.
Oh, baby.
Good job,
that's
Ollie Bear.
big. That's big.
So these are for parents with a baby. And text in 877-881-1053, truckwreck.com fan text if you can relate to this.
I would have said Chiafalo, but I think his wife somehow has this mystical power. She gets them on the toilet at 3 months. Like, she's like, we ain't paying for diapers. She got the training. She's the who's that dog person?
Oh, Caesar Milan.
She's the Caesar Milan of children.
I'll tell you. I'm going to say this. I don't know. I don't know if you guys are doing this, but cloth diaper people, I don't get it.
Cloth?
Yeah, I assume Chiafalo is a cloth diaper guy.
What does that mean?
They don't throw them away. They wash them. Cloth diapers.
No.
Oh, like you do the business in it and you just
yeah, cloth diaper.
You like scrape the number 2 out of it then wash it?
Or is it
just pee?
It's better for the environment, and it's
no.
supposed to be better. I don't get it. Cloth diaper guy, girl. Yep. I guarantee it. Chia follows cloth diaper too. Now it's much cheaper. Diapers are expensive. At least they were when I was.
They're expensive. That's why I just celebrated it.
Yeah.
Getting out of it.
So for parents with a baby,
not a diaper, out of the price.
You smell their diaper. If you don't smell poop, say, "Whoa, somebody has a poopy diaper." Then take them to the other room and pretend to change them. Then the next time they poop, tell your spouse, "It's your turn. I changed it last time." Now you have to be on like that. People in the comments, for life hacks, they were saying, oh, you have to be on that schedule though, that every other one, because sometimes it's just the guy or just the girl. So if you're every other one, I think you can set up your spouse for a little failure. I thought that was a little funny.
That's pretty good. I like that one.
That's very good. I'm amazed by the number of dudes that don't change diapers. I'm surprised in this equal society that we're living in that somehow these men, and I'm jealous of you. I'm stunned at the amount of men who do not change a diaper. I can't believe it. Were you 50-50?
I mean, we didn't keep tabs. It was whoever was.
But it wasn't
there.
like, I mean, it wasn't a rule or like she didn't do it every time.
No. It was if I was with them and I had, or I was holding them.
Same here.
Whoever was holding them.
I'm amazed. I don't know how y'all did it, but send that to me as a life hack. How you get out of, changing them at all, but that's pretty brilliant. Go to the room, be like, I smelled something. Oh, I changed.
Guys, a lot of people hate somebody at work. They just dislike them. They can't stand them. So if you want to go through someone's desk at work and are scared of being caught to do so, do it with an empty stapler in your hand, like you're looking for staplers. So then if someone says, whoa, are you snooping around? Say, no, just a stapler, it's out of...
But still, you think you think that someone's going to say, oh, yeah, just go through my desk at work?
Well, it depends.
If it's
maybe
someone
not
else,
here.
like someone else, not that person.
Just say, sorry, I really need this, have a project, I really got to staple this together,
Yeah.
I think come up with enough. Now, if they get mad, you just say, okay, my bad, sorry, I was just looking for staplers. But if you're trying to snoop around and find something, a little blackmailing, I think it's a good idea.
I'll tell you, I missed the sales staff being up here on this floor. That's where I got all my pens from.
Well, there's 48,000 pens in the hallway.
I don't like them. Those are bad pens. I wanted the good pens. They bought the pilot ones. They would spend their own money on those.
Got another one here. Donate to the homeless shelters in the next town over. The majority of homeless people tend to go where there are available services, and this will reduce the number of homeless people in your
Gavin
town.
Newsom.
Now, I don't know if that works in Dallas, but
What? I'm not going to comment on this. This is to get the homeless people out of your city?
Because I guess, I don't know how they know, but they'll see that, or they'll find out from other homeless people, hey, maybe Plano, we're getting more donations, so let's tend to walk over there.
Hey, they're homeless. They don't not know how to talk.
Well, no, I was saying it's not like they're looking on a computer like homeless services or something but they're probably talking to other people.
Talk about this Gavin Newsom thing.
All right, so Gavin Newsom is the governor of California. And in San Francisco, they have the Chinese, what is he, the dictator, the president, Xi, and he came to town. He's there right now. And they noticed that much like when the Super Bowl was there, because remember when the Super Bowl was there, they got a lot of, San Francisco got a really bad homeless population. There's a lot of homeless people in San Francisco. And
a lot of what you were talking about in the amusement park lines at Disney.
Yeah. Ooh. So that's
On the
happening
street.
rampantly through San Fran. So during the Super Bowl, they kind of cleaned them out of the area where, I hate to use that term, they moved them out of the area where the Super Bowl headquarters are going to be.
Yeah.
Put them basically where our hotel was.
Yeah.
And now they're saying that San Francisco did the same thing for the Chinese dictator to come to town. And this is a governor who said this. This is
Anytime you put on an event, by definition, you have people over your house. You're going to clean up the house. You have 21 world leaders. You got tens of thousands of people coming from all around the globe. What an opportunity to showcase the world's most extraordinary place, San Francisco.
These are people. This is not blankets that are thrown about on the floor of your home.
Yep.
This isn't mail that's piling up on your island. These are people. And you're like...
a lot of leaders have been very big into dehumanizing people. Gather them up.
Yeah.
Ship them off.
Like you, Peyton.
Yeah, whoa.
Gather the foreigners, like you said.
I got you.
Okay, what's the
like
next?
you said. It's like these are people.
Next life hack.
Next one here. Now is a good time for a cheap wedding, Sean. You can send wish we could invite you cards and probably still get gifts without paying for a big time wedding.
This is for RJ, not
RJ.
He's the one engaged. Dummy.
So if you don't want to,
all right, say it again.
So you can send "Wish we could invite you" cards. So it's not an invitation, but it's like, oh, we ran out, or we didn't want to have a big wedding. Wish we could invite you, but you're still kind of including them, and maybe they'll still feel the need to send you a gift.
I've never heard of these cards. Wish we could have.
I've never heard of them either, but I think it's a brilliant idea.
It's fake, So like, because you send invitations like you're invited, so okay, I'm going to give them a gift. You send "Wish we could invite you." But so like it's like, oh, they're thinking about me, but they still having a wedding. Let me get them a gift.
I'd be really offended by getting that.
Ooh.
Yeah, RJ sent me "Wish we could have." Sorry, I'm not gonna. That's not gonna give me any solace.
No, it's like sending out. You can send out engagement announcements, whatever. We're not gonna have. By the way, we are going to set a date. We haven't set a date. We are going to.
I mean, no one cares because you're not gonna have it here, so your date doesn't matter. You're gonna go off to some beach. We'll see when you get back with your rings.
Well, we're gonna we'll probably do it here, but like at a courthouse.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we're probably not gonna have a wedding,
right?
We're just gonna have a honeymoon. But yeah, we're not gonna do anything big, and if we do anything, it'll be like a very small amount of people.
Yeah,
go to dinner or have a party. Who knows? But we're not gonna have like this ceremony.
We got one more here. Save business cards of people you don't like. If you ever hit a parked car accidentally, just write "sorry" on the back and leave it on the windshield.
Perfect. I know right where you're going.
Bobby Belt.
Bobby has been pranking us over the past week. I stopped him from doing it to you because I told him you get mad. He's been putting nonstop of his stupid business cards all over our windshields. I leave my windows cracked a lot of times. He throws them in there. He got Peyton the other day.
Yes.
So now we have some of those leftover business cards to hit other cars with and leave Bobby Belt's information on. And he needs to leave it on his own after he got rear-ended the other day.
Yeah, because I didn't even see mine. Like, it was stuck in the bottom of the windshield. So I'm driving on 75, and it's raining too. And so the windshield wipers go across, and then all these Bobby Belt cards come flying out. I go, what the hell is this? It's blinding me. So screw you, Bobby.
All right, good job, Pay, except for the homeless thing. Peyton taking over for Bobby in the expressway with today's version of Life Hacks. Mike Florio. Is Bill Belichick going to end up in the NFC East? Is Mac Jones going to be third string? And can the Cowboys push Frank Reich further out the door? Mike Florio, ProFootballTalk.com, around the NFL is next. But first, don't wait for Black Friday or Cyber Monday. Act now.
From our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
8 o'clock hour on your home of America's team. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy with you. Cowboys insider Bobby Belt is out for vacation, and we welcome back an old friend. He's writing another damn book.
Another one?
Another one. Mike Florio.
The dozens of copies the last one sold?
Dude, I booked him.
I'm just messing with you.
Good, Mike.
I know he's listening.
Mike, that was RJ Choppy, Mike.
Really? Hey, Chat GPT is a wonderful thing. Nothing makes you productive when it comes to writing, like just putting in a few keywords and off you go. And then I'm kidding. You know, it's just something I told you guys before. It's something I started doing during the pandemic, and it really balances out what I do all day long. All day long, I'm generating content that is relevant for maybe a day, and it's fun to create something out of nothing that isn't, you know, irrelevant by the next day. And my theory is if I write enough of these books, one of them will not suck. One of them will maybe take hold, and people will read it and enjoy it. And I appreciate you giving me a chance to get people to buy it. At the same time, you're crapping on my past efforts. Thank you so much.
What is this one about?
This one is a Christmas book that I wrote in December of 2021. It was an idea that I'd had for about 10 or 15 years. It's called On Our Way Home. It lands at the intersection of A Christmas Carol and It's a Wonderful Life. And this is a little bit of a spoiler, but I think it's a selling point. Right before Christmas, the main character keeps running into the ghosts of his parents, and he doesn't realize who they are. But obviously, as the book goes on, he, you know, figures it out and what they want, et cetera, et cetera. But it's something that's available for $3.99 as the ebook on Amazon, $9.99 in print, and every penny I get is going to go to our local Humane Society of Harrison County, a no-kill shelter that takes care of dogs and cats waiting for their permanent homes. I'm not trying to make a penny off of it. I posted it for free on the website last year, one chapter at a time, like an advent calendar, and people really liked it. So I thought, all right, this year we'll sell it and we'll make a little money and we'll give it to a good cause.
Heck yeah. What's the name of it?
It's On Our Way Home. It's on Amazon. You can get it right now.
We'll go ahead and tweet it out. Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk, on the Boomer Jacks Bar and Grill hotline. Things heating up in Carolina for Frank Reich with the way things have gone with Bryce Young this year, as they are the Cowboys' probable next victim on Sunday?
Well, Frank Reich gave up play calling duties to offensive coordinator Thomas Brown 3 games ago, and now he's taking them back. Chris Sims and I were just talking about this on our morning show, PFT Live, and I think it's a very simple explanation. I think he delegated the play calling to Thomas Brown because he thought that's what owner David Tepper wanted him to do. And I think he's taking back the play calling because David Tepper has decided after 3 games that Frank Reich should be the one calling the plays. And not that an owner, now, you know, the usual owner who isn't also the GM of the team is in a position where they can be subtle. You don't have to give orders. You don't have to say draft that quarterback or make this move or sign that player. You just have a way of making it known what you would like to see happen, what your preference would be, or wouldn't it be nice if we did this? And the people who are smart enough to want to continue to work for the billionaire that expresses his or her preferences goes out and does it. So Tepper, I think, meddles, maybe not as directly as the guy who also holds the title of GM, but I think he's got his ladle deep in the stew, spinning it around, and I think that's why Reich made that decision yesterday to take back the play calling.
Mike, what was you and Chris Sims' assessment of Bryce Young coming out, and what is your assessment of him now?
Chris had Bryce Young below C.J. Stroud. And look, I'm surprised he went first overall simply because of the copycat nature of the NFL. And when you've got Tua Tagovailoa last year getting ragdolled all over the place and suffering multiple concussions because he's not big enough, here's a guy who's even smaller. There's nothing to Bryce Young. He's little, he's short, and he doesn't have that thick football build. Can you withstand the pounding? Can you operate among these people who are all bigger, faster, stronger than anything you've ever seen? And I know he got it done in Alabama, but it's still a very different thing to come to the NFL and do it. And, you know, what about him is off the charts, franchise quarterback special?
Nothing.
They love his processing. I just don't know that he processes fast enough yet to get the most out of those skills. And it sure looks like the Panthers blew it by trading up. And I fault the Panthers for trading up because you put even more pressure on the kid by trading up and making him the first overall pick. but C.J. Stroud has been great, and Bryce Young still has a long way to go.
Does it? I mean, are we getting to the point though where we are trying way too quick to pin these guys onto something? It's been 7-8 games for him.
Well, you're right, but that's how it is in today's NFL. They make those decisions on guys very quickly. Trey Lance got run out of San Francisco after 2 seasons, and he hardly played, and he was the 3rd overall pick. The clock ticks, the game moves, and you have limited opportunities to prove that you belong. And when you've got – and he's lucky Anthony Richardson isn't playing, because if Richardson had been playing and playing well, then you got 2 guys that the Panthers passed on that are better than the guy they picked. And what it does – and this is why I think it's a mistake to trade up and make a quarterback the 1st overall pick and put all that pressure on him, because you do have not many opportunities to show that you've got it. And it can spiral out of control quickly, and before you know it, a guy's labeled a bust. You used to get 5 years. Now you're lucky to get a 3rd year. Maybe you get 2 years. And I think for some of these quarterbacks, especially because you don't have a massive financial commitment anymore due to the 2011 CBA that greatly reduced what those top picks get, and it used to tie teams' hands for multiple years, you could get rid of a guy after 1 year if you want to. I mean, look, the Cardinals did that.
Yeah.
They got rid of Josh Rosen, a top 10 pick, after 1 year and moved on to Kyler Murray. So not that the Panthers can draft another high-end quarterback, because their first-round pick this year is in the possession of the Bears.
Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk, joins us here, 105 through the Fan. Is the Bill Mack?
Hang on, I got one more on the Cowboys. How are you feeling about Dak Prescott MVP talk?
The Cowboys would have to be the number 1 seed for Dak to be the MVP. That's the way it works. One of the quarterbacks from one of the top seeds in either conference ends up getting the votes. Now, the wrinkle this year is if the Texans get to the playoffs, maybe C.J. Stroud can pull enough votes, and they do a 5-person ballot now, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and it's weighted. I could see a situation where no one is overwhelmingly the first choice, but if enough people make C.J. Stroud the second choice, maybe he could pull it off if the Texans win enough to get to the postseason. But I think for Dak to be MVP, they've got to be the number 1 seed. And then the question is there anybody else on the Cowboys like Micah Parsons that would take away any of his votes? I don't think so. I think Dak would be the guy, but they got to be the 1 seed, and they can be. You look at the schedule. They're in a position where, with the games the Eagles have coming up, which are tough, the Cowboys could overtake the division, and the Cowboys could still overtake the conference, especially if they can handle the Lions Week 17, because I think the Lions are the other team that's quietly the threat to be the 1 seed in the NFC.
Can you try to use some of your sway, a little bit of your pull, to give this MVP to a non-quarterback finally?
I have a vote.
You do?
Vote.
Look at you.
When's the last time you voted for a non-quarterback, if you can remember?
Well, I've only had the vote for 2 years, so I can't remember my ballot last year. And again, it goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and I can't remember. I can find my ballot. I can't remember if I had a non-quarterback on it. I mean, Adrian Peterson won it in 2012, but it's kind of morphed into this thing where a quarterback from one of the best 2 teams, 1 seed in the AFC, 1 seed in the NFC, is the guy who gets it, unless somebody does something historic or close to it. That's how Adrian Peterson took it from Peyton Manning in 2012. He made that late run at the single-season rushing record, and it made him the MVP. That's what it's going to take. That's why Tyreek Hill has a chance this year if he gets 2,000 receiving yards. A.J. Brown, if the Eagles end up the 1 seed in the NFC, I'm likely going to make A.J. Brown MVP over Jalen Hurts this year because of what he's meant to that team. So I would do the same thing with Tyreek Hill if the Dolphins are the 1 seed in the AFC. But so much of it comes down to that final playoff tree, who's the 1 seed in each conference. And I think by then it becomes obvious who the MVP candidates are.
What does the future hold for Mac Jones and Bill Belichick in New England?
I don't think there's a future for either one of them in New England. I think with Belichick, it's a foregone conclusion. He'll be gone after the season. I don't know that, but come on, look at what's going on. And there's been no effort by anyone to push back and say he will definitely be here next year. This goes back to March when Robert Kraft was asked at the league meetings, will Bill Belichick be around long enough to pass Don Shula for the all-time wins record, or does he have to get to the playoffs this year? And the way that Kraft answered it, he's got to get to the playoffs this year. That was, I think, the fair interpretation. The real question is, how does it end? Is he fired? Does he resign? Does he retire? Is there a mutual parting? Or is he traded to another team? And I think based upon some reporting from NFL Network over the weekend, they're setting this up for someone to call now discreetly between now and the end of the season, somebody who's going to be looking for a coach, work out a deal in advance, line up the dominoes, and then at the right moment after the season ends, you just flick the first one. A team I'd watch would be the Buccaneers. I'd watch the Commanders. I'd keep an eye on the Panthers. All it takes is one team to think, you know what? If we just put the right help around Bill Belichick, if we put guardrails on his personnel ability, because his personnel authority, because that's what's gotten him in trouble in recent years. He's not as good of a GM as he needs to be. You could have something. He could have a great second act. He could sell a lot of tickets, get you primetime games. A lot of these irrelevant teams out there would love to have a guy like Bill Belichick for a few years just to make themselves into a relevant team when they otherwise wouldn't be.
Mike Florio here on The Fan. Do you think Belichick would give up the GM duties?
Well, that's what's going to be a hard sell. You're going to have to get him to be willing to work with someone who would be able to help keep him from making mistakes. And that's why the Buccaneers are fascinating, because Jason Light has that history and relationship with Belichick. He's worked in New England before. I've suggested, why don't they bring back Scott Pioli and reunite him with Belichick? Pioli was the guy who set the table for the first 3 Super Bowl wins, and then Nick Caserio was around for the next 3, although he's tied up with the Texans, and he and DeMeco Ryans are working pretty well together. But you just need somebody that can protect Belichick from the mistakes he's made when it comes to personnel. The Jack Jones release earlier this week, the 4th-round corner from Arizona State, I was told by somebody after that happened, anybody that did their homework on Jack Jones was not touching the guy because there was a belief that he just wasn't going to make it in the NFL. Now, the Raiders claimed him because it reunited him with Antonio Pierce, his high school coach, and maybe that's what he needs. But that's an example of the kind of mistakes that the Patriots are now making. If you could just get Belichick to coach and you have someone you can trust to set the table, then maybe Belichick could be successful again, and maybe he'd be willing to step aside from personnel, understanding I just need to focus on coaching.
How ugly are things about to get in Buffalo?
Well, pretty ugly when you consider they're 5-5, and they still have games against the Chiefs, the Eagles, the Cowboys, and the Dolphins coming up. I think they're not going to make the playoffs. I think Sean McDermott is in serious danger of being fired. He scapegoated Leslie Frazier last year with kind of a weird, belated, soft, non-firing firing, and now McDermott's in charge of the defense. He fired Ken Dorsey this week. If they don't have 12 guys on the field for that field goal attempt that went wide, is Dorsey getting fired the next day? I think that McDermott felt like he had to do something to just quiet the noise that otherwise would be directed at him. If they don't make the playoffs, and they've got this franchise quarterback in Josh Allen who needs to be fixed. He needs an offensive head coach who can get the most out of him, like Brian Daboll did when Daboll was there as the offensive coordinator. So I think if they don't make the playoffs, I will not be surprised at all if there's a new head coach of the Buffalo Bills. Not Bill Belichick, somebody who is offensive-minded, who can really work with Allen and make him reach his full potential.
So Lincoln Riley or Jim Harbaugh, are they on the NFL radar?
Well, I haven't heard that Riley's on the NFL radar. It's not like USC's had a great year. Jim Harbaugh was interviewed by the Vikings 2 years ago, and he thought he was getting that job when he left Ann Arbor to go for the sit-down with the Wilfs. Last year, Greg Penner, the owner of the Broncos, went to Ann Arbor to meet with Harbaugh at a time when it wasn't clear whether they were going to hire Sean Payton or not. So, I think as we digest more and more of this sign stealing thing and all the stuff that's been going on. At first the NFL tried to put out the idea that maybe they would suspend Harbaugh, whatever the NCAA suspends him, which makes no sense to me other than to placate college football, which is the NFL's free farm system. I think there may be a path for Harbaugh back to the NFL, and he has been very successful. You can't, even though it's been a while, 2011, his first year, they almost get to the Super Bowl. 2012, it was a 6-win team in 2010. 2012, they get to the Super Bowl and almost win it. The next year, they almost get back to the Super Bowl. And then by 2014, he and Trent Baalke weren't getting along, so off goes Jim Harbaugh. So teams can do a lot worse than Jim Harbaugh as their head coach if an NFL team is ready to pull that trigger.
Tell us about the Christmas book one more time.
Well, again, it's on Amazon, $3.99 for the ebook, $9.99 for the paperback. On Our Way Home, a Christmas tale that lands at the intersection of A Christmas Carol and It's a Wonderful Life, and every penny I make goes straight to our local shelter, the Humane Society of Harrison County, which takes care of dogs and cats looking for good homes. And I appreciate you guys giving me the chance to get some folks to buy it. And here's the idea. Here's the thing. You're in that mode right now where you got to get Christmas gifts for people. If there are people who read PFT, right, buy 10 of them. They're cheap, and you've got Christmas gifts. You can check boxes off of your list. Not what can you buy for someone that costs $9.99? What can you buy them?
Now I still want a free one for my 3-year-old. I got a 3-year-old.
You want a free book for your 3-year-old?
Yeah, I want you to send me a free one.
For a 3-year-old, you have a 3-year-old that can read a book.
I'm gonna read him the Christmas Tales.
Yeah, what is the age on this? What is the age recommendation on this book?
There's some language in there that kids got to learn sometime.
You wrote a naughty Christmas book.
So this is not a children's Christmas book.
It's not Bad Santa, but it's there's just a few words in there, and the theme is probably more mature than what a 3-year-old can handle, especially because it has some spoilers about the thing the 3-year-old's eventually going to learn when the 3-year-old gets older.
Oh, wow.
I knew that this was way too warm and fuzzy for Mike Florio to be writing. We'll tweet it out, and we'll have you back on again to do it before the big day, December 25th. Thank you, Mikey.
Thanks, guys.
Mike Florio, ProFootballTalk.com on Sean and RJ. Texas A&M has reportedly made that phone call. And how about Tim Hardaway getting it done for the Mavs last night? That's next on The Fan.
Let's get you over to QC.
Launches and hits again. 22 first half points. 5 made threes.
Tim Hardaway balls out on Bally's. They did not have Kyrie Irving, but they had Derek Lively putting up some fantastic numbers for the rookie as the Mavs take care of the sorry Washington Wizards.
Awful team.
Jordan Poole, Kyle Kuzma. Jordan Poole getting exposed.
I like Kuzma
as a chucker.
Kuzma,
Yeah,
I think, could be a decent. Kuzma could be a decent pickup at the trade deadline. I think. I don't hate his game. He's a good role player. You get a team that's looking for win a championship. I think you can get Kuzma out there.
Seth Curry, 15 points, 100% across the field. Field goal, 3-point free throws in 20 minutes. Derrick Jones Jr. now has more 20-point games this year than James Harden, Klay Thompson, Bradley Beal. Are you kidding me? So Derrick Lively, Derrick Jones Jr., and Lively set the record for the most points in a quarter from a Mavs rookie without missing a shot. 13 points in the quarter. So Derrick Lively, career high 17 points, 9 rebounds as well after showing up at 4 o'clock in the morning after laying an absolute egg in New Orleans. They did respond. Sean, RJ, we got Peyton and Ryan in the back live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. And I got the ESPN NBA Power Rankings for the NBA. Would you all like to guess, or would you like me to just go down the list?
Let's see here. Let me go. All right,
I got number one.
Huh?
Oh.
The Boston Celtics.
Incorrect.
Oh.
Let's go with Denver.
Denver is number one. Number two. Now, these came out, to be fair. These came out yesterday morning.
Number 2 is the Boston Celtics.
It is not, but I agree with both of you that they should be higher up. Man, and Boston beat Philly last night. Their lineup, their starting 5 is stupid. Their team is stupid. I think right now people are having a lot of buyer's remorse on just putting Milwaukee in the finals and saying that the Bucks would win the championship. So their order, ESPN, Denver, filthy, the massholes. Then?
The Bucks?
No.
Miami?
Nope. Mavericks.
Okay.
4th.
Look at that.
They were 5th the week before. Here's what they wrote. Timmy Man. Tim Hardaway has established himself as an early 6th Man of the Year candidate. You saw that last night. The Mavs have the number 2 offense. Tim is averaging 17.5 per game, the most by any player who has come off the bench in at least half of his team's games. And he's doing it on both ends. Ranking 2nd in the league in charges drawn with 8. 1 fewer than Jalen Brunson. So, wow. Look at the Tim Hardaway defensive numbers. Would you care to guess number 5?
Milwaukee.
They're 6.
Okay.
Team we talked about a little bit earlier this morning.
Minnesota.
Yes. You'll never guess 7.
The Pacers.
Yes! Why did you say that so quickly?
Because I'm looking at the standings.
7-4, though. Indiana, are you kidding me? Shout
Rick
out
Carlisle.
to our boy, Rick Carlisle. Golden State's 8. Miami is 9. The Oklahoma City Thunder is 10. So there's the Mavs representing the power rankings coming in with a top 4 finish. And the Rockets are 11. The Houston Rockets are sitting there. 11, Sacramento 12. They beat the Lakers and LeBron
James. They won 6 in a row, Rockets. Started out 0-3. Now they're 6-3.
All right. Thanks to the Tolo who sent me this from Dennis Dodd, CBS.
Uh-oh.
Texas A&M has reached out.
Oh, say it.
Do you know who?
Oh, yeah. Man Campbell.
We're going to bite a
kneecap off.
Dan Campbell has apparently been contacted, according to Dennis Dodd. Of course, Man Campbell played at Texas A&M.
Yep. There you go. They had to do it.
But
he's going to say no.
After back-channel communications were initiated, it was made clear that Campbell would be staying with the Lions.
Yeah, now they may up it to $10 million. I think Dan Campbell would be a great college coach too.
Yep.
But I also think like his style really works in the NFL. Guys like he is a rarity. He is getting grown men to follow him. That doesn't happen very often.
Yep.
They believed they were going to win every game when they were 0-10 2 years ago. He just had that. He has that. He has that amazing ability to drive people. So I hope he stays. I hope he stays in Detroit. I think they found something special.
So there it is. By the way, Jim Harbaugh, we're laughing at this. We think it's funny that he could be missing out on history.
Yeah.
Wouldn't be eligible.
They are. Michigan has 999 wins. Peyton, what comes after 999?
1,000.
They would be the first team to 1,000 wins. And Jim Harbaugh could be sidelined for it. And the Michigan is like the 1,000th win needs to be credited to Jim. He needs to be on the sideline for it.
They're like, it'd be such a disgrace.
Such a disgrace. So sad. Oh, you poor guys. I mean, you guys, what you did. I mean, you've been in the sports since like 1880.
How can someone who drinks milk and wears khakis be hated so much? Think about that.
I don't think he wears his hat. I don't like his hat.
Never as a milk drinker, he had this, whole milk image, just pure, straight from the cow.
So he does drink milk. That's what his thing is, right?
Yes.
I don't understand. I don't understand grown men or women who drink milk.
Why?
Just don't get it. It's what kids do.
Well, you eat.
Have a whiskey.
You eat.
Not everyone's an alcoholic.
You eat fruit snacks.
I don't eat fruit snacks that much.
Oh, I thought you said you loved them.
Oh, I love them, but I don't eat them.
Tear them up.
Oh yeah, I mean, I can.
Oh,
I just don't do it. Yeah.
We talked about Oreos the other day.
You put some fruit snacks in front of me, I will down those suckers.
Yeah, I mean they're great,
but
kids eat them.
Yeah, kids eat them, absolutely. But milk, I don't know. So I'm out.
I picture you as a milk drinker.
I could
big chocolate milk guy. I got in trouble with the roommates in college. It'd be 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and I'd get a big glass of chocolate milk. Come back from class.
And what do they care? Just making fun of you?
No, they said it's way too early for chocolate milk. Chocolate milk is like you drink it, then you go to sleep on it. You know, you're not supposed to have it at 1 o'clock in the afternoon before you go work out or anything.
Now you would.
Well,
I
would
work
drink
out?
it, then I'd go work out a couple hours later, but it'd still be in my stomach.
Pre-mix or you mix it?
Oh, I mix it.
You get that bunny rabbit, that powder.
The powder, the Nesquik.
Mm-hmm.
Is that the rabbit?
Oh yeah.
Or did you get the Hershey syrup you could put in there? That's what you got to do.
I've done the Hershey syrup, but I go powder.
You go powder.
I go even strawberry too. I think strawberries are underrated.
Ooh, okay. RJ Choppy has been in contact. Y'all tell us whether we should sign up for this or not. Choppy has been in communications with representatives for the Crazy Plane Lady.
Yes, I have.
Tiffany Gomez.
And
she's from Dallas.
She's local. She is local. We are efforting to get her in studio. That's how we want. We don't want it on the phone.
No, why not? Why not, Choppy?
Because I don't think the interview would go as well as on the phone as in person.
Good answer.
You've got to grill. You have to be able to grill her and find out. You see her face to face or eye to eye, whether or not she's totally BSing or not.
Yeah.
The phone, if they're local, I don't know what the phone's going to work. So
no phone.
So I've been in communication. A buddy of mine, again, he already texted me here at the site this morning. I'm not going to out him, but he has slid into her DMs.
Woo! Is she single?
I would assume. I assume so.
So he's trying to date.
He's trying to do something.
Okay.
He's trying to do something. So he slid into those DMs. Got a contact for me.
Do I know this guy?
I've spoken about him.
Okay,
yes.
I've never met him.
I don't believe you've met him.
So he's running PR for her now.
No, he's not running PR for her. I think, because I recognize the last name, and they're friends on Instagram or followers. I think the sister of my old golfing buddy is running PR for her.
Oh,
I'm hunting this thing down right now, baby. Woo!
She's interested in coming on.
She's very interested in coming to the fan. She knows who we are. She knows she's aware of the station.
She knows who shot at RJ and Bobby.
I don't know about Bobby. But she's aware of our existence.
Okay.
So
this guy
efforting.
decided after she freaked out on the plane, went into the terminal and said that plane's going down. It will never make it to Florida. That he's like, yeah, I want to get up. I want to get up in the DMs.
Oh.
I mean, look, if you're looking, it depends on what you're looking for. Because, crazy.
She's extremely attractive.
She's very attractive. And on the hot chick matrix, are you familiar with that, Peyton? The hot chick,
so.
The crazy matrix.
No.
Oh yeah, she's definitely above a 6 crazy, but also above a 7 or 8 hot. Which that is the fun zone.
Okay,
as anybody would know, that's the fun zone.
And we got another crazy plane lady.
Yeah, this is both crazy and
so y'all let us know that would be a hit for ratings. Would that blow up our fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube numbers? We need Ryan's input on this.
Oh yeah, it would double, it would triple.
I said Ryan, not you.
Well, Ryan doesn't have a mic.
Well, you can ask him. He's got a voice.
So this is another plane lady. Now we're calling her crazy plane lady too, but if what she's talking about is true and she's not just nuts, then this is a serious issue that they need to fix, because she's talking about, she's on an airplane screaming that she is being trafficked. Like, but no one's believing her at the moment, because this is a flight from DF, New York to Kansas City, but this is another plane lady.
Get off! Get the off! Do not touch. Get off, please! Is there someone that can help provide assistance? I am being trafficked! I am being human trafficked! I am being human trafficked! I am being... This is gonna go on TikTok, so I look crazy. But I am being human trafficked! I am being human trafficked! Stop! Leave me alone! Guys! Girls! No! No! If they have your family hostage, don't believe it! They use emotional manipulation! This is not real! Leave me alone!
Oh my!
I am being human trafficked! I am being human trafficked!
Okay.
Yeah, she started screaming.
Ryan, great job getting the video up there. It's hard for me. Human trafficking, very, very serious, obviously. Man, it's hard for me not to think that these are attempts now to become famous.
It's tough. It's tough because a lot of the problem is that
a lot of people believe that about the original, the crazy plane lady. That it's fake conspiracies. That is not even her.
No, I know.
The Damar Hamlin, the Damar Hamlin truthers
are
out there saying that's not even Tiffany.
Man, it's sad because what if she really is being trafficked?
I know.
And the amount of people that have made fake videos have cried wolf, that have made us all think that all these videos are fake.
Right.
It's there's real problems in the world that too many people have used to their own benefit.
Now, would human traffickers take someone in public like this?
I don't think they're going to fly Southwest from New York to Kansas City.
Maybe not.
Or JetBlue or whatever. That's probably not going to do that, but who knows?
All right, let's talk Cowboys, Panthers, and find out what's going on with Bryce Young with Cowboys color analyst Babe Laufenberg joins us next on The Fan.
Let's get you over to Platinum Chrysler Dodge Ram.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet is racing to finish this year #1 in America. They're leading the way with an unheard of 400 Silverados with their best Black Friday savings all month long. Shop them all today at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax, enjoy the difference, and find new roads.
It is now time for Cowboys color analyst Babe Laufenberg. Every Thursday at this time, brought to you by Johnson Fitness and Wellness Home Fitness Equipment Stores. As last week, I completely destroyed Peyton Russell's streak of winning Babe's rigged trivia questions. Let's see if I can go back-to-back with Laufenberg this morning. Good morning. What do you got?
Good morning, and I'm so tired of the rigged elections, the rigged trivia question. I mean, this is all on the
Very
up and
unfair. Very unfair.
Okay, ready?
Yeah.
Good morning, first off, gentlemen.
Oh, good morning.
Okay, Bryce Young, right? Taken number 1 overall from Alabama. Name me the other Alabama players taken number 1 overall. Not just the first round pick, I mean the first pick in the draft. Give me the others.
Choppy, Namath did not go 1.
Namath
right?
went number 1 in the AFL draft.
Well, I'm going to say the common draft era. Yes, the common draft, where after the merger of the AFL and the NFL.
I'm going to say this is a trick question, and there's no other Alabama players that went 1.
Sean, is that 2 weeks in a row for you?
I'm down $40 now.
Heck yeah.
Is that amazing, though, that Alabama, with all the football success for the last half century, Bryce Young was the first guy to go. Now, they've only had one guy taken number 2 in the draft, just one player. Do you know who that is?
Okay.
It wasn't Trent.
Trent was the 3rd overall pick, right?
Not Julio. The defensive player.
So
can you tell us offense or defense?
Defense.
So this is 2nd overall we're talking now?
Yes, 2nd overall.
2nd overall.
Wait a second.
Peyton, why don't you tell us?
Who was the Bills guy that the Buffalo defensive? No, it wouldn't
Nope.
Who is it?
Was it?
Well, let's go to the expert. Is Peyton on?
Yeah, it is defense. I'm thinking linebacker here.
Yes.
Okay. Do y'all know Cornelius Bennett?
That's it. That's
1987. That's got to be him, right? He was 2nd overall.
Buffalo Bills.
Did he play for Buffalo? I told you. I said it.
Daryl Talley, Cornelius Bennett on the 90s Bills teams. Peyton, you son of a bitch.
I love it. Okay, so that was 1987. Peyton, if you're Mr. Smarty Pants, who was taken number 1 overall in that draft?
Surely it's got to be.
I think
you want to go, RJ?
Was that Vinny's draft?
It was. Vinny Testaverde.
Very nice. We all get a point.
All right.
Choppy knows
Way to go, guys.
Testaverde. Thank you, Babe Laufenberg on the Boomer Jacks Bar and Grill hotline. What did you think of Bryce Young coming out, and what are you seeing from him on tape that apparently has Frank Reich in hot water?
I loved everything about him except for his size, and that was a huge drawback for me because you're looking at an outlier. You just don't have a lot of 5'10", skinny-framed quarterbacks.
So, Babe, Kyler, Baker's rookie year did not change your mind about the bigger quarterbacks?
Well, Kyler has a stronger arm.
Yeah.
Kyler has he has an NFL arm. Kyler ran 4.3. I don't know if he ever actually ran, but you guys have seen him. He is the fastest guy on the field. Bryce Young is not that guy. So Kyler brought something to the table that Bryce Young did not. It's funny when you watch the games, right? You guys, everybody's played 3-on-3 basketball at some point in their lives. You go down to the gym, and you need a guy. So you tell your little brother, "Hey, come on out. We need a guy. You just come out and play some defense and try to get in somebody's way." With Bryce Young, he just looks like that guy, doesn't he? Where you say, "Hey, we need a quarterback."
Yeah.
Hey, you come on over. Let's play. But it's been a struggle. But he's obviously very early in his career. He's played 8 games and all that. And, the Cowboys will see him again next year because they play the NFC South. So might be a little bit of a different quarterback. But again, when you're talking the first pick in the draft, to me, you don't go with the outlier. C.J. Stroud was my guy that I liked coming out, and obviously didn't know he'd do what he has done. Matter of fact, I'm friendly with Josh McCown, the quarterback coach for Carolina, and I texted him before the draft and just said hello and congratulations. I think he's going to be a heck of a coach. But I said, I know you don't want my opinion, but C.J. Stroud is my guy, and Houston is happy that he didn't listen to me.
Now, this kind of ties into what Brian Schottenheimer was talking about the other day, right?
Which is? The
development of quarterbacks
Oh, yeah, just talking about, he said it's the most difficult position in all of sports to play, and there's just no question about it. It just takes so much of everything. And I pitched a little bit, baseball.
Oh.
Baseball pitcher, you throw the ball when you want to, right? If you don't like the ball, you throw it back to the ump. They give you a new ball. Football, have you ever seen a quarterback take a snap and feel it and go, these seams are a little bit funky. Let's get a new football for this throw. I don't like this. And in baseball, you throw the ball when you want to. I know we have a pitch clock now. Football, you have about 2.5 seconds to figure out where you're going with the ball. You got people in front of you. It's just hard. And I always preface anything I say to Brad Sham before I critique the quarterback play of that day. And I say, Brad, where's it easy to play quarterback from? And I always say the two easiest places, right, are 200 feet in the air where we get to sit and see everything, and your living room where you've got this controlled environment. We all look, and then we see a replay, and they say, how did he miss that guy? But it gets tough. It gets tough out there. And, Bryce Young's experiencing some of that because you can say all you want about the SEC. It's not close to what you go through in the NFL. It's just not close.
Babe, what have you noticed differently about the McCarthy offense since the bye week?
Definitely appears to be, and I haven't looked at all the Pro Football Focus and Next Gen stats and all, but, they've got more motion involved in it. That seemed to be after the bye, as you mentioned. I think they went in, they did all their self-scouting, and I think they thought, let's try a little motion. They came out with a lot of motion against the Rams in the first game back. Very productive, and this offense has just been the last 3 weeks. Last week was against the Giants, and you can say what you will about the Giants, but that was just ridiculous. You do not have 640 yards of offense in an NFL game. The first half, they had 20 first downs. I think the NFL record is 40 by New Orleans, and it was set against the Cowboys. But they had 20 first downs, and the Giants had 1. That was just pathetic. And what's interesting, too, is, obviously Cowboy fans, and we all saw them play the Giants in week 1, and they beat them 40-0, and you said, wow, the Giants, that just may be the worst team in the NFL. And then they played the Jets next week, and they crushed them. And you said, oh, boy, the Jets, they're the worst team. And then they played New England, and they get Belichick his worst loss ever.
Wow.
And you said, man, New England may be the worst team. And then you come back from what we saw with the Giants, and you go back to, no, I think the original team we thought was the worst team probably is, and that would be the Giants. And what's the one common denominator? The Cowboys beat the out of all of them. So, the Cowboys have been playing really good football here.
Is this the best football Dak's played? And do you take style points because of the competition that, the Rams and the Giants aren't very good?
Obviously, that factors in, but there's a lot of teams playing bad football, and the other team is not putting up 640 yards, right? Dak has been pretty close to flawless, right? And I always say it's not a perfect game. If you just watched Monday night's game and watched Buffalo put 12 guys on the field to block a field goal, it's just not a perfect game. And but Dak has been pretty darn good since they've come out of the bye, and that includes the Philly game. I thought he played really great against Philadelphia. Now they came up short. We know what happened at the end, but I thought on a play-to-play basis he was outstanding. And what's funny too about the quarterback, we were talking earlier, hardest position in sports. People will say, well, it's not brain surgery. And I always say, no, it's harder than brain surgery. I can find 5 brain. If I had a brain tumor and I'm in a major city, I can find 5 brain surgeons I would feel comfortable going to operate on me. We have 32 cities that have NFL teams, right?
Yeah.
And we got about 15? I don't know. Fill in the blank. 15 quarterbacks that you'd be happy to have as your guy.
Yeah, 15. According to Patrick 15. Walker, Josh Allen's 15. Yeah. Now, babe.
Wait a minute. Sean, you just put Patrick Walker and
brain
Josh
surgery
Allen in the same sentence?
Yeah, Patrick Walker says he's top
he said
10,
that
top
he
15.
goes, I could get him in the top 15. I wouldn't put him in my top 10, which I think is lunacy.
Josh Allen.
Josh Allen.
I don't know what. Honestly, I watched all that game, and I've watched probably 3 Buffalo games this year. Now Cowboys will get to see him in December, but I just don't know what's happened to Josh Allen. Daniel Jones was going along, say what you will about him, but, his turnovers, he had fewer each and every year, right? I mean, he was getting better at not turning the ball over each and every year. And you watch Josh Allen, and, I mean, he's kind of regressed. But the new offensive coordinator will help all that out.
Will he?
I'm
being
kidding.
sarcastic.
I love the special teams guy. Coach has 12 guys on the field, and the offensive coordinator gets fired.
Why did Brandon Cooks suddenly explode?
Wow. What's funny about that is I think everybody that watched him, right, through camps and all that stuff and watched him really throughout his career, it's like, man, what has happened to Brandon Cooks? But I always defer to the coaches. I really do. I always defer to the coaches. They know more than we do. But I couldn't figure out why he wasn't getting the ball. And then all of a sudden he got the ball, right? He had 165 yards going in to that Giant game. He had 178 in that game alone. But, hey, to me, it's just one more threat that they've got in that offense, one more guy that the defense had to account for. And I think, up until that game, I don't know that defenses ever came in to the Cowboy game after week 3 or 4 and said, hey, we got to figure out a way to stop Brandon Cooks. But I think that changed a little bit. But, yeah, he was great in that game. Really liked him because I don't think you ever heard him complain, right, about not – matter of fact, you did hear him complain about not getting the ball. But, McCarthy says it all the time, and we all know it. There's one ball to go around. And I did like after the Philadelphia game where Dak threw for like 370, somebody brought up maybe it was Cooks even not getting the ball. And McCarthy was like, whoa, wait a minute. We just threw for 370 yards, and we're going to talk about a guy not getting the ball. So it does change week to week. It appears CD is going to get a bundle of them. But, it might be Gallup one week. Shoot, it could be Jalen Tolbert one week, but it could be Brandon Cooks one week, could be the tight end, could be Ferguson one week. But the constant appears to be CeeDee Lamb, right? And then, it's going to be up and down as to who gets it from the other guys. But, yeah, Brandon Cooks played great, and one more guy for defenses to account for.
Thank you, Babe. Fantastic as always. Babe Laufenberg here every Thursday at this time on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan, brought to you by Johnson Fitness and Wellness Home Fitness Equipment Stores. Breaking news in the American League West, and the Rangers may be able to break out of this TV deal sooner than we thought. Plus, you're going to want to break through that wall when you hear Ron Washington from yesterday. And if you want Shohei, you better keep your mouth shut. Final hour, Sean and RJ next. But let me go ahead and
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Peyton's fist pumping already. I mean, he was fist pumping before we even got
Early
in.
fist,
Look
baby.
at this.
He's ready to get to a Friday and the weekend as quickly as possible. It is final hour fist pump time, the Thursday edition of Sean and RJ. Bobby Belt out the rest of the week. We got Ryan in the back setting us up live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Patrick Walker, DallasCowboys.com coming up at 9:20. The return of Michael Bassic from vacation at 9:40 here on your home of the Cowboys and Rangers. And the news has broken. It is official. The Oakland Athletics are heading to Las Vegas. It's over and done. Unanimous approval for relocation. The Oakland A's will officially become the Las Vegas A's.
Man, sports leagues acted like Las Vegas did not exist for decades. And the Golden Knights go in there, and that's a great environment. I went there last year. We're going to go there for the Super Bowl. We're going to go to a game. We got us tickets already. It's fantastic. It's one of the best environments in sports. And the Raiders go there, got a great looking stadium. And now the A's might be in position. Now, if the original plans are still there, where they're going to build it over the Tropicana Hotel, which is right across the street from the MGM Grand and like New York and stuff like that. It's a good spot.
So what type of fans are Vegas fans? Because I'm like having a hard time thinking it's not just a bunch of tourists who wouldn't be loud for their team.
I mean, there's a lot of tourists that go. There's a lot of tourists that go to the games, but I mean, that's a big city now. I mean, there's a lot of people that live there. They were pretty good. That Vegas crowd was a pretty good for the Golden Knights game. That's a pretty good crowd. Now, again, they were the first team, right? So like everybody in town kind of latched on, and they were good early.
Yes,
they were good really, really early. So that played into it. The Oakland A's haven't been good very much. I mean, they've been competitive, right? They've had competitive teams, but then they haven't been championship teams.
Speaking of the American League West, gosh, I got in my feels yesterday, just reminiscing. I was like, Michael Bassic, come here, come in here. Mikey B has returned, the first one in, rolling in with the coffee right back from vacation. While Michael gets settled, I was in my iPad Wolverine feels looking at Ron Washington's press conference, which we'll play in a second. Welcome back.
Buenos dias.
How's Cabo?
Oh,
you don't look
muy bueno.
Muy bueno?
Claro que sí.
Ah, very nice.
You don't look tan that much.
Oh, really?
You don't look that tan. Did you love?
We were at the pool quite a bit, but I was SPF.
Yeah.
I was 50ing it a lot.
Yeah, that's
like at this
5-0
point,
or 1-5?
5-0.
Okay, that's high, right?
Yeah,
it's high, but it's in Mexico. You got to reapply.
At this point in my life, getting tan is not a key part of my life.
Right.
Not getting skin cancer is a key part of my life.
True.
Did you rock a hat?
Yeah, I had a Cowboys bucket hat and I had a Hurtado's hat. So I had like a hat like you guys are wearing, but I also had a bucket to try to at times keep sun off of my neck and ears.
Did you drink your money's worth?
God.
And how?
I don't want to drink. I really like.
You're not a drinker.
No. And so there are people that probably drank way more than us, but I felt like I just can't imagine drinking more than I drank.
What's your drinking choice?
So at the end, I felt like at the end of our stay, I figured my pull drink out, but Sue's like, I'm going to get all the ingredients so we can make this at home. It's obviously a frozen mixed drink, but it was like coconut milk, rum, avocado. Like blended in. And then I felt like there was some sort of like lemon or lime, a citrusy aspect to it, but Sue was like, oh, I'm not sure. I was like, we should have.
Well, it's not a pina colada.
No, it wasn't, because I had pina coladas. Obviously, a pina colada is white. This obviously was green, and I know that there was avocado in it, because at first when Sue ordered it, I was like, I'm not so sure about like how, but the avocado just made it kind of creamy. It didn't make it avocado flavored.
Did you like black out one night, or the most
hammered
you got?
I was responsible with my drinking.
Good.
Where at night, usually I would have wine. I'll tell you what I think tastes like poison, but my wife likes. I just think it's poison, and she knows that I don't like it. Is mezcal. So
yeah.
I think it's horrible.
I
She
agree.
likes the smokiness of it,
peaty.
but to me it tastes like straight poison. So anything that had mezcal in it as the tequila, I was just like, I can't. I understand that people like this. I'm not saying it. I just don't like that taste at all. It tastes like poison or nail polish remover to me.
How many times did you leave the resort to like do
Zero.
activities? Ooh.
Yeah, we love the resort.
Place is worth the hype with the food.
I really feel like it. Yeah, in fact,
What's the name of it?
It's called Grand Vilas, which they have plenty of those. They have them in, I think, Cancun, Puerto Vallarta, like other places. I've stayed
there before. They're amazing.
But it was great. They had.
Was that the place that was shutting down when you went?
Sue asked me that. I was like, they had to shut down though during like
COVID,
March.
No, they were like, this place was like folding up. Like,
oh yeah, no, that's different. I went to Grand Vilas. I went to the Puerto Vallarta one. That was right. I went to my honeymoon there. The one in East La Mujeres, which is like an island east of Cancun. It was a palace or something. They were shutting down.
Okay.
The day we left, they closed their doors.
Were you miserable leaving? Like you're walking back into the building today miserable?
No, I felt like I told Sue, I was like, I could definitely do one more night. Like as we were leaving yesterday, getting prepared, I was like, I could definitely do one more day at the pool, but I was so drank out. I'm just not a huge alcohol drinker. I was like, I don't know if I could do this anymore, like keep drinking this much alcohol. But they have 5 major restaurants on the campus. They have a 6th one that's more of your buffet. That obviously that is running pretty much not 24/7, but pretty much from like, let's say 6 a.m. to 11 p.m. Where you can just keep getting food. But it was really fun. It was a great vacation.
And did you get all my Trevor Lawrence tweets?
I did.
Okay.
I don't know. Tweet. Didn't you text me or was it just a tweet? Okay.
No, I wasn't going to text
So yeah,
you.
I saw a tweet and maybe somebody like how I don't know. Obviously the game was actually on in Mexico, so I did see some of it.
Okay.
Yeah, it wasn't good.
All right, go say hi to Corey. Good to have you
But
back.
you know what? New York Giants, real quick. Obviously you guys are done talking about that. That might have been the worst team in the history of football with that quarterback, with Danny DeVito. That might have been the worst team in NFL history for that 1 week.
Did anyone recognize you or know you there?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Obviously, nobody came up to me.
All right.
So is that it?
That's it. Get out.
How close to the arch were you?
Not close.
Okay.
St. Louis?
No, the arch is at the far southwest corner of Cabo. Where like that, it's really cool.
That was San Lucas, and I was
San Lucas. Yeah,
I was not Jose.
Jose,
yeah, I think it's San Jose.
San Jose.
Yeah.
All right, Mikey, good to have you back.
San Jose del Cabo.
Ron.
Buenos dias.
Ron Washington yesterday, Angels introductory press conference with the quote and audio that went viral.
Once we get things together and we get these guys together in spring training and start to work, our whole focus is going to be to run the West down. And you can take that to the bank and deposit it.
So that was audio clip number 1. Then Wash went into a little bit more detail that reminded everyone why he is so beloved, not just in DFW, but all of baseball.
God put me back in this position. Yes, I'm 71 years old. I still can think. I still love the game of baseball. I still love making a difference. And because of that, here I am. And because of Artie Moreno and because of Perry Manassian, here I am sitting as the manager of the Los Angeles Angels, and I couldn't be happier. And if I can give any advice to anyone out there, just because you lose a job doesn't mean that you couldn't do the job. You got to keep yourself relevant. And the way you stay relevant is continuing to make a difference. And I've been making a difference. And here I am. Now I'm about to make a difference for the Los Angeles Angels.
Bam! So there it is. I was totally captivated. The guy is so naturally genuine, likable. He even did a TikTok I almost sent Peyton, but then I'm like, what am I going to send? 3? Well,
That's the way baseball goes.
Send the entire press conference. He was like talking about having the fans come out there and how he's going to get the Angels back on top and how he remembers how it was back in the day. And I was like, gosh, I love this man so much, like everyone, of course, everyone else does here in DFW. So that's Wash saying hi to the Angel fans. And Choppy, the word has come out that there better not be no word coming out when it comes to Shohei Otani and what he wants to do in free agency.
Dude, they have told Jeff Passan, keep your mouth shut. Keep your mouths shut. Do not speak on what you have, whether we've had a meeting, whether we haven't had a meeting, where the meeting was. This is going to be a skeleton crew. So basically what's going to happen is if Shohei Otani, when he meets the Rangers, he's basically meeting just Chris Young and Bruce Bochy. Now, there may be other people involved, but they're essentially saying we don't want anyone to have any suspicions in the organization that you guys are actually meeting with us. We want nobody to know anything. So that presentation, I mean, it may be literally Ray Davis, Young, Bochy, maybe one other person. They won't tell you they won't even tell their staff where they're going. We're not even going to lunch. We're just out of the office today.
This is like when teams set up like fake rumors in the building and they want to see if it gets leaked, and you tell one or two people, and then it's them.
You know
it gets out to the insiders of the world.
Absolutely. So
and we're desperate here. I mean, we're not desperate, but we're trying to find any which way to spin this as positive Ranger news.
Listen, the hardest thing in the world to do is keep the title together. To do it again. I mean, doing it again is harder than winning it in the first place. Like, you've got to keep all these guys. You got to manage egos. You've got to manage people who are. What happens when you win? Everybody gets poached. You're a role player.
Pat Riley.
We want Mitch Garver on our team. Mitch Garver was an afterthought 2 years ago.
Yeah.
Mitch Garver is a champion now. Oh, we want Mitch.
Right.
We want this guy. We want that guy. So you got to worry about that.
But why do you think that this hush factor could be beneficial to us, this gag order?
Because we are not New York. We are not L.A. You think you can keep secrets about players in New York and L.A. with the paparazzi and the media? I mean, what Derek Jeter was able to do and not have his personal life all over the news was sort of a miracle. That's not going to happen in social media world. With all the media that's there in New York and L.A., man, if Shohei really wants to hide from it and he wants to keep things a secret, there are two places. He goes to Seattle or he comes here. Those are the bigger markets that are on him. Atlanta, too. Right, you could probably hide. You could hide. And it's hard to hide with the champs, but comparatively speaking, you can't hide when you play for the Yankees. You can't hide when you play for the Dodgers. You just can't. There's no hiding at all. So I think that's a selling point. If he wants to just be about baseball, it's not just about baseball. It's not just about football when you play for the Cowboys. It's not just about baseball when you play for the Yankees. And it's not just about baseball when you play for the Dodgers. Like, there are things that go into that don't go into it here. Or Seattle or Atlanta.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I think it's a selling point.
My Kyrie theory, if you really don't want to be bothered by the media, play for the Mavericks. If you don't want everyone picking apart your Instagram stories, play here. You're safe. You'll be protected. Same thing applies for Shohei Otani if he wants maximum protection and privacy. I don't know how many irritating stories there were in L.A. with the media there, the paparazzi, when he was an Angel. I didn't hear of too many, but it'll be even quieter over here in DFW. All right, Patrick Walker, DallasCowboys.com will preview the Panthers, and this all-time Cowboy villain, this all-time enemy, finally admits to something that all the Tolos already knew. The audio to prove it on the Home of America's team is next. DallasCowboys.com in just a second. But yesterday, I had to give some props to all-time fake Cowboy villain Stephen A. Smith for finally admitting on national TV what all of us at the station know and every single Tolo that is listened to the home of the Dallas Cowboys on the radio, what you always knew. But finally, Stephen A. admitted it. And we kind of talked about this on Tuesday with Patrick. Josh Allen criticism versus Dak Prescott criticism. Dallas Cowboys heat versus Buffalo Bills heat. And Stephen A. finally read the secret ingredients.
Who says that Josh Allen isn't being criticized as much as Dak Prescott? You want me to tell you what the real problem is? We have criticized him. The man has thrown 94 interceptions in the 87 regular season games since his rookie year. We have. Here's the difference. No one cares.
Nobody cares.
That's the point.
It's not the Cowboys.
This is the part that everybody misses. If you talk about Dak, it provokes dialogue. If you talk about Josh Allen, okay.
It's just the Bills fans. It's just the Bills fans.
It's Bills Mafia.
That's it.
Outside of that, that's it. That is the difference.
Yep.
And this is the problem. Even the Cowboys get lost in all of this. Listen, Micah Parsons, give them the same energy. Stop. We have given them the same energy. No one cared. So we moved on. Stop whining and moaning all the damn time. They're talking about you because you're popular.
So that was Stephen A. Smith yesterday saying, it's different coverage because one matters and one doesn't.
As the kids say, Hundo P, man. 100%. That's exactly what it is.
Are they still saying Hundo P?
Oh, yeah. Big time. The Bills don't matter. Like, they don't. They don't matter at all, and that's the problem.
Patrick Walker, DallasCowboys.com. Brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort. Proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. Patrick, good morning. How are you?
Doing well, brothers. How are y'all?
Good, thank you. We've moved on from the New York Giants drama and mess to the same or worse in Carolina with this game on Sunday. What's going on over there?
It's definitely not the same. I mean, they're spiraling similarly to what the Giants are doing, but the 1-8 record for the Carolina Panthers is kind of deceiving. It's lopsided in that way because their offense is in shambles, and Bryce Young doesn't have the protection up front. He's not seeing the field. He's not reading things well. And then, of course, the play calling was questionable. But their defense quietly has been playing above par for the most part. I mean, their passing defense is 6th ranked in the entire NFL, and that's not a coincidence. I mean, they play hard. The problem is again, the offense doesn't play well. So what happens when you can't convert third downs? Your defense, although they might be solid, they might be good, eventually they get gassed, they get beat down, and then you start allowing chunk plays. So, I mean, that's the formula for the Cowboys offensively against this defense. But I'll say it as I say it every week. Don't overlook a team, and this Panthers team is actually not as bad as the Giants team. And then there's the plot twist of now Frank Reich is going to start calling plays effective this week because, of course, it's against the Cowboys, right? Of course. So, go in there and with the same energy that you went in against the New York Giants and try to blow this team out, especially being that you're on the road and you've not played very well on the road, not nearly as well as you played at home.
Who do you worry about in that team?
Well, it's easy to say, at a certain point, Bryce Young is going to get it together. And I believe that he will. I don't believe he'll get it together against this defense and Dan Quinn, as particularly because he doesn't do well against the blitz. He doesn't do well under pressure. The numbers bear that out. He doesn't read zone coverage well at all. The Bears last game threw zone coverage at him almost 90% of the time. Almost 90% of the time, he had 3 interceptions and 2 pick sixes. He's mobile as hell. You saw that from Alabama, but he doesn't like to run. He wants to throw the ball, so he holds the ball too long, but he doesn't have the protection to hold the ball that long. So all of that works in the Cowboys' favor. But what I would say, RJ, is Miles Sanders on that Carolina offense because, and you say, you know why? Because Miles Sanders and the Cowboys are very familiar with each other from his time with the Philadelphia Eagles. So he will get himself up mentally like he has not at all this season to play against the Cowboys and try to help the Panthers shock the world, because if there's one thing that Miles Sanders wants to accomplish this season, if it's nothing else, it's he wants that bragging right to say, hey, even in a different uniform, I had a big game against the Dallas Cowboys. So There's not one particular guy that stands out on the defensive side. They kind of play well as a unit. But offensively, I think the Maverick, the wild card, is Miles Sanders. So I'm looking at Marquise Bell and telling him, hey, what you did to Austin Eckler and what we saw you help do to Saquon Barkley, you need to do that again to Miles Sanders. Help stop a rushing attack that is, for the most part, non-existent unless you let Miles Sanders get going.
And is Adam Thielen having a little bit of a resurgence?
Still a good football player. One of the best receiving tight ends we've seen in this generation, but he's on the other side of the event horizon for me. You definitely want to make sure that you play effective defense against him, but this isn't the Adam Thielen that terrorized opposing defenses in his time in Minnesota. He's just not that guy anymore. So I'm fully confident that, between Jaron Kearse and the safety unit, nickel corners, Jordan, I'm fully confident that they can contain Adam Thielen. And the fact that an aging and sundowning Adam Thielen is their leading receiver tells you just how much they're struggling as far as wide receivers are concerned, making big plays. And Bryce Young, he's kind of adverse to throwing down the field as well. Most of his throws come flat routes, slants, and not even a lot of slants. He's really just not looking down the field. He doesn't have trust in his receivers. He has trust in Thielen, but Thielen's not going to break the game open. If you lose because Thielen went for 150 yards and 3 touchdowns, then you deserve to lose that game.
Patrick Walker on the Boomer Jacks Bar and Grill Hotline every Thursday here on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. Did I see you tweet that you think that Leighton Vander Esch could maybe have a coaching future?
I believe that 100%. Now, obviously, we'll see how it plays out with the future of his NFL career. He's not coming back this season, which I think is the wise move. And I don't want to make a decision for him, but I will say my opinion on the matter is that for the quality of life and for his loved ones, I think that he should go ahead and call it a career because it's not his first, second, or even his third issue that he's had with his neck. He has spinal fusion back there as well. So at a certain point, it just becomes too dangerous. And the worst case scenario is terrifying for him if he comes back and suffers another neck injury. Much like in Santa Clara when he went down and we saw the fashion in which he went down, all of us had a collective gasp and all of us were afraid for him. So we don't want that for him going forward. So, when the time comes, he'll make the decision. But if he decides to hang it up, be it 2024 or later, he will 100% have coaching in his future. This is a guy that other players will run through a wall for. And you just get the sense of that just walking around the Cowboys locker room talking about the loss of Leighton Vander Esch from Damone Clark, who he took under his wing, to Rashaan Evans, who just got there, and already Leighton's mentorship has permeated into Rashaan Evans, Marquise Bell. So, yeah, Leighton Vander Esch 100% will be a coach at some level at some point. And it'd be fun if before he got there, he and Sean Lee kind of linked up and opened a linebackers clinic. And they turn out some all-pros, I believe, because who wouldn't sign up for that?
Patrick, do the Cowboys have I don't want to say a road problem, but a grass field problem?
Grass field problem. That's always going to be a fun conversation considering AT&T Stadium is on turf and most outdoor stadiums are on grass. And they're 0-3 this season on grass. So I definitely see what you mean there, but I guess you have to kind of correlate it with who were they playing when they were on grass. And, of course, one of those teams was the San Francisco 49ers, right? Another one of those teams was the Philadelphia Eagles, a game that they could have won on grass. So I wonder if it's more so the competition, the level of competition that happened to be playing them on grass. But and keep in mind, they practice on grass. 99.9% of the time they're practicing on grass at the Star in Frisco. They very rarely go indoors unless it's either too windy for Brandon Aubrey to get his kicks off, or it's just, inclement weather. But other than that, they are on grass. So being that they practice on grass nearly every day, I'm not of the mindset to allow them the excuse of having an 0-3 record on grass. I would point more so at who they played and what happened in that game versus looking down at the at the planet and saying, this is your problem, this is your fault, because then that just makes us Eagles fans now, doesn't it?
Thank you, Patrick. Fantastic. We'll do it again next week.
Yes, sir. Talk to you guys soon.
Patrick Walker at Voice of the Star, DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort. Proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. I'm actually excited for a primetime game. Do you know who's playing?
Hang on.
Yes.
Give me, is it intra-division or intra-conference?
Yes, intra-division.
So it's a division game. Okay.
That's what intra means.
Intra or inter? It's intra-division. Okay.
Intra.
All right. Is it? No, that wouldn't be intra-division. I got no idea.
Why did you make me?
I was trying to think.
Why did you make me pause and wait?
I was trying to think.
Go ahead, Peyton.
Ravens, Bengals.
Ravens, Bengals tonight in Baltimore. Now that could finally be fun. I got the latest Vegas odds on the favorite to win the Super Bowl. Who do y'all think it is? Pepe, you can guess as well. Super Bowl favorite.
Philly.
No.
Chiefs.
And?
San Fran.
San Fran is back. Just like our power rankings. Kansas City and San Fran are both 5-1. Then Philly. Then?
Cowboys.
No.
Baltimore.
Yes. Then the Cowboys. Cowboys are 10-1. If you're interested in dropping a few bucks. Then all these teams are tied. Cincy, Detroit, Miami, Buffalo, and Jacksonville are 22-1.
Those are all 22-1?
22-1 for Buffalo and Jacksonville. Cincy, Detroit, and Miami are 12-1. NFC East odds. How heavy are the Eagles favored? They're 2-11. The Cowboys are 3-1. MVP. Who is it?
Did we just talk about this? We had this the other day.
We did, but these are new. These are fresh.
These are fresh.
I'm going to stick with Mahomes.
No.
Not Mahomes.
New leader in the clubhouse.
Is it Dak Prescott?
No.
Jalen Hurts.
It is Jalen Hurts. 3-1. Then Mahomes.
Oh boy, I bet you that makes. I'm gonna make Bobby's heart pound.
Yeah. Then Mahomes, Lamar, Tua, Stroud. Stroud was off the board since September 12th. He's back on the board at 12-1. Then Burrow, Purdy, McCaffrey, Goff, Dak. I'm going to give you Dak's trajectory throughout the season. October 10th, 40-1 odds. October 17th, 50-1. 50-1, October 24th. 50-1, November 7th. He's jumped to 28-1. So Dak went from 50-1 to 28-1.
What would it be, his fifth year?
Yeah. So I mean, that's still good for great value.
And
like, then if you look at the trajectory he is on, there's going to be real call for that. Now, is he over scrutinized to the point where he'll never be able to win? Because he's talked about so much.
Nah.
Every down thing is magnified.
And then poor Tyreek, my guy, at 50-1. 50-1 value. Some value right there for Tyreek Hill. McCaffrey, the only other non-positional player at 18-1. We'll tell you how you may not have to wait too long to finally watch the Rangers on TV, even though we have them right here for you on the radio. The return of Mike Bassic and a full crosstalk with KMC after this.
Let's get you over to the greatness of Diamonds.
Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fans segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet is racing to finish this year #1 in America. They're leading the way in an unheard of 400 Silverados with their best Black Friday savings all month long. Shop them all today at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
Crosstalk time with the KMC Masterpiece with Corey Majors, Mike Bassic,
Say what
and
you just said again.
a very stunned Kevin Hagelin. And we were stunned to see your son in here this morning.
Yes, so my wife is...
He's real.
Muy bonita.
Bonito. That is true.
Bonito.
She is doing hero's work by picking up more Peace-a-thon stuff today because we're going to have the most stuff ever. And yeah, she was grabbing a couple of autographed Mike Bassic baseballs to take over to a great shop in Bedford, and they're going to be giving us a whole bunch of stuff. So awesome people out in the world. Plus, we just got stuff from Whataburger.
Nice. Welcome back, Mikey B.
What kind of pie is that out there?
It's been there for
I wouldn't eat it.
a couple days.
It was good yesterday.
I'm glad you guys said that.
Yeah. What is it, sweet potato or pumpkin?
I couldn't tell.
I think it's pumpkin.
Okay.
And it was good. I had a small slice of that one and the one in the fridge. I think that one, is it key lime or something?
Key lime.
Yeah, but they're both really good.
Do you know anybody that pronounces the second P in pumpkin?
Pumpkin. Yeah, that's... Did I say it's not pumpkin? I hate people that say that. Come on, you're not 4 anymore. Grow up and pronounce it right. I did appreciate though, Chop. I did appreciate your take on milk. You're right. Adults don't need milk.
No.
Our bones are they're fully developed.
Right.
We don't need to drink milk anymore.
You don't drink milk
doesn't
out
even
of
taste
principle?
good.
I mean, I don't drink milk because it doesn't taste good. I'm not a child. You know, if I want, you know.
You eat cereal?
If I eat cereal, I eat it dry out of the box, handfuls out of the box.
That's too far.
Just handfuls.
Corey's on your side. Now he's like,
No, I don't pour it into a bowl and then eat it with a spoon dry. I just grab handfuls out of the box.
This is for Sean because you obviously work with Choppy 5 hours a day.
Yeah.
You ever feel like he goes over the top on like milk and then he's like, nope, don't even put it on cereal? Like, I don't know. Like, I feel like, all right, I thought that was a valid question because I think milk is good with certain things, right? Drinking a milkshake, obviously there's milk and ice cream and other ingredients.
That's not
in
just
there.
a glass of
But
milk.
I know
It's not a glass
of milk. And neither is cereal, just putting milk in there. It's not just drinking milk. It's now using the milk as the combination that it was made for. Cereal was made for milk. Like literally... That's what they made it for, and you're like, no.
I get it, but part of the issue is a couple things. One, I mean, I don't want to have to do 2 things of dishes now, spoon and the bowl.
Hold on.
And the setup.
The spoon is your breaking point?
The setup. I don't want to have to do that, so it's just easier. I'm not looking for an entire bowl. I'm looking just to grab the box out of the pantry, which, by the way, I never eat cereal. Like, literally ever. But if I do, I'm just grabbing the box. It's a snack. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. I'm hungry. I want to cook. It's like eating beef jerky.
And what is it? What honey?
Cheerios.
Yeah, honey Cheerios.
I couldn't even tell you what I would have right now.
What do you mean you couldn't tell?
I've literally haven't bought cereal in 15 years.
You have kids.
So
they never ate cereal.
So going back to the answer
they
to
would
the
eat
question,
Fruit Loops.
do you eat cereal, would have been no.
The answer would be no, but if I do eat it, you know, like, yeah, my kids would eat Fruit Loops, so I would get like those, the bowls, the individual bowls.
Yes. Yeah.
And then those things, I mean, you just sit there and drink them like, you just drink the bowl.
Then you could just throw it away.
You just throw it away.
If we had to make a movie called Being John Malkovich, but we take out John Malkovich, which obviously that was not a documentary about his brain.
Correct.
But if we had to do that, if we had to make a movie about being, and then it was a fan host, and they did an hour and 45-minute to 2-hour movie on being inside that person's brain, whose brain would you want it to be?
I'm very split between the two people presently having this conversation, right?
Mike?
Because I think about Choppy and going, I would love to be inside his brain and when he comes up with these concepts.
I've always said it's Larry David's fault. If I could wipe him off the face of the earth, I would have. If he never could have existed, then RJ would never have existed. It's Larry David's fault. It is.
Dun, 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 dun.
Corey, what's coming up?
My buddy's an idiot at 11 o'clock. Will we put Choppy in there for the cereal take?
And then there's
I think
a lot
it's
of
a milk take.
Yeah, well, the milk take I think he's dead on with that. You're an adult, you don't need it. Kids need milk though to grow their bones. We also get into the new Bally's conversation that's popped up right out of the gate, and then the C block today.
All together, maybe.
Poor Mike.
I honestly need to call people. Nobody has reached out to me, so I have no new information. But I'm excited to hear what the information is.
Mike has some really good, interesting stuff on Otani for Baseball Nuggets today, and I think I'm about to lose my mind.
Up in
the
here.
C block,
Up
we will have a
in here.
conversation about what's going on in my world that has me
Because you're single at home,
I think so,
bachelor
man.
life.
Like yesterday, I sent a pizza up to the station instead
heard.
of my house.
Oh yeah, the first time ever that Brian brought us had stuffed crust pizza.
Yeah.
But that was not intended for him?
Oh, I went into the app. I
it
guess
was nice.
during the World Series, remember I ordered those
Yes,
pizzas and had them up
yes.
here. And I guess I never changed my
address.
Yeah, the address. And so my kids are waiting for dinner. I got to go do Cowboys hour. So that's one small thing.
So that pizza was intended to go to your house for the kids. It came up here to Broadus.
Yeah, and I
thought that was just a nice gesture.
The guy messaged me. He calls me and he's like, "Hey, you're on the 11th floor, right?" And I was like, "No, I have a 1-story house. What are you talking about?" And I went, "Son of a bee."
Oh my!
And he goes, "Well, what do you want me to do with this?" And I was like, "Just take it up to the 11th floor and give it to those guys." And he called me back. Doors are locked. What do I do? I said, just leave it on the floor. Leave it on the floor. I'm going to call somebody. Carter Freeman was here. Chiafalo was all over it. So, and then eventually the kids got their dinner. But that's one thing in the last 3 days. What's that? What'd you say?
Claire OKC.
So yeah, I'm losing.
When you order something, that seems to be the response.
I'm losing my mind right now.
Can you imagine being a single parent? From the beginning?
Yeah, I can. Actually,
Kevin
as a matter of
was.
fact.
Yeah, I can.
I can imagine.
Oh, what about a single parent of three,
with
Kevin?
With
what about
full
three?
kid custody?
No,
I'm not giving you total points if you have
Most kid
custody.
custody, but it was only one. 3? No chance.
Yeah, I'm losing my mind here. So there's a few more things to add to. I'm forgetting things. I'm losing it. So we'll get to it at one.
And that's the thing. Like, I know you're with your wife because you're in love and everything like that. But I would just stay with 3 kids. I would be like, no, we're not doing this apart.
Yeah.
We made this deal together.
Yeah, 50% of the time that I'm supposed to be with the kids, I'm rocking about 20 to 30%, right?
Okay.
Of that 50% that I'm supposed to commit. If it was 100% of the time, I would be screwed,
So you guys are going to do Bally out the gate, 10 o'clock.
Yep.
Okay.
Well, thanks for ruining our segment. There.
Yeah. Well, they let us ruin enough of theirs. Draymond.
Good point.
How did you feel about 5 games for Draymond Green?
Seems a little light.
Did you see what he did yet?
Yeah, I saw it.
Okay.
They had American TV. I saw the Cowboys game. I'll be honest with the Cowboys game. My wife was very nice on that Sunday. It's like, hey, I think the Cowboy game is going to be on here. And it was. And so we went to like a bar instead of staying at the pool. And then at halftime, I'm like, we can go back to the pool.
Yeah.
This is the worst team I've ever seen in the history of football. I'm glad the Cowboys won and took advantage of it. But I don't know if I've ever seen a worse half of football than what the Giants produced that first half.
How about Derek Lively and Derek Jones Jr. last night?
When are we talking Mavs?
Second segment, 10:20.
Okay, I don't want to talk about it. No. I think Derek Jones Jr. is so interesting to me. First of all, Derek Lively is exceeding expectations. I'm probably even by the Mavericks' expectations after drafting him, way exceeding mine.
He scored more points last night than I thought he had all year.
He had 13 points as a career high at Duke. Now, I only know he played 1 year, so you could say a season high. So, I mean, that was more points than he ever scored in a Duke basketball game. But watching Derek Jones Jr. is so interesting to me because multiple franchises have had him and thought, we can use him. And I don't know if it took 20 games into a season, 30 games into a season. Everybody gave up on him. Pat Riley gave up on him. Eric Spoelstra gave up on him. I mean, that's considered one of the best franchises run and then being able to kind of pick out talent and stuff like that. I don't like saying that about the Heat, but it's facts. And they couldn't figure out how to use Derek Jones Jr. They gave up on him. Obviously, like the Bulls, you knew him. Like they gave up on him. Other teams gave up on him. Like, dude, we see the athleticism, but he can't play NBA basketball. And the Mavericks, through 11 games, have figured out how to use this athlete that dozens of coaches, dozens of general managers have said, I think he's good at basketball, but when he gets on the court, he's not.
I was skeptical. My older son, Brandon, goes, you're getting a good one. And I was like, are we? But he was confident in Derek Jones Jr., and here we are.
Yeah, Lively, we discussed this yesterday in the conversation of, like, what can he be down the road? Are they undefeated when he's playing? I mean, is that right?
Well, he scores 10.
When he
right?
scores 10, they're undefeated. So let's keep that thing rolling right there. Let's keep him scoring 10 points.
Just give him 10. Just give the first 10 possessions.
Yeah,
all to him.
Yeah, and just
then
get
you
this
know
thing
you're gonna
straight.
win.
You know you're
right?
going to win. Yeah,
Absolutely.
but it's fun to watch him come in here and work. You know, like Tyson Chandler and him get going. He starts putting some weight on his body. What can he be later down the road is really what I'm most interested in for Derek Lively.
Kevin, because you watched a lot of Duke games. I watched a lot of highlights of him as it was headed towards the draft, and you started here, and the Mavs were very interested, and I watched him around the basket on his Duke games, and it was not good. Yes, he could dunk a basketball. Yeah, he's 7'1" and athletic. He can dunk a basketball. But literally, like, around the basket with a little bit of pressure, it was like just off the backboard. Hitting rim seemed to be success at Duke.
And that's why I thought.
And now he has this, 1 year later, he seems to have really nice touch around the basket that it doesn't have to be a dunk.
I think one of the reasons for that is if you saw, like, he did get better in the second half of the college season. I realized it wasn't where we thought he would be because he was one of the top 5 prospects in the country, depending on which service you go by. But it did get better as the season went along. So I was hopeful that trend continued, and it's been phenomenal.
My biggest concern with him is he got bullied by a Euro.
And he can, because he is still really slender, and that's fair.
Euro was like 25 years old, so like that whole Tennessee team was like 25.
And I thought Devin Harris did a good job last night of explaining, like, one of the major issues that you'll see against the Washington Wizards is they're small. They play small ball, and I feel like Derek Lively, he's doing a great job of taking advantage of those situations. And I think Jason Kidd, I'm going to give him all the credit. I thought he did a great job his rookie year or first year coaching the Mavs. Horrible job last year. Thought a fireable offense on how bad he coached last year. And now he's back to being this really good coach that is seeing rotations. He's seeing certain advantages and matchups. So I'm very pro Jason Kidd this year on how he's coaching this team and how he's using Derek Lively too, in that when they played Denver, right? They got blown out, and Denver's the best team in the NBA, I think, by far. And Jokic, I think, has elevated himself to, I don't think there's a question now. There's not even a question with Giannis or Embiid or Luka. There's no question. Jokic is the best by far now. And it was like Jason Kidd knew, like, this is too much for him to handle at this point. I'm not really going to play him much in this game because physically, education-wise, on the court, like, this isn't a good matchup, but he's really used Lively well in the matchups that he believes he can take advantage of.
We're back tomorrow morning with Mike McCarthy on the morning show. Mikey Bassic is back with KMC next on The Fan.
exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD FM and HD1 Dallas Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan, as has been the case all week. You got me, Kevin Hagelin, Corey Majors, Alec Medford, but returning today from Cabo, it is in fact Mike Bassic.
Buenos dias.
Hello, Michael.
Hola.
How many words?
I know a lot of Spanish words. I don't know.
Most of the texts we got you were like the same 2 to 3 words.
Buenos tardes.
Yes.
Every time.
Yes, buenos noches. I felt like, every time we would walk by somebody, that's what they would always say. So you'd reply back like, buenos dias, buenos tardes, buenos noches. So and then I was pretty sure, like, when you would order something and the waiter or waitress would say, Claro que sí, they're pretty much saying, I clearly understand.
Yeah.
And so I just wanted to confirm with Sue, because she obviously has to talk Spanish quite a bit, being a pediatrician in Dallas.
Yep.
So she understands Spanish pretty well, doesn't speak it well, but she understands quite a bit of it. But I just know words.
Same.
I mean,
I'm right there. Like I know how to communicate to a kitchen staff. Whenever I was working in the
Vámonos.
Yeah, lots. Well, I mean, yeah,
Let's
but
go.
yes. And I know just enough to be able to have get what I need if I need something.
I do know words that I can't say on the air.
I appreciate
if you
that
hit
you
a
will
ground
not.
ball to the shortstop or
Yes.
a guy strikes you out. I do know 2 very common words that Spanish-speaking people use when they do not like their at-bat.
Thank you very much for not repeating those things. And unfortunately, I hope you don't repeat any of those words now, because we have more Bally's information.
All right.
Now, Corey, I feel like we've been at the forefront of this story.
Yes.
As everyone yesterday talked about the thing that we talked about last week.
Yes.
Here is the latest update. So Bally's is getting out of all sports business within the next year. We already knew about Major League Baseball. We talked about that last week. But the thing that's really interesting is I keep saying Bally, but it's really Diamond Sports Group. But for the purposes of our
Maybe
Metroplex,
like saying we're the Fan,
Yes.
but we're really Odyssey.
Yes.
Okay. And then Johnson & Johnson owns that or something? Isn't that how it
Probably.
Okay, all right.
I actually don't know how it goes up the
I
corporate
think Johnson
chain
& Johnson
from there.
owns most of the world.
That's
so.
the shot that Kevin got, right? Because he didn't want to get 2 shots or something.
Correct. I
Right.
wanted the easiest, laziest way to go. So Diamond Sports has already reached an agreement with the NBA, all right? Much like the baseball agreement about how they'll ditch after next season.
Oh, really?
After the next season, right?
So they have this year and next year.
I think
That's the way you just.
Yeah.
That's the way
So
I
the Mavs
understood
will
what
be
you
free to
said.
run after next year.
Ooh, actually, you know what? Let me take that a step back. I believe this season, since I said next season, but it all goes into 2024. 2024 is the end for all of it.
Gotcha.
So they'll be done with the NBA. And then tomorrow, it's expected that they'll reach that same settlement with the NHL.
Okay.
All right. So MLB, NBA, NHL done. So at the conclusion of the current NBA and NHL, and then next Major League Baseball seasons, they're done.
So next June?
Yes.
End of June? Okay.
June for those two, and then October for Major League Baseball. But
You mean after the Rangers win the World Series next year?
True,
Gotcha.
but maybe not for Bally, not for the Rangers.
Gotcha.
They're definitely winning the World Series.
Thank you.
Here's the interesting part about this is at the hearing yesterday, the Rangers even had an attorney there because they don't like this deal.
The Hammer?
That I don't know if it was the Texas Hammer. I can't confirm, but I also cannot deny that. Frankel and Frankel makes a lot of sense.
That would be a smart decision, though.
Surely-
I think it's like a 3.
Yeah, surely one of those.
There's a third Frankel?
Yeah, well, it's Gene Burkett. He's fantastic.
Okay.
Surely one of those people was involved. But it goes a little something like this. So I was reading an article from The Athletic is they might cut 2 more teams because those teams don't want to take the deal presented. So essentially, the deal that's been presented is, hey, we're giving you a year's heads up, or 9 months heads up, whatever. And then you can shop otherwise or revert back to the league, who in baseball already said we'll give you at least 80%. but we need you to give us a little bit of a price break on this. And most everyone's like, well, we're going to have to take a price break wherever we go, probably. So let's just go ahead and take this price break, get the hell away from them after next year. Well, the Texas Rangers are one of the two baseball teams, I believe along with the Guardians, who have said, yeah, I don't know about that. I don't think I want to do that. So
I'm wondering this. Can I just ask a question here? I'm trying to Google this. I'm not finding it quickly. Is what year did they sign the long-term deal with? It was Fox Sports. They did not sign a long-term deal with Bally's.
Like 10 years ago?
Yeah, because I'm wondering, 10 years ago, think about how much more money there's been in television contracts over these last 10 years in all sports. So I'm wondering when you say every team's going to have to take less, I'm wondering if the Rangers are looking at it going, we're actually going to get more because our contract is old.
I think you're right. I think they are going to get more. I mean, take less just in terms of this season.
Right.
Because of what the Padres did is they were like, well, we'll revert back to MLB. And MLB said, hey, we'll get you at least 80%. And then they'll figure out a new system from there. But for the purposes of everybody who gets mad at Bally because they can't access it, they can't watch the Rangers, they might cut bait before this season even starts.
I'm sorry, can you revisit real quick? The Guardians, they don't want to get away from this?
No, they don't want to take a discount. So essentially, like,
yeah, okay,
they're going to the bankruptcy court.
They're kind of they took some money to, I think it was like $50 million to change their name from MLB. So like that makes sense. They're poor.
And I'm reading real quick. This is SI.com. This is June 14th, 2023. The Rangers originally signed a 20-year, $3 billion deal in 2010 with Fox Sports Southwest.
Okay, so they're still on the hook for another 6 to 7 years. So I think you're right. They're glad to get out of this. But here's the interesting thing from yesterday, and this is one of the Rangers' point of view. It's not just taking a discount. Listen to this from the lawyer for the Texas Rangers. Again, I don't know who that was. Quote, the statements that have been made that say the 2024 baseball season is going to be telecast in the full rights, the agreements are going to be offered. And that sounds great. But we need more than that. We need to have comfort of what's going to happen here as we get all the way through the season. So, the issue here for at least the Rangers, I'm not sure if the Guardians are in this exact same boat, is they don't believe Bally's when Bally's was in the bankruptcy hearing.
Makes sense.
Which makes sense. You're in a bankruptcy hearing. It's maybe tough to believe.
I would never believe them.
They don't believe that Bally's will carry it all the way through. They seem to think that Bally's is going to cut and run just like they did with the Padres. And you saw how MLB eventually had to handle that, but that is some chaos. Let's say you do have Bally and you're flipping on, oh, hey, the Rangers game is on. I'll watch it again tomorrow. And then all of a sudden, nope, it's gone forever.
Yeah.
Okay, well, where am I supposed to find it? Okay, well, we're working on getting it on MLB.com. Okay, when's that going to be? Well, hopefully in the next week. And it's also for the now defending world champions. And so the lawyer for the Texas Rangers does not believe that they can make that guarantee that they'll stay on all season. If that's the case for both the Guardians and more important for this conversation, the Rangers, Bally and Diamond Sports Group might cut bait before the season even starts. And if that's the case, let's say it happens in the next 3 months, you would have some time to at least get with Major League Baseball where perhaps they facilitate the Rangers broadcasting rights for a year or however that's going to work.
This is meaningful to me because obviously I have a job with Bally's getting to do the pre and post game before and after the Ranger games. But then I also know a lot of people. So here's my hope. I'm throwing out, I guess, personal stuff here. I'm hoping all my producers and just like Clark and Patrick seem to produce the most, I won't give last names, but they seem to produce the most Ranger games, I feel like, for Bally's. Like I'm hoping like all of these people, there's a lot of people behind the scenes that have a lot of jobs through Rangers/Bally's. They also do Mavericks and other sports too out of that building. I'm hoping, people like Dana Larson and John Radigan and Leslie McCaslin, and the list goes on and on. People that host Brian Ray, who I want to talk more stars with, right? I mean, like they are really fun to work with. They're good at their job. And I'm hoping that as this transitions, because obviously Bally's at best has one more year, and then the Rangers will take on another way of broadcasting their games through another channel or app or whatever it is. I'm just hoping, my hope is that not only me, but all of us get to go along with the next phase in watching Ranger games, that there's a pregame, there's a postgame, and that I hopefully get to be part of it with the people that I love working with.
Can I add one more?
Can I add my hope?
Sure.
Apple TV eventually just buys all of it.
I believe that could happen.
And then says, hey, we take baseball on, and Mike, then Apple has all the money. So they're like, yeah, let's do a 2-hour pregame show and also pay Mike more.
Just think, I mean, I support that as well, but just think about it right now. Is Apple $6.99 or $9.99 a month?
I think it's still $6.99, yeah.
Either way, that's a lot less, and in some cases, half or less than half than the Bally's app was charging. So hopefully people would be like, hey, I could save $10 per month by going this route to watch the Rangers.
And here's what I hope too. We've seen this, right? If you've ever watched a game on, I'm sorry, I'm saying NBC Sports, but it might, their Peacock app. I think that Washington Nationals game I didn't do. They had a minor pregame show, a minor postgame show, and we watched the Rangers' unbelievable playoff run. And we saw what a national broadcast does for a pregame show and somewhat a postgame show. It's not the same because they're not really covering your team. They don't really even know who's on your team. And so what I'm hoping is, if let's just say it's Apple, I'm just using that as an example. Corey brought up a very realistic possibility in Major League Baseball, that they just don't go, hey, we're just going to hire 15 people in New York that are kind of MLB Network people, but maybe not MLB Network people. We have our own people, but I'm just using this as an example. Dontrell Willis, who's done this. Dontrell Willis isn't following the Rangers at all. He has no clue who's on. Now, they have a much better idea now because they were in the playoffs and won the World Series. But during last year when Dontrell Willis had to talk about the Rangers, nothing against them, he's like, I'm not following the Rangers. They've been a horrible franchise for half a decade. I barely know who's on their team. I know the major players, Seager and Simeon. I have no clue who Nate Lowe is or Adolis Garcia or Leody Taveras. No clue. Evan Carter, never heard of the guy in my life. And you want me to give a detailed explanation of where Evan Carter came from and how he's helping the Rangers? Like, I just hope that it doesn't become that for Major League Baseball, because then I think baseball especially, I think you'll agree with this, is run so much by your local interest. It's not a national interest. And so if you just make it a national interest before the game and after the game, you lose your local ties to the team.
And this is where some of the issue comes in. I'm going to read a text and I'm going to go back to the court documents to just kind of hammer home that this is a real situation that is transpiring.
How did you get these court documents? This is amazing. Not only did you hear this story first on the KNC Masterpiece, but Kevin has court documents delivered by a courier, I suppose.
No.
Okay.
Not like that. Is from the 940. And this is the issue. I understand the sentiment 1,000,000%. How about getting back to broadcast television? Here's the issue with that. And this is just my opinion. There are too many streaming services out there, and you're eventually going to consolidate some of them.
Willing to bid on these things.
And what's going to be the advantage for the streaming services that do survive is they're going to have something different. If you can go, I don't really like the Apple TV shows, which is a mistake. They have a lot of good ones. But I love baseball. And that's why I'm getting it. That's a huge advantage for Apple. And they have 100%. More. The streaming networks have more money than the broadcast networks right now.
Here's what's tough for me, Corey. I don't know where you watch on Hulu, correct?
Fubo,
sorry. Is I do like this out of Bally's, and I know a lot of people hate Bally's, and I understand why. You have valid reasons for that. Is I do like that on one channel I have Stars, Mavericks, and Rangers. So
I know where to go.
If this changes, if Apple has baseball, if Peacock has basketball, if NBC would have hockey, now you're buying three different apps, and they're going to charge quite a bit of amount. It's probably going to cost you $10 a month at least to get your Ranger games, then $10 a month to get my Stars game, $10 a month to get my Mavs games.
That is a very real concern. I will leave you with this, just so people know, because you might be thinking, hold on, am I hearing the story from yesterday? No, the story we covered last week that Bally is done after 2024, we got new information, all right? I want to go directly to the lawyer for Diamond Sports Group. You can tell me what you think this sounds like. Quote, our intention is to broadcast almost all of our Major League Baseball teams next year. There are a very few, for which we do not have agreements in place. And that, frankly, at this point, are too expensive for us to broadcast without concessions.
The A's?
No, because the A's can't cost that much.
Yankees?
Well, maybe now that they're moving.
They have the Yes Network, right?
But the Rangers make sense as one of them because some people speculate $111 million this last year. That original agreement would lead you to believe $150 million. And if the Rangers are like, yeah, Jack, we ain't taking a discount, then there are a very few that we will not broadcast. I believe that the Texas Rangers could be off Bally at forever, and you will not see them in 2024 even on ballot.
Do you have any other court documents that we need to be aware of, Kevin?
We'll be auctioning them off for peace.
Oh my god!
I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. Not that.
There's a big there's some government stuff I really want to get into.
Man, so if I just disappear, you know where to start
I
looking.
read a book I could get into on vacation.
We're the K&C Masterpiece.
That look on his
right
face,
here
you always know.
On 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's talk Mavs Wizards and have the Mavs already broken into the NBA top 5 this season. Let's talk about it next right here on The Fan.
All right, Tolos, let's talk about Men's Health Awareness Month.
to 22.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Mavericks victorious. They extend their record to 9-3 to start the season. We could talk about the game, but I just wanted to sprinkle this in as well. I know it's not like uber important at this stage, but ESPN put out power rankings yesterday morning, and the Mavericks were 4th.
My son is so into the Mavericks this year. As soon as I got home off the plane, he was telling me all about this. It's interesting you had it on the run sheet because I'm like, man, Jake is pumped up. He's like, did you know the Mavericks are the 4th best team in the NBA? I was like, oh, record-wise? He's like, no, power ranking-wise.
And so I wanted to know how y'all think that jives with reality, and then we can talk more specifically about the game last night.
Okay, can you give me, I'm assuming Denver has to be number 1.
Denver's not.
Who's 2 and 3?
Who would you put 2 and 3? Now, keep in mind, this will probably be a hint. This came out yesterday morning.
Celtics?
That's what I was thinking.
The 76ers were 2nd and the Celtics were 3rd.
Okay.
Based on new information, I could see how you would flip-flop those.
I've loved watching the Mavericks this year. They are actually playing an entertaining style of basketball with pace, with ball movement, with players actually moving off the ball. It's just been a beautiful game to watch.
Can I talk about that for just 1 second? I'm sorry, I needed to go back and look at the rest of the top 5, but there is a stat that measures pace. The Mavericks are 5th in the league in terms of pace this year, which...
When they last year?
Yeah, the last 2 years. Oh, my gosh.
I think the last 3 years, they've been bottom 3. The last 3 years, so Luka's ascension to greatness, let's just say what it is, first team All-NBA all 3 years, is he played at the slowest pace in the NBA. And this is so fun to watch. That being said, I love where they're at. They are playing outstanding basketball. I believe they are also taking advantage of their schedule, which that's what you have to do. If you're going to win 50 or 60 games in a season, you have to take advantage of your schedule when there's a little bit of a lull in it.
And if we're being honest, hasn't that been one of the most agitating points of the Mavericks the last 2 to 3 years is this is a game you need to win. This is a game you need to win. I realize you're not going to win all of them, but my gosh, it feels like we go 50-50 in these.
I would struggle right now to say the Mavericks are playing the Denver Nuggets in the Western Conference Finals. I think there's a possibility. They've played well. And I
Cole, there's a lot of season left.
One of our Tolos, Cole Tucker, who's a big card collector. He's a great guy. He was like, "Hey, are you believing in these Mavs? Like, do you believe they could really win it all?" And I said, I think now they literally are one move away. They're one big man away. I'm not saying it has to be Joel Embiid. They're one solid 30-minute big man away from maybe so. Maybe Clint Capella becomes available again, but for way less than what they're asking. But
for people who thought we were done with the annual Clint Capella trade rumors.
Sorry,
Corey.
I'll pass the ball now and say I love where they're at. I love the way they're playing. It is tough for me to see this team being in the Western Conference Finals, but they are playing great basketball.
The lowest. Oh, okay, hold on. My bad. Their lowest score is 114 points this year. That's the lowest amount of points that they've scored is 114.
And we will still need to talk some more about the defense at some point.
Oh, it's 110. It was 110. My bad. The other night.
I certainly admit that, but
it's so wild. Yeah, no, there's a lot to work on defensively because Mike, when you talk about playoff stuff, like regular season, let's just get to the playoffs, okay? But regular season, it does feel like it can be more flow type stuff, more pickup games type feel regular season wise. But they have the ability to, Luka has the ability to in the postseason to still say, you know what, we can slow it down, do some half court stuff. But defensively, they are going to have to get better unless they're just a team that's like, don't care, we're just going to try and outscore you every night.
Okay, let me ask you guys a quick question then, because we talked yesterday a lot about the Chicago Bulls, Mike. Because it really sounds like they're ready to tear it down. Because they're like, this doesn't work. I realize Zach LaVine is the sexy name, but I don't believe that is a viable possibility for the Mavericks. Would you rather have Vooch, who can give you the center presence that you want more of, but does not play defense particularly well?
Great rebounder.
Or somebody like Alex Caruso, who is a top-notch defensive player, and I wonder if this would be some kind of Josh Green swap-esque sort of thing.
I think I'll go with Vooch.
Okay.
Because of this. I think that the effort and energy level from the Mavericks I guess the embarrassing part of last year and the lack of cohesiveness with the team to be nice about the way they kind of felt about each other on the basketball court. Jason Kidd has those players. I'm not saying playing outstanding defense. You just gave up. They're giving up a lot of points. They're below average in a lot of defensive categories. They're well below average in rebounding. But they are committed to trying to play better defense. Derek Jones Jr. helps out with that. Grant Williams obviously helps out with that. I feel like if Caruso plays, you have to now, to your point, like Josh Green has to be pretty much off the rotation. Like he takes all of Josh Green's minutes and he's watching basketball. I'm assuming.
Green played a lot last night.
Is I look at, there's no healthy, good answer for who plays if Derek Lively's in foul trouble? Who helps you? Because it's Dwight Powell. And look, Maxi Kleber is doing Maxi Kleber things this year and he's just hurt. He's a guy that can really only play half of an NBA season. God didn't make his body for 82 games. He made his body for about 40 NBA basketball games a year, and that's even questionable on how his body's going to respond when you have to play the extra 10 to 20 playoff games in a playoff run because his body hasn't been able to handle anywhere close to an NBA schedule. And so I look at it and say there's no answer if Derek Lively's in foul trouble, if he is still 19 years old, if Derek Lively is being taken advantage of in a certain way by a certain team in a certain matchup, and you don't have any response except Dwight Powell. Or I guess Rashawn Holmes, who doesn't look like they're really going to – that opportunity's not really going to be there for him. He's a 12th man. So I look at it and go, center, big man is way more of a concern to me than –
I was just curious because that would up the defensive quotient quite a bit for this organization.
No, I'm with you, but I guess I feel like guys are – even Tim Hardaway Jr., who, let's be honest here, he's playing like a top 50 player in the league this year.
Is he a great player or the greatest player is my question.
I'm going to go with the greatest player right now because this was everybody's hope and dream. Look, okay, don't get me wrong. I'm sure the Mavericks maybe goal, hope, and dream is that he's not ever going to fall off the hot streak and they can just keep him around. But I think their realistic hope and dream is that you get the hot part at the beginning and then he becomes a more desirable trade asset.
Yeah. I still think they look at it that way because of his contract can get you a Vooch. You have to get to $20 million on him or close to $20 million in trade assets. And Hardaway Jr. is a person that can get you a Clint Capella because of his salary. It's tough. If you look at Jaden Hardy, who's kind of out of the rotation, like, well, he makes $2 million. I can't trade for a $20 million player with a $2 million asset. I have to now add $15 to $18 million to this in salary, and that's where Tim Hardaway Jr. comes in. He's been great. I've always compared him to Joey Gallo in baseball.
I agree.
Is that he is on a heater right now, and you ride it, and you keep putting him in, and you keep saying, hey, I know you want to shoot the ball. Keep shooting it because it is going in at an incredibly great rate. Now, there's going to be, we've seen it. He's been here for years now. We've seen he will go through a 10-game stretch where he shoots 20% from the field on literally 100 shots. He'll be 20 for 100.
Yeah.
And you're just like, God, this is killing us right now. But that's what you have to live with Tim Hardaway Jr. And I'm telling you right now, he is arguably a top 50 player in the game through 11 games this season.
The thing that I'm seeing him do more, though, and I know he's still going to do everything he can from three, is I'm seeing him go to the basket more. And that's something that I've been wondering why he didn't have that element of his game. But that part of it gives some change up, some change of pace to what he does.
I think what you're saying, Corey, is because of the pace of play, the defense isn't set up. I brought this up last year. I thought Kenny the Jet Smith on TNT did a great job of explaining this after the Mavericks got Kyrie Irving. And he said, look, if you go watch pickup basketball in the summertime with 10 NBA players on the court, they're playing at a very high pace. And they're not playing 100%, but they're getting in their run and they're working, but not going to get hurt doing it. Everybody's getting wide open looks. Everybody's just, the pace is just outlet the ball. Let's get it up. We're kind of playing 2-on-2 or 3-on-3 kind of quickly. And it's like everybody can score at that pace and the way it goes. You get in a half court and only Luka can score on this basketball team. Now Kyrie can too, but he's like, you ask whoever was on the court, Josh Green, you ask these Dwight, they can't play half-court basketball. They're not skilled enough to play. And Kenny the Jet Smith was saying most NBA basketball players cannot play half-court basketball. It's too difficult. for Tim Hardaway Jr. It's too difficult to play half-court basketball because the defense is back. The defense is ready to help. Everybody has their set guy that they wanted to be on.
Less
to start.
space on the court.
Right. All of a sudden, you push the ball. Tim Hardaway Jr. has, just using Kyle Kuzma on him. Kyle Kuzma's not that fleet of foot, doesn't want to play defense. Now, all of a sudden, I have a favorable matchup in the first 5 seconds of the shot clock to get to the basket a lot easier.
Yep.
Maybe the center had to pick up Luka for some reason because we pushed the basketball, so he can't go down and help and try to block the layup that he's presenting. So the pace of play has just been outstanding for Tim Hardaway Jr.
Yeah, it makes it more complex, just like we're talking about with the Cowboys. Whenever they do some motion that they haven't been doing all season. Now it's more complicated. It's more difficult for you to pick up and collect yourself, like Mike's saying, get your defense all set and ready to go. Kevin, I do want to point out, please do not talk about trading Josh Green on his birthday. All right.
It's his birthday today?
His birthday today. So
you can't till January 15th because didn't he just sign an extension? So
Yeah,
there's rules
so-
against trading him today.
And honestly, I don't necessarily know if I believe the Mavericks view this as a tradable player at all.
don't you think they kind of love him?
Yeah, and I was just asking because, like, if
Josh
the Bulls really tore it down, if you'd want Caruso or Vooch. By the way, somebody did say this. I don't agree with this at all. Is you can't do anything to stunt Lively's development like bringing in Vooch. I think
it helps him.
Yeah, I don't view that as what's happening at all. I don't think he would come in and be like, "We're done with you, Lively." It was something that at times I think you could work in combination, but more likely it's somebody to spell Lively and not have a drop off.
Even Lively still gets his minutes. The guys that lose the
Agreed.
minutes are Dwight Powell.
Let me ask this person a question.
Which I'm fine with.
Let's just say in the second round of the playoffs, you match up against the Denver Nuggets. That would be great, right? You've won a round. You've won a 7-game series. You're now playing the Denver Nuggets. And here's the issue. Derek Lively weighs, it feels like 100 pounds less, but I know it's not that much. He picks up 3 fouls in the first 3 minutes of the game. That can happen. You're going with Dwight Powell now for 30 minutes this game. Would you rather go with him for 30 minutes or go with, in that case, you're like have this combination of center that you're like, they're different centers, but they can help in either way. We've seen Dwight Powell. Jason Kidd understands Dwight Powell, loves him as a player/person, but in the playoffs, he can't play him. He knows he can't play him. He's tried it. It doesn't work, and that's why he sat the bench for the Western Conference run 2 years ago. So I think you need to look at it, not that it would be stunning his growth, and maybe he would come off the bench instead of starting. Maybe they would use Vooch as more of a sixth-man type of person because you would probably be losing Tim Hardaway Jr. in that. So maybe this could be a great offensive weapon. Let Lively run with the 2 great point guards. But you can't look at it as like this is a developmental year. I thought it might be, but this 11-game start makes you think, hey, one trade away from possibly Denver getting a little bit nervous about what you could present in the playoffs.
For the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we might hear from Dallas Cowboys head coach Mike McCarthy.
Yeah, maybe.
But if we don't,
take your time, Mikey.
It's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassic.
Rangers are expected to be what in free agency? I have the word next.
Babe Laufenberg here at Classic Chevrolet Fleet and Commercial with Brad Robler. Now, Brad, business owners face many challenges, but you and your team offer real solutions.
That's right, babe. Real solutions and real savings, like our biggest Black Friday savings all month long.
I'm impressed with all you're doing to remain the #1 Chevy Fleet and Commercial.
Okay.
So I'm interested.
Yeah. No, I love this. So this is the article here, MLB.com, is this team a sleeper in the Otani sweepstakes? It mentions the Blue Jays. What's interesting in all of these articles, it does say this. I'm going to jump into this paragraph. It says, yes, the Rangers could contend for Otani, to whom geographic reportedly doesn't matter much, as winning does. So did you guys report that?
We did bring that up,
so
and I thought that seemed like a huge deal.
Yeah, so all of a sudden, it brings into play East Coast teams. The Atlanta Braves are now being mentioned with Otani.
Oh, dear God.
Because he sees them as obviously a great contender for the next few years with all of their guys that are under contract and what they have going. But he also in this talks about the Texas Rangers. Now, here's where I want to go with this. It says Otani might be open to a short-term deal. Now, I don't know if that's good or bad for the Rangers, but it does say the Rangers are going to be aggressive with Otani and aggressive in free agency, which I'll get to in a second. But it just says that the star will not pitch in 2024. I've heard this from other people before I went on vacation. I want to make this clear if you're listening to possibly other stations or other people. Otani can't play first base next year either. He can't play the outfield. He had Tommy John surgery pretty much at the end of the season, which means you can't play a position next year. So he can only DH. He cannot go into the outfield next year. He can't go to first base next year. You do have to throw the ball at first base. I get that a lot of times you don't, but there are times that you do, and literally he would have to kick the ball or underhand it slowly to wherever it needs to go. So he is only a designated hitter next year. It talks about the $43.3 million that Verlander and Scherzer get on shorter-term deals. And so it's saying that if Otani goes this route, he might be able to blow past the $43.3 million, where if you want to sign him to like a 10 or 12-year deal, you're probably going to be closer to that 43 $43.3 million number. You'll probably still be above it, but you're going to be closer to that number. But if Otani wanted to do something like a 3 or 4 year deal, he might get like a 4-year deal at like $200 million. Is that worth it for him to not be long-term dealed?
I'm just speaking for me. I don't think so, because the difference is $300 million that you're going to get. And I realize that with the explosion of TV sports rights, the money is going to keep going up. Yeah. But I think to guard against other injuries, I would take all of the money.
Okay, and now hopefully he does, because in this article it says the Dodgers, Giants, and Rangers are the favorites because they're viewed as wanting to do or willing to do a long-term deal at over the $43.3 million per year.
Interesting.
But if he's willing to do a 3 or 4 year deal, it does bring possibly other teams into the mix with smaller payrolls, because they don't see it as such a long-term marriage. They see it as, wow, we can get the best hitter in the game this year on our team, possibly pitching in 25 and 26 on this contract, paying him $50 million a year. Because let's be honest, if he's completely healthy, which is tough, he's not really been completely healthy a lot in his career, but if he's completely healthy, he is about a $70 to $80 million player on your team.
Yeah, and I mean, especially considering, both of the things that he can do so well.
Yep.
And he's a clutch hitter too. He's one of those guys that he loves the big moment. And Mike, one of the things we discussed yesterday regarding him also is he in my mind fits what Bochy and this group built. And that is, I'm not just here to collect a check. I want to be a great baseball player.
Yeah.
I want to play baseball.
He does have that vibe, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, his whole life is about baseball. To do what he's doing, he literally does nothing else in his life except play baseball.
Yeah.
Like, he has to prepare his sleep habits, his workout habits, his eating habits to do what he does. He has no free time in his life and doesn't want free time. He's concentrating so much on baseball that he has to, from the second his day starts waking up till even going to sleep, he has to concentrate 100% on baseball for his body to have an opportunity to do this hitting and pitching thing. Here is Jeff Passan. Obviously, I think we know who he is through the playoffs. If you're a casual fan and becoming more of a baseball fan / Rangers fan, thank you for listening to us. Here's what he says about Jeff Passan about what Shohei Otani believes on a couple of organizations. He deeply respects the Los Angeles Dodgers' winning ways, their ability to develop players, and their progressive coaching approach. He also appreciates the Texas Rangers, not just for their 2023 World Series victory, but the fact that early in his career, when he was playing in Japan, they expressed strong interest in him. He loves visiting Boston and has a fondness for Fenway Park. Passan hears the Dodgers, Rangers, and Red Sox are all expected to be involved in the bidding for Shohei Otani. Now, here's what I hope. The Rangers being very aggressive. A lot of teams are in on Shohei Otani. Before I left for vacation, there was kind of a rumor that Shohei might make his decision before Thanksgiving. That's a week away. I don't know if that's happening.
Now I've seen the shift to, if he decides in December, people think that would be early. So I don't know.
Isn't it weird that free agency has started? Now, I haven't been following every website super close, guys. You can help me out, but I have not seen.
There has not been a plethora of.
There's been over a week of free agency, and literally pretty much zero has happened in free agency.
MLB just posted that Adolis, his walk-off homer, won the Legendary Moment Award for the playoffs. So
in Game 1?
Yeah,
That's
the
awesome.
walk-off
That makes
swing.
sense
That's
to
great.
me.
Congratulations, Adolis, man. So let's go to the Rangers are going to be very aggressive in free agency. I just kind of read the quotes, at least I think I did in my head, about how they're going to use this. I expect the Rangers are going to be aggressive this offseason. Ken Rosenthal writes, they are going to be emboldened by their World Series triumph.
That makes a lot of sense.
Let's just go with this, Kevin. You have this pulled up, and maybe this is a carryover to Mike Likes It if we don't have enough time here. But it says that they're going to be in on the biggest names, including Otani. This is what Ken Rosenthal is writing for Fox Sports and The Athletic. Help me out here. The Rangers don't get Otani. Let's just say he goes to the Dodgers. They're still the betting favorite. He goes to the Dodgers. Can you help me out here? Because there is an article I saw on the top 10 free agent hitters available. And does any of those guys make sense for the Rangers if they lose out on Otani?
Second on the list, Cody Bellinger.
So he doesn't make any sense for me. Corey, I'm going to pass it to you.
He can play first.
He can't play first.
He can play first. Okay, so it's going to be interesting. That is a possibility. But I look
With
at
all
it.
due respect to, I'm sorry, Nathaniel Lowe. We talked about this before. I think Lowe and Leote might be moving on.
And I
don't know that.
I look at Evan Carter, Leote Taveras, and Adolis Garcia. You have control over Evan Carter for the next 6 MLB seasons. For Leote Taveras, I believe the next 4 MLB seasons. And for Adolis, the next 3 MLB seasons. They can't be free agents unless you let them be free agents. You have control over those guys. Ryan Langford, clock hasn't even started, so you have control of him for at least 6 years, probably 7, just to be honest. And that could be, you could have control over Evan Carter. You get a deal done this offseason, and that number goes from 6 more years to maybe 10 more years.
Yep.
But I don't know if outfield is something the Rangers are looking at, knowing of the 3 guys that were in their outfield for the playoffs, and then Ryan Langford waiting in the wings there. So with Cody Bellinger, first base does make sense. Outfield, to me, doesn't make any sense for the Rangers.
I agree with you, and then you guys might be intrigued by the next 2. For MLB.com, they've got J.D. Martinez and Jorge Soler, who would be more in your DH role.
Yeah, and then I was looking further down on that list, and Rhys Hoskins, who was out this year with the ACL tear, and so Bryce Harper took over his first base DH type stuff for him, but he's still got reliable power. And then Justin Turner's on that. That's former Seager's old teammate who can be a first base DH type too. That's kind of where I'm looking other than pitching.
Because there's a lot of outfielders on there, which you're like, maybe not.
Yeah, and I think DH first base. Now, the interesting thing with Justin Turner is I know he did play third base. Josh Young still does have an injury history. Unfortunately, this year he did not play all season. I'm wondering, and I don't know this, but I'm wondering how much of a value having Justin Turner being a DH for you, if that was something the Rangers were interested in, because Mitch Garver might not be back. That leaves Ezekiel Duran as right now your designated hitter. So I just look at it and go, is Ezekiel Duran your designated hitter next year? Not that that's bad. He had a great first half, and hopefully he can build on that in the offseason and become more disciplined. Think about how much better Adolis got after having a horrible second half his rookie year, and how much better he got with plate discipline and how much better he's gotten. So Ezekiel Duran, I still think, is in the plans for the Rangers unless a trade presents itself that they have to use him to get the deal done.
And I heard you say this off air, and I was like, maybe I misheard it. I think you have been saying Ryan Langford instead of Wyatt Langford.
Sorry.
You said that off air, and I was like, maybe
He said
I
it on.
heard
I heard
wrong.
it on air just a second ago.
Say
And some
Ryan.
people have heard it. and-
Okay. Sorry, Wyatt Langford.
All the rest of the information, good stuff.
So anyways, that's my baseball nuggets. Sorry for the mess up, Wyatt Langford, because that should, by the way, I'm looking into his cards. They need to start making cards of his, and they're probably going to be expensive from the
Immediately, yeah.
For the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for My Buddy's an Idiot. Does your friend have a terrible sports or pop culture opinion or still doesn't understand how time management works? Let us know. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
We have you covered, Stars fans, with exclusive content from 2-time Stanley Cup champion Craig Ludwig and NHL reporter Sean Shapiro. It's Spits and Suds 3 times weekly on the Odyssey app or wherever your favorite podcasts are found.
Tomorrow, Buffalo Wild Wings in Irving. That is going to be the place to be. 1200 Marketplace. I feel like all of
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And it's time for My Buddy's an Idiot, 877-881-1053. Does your friend have a terrible sports or pop culture opinion? Let us know. And I hate to do this since we talked about them in the first segment. We have to bring Bally Sports up again for pulling down the rant against James Harden and having...
From Brian Damaris,
Yeah, having an apology issued. Like, what are we doing?
Why?
Well,
what's the point of that?
He said, Damaris said, I want to apologize to the Mavs organization and their fans who tuned in for my comments on Friday, not representative of Bally Sports Southwest and the Mavericks, blah, blah, blah. So that's the part he was told to say. But then he also said, I'm a positive person and we're divided enough in the world and sports should hopefully be something that can bring us together.
A great unifier.
Yeah. And so that part felt more like him actually saying the words that he believes as opposed to the like, oh, sorry, my corporate partners, which I get you have to do.
Yeah.
But are they idiots for forcing this apology?
I think so. But I mean,
think it's coming through the NBA.
Oh, you think so?
Yeah.
Oh, that could make sense.
So
why do we have a guy that's on our pregame show calling out one of our star players?
I think doing that job, and obviously I do it for Rangers / Major League Baseball and Bally's, is what Brian said, I think, was unbelievable. And he used a lot of factual evidence on James Harden's lifestyle, James Harden's relationships with his teammates and his coaches. What Brian did, I don't believe he said anything wrong, but it was his opinion based off of using factual evidence on how bad relationships have gone for James Harden in Houston and Philadelphia and Brooklyn and with certain people. But you have to remember in that job, this job is very different. I won't say reprimanded, that's too hard of a word. This job is very different than my Bally's job. That Bally's job is to promote the team that you're covering, playing. You can point out mistakes, but you don't want to be too critical of it. It's difficult at times because, look, you can hear I can be very critical of a lot of things. But you're there to represent the product, Major League Baseball, especially the Texas Rangers. He's there. I was talking to my wife about this on vacation because I was like, it was amazing what he said. But I understand why they pulled it down because they want everybody's great in the NBA. Nobody really does anything wrong. There is a winner and a loser, but we don't really point out why they lost. We only point out why they won. And so it's a different type of job. It's a little bit more of a promotion of the sport. You are giving stuff on the team that you're covering. You are talking about the other team, but you don't want to even talk about them too negatively. You can say they're in a rebuilding state. Of talking about the Oakland Athletics. On Bally's, I'll say, hey, they're rebuilding. They don't really have any money. Those are all just factual things. I'm not taking shots at any of their players on their team. Now here, I will say, hey, I don't think the Oakland Athletics have what I would truly consider 26 major league players on their team. Like if you released all 26 players into the open market, there's 29 teams to pick up 26 players. There's no way those 26 guys are getting picked up. Only like 10 of them would, maybe. But that's not what they really want you to talk about on a Bally's pre and post. But I do love what Brian said. I agree with what Brian said, but I understand why the NBA, because it became I don't know how many people saw that, 100 million people it felt like?
It did feel like that.
Is that all of a sudden the NBA had to come down and go, hey guys, that's like really crushing one of our products here. And I don't care if you're factually putting out evidence of how right that opinion is. Let's not do that.
This one is a question. Are Oakland A's fans idiots for doing what was in their heart and sending care packages to the Major League Baseball owners with the logo on the box saying stay in Oakland? And then this morning they had the vote and it was unanimous to not stay in Oakland.
Who voted?
All the owners.
Yeah.
That they sent the gift boxes to.
I mean, they tried. You
don't want to call them idiots because they care, right?
Yeah. I mean, kinda. Didn't they have the night though where they were like, look, it's not us. It's the ownership.
Yeah.
It's not us that doesn't want this team. So I don't think they're idiots for trying. That fan base, they don't show up all the time because of the hole that stadium is and the way that organization's run. But I don't think they're idiots for it.
I mean, I hate saying this. I understand the history of Oakland, how great it was when I was a kid with Canseco and McGuire and Walt Weiss and Ricky Henderson and Dave Stewart. They were awesome.
Yep.
They're the best team in the American League by far for a 3-4 year period. But it's come to the point where I'm very happy they're leaving. It's been over 2 decades that something should have been done there. The Rangers have had the ballpark in Arlington and now Globe Life Field built in the amount of time that they've had a chance to somewhat find space to build a brand new ballpark in the Oakland area. Couldn't do it. Guess what? Even the Golden State Warriors left Oakland. Like, we're getting out of this city. It's not a good city to have a professional sports team in. We're going to San Francisco. They're allowed to because there's not a San Francisco basketball team.
Right.
But there's a San Francisco baseball team. They're not allowed to. So unfortunately, they had to move to Vegas, and I'm sure there's a lot of baseball fans that were Oakland A's fans that are disappointed, but it needed to be done, and it needed to be done in 2000.
From the 210, my buddy's an idiot. He hates Wyatt Langford as much as my other buddy hating Evan Carter. I do not hate Evan Carter, and Mike does not hate Wyatt Langford.
He just
because
renamed
called him
him.
Ryan.
Most of the time, Mike renames people he doesn't like, right? Like JaVale McGee.
There has to be a Ryan Langford, right? Am I making that up?
In baseball or in the world?
I know there is in the world, but I feel
Okay,
like there's
I was just checking.
I feel like there's a Ryan Langford that maybe I played against, or that name sounds familiar to me. So I don't know why I go to Ryan instead
Canadian
of Wyatt.
football receiver,
There is
signed with
no
the Dolphins in
way
2014.
that's who you were thinking of.
Oh yeah, Ryan Langford. I loved him with the Dolphins.
Lies.
Him and Wes Welker.
From the 214, my buddy's
Wasn't he
an
with the
idiot.
Dolphins for a second?
He's actually, I think he's the receivers coach right now.
Wes Welker is for Miami.
Yeah,
good for him.
For the 214,
Texas Tech, man.
My buddy's an idiot. He eats cereal dry. All right, look. If you did not hear our crosstalk with Sean and RJ, it was an astonishing whirlwind of emotions. We asked RJ Choppy if he eats cereal because he said he doesn't need milk. He said yes, but he eats it dry. And then we went on to ask him what kinds of cereal, and he goes, I don't know. What kind of cereal do you buy? Do you buy for your kids? I don't know. They don't really eat cereal. I don't really eat cereal. And then he said he hadn't bought cereal for 15 years, to which I said, so your answer is, do you eat cereal? No. But he was like, I mean, I'll eat it sometimes.
I felt like at that point when he was like, I don't drink milk, I don't need milk, I'm an adult. I totally get where he's coming from. Corey totally agrees with that. But then I felt like he just took the extra step when you asked the cereal question. I feel like this is being part of RJ Choppy, like being John Malkovich.
Yeah.
Is he's like, I'm going to take it to the extreme. Because then he admitted he doesn't even eat cereal. But he's like, no, I eat it. I don't even use milk in cereal. And then we dig a little deeper. He's like, well, I actually never eat cereal.
The next step for him is I don't even buy things from companies that produce cereal.
Yeah.
Like that's the next level for him just keeps going. I think Mike's dead on with that. By the way, from the 817, Ryan Langford here. Mike's an idiot. We played low A baseball together, and he called me a fart head. So, do you think that's really Ryan
That
Langford?
might be. I'm going to look this
I
up.
believe that happened.
I'm gonna
For the
look this
record,
up
I
on
believe that
Baseball
happened.
Reference, because I'm like, why is this becoming such a common name in my head?
From the 940, anyone who doesn't like y'all are idiots.
Same.
I appreciate that. You're saying same.
Same.
Anyone who doesn't like that person is also an idiot.
Yeah.
I agree with that.
Am I an idiot? I need to throw myself into this. And I will discuss more of this at 1 o'clock today during the C block.
Okay.
Because there's a lot more. But yesterday, I sent a pizza up to the station and chicken nuggets with ranch. And then when I got the phone call from the guy who was like, hey, are you on the 11th floor? And I was like, no, I live in a 1-story house. That's when I realized that I ordered a pizza to the station and not to my house.
All right. Here's how I found out about this. My wife looked at me and goes, Broadus has never tried a stuffed crust pizza? And I go, I don't know. What is that based on? And she goes, there's a video up. And it gave like his review. He said he liked it with the cheese and the crust, and he'd probably order it again. And then he goes, thanks to Corey Majors. And what I thought was, well, that's downright nice of Corey Majors. And what I thought happened in my head was Brada said, based off of the Sauce Gardner thing, that he'd never tried.
Okay, all right.
That he'd never tried stuffed crust pizza. And Corey was toloing, and he was like, you know what? We're going to rectify that. And you ordered him a pizza. But then this morning, you told me you weren't trying to be nice at all.
No, I wasn't. I just forgot to change the location on the app, and so the pizza got delivered here. And fortunately, Carter Freeman was still up here and able to get that out of the lobby, the elevator lobby. Because the guy just left it on the floor. Here, I just told him to. I was like, just leave it there. I'll get somebody to get it. But yeah, man, I'm trying to decide if I'm an idiot.
You didn't tell him to drive to Plano. You've driven.
I did. He goes, well, where are you? I'll bring it to you. And I was like, I'm in Plano. And he goes, yeah, that's not going to happen. And I was like, all right.
Which is fair, right?
And so at that point, I was like, well, I have no problem because I have a discount. I have no problem just saying, hey, let the guys have some food. It's always a nice treat to have pizza laying around. You know, it's always a bonus.
Sure.
Like Kevin, bonus question or whatever.
Yes.
That's what I felt like for the guys yesterday, and we even got a video out of it. So, and then my kids ate. So yeah. Wow, from the 972, one-story house. Wow, what a pour. Why aren't you just cooking pizza rolls with your family?
House too.
And obviously, relief pitcher Mike Adams is listening to us. He's like, are you thinking Ryan Langerhans? And I'm like, hey, Ryan Langerhans from Round Rock. His dad was the coach. Like, I did play with Ryan, played against him in high school, played with him on the Washington Nationals. I'm like, maybe that's why I want to say Ryan Langford instead of Wyatt Langford, but I don't think so.
I'm really intrigued by this. You know how there's 6 degrees of Kevin Bacon?
Uh-huh.
I think there should be a 6 degrees of what is Mike saying. So he says a thing that you're like, well, that can't be right. And then you have to work with other people to figure it out.
Sometimes you are. Like, whoa, like I saw whales in Cabo.
That's
and I
right.
told Sue, I was like, do you know that a person I work with that you might be the pediatrician of thought whales were fishies?
Did you say it just like that?
Fishies?
Oh,
instead of
man.
mammals.
That is hurtful.
And she goes,
but fair.
really?
Hey,
and I said, yeah, I don't
that's
know.
a fair reaction.
I don't know how he didn't know the blowhole was because the whale needs oxygen.
That is fair. All of what you're saying is fair. Now, Corey, I was curious where you fell on this issue. Is it Brian Cashman? Is it Giancarlo Stanton's agent that's the idiot in this scenario? Where Brian Cashman goes, we got to get Stanton up and running again. He's injury prone. We've all lived and known that. And then his agent fires back. Who's the idiot in this scenario?
I think the Yankees are idiots here, man.
I'm putting that out there in the
Yeah,
world?
I think that they're like, I don't know that everybody always wanted to be a Yankee. It seemed like, right? You always you know you're going to get paid. You're in New York. It's a big time thing. And I think the Yankees are. I think because they haven't been great.
Yeah.
You know, like there might be this stretch where everybody's looking around the rest of the league, going, "Hey, there are better options than being a Yankee." And the Yankees don't know how to play it anymore. They just think everybody wants to be with them.
I do think this. If you just, you're always going to usually choose the money, right? I mean, the money somewhat dictates who wants you the most.
I agree.
But if you only had one day in your life to be a baseball player, I think you would. I always said this. I'm not a Yankee fan at all. But if I only had one team I could have ever played for, it'd make a lot of sense for me to say Rangers because of the job I do now. But let's just say that's not in my future at all, like working media-wise. I would want to say I'm a former New York Yankee. Out of all the teams, that's who I would want to say for one day. I played for the most historic team in baseball, the most popular team in baseball. I think a lot of football players would want to say they played for the Dallas Cowboys. Now, it doesn't mean they're going to, and they're going to choose the most money and whoever drafts them. But I do think, like Yankees, Cowboys, I do think if you could only be on a team for one day, I do think you'll usually choose the most popular one.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people want to be a Cowboy or a late. Yeah, those things those are realities. By the way, Evil Elge Viking, something like that, pointed out Ryan Langford, number 25, Inland Empire 66ers, single A affiliate. He has a 1.15 whip and he's 24 years old. So there is a Ryan Langford out there that is playing minor league baseball.
Is that who Mike was thinking
I can't imagine that is. I actually looked him up because he's from Pembroke Pines, Florida. Went to Florida Southern College in Lakeland, which is the home of the Detroit Tigers. Maybe it's not anymore, but that's where their spring training was. I was thinking if Ryan Langford was part of the Rangers organization or like he was a top he was a first-round pick 5 years ago. Maybe that's how that Ryan instead of Wyatt is entering my head.
We're gonna continue to search this up, dude, until we figure it out.
How many people have weighed in on this to try to help out. From the 214, my coworker / former buddy, oh dear, is a bona fide idiot. He is actually arguing and still believes that the Diamondbacks lineup is better than the Rangers lineup. I mean, I'll pop on 5 games for you to definitively disprove that.
That the Dodgers lineup
is
better?
The Diamondbacks lineup.
There's a Ryan Langford that plays linebacker for the Cardinals. Maybe Mike caught that from the Cardinals game this year when Josh Dobbs and
Dabalina.
Yeah.
Killing it in Minnesota now.
Yes, hey, we're all aware.
What were you saying before that? Because that got my brain messed up.
Is that this person is going to end a friendship because
the Diamondbacks ring. So what? You can still say that. It doesn't matter. Somebody won a World Series.
Yeah, your buddy is definitively wrong. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we didn't get to this yesterday.
Rangers own the world.
That's right.
Gosh,
just like
good.
you own the universe. The
Olympics,
of my studies, we really need. Plus, we'll talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. All of it next right here on The Fan.
They are 3 lifelong DFW guys talking sports, sharing laughs, and they love when you join in. You are dialed in to the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
We are just 2 days away from the trading card extravaganza at Trading Card World. I was just talking with somebody from Trading Card World this morning, and they said the event is going to be crazy. So whether you're a diehard in the sports collecting hobby, or if you're new to the game, or if you're lapsed and you want to get back into the game, the spot to be Saturday at Trading Card World.
Yeah, I can't wait to go. I'm going to be there early, Kevin.
Hey!
So it's
down the equipment when the project is complete. They're service-driven and safety-inspired. The Texas Authority and Barricade Rental. BuyersBarricades.com.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-333-3333.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, brought to you by Ford and your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. It's our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, fellas. You guys are turning into the baseball TV experts, I see.
I'm telling you, we got the scoops, and we might have another scoop tomorrow. We'll see. Is anything of particular note or interest for you from McCarthy today?
It was pretty quick, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was.
It's okay if you say
no. I was going to just review since it's very short review, right? I guess maybe his answers about, what they need to pay attention to on the road. And, one of the things was penalties. That they needed to clean up, and then taking care of the football. And I'm going to have to go back and look if there's a discrepancy between the penalties on the road and the penalties at home. But I can remember a couple of those road games, they did have a high amount of penalties. So that's one thing they need to calm down with. It's the road, but I'm thinking with a 1-8 team, there's going to be a lot of Cowboy fans there, right? The Panther fans are selling off to make some money, right?
As we established, this team sucks. So I think I'm
trying to be polite, I think.
Okay. Well, I actually want to go to something that you wrote yesterday, or at least I saw yesterday on DallasCowboys.com, and I was hoping you could lay this out for our listeners in the mailbag. Is there any concern with the level of competition? I saw what you had to say, but will you walk our listeners through your response?
I think they were asking, when the Cowboys play bad teams, they win, and when they play good teams, they lose. And that playing bad teams doesn't help you get better. But I thought that, and again, you can only play who they tell you to play, and you can only beat who you get an opportunity to beat. But I thought what the Cowboys were able to accomplish in the fourth quarter might go well into the future, that they got to play a bunch of guys that don't get to play much. And that game, for some of those younger guys, was more than they ever can get in a practice, because you get the opportunity to actually play football. We know how they practice, right? It might as well, for the most part, be like you're playing for a play for theater, right, for practice. But I thought that given those guys those meaningful snaps and tell them to go in there, and we ain't just going in here to hand the ball off and finish the game. We're going in there to play football. And so I thought from that aspect of it, that really helps, especially Cooper Rush, because he didn't get anything in practice. Dak takes everything. He got 18 snaps, and we were talking to him. I tried to ask it nicely and say, well, you got 18 snaps. That's got to be more than you get in a week of practice. He goes, yeah, 18 more, because I get nothing.
Wow. Wow.
And so, and if he gets anything, it's with the practice squad.
Yeah, and warm-up stuff.
And so, he got to, because prior to that, I think, however many snaps he got, it was in mop-up time, and all he's doing is hand it off. They got three of the young offensive linemen that had to start against Arizona. They got them to play a full quarter. So, that helps. So, yeah. And I just don't think you get worse by playing bad teams. Because if you go out and do what you're supposed to do, then it is more a practice than you get in practice, if that makes sense. Because back in the day, look, these guys were practicing hard. You put on pads at least twice a week, if not 3 times, and they played football. And now it's once a week, and the contact is not that great, if any, right? And so from an offensive lineman standpoint, that's what they need. They need to play in pads to be able to kind of sharpen their skills or learn stuff, not this kind of brother-in-law and stuff out there, which used to go on, by the way, with the veteran guys in practice. It's like, hey, it was almost like professional wrestling. Your turn, my turn.
Brother.
Are you, yeah, brother-in-law, right? You just, let's take it easy on this one, right? I can remember Everson Walls telling us when he was a rookie, and it was off season, or I guess it would have been, it might have been beginning of training camp. No, it was an off season practice, and Everson was, trying to make the team, undrafted free agent, and Tony Hill comes out and was trying to get some extra reps with the young guys in the off season. And Tony Hill comes up, and everyone's going, well, if I'm going to prove anything, I got to go out there against the best guys. So he lines up and he gets close to the line of scrimmage like he's going to jam a man. And Tony Hill goes, "Rookie, what are you doing? I'm just trying to get a little work. You need to back off." And Everson said, "I can't back off. I got to try to make the team." And Hill goes, "Okay, rookie, you want to play it that way?" And he took off and put a move on him and just burned him, right? But that's the way, the practices used to go. But now you don't get that. So, yeah, playing in that fourth quarter, I think, helps him down the line, especially the offensive lineman.
I know a lot. Mickey was is ballyhooed the right word maybe here about
watch how you use bally.
Okay, yes.
Good point. That's a very good point.
But with Dowdle's carries and his touches, and everybody's like, "Oh, see, that's why Tony Pollard needs to be the second back and all this stuff." And I don't. That hasn't been hinted at that's going to change anytime soon, right?
I haven't seen it.
Gotcha.
Didn't we hear that last year?
Of course we did.
Just the opposite, right?
Yep.
Oh, Pollard needs more snaps because Zeke's not doing anything. He's averaging 3.8 a game per carry. And now the per carry is 3.9 a game for the team. So, yeah, you got to be careful. But I got no problem with them using Rico Dowdle. They got him, 12 snaps or 12
I think he had 15 touches.
Yeah, and 3 passes, I think it was. So, yeah, that's fine. I'm okay with how they, divided it up because I still think that one of the best traits that Pollard has on the field is the changeup. The changeup from Zeke on his running style to what Pollard did, getting him more in the open field. And if they need somebody to get the dirty yards, put Dowdle in there and save Pollard for more explosive opportunities and to fool the tempo to the defense, right? Because you get used to guys coming at you at that same tempo, and then all of a sudden this guy comes in with the lightning, and it fools them. And I thought that was one of the the best traits they had last year. And so if they get closer to that this year, that's just fine. I think at some point when you get in the middle of the season, you can't be sitting there worrying about how much somebody's making, and that determines their snaps, right? Oh, they franchise him. He's getting $10 million. Well, he's got to have more snaps. Well, no. What's ever effective, do it. So if Dowdle gets more, so be it. The key thing is how are we gonna be most productive? So you got to I got no problem with that if that's the way it turns out, or if it turns out even. It doesn't matter as long as you're running the ball, and that was the best the Cowboys ran the ball all season, probably in this past game.
Now, on the other side, in terms of stopping running the ball, I'm curious because obviously Dan Quinn earlier in the week was talking him up. Is Did you go back and see anything from Mazi Smith or see anything that's made you optimistic about his progress this season?
Yeah, that was his best game, right?
Yes.
I mean, when you hear somebody announce tackle by Mazi Smith, well, we hadn't heard that very much, right? So, yeah, sometimes, it takes younger guys a little longer to come along. Remember, Randy White wasn't a Pro Bowler his first, second year, right, until they kind of changed his position. And sometimes it takes some while for guys to do that. Ken Norton Jr., his first couple of years with the Cowboys, it was like, okay, second-round pick, I don't know about this guy. And then, the third was around 1991 when this team exploded. All of a sudden, he was the linebacker you couldn't do without. So sometimes everybody else is on a different trajectory. But
do you think
I
Smith?
saw what he did that they thought he could do, like hold the line of scrimmage and make a push.
Do you want to think that Mazi Smith's career will end up closer to Ken Norton Jr.'s or Randy White's?
Hey, Ken Norton ended up in the Pro Bowl, okay?
I would take Ken Norton for sure.
And if he's that, yeah, absolutely. Because when he went to San Francisco, he even played even better. I just remember the most about him would have been the 93 season, I think it was, when he tore his bicep, and it roll. You know how when you tear that, it rolls up.
Oh, the Dean Palmer, yeah.
And they ended up rolling it down and taping it up so he could play in games.
No way!
Yes.
No!
Yes.
Oh!
Eddie took over the middle linebacker
That's
spot.
horrifying.
You're kidding me.
I would not lie to you.
Wow.
Tape's amazing.
Yeah.
That's a good point.
You
And
just tape a
they might
muscle
have
down
thrown-
and it won't roll back up.
They might have thrown a little spit on it too, right, to keep it in place. Back in the day,
That's
right?
amazing. So Ronnie Lott cut off a finger, part of his finger to keep playing. And then they're like, just tape my muscle down, please. It's amazing.
All right, here's what I would like for tomorrow, Mickey. A prediction for the game as well as some crazy-ass
80-0.
story
Another
just
one?
like that you could share with us.
I'll give you one on, I'm trying to think of an injury right away. Well, there was one to Aikman, and there was one to, back in the day, Dick Nolan. You remember Dick Nolan? He was a Cowboys. He was a big-time player for the Giants in the 50s, and he told me a good story about when he hurt his shoulder that was never right after that. As a matter of fact, till probably the day he died, he walked with this one shoulder lower than the other.
All right, there it is. Yeah, that's the tease for tomorrow.
Okay.
That's
right?
the tease for tomorrow.
And
I
that'll
love
be
it.
a lot better than any pick I can make.
Fair point. Thank you very much, good sir.
All right,
Appreciate
see
it.
ya.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Did this game really alter the future of football? 877-881-1053. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, it is a Thursday. We'll talk to the future Hall of Famer Zack Martin at 5. Nation 2 to 7 on The Fan.
If you're looking to buy a brand new car, maybe it's a need, maybe it's
Cowboys Thanksgiving game.
It's been an awesome party every single week, and we can't wait to see you there.
Classic Chevrolet is racing to finish the year #1 in America. They're leading the way with an unheard of 400 Silverados with their best Black Friday savings all month long. Shop them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
It's now all of a sudden first and goal, Kansas City. Crossing route, Conley, touchdown Chiefs. They retake the lead. That is our 5th lead change. Our 3rd lead change in this 4th quarter alone.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. That game specifically, that Monday Night Football game back in 2018, did that alter the NFL? I want to talk about that as well as a variety of other things as we go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy. Now I'm going to start with...
You do that.
Mike, just as long as you leave the gesture out.
Oh.
Frank Reich said he is resuming his team's play calling duties starting Sunday with the game against the Cowboys. What, if any, impact do you think that will have on the outcome of the game?
0. This is amazing to me, Corey, that this Cowboys schedule, as we're in the, I call it the meat of the schedule because we're in the middle of it. But, you know, maybe we're just in the cream of the schedule because like the Oreo cookie type of analogy. And the meat comes later. But I look at this game and I look at this Cowboys season. I go, has there ever been a season that I've covered here at the Fan that has been more of you're playing a really trash team you should beat by 20 or more points, or you're playing a great team that you're just not sure you can beat? I feel like there's been the Chargers game that we've covered that's been a very even matchup that we all felt like the Cowboys were better, but it could go the other way. But literally the San Francisco game and the Philadelphia game are like, dude, they're better. We can beat them, but they're better. And then you've just had a lot of games like last week and now this week where you're like, they're horrible. The Cowboys have to play horrible, have to play Arizona Cardinal horrible football for this to go a different direction.
And then they hit a very distinct stretch where Seattle, the Lions, the Bills, and the Dolphins, you feel like not necessarily they're better or worse, but they're even level competition.
Sure.
It is a wild thing. Yeah, Frank Reich, he just bores me.
Okay.
He's the worst.
You know who has not been boring people? Dak Prescott. So I got a couple of notes for you about Dak Prescott. Dak Prescott has at least 300 yards passing and 3 touchdowns in 3 straight games.
Look at that.
To get to 4 would be an incredible achievement because only 3 quarterbacks have done that ever, and they will all be in the Hall of Fame. Steve Young, Peyton Manning, and Patrick Mahomes.
That sounds like the same category Dak should be in. I
No, look, those are the only 3 that have ever done it, and if in 4 straight games, and if Dak can do it again against Carolina, and as we were just setting up, it feels doable against Carolina. That would put him in some very elite company.
Corey, I'll just put it this. I was watching ESPN yesterday in the morning, getting ready to fly back, and so it had on Marcus Spears and some other people, right? And they're discussing Dak Prescott and how great he's played the last few games. And they're like, yeah, and we expect him to play great this week. So I'll just pass it on to you. Like, I understand what you just brought up, but it's like at this point, we've seen him play. This is 7th year in the NFL, maybe 8th, but like we've seen him do this. Like this is what he does. I guess the one that I'm just like he played 4 games and then got hurt.
Yeah,
but no, it's just like we've seen he is spectacular against the below average teams. There's no better quarterback in the history of the NFL maybe than Dak Prescott against below average teams.
Yeah,
and that is a good trait to have. I'm not saying that's a bad trait.
No, he knows, they don't know how to stop him. Those teams, they have a deficiency. They don't know how to stop him. And he gets stretches. He'll have stretches in seasons where you're just like, there it is. That's that guy. And then he runs up against something that you're like, what happened? Like, how did that happen at all? And I understand like those numbers are good. I'm going to use this. I'm probably going to be sticking with this for a while. Nate brought this last night, Kevin, as I was sitting there with CA and Charlie Williams, Big Tolo, by the way, and Nate. And he said, and this was off air, but he was like, how many MVPs did Troy win? Troy won 0 MVPs.
In the regular season.
The only thing that mattered, though, is he has a yellow jacket. Why? Because he won. He won the big games. They won big-time football games. When everybody was watching, because you're a Dallas Cowboy, everybody's watching anyway. But when everybody's watching, Troy Aikman won. And that's where everybody kind of has Dak at this point now, right? Okay, all these cool things, you can throw all these numbers and all these people that he's connected to in some way, shape, or form. But those great quarterbacks have the thing that matters the most. And that's the skin on the wall to say, I won when it mattered.
I want to go back to, do you remember, I'm guessing y'all will. Do you remember 5 years ago, Monday Night Football, Rams and Chiefs?
Oh, that was like a 40-something to 39 game, or was
54
it
54 to 51?
That was outstanding.
There are people that predicted that game was going to alter the forward trajectory of football, which feels potentially kind of wild to say, but think about it. So, by the way, 105 points combined that night, third most in a single game in NFL history. It probably won't surprise you to know that the 51 points was the first time and only time in NFL history a 50-plus point score lost a game. And then Patrick Mahomes and Jared Goff combined for 10 passing touchdowns. That's only happened 11 times ever. And think about kind of what came away from that game that still is true to this day. Patrick Mahomes is a star. Still true to this day. Sean McVay can put together an offensive system like just about nobody's business. It feels like that is pretty true still today.
I agree. Now, that was 2018?
Yes.
So it's interesting because Jared Goff goes to the Super Bowl that year, right? And then Mahomes loses to Tom Brady in overtime.
In overtime, I believe that is
because I think
correct.
that was a coin flip situation. And then, Patrick Mahomes kind of takes advantage of that later in his career against Josh Allen when neither team could stop each other. So, yeah, that has to be, in a way, it might not be the greatest NFL football game, but arguably the most entertaining football game.
Yeah, it was a blast.
Unless you like defense.
And also, wasn't there a big fire going on at that time, too?
Yes. Okay.
They had to move the game because of the fire?
There was an issue there, but also, if you want another thing that's happening in the NFL right now, the person who had the best day, Tyreek Hill, 10 catches, 215 yards, his first ever 200-yard game. So Mahomes, McVay, Hill, all huge parts of this game and all still huge parts of the league right now.
From the 2-1-4, that was
Cooper Kupp a big part of that game
no.
too?
He wasn't. He wasn't
Robert
there
Woods
yet.
that was rocking, right?
Yeah, he wasn't on. He hadn't.
He was
popped
there
like that
because
yet.
he was. Was he part of the Mahomes draft? So he must have just not been a major player yet on their offense. But yeah,
from the 2-1-4, the ketchup and mustard uniform game. That's what that was that night because the Rams were all in yellow and the Chiefs were all in red. It was a color rush.
The only thing missing
Hines
from that
versus
game
French's.
to define the future of football was they weren't hyper aggressive on fourth down. Both teams went for it one time on fourth down, which you would imagine in a game that had 105 points.
How many fourth downs did they have?
They both only had one.
No, but they only had one each because it felt like they
went
were
for it.
okay.
Yeah, you know what? I didn't go back and check the punting stats, but I'm willing to bet not many, if any.
I love
That's
that.
a good question.
I do love that. Analytically speaking, and it's just stats. I know it's a big word. Analytics makes it sound cooler. It's like at this point, don't you specifically look at your quarterback, your football team, your offensive line when it's like you bring up fourth down, going for it on fourth down. Okay, well, if I have Danny DeVito, I should never go for it on fourth down. Maybe they did convert a fourth down that I forgot about the other day, but it just doesn't matter. That team can't do it. And I know those two teams we bring up, 54 and 51, those are two great offenses. They probably can, but I just love when they say league averages. Well, I don't have a league average offense. Now maybe you do, but there's going to be teams that have a well above league average offense. There's going to be teams that have a well below league average offense. So I don't like when they bring up the league average is, so just do it. No, what is my team doing, especially now 8-9 games into the season?
And then somebody asked, didn't Romo and Peyton have a game like that? It was close. That was 51-48, where we were all like,
that's a great game.
What are you supposed to
Wasn't
do?
There once again, it's just weird how it happens for Romo and Dak. They're very different quarterbacks, but wasn't it like a major turnover at the end that kind of ended the like both teams were going back and forth, and then it just ended up that the Colts ended up getting an interception late in the game?
Yeah, it was the Broncos, right?
Broncos,
it was the
Broncos. That's right.
But
That's
I think it was like an interception on the goal line or something too. Something ridiculously late in that game.
Because even Peyton had a rushing touchdown in that game, which is almost impossible in his career.
That offense was incredible.
It was the most time it took for a rushing touchdown from the 1 yard line in the history of the NFL.
Am I crazy? Is the great wide receiver at that time for Denver, did he pass away recently?
Oh
my
yeah,
gosh. Demarius Thomas,
right?
Yes, he did. It was them and Eric Decker were on that squad.
Because he was
they had a good tight end too. I'm drawing
he was
blanks.
very similar in age to Dez.
Yeah.
And I know you're right about that. Do you think if you flash your boobs at a football game, you should get ejected?
Mine?
Yeah, does it
No,
matter?
if you're a lady.
Yeah. Because obviously there's a lot of guys flashing boobs at,
That is-
especially like in the Northeast. I
That
don't
is true.
feel like there's guys shirtless at Cowboy games. Maybe there are.
I don't think so.
So is that considered like a
Well,
a law in the United States? Is that
illegal.
indecent? Is exposure?
It is indecent, and
So probably so, because if a man shows his private, it's weird that a boob's considered as
I
private
agree.
as a ween, but I don't know how. I don't even know if you're supposed to use the medical term on televisions or on radio. So I do feel like showing a boob is lesser than showing a male private part, but I guess they have to consider it the same.
So there was an OnlyFans model, Danny Banks, who took her top off at the Raiders game, and security instantly came up and was like, "Hey, you don't gotta go, but you can't stay here."
Oh man,
you don't gotta go.
Have you never heard that expression?
Yeah, but they do have to go. They can't stay here. That does
mistake on my part.
Does that make?
I didn't invent
You
the
don't have to
expression,
leave.
Mike.
You do have to leave. You do have to leave the stadium. They're
You
kicking
can't
you out
be
of the
here.
stadium.
That is a
You
weird.
don't have to
that is
go.
a weird phrase.
Yes, you do have to go.
That's
We're
never made
kicking you
sense.
out of here.
Yeah. By the way, it was Julius Thomas was the tight end for that team.
He's a good player.
And somebody did point out, Kevin, that Cooper Kupp had torn his ACL in Week 6 that year.
Thank you
Because
for
his
the
rookie
heads up
card is
there.
the same year as Patrick Mahomes' rookie card.
Yeah.
And then last thing I wanted to throw out, did you know the Steelers are 6-3, but that they have been outgained in every single one of their games?
Outgained?
Yeah, yard-wise, every game.
We honestly don't talk about Mike Tomlin enough as being arguably the best coach in the NFL.
He's incredible. Because I don't think that team is that great, but they're 6-3.
Kevin, the expression is you don't have to go home, but you can't stay here.
That's it.
Like you're
That
telling
makes
somebody they got to
way
go.
More sense. You don't have to go home, but you're not going to be here anymore because you don't got to go.
No,
we're leaving out a key word.
Like I said, I regret bringing that up.
Even
to
our
begin
friend
with.
Allie just texted me and said the expression is, and that's why we were confused.
Hey.
Much like earlier when you were talking about Blake, and I was like, I have no clue what you're
On the
talking
plus
about.
side, I'm glad so many people are listening. On the minus side, I dropped the ball.
It's okay. Listen, man, I'm losing it too. I've lost my touch. We'll get into it at 1 o'clock. I might need some help, guys.
I lose what I'm thinking about 50% of the time now.
As I'm talking.
I have no clue what we're talking about next.
Coming up next, I don't know if you're going to care for this topic at all. Are there any Carolina Panthers that you fear, and where do the Cowboys
Sam
hold
Mills.
major advantages?
Kevin Green.
877-881-1053. We'll do it next.
Luke Kuechly.
Right here on The Fan.
Miss any show segments? Tisk, tisk, tisk. But fear not.
Home of America's team is 105.3 The Fan. Hello, baby. KRLD FM and HD1, Dallas Fort Worth.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Thank you so much to all the folks on the Twitch, on the YouTube, and everybody rocking along with us on the truckwreck.com text line. Peace-a-thon just 6 days away if you want to get ready for that. But right now, we're going to go back to the Cowboys. I know this could be a tough task, but we're going to give it a shot. Are there any Carolina Panthers that play on the current team?
Is Cam still there?
That you fear?
Julius Peppers.
And then where?
Oh, he was a good basketball player. You didn't like him because he was a Carolina guy.
That are currently on the team. And then where do the Cowboys hold major advantages?
All right, I will give
everywhere.
You the one person that concerns me on this team.
You did like DJ Moore a lot.
He is with the Bears now, though.
I know. That's a tough one.
What?
Is
they don't have any good players.
I know.
Brian Burns.
Okay.
Because of the Bart Simpson show.
No.
What? No,
Mr.
Burns. See?
It is Thursday.
I don't
Mike.
need to watch Being Mike Bassic. I get it. I understand the experience.
And
even when it infuriates me.
And Kevin, Brian Burns, he's a great player, right? Like, this dude is an extremely talented player. Do you know how many sacks he has this year?
When he's on fire?
7.5. 8.
3.
No.
5.
Oh, crap.
In between.
You're right.
This dude last year had 12.5. He is a really, really good player.
I would just like to thank Carolina for beating a few weeks ago the Houston Texans, who look like they're as good or better than the Jacksonville Jaguars. But I'm glad that they lost to Carolina, so my Jags could still have the lead barely in that division.
Trevor Lawrence is hurting, man.
I also think that Adam Thielen is still a good receiver for what it's worth and can make some tough catches. But one of the Cowboys' strengths is their secondary. So that's not a concern as much to me. And Jonathan Mingo, I was kind of like, all right, let's do this. Let's draft this guy on a flyer as the last pick in my fantasy draft.
And then I
dropped him immediately. All right. And DJ Shark, I know he has had his moments too. And you know what? I think these guys can get loose a little bit every once in a while. But man, I do not fear anything else. They are disorganized. Their receivers are slow, and they look slow on that field. I don't think it's going to.
And Greg Olson's not there. I know he's doing broadcast on Fox. So,
and he won't even be broadcasting this game. It's the noon game. So
I did find one player that I was like, hey, maybe.
How much do you think the baby KK and whatever his nickname is, Tiger Man? What's his nickname on that jacket? Greg Olson. Does anybody remember what his name is on that?
I don't.
She's Ace, and then the Rhino is the other guy, and then I don't know.
Kevin Burkhardt. Like, how much do you think they regretted by halftime? Are they like, how did Fox give us this game?
Yeah, probably so.
Yes, I do think that.
And I'm sure they don't want to do the and they're not doing it, but I'm sure they're like, we do not want to do the Carolina Panthers and the Dallas Cowboy game.
I wanted to focus in on their returners. Because Raheem Blackshear leads the NFL with 35.2 yards per kickoff return. By the way, fun fact.
He probably gets a lot of returns per game.
Somebody that I'm sure you remember, Laviska Shenault Jr. is 6th in the NFL.
700 of his rookie cards, because somehow every time I opened a pack in 2000, I pulled the Laviska Shenault, whatever his name is, card.
2000?
2020.
Yes.
Sorry.
Averaging 27.2 yards.
Oh, it is Kevin Burkhardt and Greg Olson on that game. My bad.
I bet they're furious.
On this one this week?
Yeah.
Oh, my God. They got to do another blowout.
And Tom Rinaldi. My bad. Go ahead, Kevin.
They're the only team in the NFL that has 2 players in the top 10. So maybe when the Cowboys score a lot, the Panthers will have good returns on them. That's the best I could do for you.
Derek Brown's also a good player. And Derek Brown is, we've seen this stat a lot, Kevin, just one of just 5 players in the league to record 45-plus tackles and 4-plus tackles for a loss and 8-plus quarterback hits through the first 10 weeks. But he's going to be dealing with some pretty tough stuff in front of him in this offensive line. I think one of the things that I'm really excited about right now is Tyler Smith is a badass dude. I know we have Tyler Badass, who has had to re-earn that name and everything. Tyler Smith has been so much fun to watch. He's physical. He's nasty. He's got all these great qualities that go along with once the ball is snapped, I don't want to have to deal with him. And last night, Nate was like, he's your best offensive lineman. And I was like, and you have Zack Martin still. And I know the offensive line has struggled, like Terrence Steele has had his moments, but those two in the middle right there are fantastic.
Well, I'll tell you who we haven't given the respect to on the Carolina Panthers is I had to look up stats. I forgot they had Mama's boy running back Miles Sanders.
That's your guy.
But I don't get all the respect I need, Mommy.
Isn't Chuba Hubbard, though, like their lead guy?
He is. He has 94 carries.
Even the Panthers don't respect him.
Averaging 3.7 yards per carry at 351 yards. So he's on pace to break the 700 mark. Honestly, not, because they've already played 9 games. Miles, my mommy respects me, but nobody else does. Sanders has 224 yards this year on 71 carries.
Now,
do you think he benefited from last year's system and quarterback in Philadelphia?
Yes, I do.
Miles Sanders' career is coming to an end very soon.
The Gregginator is Greg Olsen.
Okay, great.
The other thing, too, though, Kevin, is look at their points. I know they haven't been shut out this year. This could be a chance. The Cowboys, they should not score. I told you this the other day. They shouldn't score 3 points against the Cowboys. But and I think one of the things Broadus is one of those guys that's like, hey, look, they might be a little bit better than you think. That's because he doesn't want the Cowboys just completely dismissing this team and going away from it. But there's no way that this team should score 3 points against the Cowboys.
Their second leading receiver has 23 catches all year?
Yeah. It's bad, bro.
68 for Thielen, which you are relying way too much on Adam Thielen.
And he's a first down machine,
The
too.
only other player that has 20, well, there's 2, I forgot. They're both running backs. Chubba Wubba has 21, and Miles, my mommy Sanders, has 20. All other receivers / tight ends, we have Hayden Hurst and Terrence Marshall Jr. at 18 catches apiece. This team sucks.
All right.
Mark that for the Carolina Panthers.
So somebody asked this question. Isn't the Carolina Panthers defense pretty good? Now, there's a couple of ways you can look at that. On the one hand, they're 7th in the league in yards given up per game. On the other hand, their offense continues to put them in such a disadvantaged situation. You know what they are in points per game? 30th.
Yeah.
They're 7th in yards.
Who's worse?
30th in points.
Is it the Cardinals?
It is the Broncos and the
Commandos.
And so
we get to play them in 3 days or whatever.
And somehow Russell Wilson has 18 passing touchdowns.
It is confusing, but keep in mind, so this is the same team that got 42 points put on them by the Lions and then again the next week by the Dolphins. What they did against Stroud, very impressive. But
they're not worse. I will put this. They're not worse than the Terry DeVito or Danny DeVito. Tommy DeVito Giants last week. They are probably better than last week's New York Giants that we saw on the football field, but they ain't much better. The one thing that they might have, which it doesn't look like he's doing a lot of, because Bryce Young has 20 carries for 135 yards and 0 touchdowns. Bryce Young becoming the dude Dobbs. I couldn't remember his name.
Joshua Dobbs.
Fake hand off the ball and run for 100 yards in this game? Because he ain't going to pass for more than 200. So the only way he gets to 300 yards is he passes for 200 and runs for 100, and he's only run for 135 yards all year. He's going to get destroyed. There's a possibility Bryce Young doesn't play the next 3 weeks after this game's over.
I think he could be getting harassed all day, and that's the other. If you just compare offense to offense, Carolina, 17 points per game, one of their 4th worst in the league. And then look at the Cowboys' last 4 games. And here's the thing. I know people like to go, oh, they've been playing great competition or whatever. Well, guess what this is? Not great competition.
Just do what you do.
Yeah, last 4 games for the Cowboys. 34 points a game. which is twice what Carolina averages for the year. 444 yards per game and 26 first downs per game. This has all the makings of another destruction.
How different would we feel about these Cowboys? I'm asking this question to you guys. If they would have just taken care of business at Arizona.
I mean, completely different. I think you would still be in the situation, though, where...
Can't be a good team.
Yeah, you would be looking at, like, hold on, but the two best teams that you faced, like, I think you would still have that, but you would not have this hanging over you, the Arizona loss hanging over you. You're beating teams. You can beat teams.
You'd still be looking at a strong possibility of the 1 seed right now.
Yep.
If you'd have just beat the Cardinals, hey, lose to 49ers, lose to Philadelphia.
But you'd still be ahead of the 49ers,
Right.
and you got your shot at the Eagles.
It doesn't make you feel great. In a way, you're kind of not you're ahead of the 49ers in the wild card rankings, right?
Do you think that, and I know it's...
What I'm saying is if the 49ers win the division, you're still screwed because you'd be the 5 seed
No,
if
but
you don't win the division.
No, you're right. In my scenario, though, we could still catch the Eagles
Right.
with the follow-up game and everything like that.
I saw where I always forget people's names. I'm sorry. They're very important people on ESPN. The white dude who used to be a blocker for the Denver Broncos. Or maybe Saturday, and for Colts too, right?
Yeah. I think he uses the Colts the whole time.
Okay, never went with
He
Manning.
coached the Colts for a minute,
But he's like, there you go. He's like, hey, I think the Lions are going to be the 1 seed if you just look at schedules the rest of the way. Now that might help out the Cowboys if they become the 5 seed, because right now it looks like they're headed towards that. I hope not. I hope they win the division and do all the great Cowboys things, but. If you are the 5 seed and let's say you beat the Atlanta Falcons or New Orleans Saints or whatever, then you would be headed towards, most likely you'd be headed towards Detroit. And I'm not saying that's going to be an easy matchup. We'll see how they look later in the year, but you would be avoiding the 49ers and the Eagles, and they would most likely have to play each other in that other round and not one of them knock each other out, where you wouldn't have to try to go through both of them. I know that now I'm not even talking about the Carolina Panthers. I'm just struggling. I'm struggling to look at this week and not go, this is almost like a free win.
I wanted to throw out one other football note real quick that we didn't get a chance to hit in Gridiron. You remember we talked about and played the audio for the end of that Packers-Steelers game where the interception was made and there was a late hit and a whole scrum broke out. Is 70-year-old Steelers special teams coach Danny Smith tore his rotator cuff after the sideline hit in all of the chaos.
That's why Jerry said he wouldn't go throw a first pitch out for a baseball game. He was like, it would take my body. It's gonna be kind of tough. I would need some help because Kevin, I'm learning as you get older, you start to lose things like your mind. And that's
flexibility.
Flexibility, dexterity,
hair.
Those things start to go.
I have gained hair.
No, I know you're going to say in other places.
In your ears, back.
Yeah. My body's like, yeah, they definitely need hair there.
Got to keep warm.
Don't need it on your head.
And I'm sorry for that guy,
nose
Kevin. I
hair.
know it's a big
My
deal.
nose hair grows tremendously fast.
Why? How?
No. We can continue this conversation off air.
Out of nowhere, it'll pay. I'm here, and you're like, I just clipped you yesterday.
Turn on the Twitch thing and keep us up.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3
Talk about
The Fan.
hair.
Coming up next, in honor of Josh Hader, what sports cities or organizations would make you just give up? 877-881-1053. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Are you ready for some commercial-free KNC Masterpiece?
Yes, of course.
It's happening next, all the way until 1, right here on The Fan. for more info.
And the Expressway on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by QC Kinetics.
Swing and a miss. Josh Hader strikes out the side in the bottom of the ninth. And the Padres win at Yankee Stadium.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Now, Mike, I'm going to catch you up with why we're doing this topic. Because we talked about Josh Hader a couple times earlier in the week, and multiple people, myself included, were saying, you're worried because he kind of quit on his team.
Yeah, I understand that.
So somebody texted this in. I kept their number from the 406. In Milwaukee, Josh Hader was a pure professional. Playing for the Padres would get anyone down. That team has all the talent in the world, and they suck. So we started this conversation in honor of Josh Hader, potential future Texas Ranger. What sports cities or organizations would make you just give up?
Oh man, there's plenty here. Is San Diego, is the Padres, is that really a place?
They've just been major underperformers for 3 years now, right? They've been at that point where you're like, they're going to take over the Dodgers. They got Juan Soto, they got Josh Hader, they got Blake Snell, they got all of these guys, and Manny Machado. It didn't work out, and now they're going in. I don't know if another direction's the right term, but it just looks like I think everybody's given up on the Padres actually ever being good at baseball. Even their manager gave up on them and left.
I saw a note. I did see a note yesterday
He's there for 1
that
year.
AJ Preller had talked to Bochy 3 times in 2021 or something like that.
That would make
he
sense.
He talked to Bochy 3 times and then decided to go with Bob Melvin instead. And so that's just wild to me that they had that chance.
AJ, I think that maybe we should send him a ring.
Thanks, AJ. Really appreciate that one. Cleveland, Kevin, is the place that I think, and now Mike played there, so he can actually attest to this.
At that time, they were selling out every game, right?
Okay.
Jacobs Field was selling out every game. It was a great organization to be brought up in. It's one of those things where there's other great organizations, but if I wouldn't have been brought up by Cleveland and their system of developing pitching, I don't know. They really helped out in that because, in a way, like I did play for this organization. I think it's changed tremendously over time, but the Washington Nationals were a pathetic organization when I was there. Jim Bowden's I don't know if he still is, but he was not a good person. And I mean that in the nicest way of putting it.
The Wizards are bad. The Commanders are bad.
I guess we're talking about the whole city, yeah.
The whole thing.
But it could be just an individual team.
Like the government does that to you.
But like the Nationals at the time was just their farm system and developing players. Like they had to draft. Ryan Zimmerman pretty much went from the University of Virginia to the major leagues. So he didn't get the toxic part of the minor leagues of the Nationals at the time. I don't think they hired the best coaching. I don't think that they knew what they were doing. There was disorganization everywhere. After being with 5 different organizations, you could just go, this isn't the way you're supposed to do it. It was a horrible way of doing it. So for me, the one organization, I did love playing on their major league team. Don't want to take that out of context, but I just remember being in the minor leagues in spring training and going, guys, like I think I should be the pitching coordinator here because you guys don't know what you're doing.
Now, I already saw somebody send in the one that immediately jumped to my mind, the Arizona Coyotes. Now, if you're in a situation where you have to change buildings because of a variety of financial issues and maybe just your fundamental lack of understanding of those financial issues, that's probably not great. But then again, they probably needed to get out of that building because I still remember the Stars-Coyotes game we went to when they were like, tonight's attendance is 12,000. Yeah, and we looked around and there were 3,500 people there tops.
Yeah. Again, when Jamie Benn broke his stick, it was the loudest thing you heard that night.
Yes.
That was the loudest thing. The crowd was, and all the 300 people there barking.
There might have been 3,000.
Like a coyote. That
maybe.
was kind of tough too.
Can I throw out one, or you
I did want to say when I said Cleveland, I was saying the city, but also it feels like the Cavaliers at this point now are that. Like that's a place you just don't want to be. They don't have any direction.
One of the reasons, if you want to be a LeBron guy, one of the reasons he felt like he had to leave Cleveland is he asked all players in the NBA, and all of them said, "I don't want to go.
I don't want to be there." Yeah, so that feels like one of those places.
I mean, in a way, he caused a lot of that issue too, but by being an agent and signing Tristan Thompson to like $100 zillion deal, and being like, "Hey, what's the deal, man? Like, you made us do this, okay?" But I'm going to take a little bit of a shot at your son's team.
Oh,
besides the Michael Jordan era, it has been a really poor organization, right?
And part of that, a lot of that, you're right. Part of that, I kind of feel bad is that moment when it looked like Derrick Rose was about to be the dude.
And his knee.
Yeah, exactly. And then it was just all. Yeah. And then you look at a couple of years ago when Lonzo Ball first got hurt, it looked like they had a team that fit right. And once they lost their point guard, they're like, I don't know what to do. And now they're about to have to tear it apart.
Chicago's I do like Chicago, the city. I get the South Side.
Yeah.
When I'm there, they just say, just don't go there. So I don't know about the South Side because they just say, do not go there unless you want really bad things to possibly happen to your life.
Okay.
So I stay away.
But you can still get down with the city of Chicago.
Right,
so that is like
downtown Chicago, the north side of Chicago, around Wrigleyville.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. They just say, stay away from where the White Sox play. I've only been there one time, and that was to play baseball. So I don't know.
That's fair.
But I do like the city, but I think the Bulls organization just can't figure it out.
Because I was going to say the Miami Marlins organization, because like even when they finally got a great GM there that got them a winning season, what happens? She leaves because they're like, we want to bring somebody else in to help you make decisions, even though you made some pretty damn good decisions this year. And she's
the
like,
greatest in the
see you
history
later.
of baseball.
Yeah, but then it's still Miami. Like how can you hate being in Miami that much? So I understand that.
Okay.
But I think the Charlotte Bobcats or Hornets or whatever they are now.
I like this.
This is a place, that's an organization you never want to play for.
It does feel like a minor league city. I mean, I hate saying that, but besides, I guess they have the Hurricane. No, they don't have that. What do they have besides the Hornets? I know they have the Charlotte Knights, which
Carolina
is AAA
Panthers?
baseball.
Yeah.
It feels Carolina Panthers. That still feels minor leaguish. Look, we're playing a minor league team this week. We played a minor league team last week in the New York Giants in a way because they had an actor who's way past his prime being quarterback.
He actually might be in his best
It might
right
be
now.
Danny DeVito. After watching that might have been Danny DeVito. But the Panthers.
They do have the Hurricanes, Mike.
Carolina Hurricanes.
Yeah.
And they're good.
They left for a while, and they were like, we'll come back.
I've been to Charlotte. It does feel like a really nice AAA city.
But that's what I'm saying is the Charlotte Hornets specifically, that organization, like they had Michael Jordan there and they couldn't do anything. All right? Like that's how bad it is. People there, even like their best players, like, I'm going to injure myself so I don't ever have to play for you guys.
Oh, that's a good point here. A lot of NASCAR in Charlotte. Okay.
That's cool.
Yeah, there is a lot of NASCAR.
That Broadus would love that. Yeah, that would be right up Broadus'
alley. It's not
alley.
a bad city. I think it's a decent city to live in, like Oklahoma City. I think Oklahoma City is a nice city.
But it might make you
I
give
do
up.
feel like it's AAA-ish.
What about?
I've visited South Carolina. I've visited Charlotte. It is beautiful.
Nice.
Yeah,
Oklahoma City's nice too.
That's
and there's
great.
probably people. Our signal might. I don't know if it goes all the way to Oak City, but it gets close.
Yeah.
Oak City. I do like Oak City, but Oak City does feel
minor league.
Yeah. But in Buffalo, like there's cities that have an NFL team, they have an NHL team. Obviously, they have more than just the Buffalo Bisons there. But I do feel like there's a reason that they're not Dallas, Houston, Miami, even Cleveland feels major leaguish. Or
what about Detroit then? And specifically the Detroit Lions.
Gotham.
Because as much as I thought that was in New York, not Detroit.
Not right now, Kevin.
In the comic books, I think they use Gotham as New York. But if you've ever been to Detroit and seen the rundown part of where the Tigers used to play and the casino area and stuff, you start going, this might be where they use the word Gotham.
So this team notwithstanding, people get annoyed at listening to the Cowboys fans who are like, I'll tell you what it used to be like 30 years ago. What if you're a Detroit Lions fan who's about 75, maybe 80? When you were growing up, there was no team better than the Lions. They won the championship in 52, 53, and 57. And then nothing. I feel like you're an older person. You're like, I'll tell you.
2 years into
Super
Mickey
Bowl,
Mantle and Willie Mays' career.
Yeah, but they were awesome. They won 3 championships in the span of 6 years. And then again, nothing.
I think all that was there was the Bears and the Packers, right? It was a 3-team league at that point.
There was more, not a lot more, but more teams than that. I'll have to look further into that.
We did it. We beat the 2 teams. There was a 3-team playoff.
I'm sure there was more than that.
There's the Giants.
Total in the league. There was also San Francisco.
Really? In the 50s?
Oh, they played a game at San Francisco.
Okay.
Was that the
San Francisco? It was the San Francisco 49ers.
Okay, yeah, I don't even know if we had the gold rush yet.
That was like 100 years before that.
How do you know?
Yeah.
That is what it's based on. It's not the gold rush of 1949.
Why?
Yeah, it might be.
It's not.
Were you there?
No.
What year was it?
It was 1849.
That doesn't make much sense.
What? That makes a lot of sense.
There wasn't even newspapers then.
Yeah, how would
Yes,
they know?
there were.
Really? Prove it.
I don't have one of them. There were absolutely newspapers back then. What are we even saying?
All right, man. We'll just believe you if that's what you want.
All right, they played the 49ers.
Yeah. Good for us.
There's 4 teams. That's a long trip.
That is a long time
Or
ago,
even
too.
planes then.
What about the Oakland A's? Let's go back to I hate both of you guys. What about you two, Alec? You didn't do anything to stop that. You didn't do anything to stop it.
Because he's a good teammate.
Because I didn't get any proof.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you, Alec, for delivering that fantastic line.
Yeah. The Wright brothers, obviously, one of them played for the Mavericks a few years ago. That didn't work out.
Delon Wright.
That was not same person.
Doesn't one of them make popcorn?
That's
hold
Orville
on.
Redenbacher.
Do you guys believe nothing that happened before you were born? You're like, can't prove it.
Oh, you can.
I'm just I'm just trusting, you know? I just trust that whoever wrote the books was telling the truth and that they didn't make their own story to make them look good.
Did you hear what Mike said? He goes, you can, you just didn't.
Yeah, we put it on
God.
Corey put it on you. And we said.
So what was I supposed to do? Produce a newspaper from the 1800s right here and now?
All you had to do was Google and then show a newspaper from then.
So you'll believe it if you see it on Google.
I think
I'll trust
Google's
it more.
very
Yeah.
authoritative.
Yeah, I'll trust it
There's
more.
Google Translate.
What do you mean by believe? That's the question, because there's 2 different versions. Your belief is very different than just trusting the information.
The invention of the newspaper goes back to 1619. You can find newspapers from as far back as then.
That's
I don't know
amazing.
if they still exist, and that'll bring a hold. Never mind. The Oakland A's. Would the Oakland A's make you just give up? Well, I know now they're
They did.
moving.
Yeah.
The Las Vegas A's.
Yeah, but their fan base, they had a good fan base when you go back to when we were kids. Obviously, they won 3 in a row in the 70s with Reggie Jackson and Catfish Hunter and stuff like that. And then they did. That is, I will look that up if you need me to. And I don't know why I said will that way. But then they had Canseco McGuire. We went through that. But yeah, it's been for over 2 decades. They made their fans give up.
From
made their fans give up.
They did.
Like, this is our mission, guys.
That's that's like y'all and me. From the 817, y'all show us the best things since sliced bread. Kevin is like the Dallas Cowboys. So easy to get him off sides.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, man. That's a double.
Yeah, but
burn.
that would mean that we made you jump off sides. The Cowboys just line up off sides already.
Yeah.
Like, they're not even doing anything to make them go off sides. They're like putting the ball on the ground, and the Cowboys once a game are like, I think I can line up here. Like, no, the rule says you can't.
That's what I think about
Be behind the
sometimes
ball.
When people say, or the coaches say, we don't coach penalties. I'm like, right. But when you see somebody who's lined up and it's going to be neutral zone infraction, offsides, can't you coach in that moment and be like, hey,
Corey, do you see where your head is right now? We can't do that.
Yeah. No, but what are you going to do? Like, what's going to correct that mistake? Cut him? These guys make so much money nowadays. You can't really do anything. You can't discipline these guys.
Could you put up not an imaginary wall, but you bring out
shot collars?
Oh,
if they line up
our
off sides.
dog, hey, I'm about to shock my dog until it starts learning properly again. I feel like
Good night, dude.
Well, we use the buzzer, not the zzz buzzer, but just it makes a noise and it knows. But like today, my wife pulls out of the car like it's a one lane thing where our park, like where we park, and Ranger wants to ride in the car. He's all excited and everything. Gets out of the car. There's a woman walking on the sidewalk, and then it nips at her calf or ankle. Gets out, runs. We're like, dude, what is wrong with you?
Stop
it.
it.
It's barking too much, and now it's back to nipping, and it's like, look, you should know. Your sister's not here for a reason.
Oh
my God.
I don't know what happened there.
We had to put her down because she was biting too many people.
Yeah, that's not.
And so that was it. And so it's like, there's a reason that you don't have a sister right now. And I don't know what you're doing, but do we need to remind you? And it looks like we do.
All right.
Well, that happens to pets. If they bite humans, that can't happen. And if they don't learn, there's something that you can do so you don't get sued because your dog is biting people.
Now,
That's true.
I wanted to throw out a couple of other random things super quick. I don't totally
If y'all are the greatest thing since sliced bread, y'all have only been great since 1928, according to one texter.
Right after the Depression, we learned how to slice bread.
What did we do then? People just ripped off?
You just rip the bread.
Ate a whole loaf of bread?
Yeah.
That's what they do at restaurants.
Or like the hoagie sandwich.
You've been to steak restaurants where they don't cut the bread.
That's true. But did people just take bites out of it, or I hope rip
No, you
chunks
ripped
off?
it.
Okay.
I've seen Viking shows.
Is
right. Well, that's before sliced bread.
Good luck,
Mike,
Kevin.
how would you fare in the housekeeping Olympics?
Poorly, but the other day, and I say the other day loosely because it was at least a month ago, I made my own 409. Saw a guy do it, so I did it. It's water. It's a little bit of apple cider vinegar, but vinegar, distilled vinegar. And I might have put a little bit too much in there because it smelled too vinegary. And then you take lemons and you squeeze lemons in there, and you can even throw the lemons in there, and it makes your own disinfectant spray, which is supposed to be similar to 409 without the chemicals. That's very housekeeping of me. Well, my wife said it was too vinegary. And I said, well, spray more of it, then put water in it, and maybe it'll take the vinegar out.
So the IEHA Housekeeping Olympics have been going down. By the way, this is the 33rd annual of this event.
No way.
Yes. So they test your domestic skills in terms of sweeping, how quickly you can switch out bed sheets, how quickly you can vacuum, and they put these carpets on.
You can only vacuum as fast as the vacuum can vacuum.
Well, they give all the same models of vacuum, and you do head-to-head competitions on these rugs on the arena floor.
Okay. I don't
know what you wrote on that sheet of paper.
Did you see it?
A little bit.
I'll mention it during Mike Likes It. You have to give me the mic in a second.
That's true. By the way,
do you like vacuuming?
Are you a fan of cleaning?
I hate dusting. That's what beats me down.
I'd rather vacuum.
Yeah, for sure.
Adrian, we haven't ever deep cleaned our new house, so it's been over a year. And I was like, hey, yeah, the deep clean, like the corners and stuff like that. We cleaned. It's clean. We just needed to redo some stuff. And I told her, I said, hey, go ahead and do it. Get somebody to come over and do that. So there's a lady at our house today, and evidently Avery got home from track and went and took a shower, and
while she was there,
didn't know she was there,
and walked out
of the shower, butt
like
naked,
drying like Jerry Maguire's client.
And she was standing there in the kitchen.
Cuba
And
Gooding Jr. is his name.
I don't know what's happened since then, but there you go, Kevin. I'm wondering how she would fare in those Olympics.
Okay, we'll need an update on that. But right now, God help us all, it's time for Mike Likes It.
All right, so in this box, I put 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 words. And this is what, as I was doing this last segment, I looked at both y'all's faces. I put faces. Corey missed me. Kevin didn't.
I have been smiling a lot today.
Oh, my goodness.
But that's because I'm losing it.
All right, so the first Mike Likes It will be Kevin's irritated. Kevin, what has irritated you the most about this show so far? I think that's a good question.
That's a valid question.
That is a good question. I think
Like
maybe
staying on topic.
Yeah.
Has that been tough for you today?
With the for me,
yeah.
I think
What's
it's
your
with
deal?
the you can't prove a newspaper existed or the gold rush happened because you don't have proof. Like I'm supposed to pull a gold nugget out of my pocket or something.
Can you do that?
I cannot. I mean, some people probably could. I cannot.
Yeah, I think humans can do that, Mike.
You know what?
Why don't you have a gold nugget? You're a huge Nuggets fan.
You could have just quickly said it was 1849 and that's why they're named the 49ers.
That is literally what I said.
Corey, do you feel like that's what he said?
Not at the time. We don't have time to go back and play that audio either. So
Mike likes it. Brought to you by nobody right now.
But soon,
you
hopefully.
can add to what you'd like to sponsor.
Yeah, that was a good plug right there.
Thanks. All right. So looking at y'all's faces, Corey, thanks for missing me.
Hey, I did, Mike. Thanks for being here.
All right. So quick baseball nugget.
Okay.
MVP is tonight.
Yep.
0%, 1%.
I think it's
that Corey Seager were to pull off the biggest upset in MVP history.
4%.
I think he should get some votes. I really do.
I think you'll get. Do
First
you
place
think? Let me
votes.
ask you this. Well, okay. How many? I don't even know how many votes there are.
30.
There are 30?
Oh, that's for the other awards. Maybe not.
Let's say there are 30. All right. Let's say there are 30.
That's good. Let's say one. Each city gets a vote. Each team, I guess, because there's multiple teams in one city.
By the way, Mike did confirm that Houston left Bochy off the
Interesting.
Yeah, the guy that votes in for Houston. I'm not 100% sure. I think it's the same guy who wrote the same article that the Rangers way over celebrated their victory on Saturday against Seattle to clinch the playoffs. Like he was the one poking the Rangers all year long.
Wow.
And he's like, well, I'm not, because here's the deal. I don't think he's going to vote for Seager or Simeon for first, second, or third.
Probably not.
That's a good point. That is.
It is. I was telling Kevin a few minutes ago, I saw the graphic that had Shohei in the middle and Seager and Simeon on either side.
Okay.
And I just thought it was wild. Like, it's just weird
that they're going to be teammates
there are
next
two
year?
guys. All three of them are going to be teammates next year. It's just wild that we had two MVP candidates on the same team this year.
Yeah.
And I'm just not used to that. It was awesome.
So I do think the MVPs tonight won't be very highly contested, but I do think both are very deserving. I think Shohei Otani's very deserving. I get some people in September said, well, he's not deserving. Their team stunk. And then he didn't pitch in September for the most part because of his injury, and then shut it down hitting wise too later in the year because of the injury. Now, Ronald Acuna Jr. I think is going to run away with this. I think Mookie Betts made a push at one point, but I think in the end, you go 40-70. Nobody's even come close to that. I don't think this is going to be close. So Kevin, once again, he doesn't like me, right?
No.
He's ready to Mookie me.
No. I was gonna say
I'm not
something.
talking Wilson.
I was gonna say something else for you. Is from our kind friend
Garland, because he's a Garland guy.
Yeah.
You're a Mookie guy.
From our kind friend Eric. After he wins the MVP, hopefully tonight, we are getting a Master Collection sketch card 1/1 of Ronald Acuna. So it's the only card like this that exists in the world.
For why are we getting this?
For Peace-a-thon.
What? That sounds awesome.
Yep.
So I do think tonight
it's like a painting.
I feel like it's a little anticlimactic, but I feel like I might watch it just because there's the small possibility that Corey Seager wins it. Remember, your votes had to be in before the playoffs. Corey Seager obviously deserved his MVP of the World Series, but you had to vote by the Sunday or Monday at the end of the year.
I think Marcus Simeon being at 3 is another reason I just put it at 4%, because maybe there was more like positive Rangers buzz throughout the regular season. Not to win, but 4%.
It's very interesting that right now Kevin is less dancy and excited about Corey Seager not winning than he was about Bochy. Like, he was like, look out there, everybody out there that's listening, Bochy's not going to win, deal with it. And I thought that was a very weird tactic on Kevin's part, but you're not as dancy today. This is interesting.
All right. Next, Mike likes it. because I don't want to talk negatively about the Rangers. Kevin, obviously.
I don't either.
Has an agenda.
It was a weird week. Yeah.
All right. Real quick on the Dallas Mavericks. I thought after this Washington game, before the season started, I thought, ooh, the schedule. I just want to really quickly. Saturday at Milwaukee. Very tough game. Home against Sacramento. Now they've started playing a lot better basketball, but they have not gotten off to the start that you would think. They're 6-4 this year. Sorry, I had to cough. Then at the Lakers, at the Clippers. That does look like a really tough 4-game stretch, but maybe it's not as tough as we thought.
Do you believe in the consistency of the Lakers or the Clippers?
Well, the Clippers are pretty consistent. They've lost every game. So
that's good. That's a good point.
They got James Harden. And they're like, we don't win a basketball game anymore. But that being said, I just look at it and go, okay, this is a really tough 4-game stretch. I would like to see, and 3 of the 4 are on the road. Hopefully Kyrie was just sitting out for 82-game purpose, not that he was really hurt last night.
It did sound like a little bit of something to monitor.
Yeah, and then hopefully Tim Hardaway Jr., who has been playing great this season, hopefully his knee leg is okay and he can stay hot from 3, and he seems to be really thriving in the new offense that the Mavericks have created. But I just wanted to give you the next 4 games. Obviously, that takes you Saturday, Sunday, Wednesday, Saturday is your schedule there. They also at Milwaukee, then coming home with no rest against Sacramento. Might be a little bit tough. Sacramento does like playing at a very fast pace. Yes. So maybe the Mavericks are more prepared for that pace.
I think they are, don't you?
Yeah, I do. I think that they can match it. Now, the thing is once again, Derek Lively having a great year. Derek Lively versus Sabonis, that could be a really tough matchup and a bully matchup. And Dwight Powell does not come in and handle bully basketball either. He likes teams like Washington way more. All right, my next one. Mike likes it question. Do you guys like stars?
The stars, the hockey team?
The shape?
Sorry, that's a good question. That's another great. You guys have asked 2 great questions after I asked way too general of a question. Stars in the sky and planets in the sky, which can also be considered stars, I guess.
Very much so.
Hold on, what?
Oh, yeah.
You love all this?
Planets or stars?
No. I meant I like these things.
Okay.
And I was one of the kids who wasn't beat down by the planetarium. I thought it was super neat.
I always enjoy. I mean, I told you Alaska's flag is in my top 5 because it's space on a flag.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh, you missed our state flag conversation.
Oh, it was so much fun, Mike.
I'll do that thing where you go back and listen. Odyssey.
We'll just revisit it together one day.
So I'm glad. Did you say yes to
I
stars
love space.
and
I love the stars.
So I never looked for Jupiter or anything like this, but there was a very bright star while we were in Cabo, and then Sue takes her phone to it, the app that can kind of show you what is that? Is that, what star is that? Whatever. Cause she's like, I think that's Jupiter. And she was right. It was Jupiter. Well, then the next day, and what I mean by day is the sun is setting. So the sun is pretty much set, but it's not dark yet. The brightest star I've ever seen in my life. And I mean, it doesn't even come close. I did take a picture of it. I need to send it to you guys. And the picture doesn't do it justice, but you can see how bright this is. Was Jupiter. It was amazing. It was one of the most, I had to stop looking at it after about 10 or 15 seconds. I couldn't look at it anymore because of how bright it was.
Okay.
And so my buddy did look this up. There is religious stuff to it. I won't get preachy but there is religious stuff to Jupiter that was very interesting to me on the book that I was reading. But Jupiter was the brightest planet/star. I know that it's a planet and not a star, but when I was looking at Jupiter, it was maybe in a weird way, the most amazing thing I've ever seen. Now, I feel like
is it real clear and big too, or is it just the brightness of it?
It was almost like a sparkler. Like if you have a sparkler in your hand during 4th of July or whatever, and the sparkling of it almost seemed to sparkle too. And at a distance, I'm like, that can't be Jupiter. Sue put her phone to it. She's like, that's Jupiter. And I'm like, this is It was one of the most amazing things I've ever seen. So I don't even know where I'm going with Mike likes it, except the liking part of it. I feel like you notice nature more a little bit on vacation when you're relaxing and
Probably
you're looking at the ocean and you're looking at the sky and I don't notice those things as much in Dallas. Now, obviously, you don't get to see the stars very good in a big city.
Right.
I mean,
out in Plano, I get some stars sometimes.
right, and you can see stars. Maybe it might be cloudy tonight, but I'm just telling you, Jupiter was the most amazing thing that I've ever seen.
It shines at a magnitude of negative 2.8, which is nearly as bright as Mars's peak of negative 2.9 and brighter than Sirius. Sirius is the sky's brightest star, by the way, and it shines at a magnitude.
And I think honestly, recently here in November, Jupiter has been shining brighter because, and so you can look this up. The other thing too is I'll just leave it at this as Mike likes it ends, and we get to the C block is look up what Jupiter possibly was in 2017.
Okay.
Okay, I'll just leave it at that without getting preachy. But look up what Jupiter was in 2017 and the possibilities of what I might have kind of seen. All right.
We're the KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. What a variety, and Mike likes it. Appreciate that very much. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
All right, guys. I might be losing it. I'll explain next.
Hey, come on out to the 105.3 The Fan official watch party for the Cowboys with me as they take on Carolina at Old 75 off 75 in Richardson. Kickoff is at noon, so let's get ready to party Sunday.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Bosch Power Tools and Autoflex Leasing.
This is Andrew Bogish with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Fairfield by Marriott, official hotel partner of the NCAA. Blake Snell's Cy Young season, kind of inexplicable. The pending free agent led all of baseball in ERA, opponent's batting average, and OPS against, despite walking 99 batters. It was like Snell wanted to make things more difficult, but still managed to become the second lefty ever
105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan right now. It's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Thank you very much, Kevin. I want to remind you that tomorrow we're at Buffalo Wild Wings in Irving. Looking forward to seeing everybody there.
Buffalo Wild Wings. We had a blast on Hewlin in Fort Worth last week, whether Kevin liked it or not.
I had a lot of fun.
We had a really good time. It was a stressful day for Kevin. Yeah, stressful day for Kevin.
Yeah,
sure.
There's some parts I didn't like.
But we're going to be in Irving, and you'll have your opportunities you walk in. Here's what you do if you haven't attended one of these yet, which there have been a lot. These have been packed. It's been great. And we got a Let's Go Rangers chants going a while back. You sign up as soon as you walk in, and at the end of the day, we'll draw names. Now, there are prizes throughout the day, too. You can win some prizes at lunchtime. But at the end of the day, there is Cowboys tickets that Miller Lite is giving away. And these Cowboy tickets are for Thanksgiving's game. So
that's amazing.
Be ready for that. It's really exciting. And then Sunday, I will be at Old 75 in Richardson. And we'll get to more of that information in just a moment. Kevin, it looked like you had some breaking news.
I don't know. It's not big enough to be breaking news, but the Eagles did put Nakobe Dean on the injured reserve. So just wanted to throw that there into the world.
Well, let's to add some more sports to this. Have you seen the Joe Burrow video?
Yeah, that they deleted with is it like a wrap on his hand or wrist?
Mike, you know that thing that Corey Seager was wearing on his hand this season? It kind of went around his wrist.
I think most players in baseball should wear that. I don't know why more players don't wear that, to make sure that if a ball hits your hand area, you're not going to break your hand because there's a protection there.
Yeah, and this one looks kind of like that, but it's more of a rap kind of thing.
Okay.
But there is a video of him walking off the team bus in Baltimore because they're playing tonight, and he has this on his hand, and everybody started freaking out. And then the team
Tonight's Thursday.
Yeah, then the team deleted the video. The team was just like,
that's what makes it more scandalous to me.
Yes. So there are some people that are showing, and they're like, maybe it's just part of the fit. Maybe that's just what it looks like. He's just trying to look cool. But it's a wrist guard to use to write on iPads without accidentally touching the screen, some people say, too. So that is out there as well.
Don't pay attention to his computer.
Okay.
Yeah,
We're doing a segment,
I'm doing my
Mike.
thing. I'm inside my head right now.
Also, I did want to point out as well that Apple announced today that they are bringing RCS support, which means that it will be cross-platform texting. So now it won't matter anymore.
What does RCS stand for?
Rich Communication Services. Later next year,
poor people can't see it.
No, it's just it's more enriched. But basically,
enriched.
The reason you got an iPhone was so that you can communicate better with your family.
Yeah.
Now they're just like, hey, we're making it better. So
if Kevin changes, we get blue for our text.
Yeah, that would be nice, Kevin.
Somebody texted earlier that they're working on like a patch by next year to make the phones more compatible.
That's what I just said. RCS Communications.
Really?
Yep.
I thought you were saying we get to watch we can text during the football game.
I told you. That's why I had to tell him.
Didn't it sound like he was saying we could text during the football game?
That's why I thought I had to.
Okay, gotcha.
Because sometimes you guys don't text me back when I'm texting during games.
Okay, but sometimes you text like 15 times and you're like, this person is still trash.
But shouldn't I get a response at some point? If you're my friend,
should.
I feel
Okay.
like you're saying
You
you're
should.
just my colleague,
No,
and I
you're
only
right,
talk to
Mike.
you during work.
Mike, you're right about that. I will work on doing better at that.
I won't. I'm doing stuff.
I understand at the Cowboy game, not at the Cowboy game, but you're at Old 75 during road games?
Yes.
Road games.
Yeah, so when they're on the road where the Rangers dominate, you don't text back. I understand
I'll work on that.
Also,
Kevin's just chilling like a villain and going, Bassic, texting again.
The Braves have been selected to host the 2025 MLB All-Star Game.
Am I crazy? Did they lose that a few years ago because of voting or something?
Ooh, that's an interesting question.
do think that sounds accurate. And
like 2020 or 21, wasn't the All-Star game supposed to be in Atlanta? And they were like, because they had the new stadium.
I know that happened in Charlotte.
Right, they had a new stadium.
I think it happened in both places.
And
although Charlotte eventually got it back, even though they didn't change anything.
Because like the Rangers are hosting it the upcoming season. But I think when Atlanta got their new stadium, they were going to host it. And then there were certain things that Georgia was doing voting-wise that some players didn't like. And so they pulled the All-Star game from Atlanta.
All right. Now to the stuff I really need to dive in on.
Ooh.
I think I'm losing it. And it became most apparent last night as a lot of things are starting to happen. Yesterday, I got an email from boss man Tim Collins, and he said, hey, those promos sounded great. But do you have the promo up, the old ones that I did before we fixed them? Okay, let's hear one of them real quick, Kevin. Tell me what's missing here.
Hey, come on out to the 105.3 The Fan official watch party for the Cowboys with me as they take on Carolina. Kickoff is at noon, so let's get ready to party Sunday.
I'm excited. It's around the whole world. It might be the whole universe. Just party with you around
just come out.
Yeah, just
where is it
at?
at?
Just come out and
go
party
watch
with
the
me.
game outside. I think we're supposed to watch the game outside. I think
Come out. That's what I did say. Come on out.
It does miss the key information about where this is.
At Old 75 in Richardson off of 75. I forgot to do that. I don't do that. I don't
New
miss stuff
75
like that.
is way up north.
I don't miss stuff like that, okay? I don't typically miss stuff like that. However,
I do.
You just heard that. Then, shortly after I saw this, I had emailed the boss back and just said, crap, okay, I'll fix it. Shortly after that, though, I ordered pizza for my family last night.
Yeah.
And I got a phone call from the pizza delivery guy, and he said, you're on the 11th floor, right? And I said, no, I live in a one-story house. What's going on? And then I looked at the app and realized that I left during the World Series. I tried to order some pizzas for everybody, and I left the address as this one. So I had pizza delivered that I didn't even get to eat. I had to order a second dose of pizza for my family, and I told the guys, I said, hey, Broadus, all you guys, y'all enjoy pizza on me. Cheese pizza with stuffed crust. There wasn't anything special about it. And so, but that's something I don't miss, dude. I always remember. I do this all the time because I do switch up my locations. We go out of town. If I order DoorDash out of town while we're gone, I immediately, as soon as I get home, I switch the location to make sure. Kevin, you know, one of the things that's been on my mind, and this is why I'm kind of concerned. Adrian's out of town. She's in Key West.
Doing what?
Her sister's birthday. They're celebrating her sister's birthday.
How old is your sister's birthday?
Her sister is 50.
Ah, okay.
So
it needed to be a round number, right?
Yes, it needed to be one of those big ones too.
That makes sense.
And so she's out of town. She gave me an entire list of things that I needed to accomplish while she's gone. And it mostly surrounds the kids and all the stuff they have going on.
Oh, okay. Like, while I'm gone, paint the house?
No, I'm not painting the house. That's not going to happen. But the cleaning lady's going to be here. You need to do this.
What if she came back and you, like, knew karate just because of all the chores she gave you?
Yeah. I learned it while you were gone. But, Kevin, what was the big thing I was concerned about yesterday?
Sand the floor.
Wax on, wax off.
Yeah.
Braiding Lucy's hair.
No.
French braid.
No.
Which is like the one that's like into the head,
In
right?
France.
Yeah. Well, that's not necessarily in France, Mike. But I don't know how to. I know that you divide it into three and then you cross those. All right. But it's not going to look good. It's going to look bad. This morning, and I got a picture. I got up this morning.
I think your wife needed to put ponytail.
Well, here's the deal. It's Colonial Day. All right. Colonial Day. And I don't understand Colonial Day, but everybody dresses up as if they're in colonial days. And Kevin, there's the picture.
I didn't see that.
If y'all want to zoom in on the Twitch, you can see that. I got up this morning and I got her ready for Colonial Day. It's a really exciting time.
So you had to be like a housewife or a maid.
And well, I don't know. You just have to dress like colonial times, dude.
What is she dressed like?
She said, "What am I dressed as?" And I was like, "I don't know. You look like a maiden." And so I tried the French braid, failed miserably at it. And decided, screw it, we're putting it in a knot, and we're just pulling it down, putting the bonnet on.
Ponytail it.
Then when we got to the school today,
Oh, no.
I pulled up and she had safety patrol. I got her there early. She's 5 minutes early.
Like she had to do crosswalks?
Yeah. They do. They open doors for the kids as drop-offs going on, and she has safety patrol this week. Got her there early. We're sitting there 5 minutes early. I'm kind of watching all these kids walk in, and I'm like, none of these kids are dressed up for Colonial Day.
Oh, my God.
Oh, no.
No, are you serious? Are you 100% serious?
What the heck is going on? Adrian sent me, she made me a sheet that had the calendar for the week with all the information on it.
Today's the 16th.
And she said, and it's hanging up on the fridge. And I also have a printout version of it. See all the details she put in that thing?
I do.
Where's Colonial Day, Kevin?
No, Colonial Day is on Friday the 17th.
Colonial Day is
Are you
on.
embarrassed?
I am embarrassed. I am embarrassed.
Oh,
I need to.
Colonial Day is tomorrow, Mike.
We have enough time. Explain what Lucy felt like.
In that moment, I said, Lucy, why is nobody dressed up for Colonial Day? And she looks around and she's like, I don't know. That's weird. And I went and looked at my instructions. And I went, oh, no, Lucy, it's tomorrow. And she goes, oh, no. Well, we have time to go home and get me changed. So I raced home at 7 o'clock this morning.
You were dressed like a Colonial,
I was
too?
not dressed like a Colonial, Mike. But she said we because she knew I was going to have to help. So I drive her home and get her dressed and get her changed and then get back to the school still in time for her. I'm like, this might not. She's not going to get to do safety patrol. She's not going to get to do that today. That stinks. And we get there. There's nobody there for safety patrol. And I'm like, what is going on?
Oh, no.
I said, Lucy, just get out, go inside, have a great day. She took it like a champ. She's excited that she gets to do it tomorrow. She's really like,
you had a run through.
Yeah, she now we know.
Trial run.
Yeah, I failed at the French braid. Don't have to try that tomorrow.
You're not going to try it again?
No, I'm just going to go with the knot and put the bonnet on and say, there you go, everything's good. But guys, I am losing it. I don't forget things like this that often. But that's 3 things in a row. That's 3 significant
You're done.
things.
Doesn't it come in
Big
threes?
Things come in threes. That is the truth. Like deaths and families and stuff like that.
That's obviously what the Mavericks think. They take a lot of threes.
Did you just set that whole thing up? Okay.
I wish I did.
It came to him
but
at the
then
right
that
time.
happened. Things happen in threes, and then I thought of my Mavs.
Okay.
Is it too
Is it
early?
just age?
In age?
No, I don't think so. I forget a lot.
See, here's the other thing too. Adrian, she's never made me a calendar like that before. And I feel like I need to make my own calendar because when you write and when you do it yourself, then you remember a little better.
Yeah.
And I didn't even look at her calendar because I was like, you have a stupid calendar.
I feel like I need to write things down a lot more because I don't remember a lot of things. But I feel like if I wrote it down, I would have a much better chance.
Yeah, I'm very big on I'll write things down. Even if I put it in my phone or type it, I will go write it down if I need to remember it. And this one was, I think when she gave me the calendar, it just screwed me up. But that doesn't explain the pizza situation where I delivered it to the station instead of home.
That's an easy mistake.
Okay, thanks. All right.
There's times where I'm at this McDonald's right downstairs and it'll be like, hey, do you want this McDonald's or a McDonald's a mile away? No, I obviously want this McDonald's. I'm standing inside of this one.
I'm right
But what if I
here.
accidentally just hit the wrong button and they're like, you need to go travel another mile if you want this $1.50 sandwich?
And it probably is.
Sprinting.
There probably is a McDonald's.
Guys, I'm going to be late. I got to drive to this McDonald's.
Gotta go get the
By
car
the way,
started.
don't you think that calendar and colander are way too close of words for one that drains pasta and the other that is a whole calendar?
Did you just define the word calendar with the word calendar?
I think so.
Okay.
Isn't there 2 different ways to spell calendar?
Is there?
DAR and DER are 2 different things.
Ooh.
877-881-1053. Also, do you know who Liam Hicks is?
Oh, he's the one that played a Star Wars character in the Phantom
Is that
Menace.
Liam Neeson that we're looking for here?
Liam Hicks is in the Rangers Fall League right now.
Tom's son.
He compiled the 3rd highest batting average in Fall League history, 449.
That's pretty good because I wasn't pitching in it this year.
Of his 31 hits, only 5 went for extra bases, and none of them left the yard.
He's
but
Luis Ariz.
24 And he's the only 2 hitters in the league on the batting average list ahead of him. Both went on to enjoy stints in the big leagues in Ken Harvey and Vance Wilson. But
Vance Wilson is a former catcher of mine, and Ken Harvey was a first baseman in the Kansas City Royals organization. So they're around my age.
Is Fall League, is it?
Arizona Fall League is pretty much, you're watching the major league players of tomorrow.
Okay.
That is.
And he got 31 hits.
Each team
That is pretty incredible.
gets to choose 5 or 6 guys to go to the Arizona Fall League. And usually you're choosing guys that will be in AA, AAA, or the majors the next year. So when you're watching that, most of the guys there will be in the major leagues the next year.
And from the 469, either you're losing your mind or like Rocky, you can't function without Adrian. And I think that's probably what it really is.
Oh, that's very clever.
Yeah, I need Adrian.
I think your wife expected way too much from you. We need to talk to Adrian. I'll see her Thursday, right?
Yes. No, Wednesday.
Oh, Wednesday, yeah.
Day before Thanksgiving.
Where are you guys having Thanksgiving at? Maybe I'll show up.
My house. You're welcome to come by. I'm making a meat church recipe turkey, so it's going to be nice. I'm really excited.
I'm not going to come by. I'm going to be in Arlington at my parents'. See, I already forgot what day Thursday is.
You
It's
forgot what
Thanksgiving.
you thought Peace-a-thon was Thursday and thought Thanksgiving was when.
Yeah, I'm going to show up on 10 o'clock on Wednesday. You guys are going to be like, nice job, Nimrod.
What's Colonial Day for, though? Like, what is? I don't even have a clue why.
It sounds like Pilgrim's Day.
Yeah,
right? Because
they make candles and stuff.
Pilgrims were part of Thanksgiving.
Uh-huh.
You guys are having your last day of school, right? Is Friday until you come back from.
That's true.
They're pretty much doing, without calling it Thanksgiving Day, they're calling it Colonial Day.
Yeah, it's weird. Pilgrim Days. Are pilgrims okay? Is that okay?
Pilgrims are fine.
I'm honestly not sure anymore. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next.
Gotta wake up to know.
A different way to add to the Rangers roster. Would you consider this trade? Plus, pitching clock update. All of it next right here on The Fan.
Through your phone, smart speaker, or more, name your device.
Inspired, the Texas Authority and Barricade Rental. BuyersBarricades.com.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-333-3333.
Dallas has elevated their pace from last year to this year. Hardaway launches and hits again. 22 first half points. 5 made threes.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. Mavericks victorious over the Wizards last night. 130-117. Improved to 9-3 on the season. Wanted to give them another shout out, but there's a lot to get through here. And I think we might have a little bit of time for Should I Eat It. I wanted to ask you guys first about, have you seen the proposed change for the pitching clock?
No, I have not, because I thought it worked out great this year. I don't know what they need to change.
It's very subtle, and it's not that much, but it is important.
Okay. And do you think it'll be enough to agitate?
I think people will be agitated, but it doesn't. It won't matter, right? Like because they were agitated this year, and they still did it.
In the way, like, I was away, but I saw where Luka was really agitated with the New Orleans basketball court.
Oh my gosh, that was miserable.
Maybe kind of like that. So it's going to stay 15 seconds between pitches with nobody on.
Okay.
But when there's somebody on, they're going to drop it from 20 seconds to 18 seconds. It looks like multiple sources are confirming, and they said one of the reasons is the playoff games, especially the back half of the playoffs, started to go back up in terms of time of game, and they're like, hey, playoffs or no, we're looking to stop that.
Okay. I'm not opposed to it. I thought that at times pitchers did a smart thing when they knew that the guys weren't even stolen base threats in the playoffs. Sometimes you really do need times to gather your thoughts and make sure you make a quality pitch, and they would just step off the rubber.
Mm-hmm.
They'd get it down to like 3, and they'd be like, I know I'm not making a pitch. I don't want to make a pitch within 15 seconds right now. I'm just going to step off the rubber. It's a disengagement. I still have one more in case I need, but this gives me another 15 to 20 seconds to gather my thoughts on this very important situation. So what they're doing is they're cutting off, maybe the guy can still step off and do that, but a couple seconds. I'm not opposed to it.
Because you liked the way everything went this year.
I loved the pace of play in the regular season, and I enjoyed the pace of play. Now, it did come into effect. I know there was no pitch clock violations in the World Series. There were multiple pitch clock violations against I remember Aroldis Chapman having them, and I think Brock Burke might have had one too in the ALCS.
But it didn't seem like anything was decided by that, and I think that the MLB is excited that didn't happen because there wasn't one where you're like, oh man, that pitch violation right there caused the game. I do wonder this. I would like to ask some of these other guys, in those already heightened moments in playoffs, did it feel like there was more pressure from, because the clock is running on you?
I feel like that's inevitable, right?
And maybe did it make you better? Do you feel like it made you better because you didn't have too much time to overthink it? You knew what your time was. You had a structure to it, and you kind of gave yourself a rhythm. So I also, like Kevin, I guess because you're now in the stretch as opposed to doing your wind-up, I'm not saying that it takes 2 seconds for everybody to do their wind-up, but it does make sense.
It's once you start your movement. In the wind-up, once you take your side step or drop step, that kills the clock. Once you in the stretch, once you pick your foot up to lift your leg, that stops the clock too. So once you start your motion, you have killed the clock. So I understand what you're saying, but you understand, like...
No. But what I'm trying to say is, like, for them to say we're taking 2 seconds off instead of 6 or whatever, it feels like it would be that 2 seconds because you're no longer in your windup. Now you're in your stretch. I guess that's kind of how I'm looking at it.
Yeah.
I might not be getting that out right.
Because I'm going to stand up here. This is only going to help if you're on Twitch or YouTube or whatever. If I'm in the windup and I'm pitching to you, once I do this kills the clock.
Oh, okay.
If I'm in the stretch, once I do this kills the clock.
Gotcha.
So
and that's lifting up the leg.
Yeah, once you make the body movement to start your motion, that kills the clock.
Okay. I am kind of curious why they decided 2 seconds was the way to do it. Because let's say
going down to 15 on both.
There's 6. Let's say there's 6 times a runner's on throughout the game.
Yep.
It's 12 seconds. That's that big of a difference.
I will say the other thing too, which pitchers going to a few of the games, which they did a smart job of, they would know that they could hold it for another 4 or 5 seconds because the hitter has to be ready at 9. He has to be engaged, looking at the pitcher, like you are ready to hit. If he throws the ball right now, you have to be ready to hit. And so the pitcher sometimes would look and then come to their set position at 7.
I saw Houston do that multiple times.
So that they knew, like, I have time to hold the ball here, because they'll tell you as a pitcher, the longer you hold the ball, the tougher it is to steal. Because just think, as we were talking Olympics earlier. I know it's house cleaning Olympics. But if the person isn't firing the gun off for the runners to go, you'll usually get false starts because the tenseness is building up and they're like, I need to go. And so it's the same thing with a runner getting their lead. That's why you saw this new deal. Did you see like Corbin Carroll and other people? Anthony Volpe did it with New York a lot. I think this is a newer thing. They want the runner staying in motion. So you see them hopping around. Now, if you can time it right as a pitcher, it might be easier to pick them off. But they don't want the runner. They don't want the guy getting a lead and then staying still. The way that you'd see maybe Vince Coleman, Ricky Henderson. They're trying to get a walking lead, too. You're trying to get a walking lead. It's easier to run on a walking lead than it is on staying still. So,
and then the only thing I wanted to go back to when you talked about the 12 seconds is that'll be per pitch as opposed to per person at bat on base. So let's say there's 15 people on base per game.
That makes sense.
Total. So
that'd be a high whip.
That's 30 seconds for both teams, you think?
Oh, no, for both teams. I thought you were talking about if the Rangers got on base 15 times.
For both teams total in the game. And so if you drop it 2 seconds, that's 30 seconds for every single pitch with somebody on base.
Gotcha.
So that could end up being 4 minutes, something like that. Okay. So they are looking to shave off, I think, another 7 minutes.
Here's a suggestion they'll never do. You understand that it's 1:45 seconds in between innings in the regular season and 2:45 in between playoffs?
Huh.
I just shaved 20 minutes off the game.
By putting it back to the regular.
Well, we can't do that because I got to sell that.
Yeah, that's the TV.
Right. Isn't that interesting that they're putting the pressure on the players where that is really they actually add 20 minutes to the game based off of commercial sales.
A couple quick notes I wanted to throw out for you is former Lake Highlands basketball star who I know you saw, Mike, Trey Johnson, is signing with Texas. He's the third best recruit they've ever signed behind Kevin Durant and Mo Bamba.
But he's not at Lake Highlands anymore, correct?
No, that is correct. He is in Missouri at Link Academy.
Yeah.
And then we talked about the Francis Ngannou fight against Fury a couple weeks ago. Off of that one fight, he is now ranked the number 10 fighter in the world by the WBC. And that is
pretty cool.
That's the only pro fight fight he's ever had.
Yeah, that is pretty cool that he got into a fight, lost, and still got ranked in the top 10, you said?
Yeah, number 10.
Yeah, that's wild. I appreciate the WBC doing that.
I didn't know you had that Trey Johnson story because Ron Holland from Duncanville, he was kind of the number one player in the state of Texas. I think he was the number one player in the state of Texas in high school basketball last year. For seniors, you could have said Trey Johnson was number one overall, but Holland is considered a top 10 pick in this upcoming draft from Duncanville. He decided to go the G League route. He forewent his scholarship to Texas because I'm wondering if Trey Johnson will do the same. If he left Lake Highlands, he's like, I'm not playing for Lake Highlands. I know why. I have a connection there. We almost had Trey Johnson on our show. It just became difficult to have him on. Trey didn't want to stay at Lake Highlands because a lot of the kids at Lake Highlands that were good at basketball last year, they won state. They were seniors. They left. He didn't see that he had a lot of good players around him at Lake Highlands. Also, competition-wise, maybe wanted to go a little bit more private school route where they can kind of not go by the same rules if you have district games that you have to play type deal. Do you think that he's really going to go to Texas?
I think I do because of the changing structure of NIL year by year. Because like we talked about this in the pre-show, I think you can make so much more money, even with the trading card deals they've got in the G League and everything like that, playing for Texas, Duke, Kansas, Kentucky, North Carolina, then.
It makes sense to me. The other thing, too, is like we see Jaden Hardy, who is the number 2 player in the country, in the draft, really. He was supposed to go the number 2 overall pick behind Chet Holmgren. The draft was supposed to go Chet Holmgren, Jaden Hardy before college/G League started. And he was not good in the G League the first half. Really bad because they were trying him at point guard. And we even see on the Mavericks now, he is not a point guard at all. And will never be a point guard. Hardy will never be a point guard. He is a scorer from the guard position. He can't dribble and see the court anywhere close to the way the point guard should see it. Do you think the G League is helping out these players? It makes sense it would, playing against professionals and adults, but it doesn't seem to be helping out their development the way that we thought it would.
I am skeptical that it is. I might look at the Thompson twins as like another reference point in that because it's way early, but Osar looks pretty dang good.
Yeah.
It's been a while since we've done this, but I think we need to fire up a little Should I Eat It?
Yes.
I don't believe there's an intro for this, and if there is, I am not aware. Mike, you got a bag of Cheetos and then
jalapeno Cheetos, which I think are better.
What's the story? What's the whole?
So I went to the vending machine. I was getting really hungry. I know the show's ending, and I can just go home and make a sandwich, which is what I'm going to do. But Should I Eat It happens because Corey came up with a great segment. I hit the vending machine. I almost hit, you talk about losing it. I almost hit 125, and this was number 130 in the vending machine.
That doesn't make sense, Mike.
Because it says it's $1.25. And then I almost screwed up, and I was like, luckily I hit 130. But as this bag of Cheetos was getting dispensed, a Cheeto fell down as the circle thing is moving. And I thought, oh, that's not good. Like my first thought is,
agreed.
That's not good. Why is a Cheeto falling out? And I'm like, is there a hole in this bag? But I'm like, no way. Because there would have been more Cheetos fall, I think.
Yeah, lots of Cheetos.
As I grab the Cheeto bag, you can see at the bottom, there is a hole, Cheeto size, for Cheetos to fall out.
No.
A Cheeto-sized hole.
That makes sense.
So, should I eat it? I'm not going to eat it. There's a hole in the bag. A Cheeto fell out while being dispensed. And I just don't feel like, because there's part of me that thinks this is what rodents do to bags. They find a weak spot and they get in there so that they can grab some food, like mouses or rats.
Mike, I think you should eat it.
I'm
Here's
not
why.
going to, but you can eat it.
No, I think you should eat it. And
I'm
here's
not
why.
going
Because, bags can be popped. All right?
True,
Like that it could have just been some pressure, Kevin, that happened on this. And that little spot right there, the weak spot, maybe it wasn't a rodent, a mouse, an opossum, if you will.
How high in the ring No. How high in the vending machine was
Midway.
this bag of Cheetos?
I'm not saying that it fell and popped, but as it was in transit,
It didn't fall and pop. The Cheeto fell from the
bag.
The bag.
As it was
And
dispensing.
so the first thing I saw fall was Cheeto.
Yeah.
Then 2 seconds later, the bag fell.
So you think it happened in transit as opposed to this
Like
rodent,
the person
climbing
putting the
up
bag
vending
in, or
machine?
Yeah, maybe they grabbed
smushing
the bag and it
in
popped a
between the
little
two
bit.
silver
Yeah.
circles.
Yeah, I think that could happen. But I think you can eat it. All right. Here's what I say. I think you can eat it because I don't think that there's any foul play here other than an accident. But I don't think you should because they're going to be stale. I also commend you on getting the jalapeno flavored ones. Those are great Cheetos. I really do like those.
Those are great.
Jalapeno cheddar. But again, they're going to be stale, and stale Cheetos usually are like chewy instead of that good crunch that you're supposed to get.
I'm with you. So I'm not going to eat it. And by the way, because I use my credit card, it actually charges like $1.35.
Would Chia Follow eat it is my follow-up question.
I'm going to leave them here. I'm going to be like, look, I didn't open the bag. You can see. I'll tell them, and I'm just going to leave them here so they can eat the Cheetos if they want to eat the Cheetos.
Mike, hold on to that until we get into crosstalk. Don't even bring it up when he walks in here. Don't even bring it up. Ask him live on air.
Oh, okay. Because it's like, that's not fair to just be like, hey, eat some Cheetos.
Yeah, I mean, we don't need to play pranks on him, but just to see how far he'll go.
This went a different direction. I thought he was originally pointing to the expiration date, not this. And I know it's a long shot. Any chance that Chester Cheetah grabbed that one?
Probably so.
Are you
before
okay
you get a
with
chance to. Yeah, I mean, he's awesome. I didn't want to throw this out there.
Expiration date, 19th of December, 2023.
Okay.
They're okay expiration-wise.
Oh,
that does get close, though, doesn't it? I feel like bags of chips have long expiration dates.
That's probably true.
By the way, I wanted to point out Sunday at Old 75 Beer Garden, where I'll be for the big game.
Not just out.
Not just out. At Old 75, the Dallas Cowboys Miller Lite Hall of Fame trailer will also be there.
Ooh.
I do believe
With
they have
DeMarcus Ware?
I don't think so. It'll be just
since he's going into the Hall of Fame, he just has to ride that trailer everywhere.
everywhere he goes, like the Heisman house that they all have to live in.
For the KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
All right, this is a great time of year. It's the holiday season, which means holiday deals for you with the Black
Now,
Claire OKC.
Eric, we wanted to get you specifically involved with this. We were doing a Should I Eat It?
Yeah.
And Mike has declined, but we
I'm not
think
going
perhaps you will accept. Mike, walk him through the scenario.
So here's what happened. Dawson will appreciate this. I think he does a lot of the vending machine there.
Yep.
So I was getting really hungry about 30 minutes ago. So I hit the vending machine and got the cheddar jalapeno Cheetos. I think they're outstanding.
Good
Cheetos.
choice.
Okay. But as this was about to drop, a Cheeto dropped out of the bag. And I was like, oh, that's not good. And I'm hoping maybe that's just been a Cheeto left for a long time. But there's a mini hole.
Like a bag fry.
And so I decided I'm not going to eat it. I was going to throw it away, but these guys said Eric might eat them. So I decided not to eat them. I don't know how stale they are, how this bag. But I just decided,
I would certainly eat at least a couple out of there. Absolutely.
Open the bag.
Because I feel like the hole being at the bottom, the one falling out at the bottom, I feel like the top row, the top portion of the bag.
Broadus
is
going to eat a Cheeto.
That makes
Broadus
sense
is ready
to
to
me.
crush.
I just decided I was not going to risk it, that there was the date on it is great, December 19th, 2023. So
that is a great date.
You thinking a poisoning is likely, Mike?
I think it's a rat got it,
like
right?
a
They're
rodent.
really, really stale.
Yep.
There
you go. Yeah.
That's the risk with the hole.
Yeah.
Now all the chips are stale. But if anybody's going to be able to fight through this, it's Brian. His stomach is iron.
Yeah.
Yeah, these are really stale.
They're stale. Okay. I just know like rodents at like a factory, they're there.
Oh yeah.
It's unbelievable food for them. Like
But
it's
the flavor still holds though.
It is.
And that's the best part.
That would be a tiny rodent too to get inside that hole. I mean,
but I just wondered if
maybe they got their nose in there.
Yeah,
and
could have gnawed through and then
just gnawed and
You
got-
see that rat
got
carry that
food in
We
bagel?
don't gnaw on our kitty.
There's a rat in New York City who was carrying a bagel for its buddy. Dragged a
those
bagel.
are strong. I've seen him carrying a pizza slice
Yes,
before.
pizza rat.
They're
I like the idea of
They're
it
in between
climbing up
rats
the
and
vending
possums.
machine as opposed to it being at the warehouse. And it's like, this is K2 or whatever, and it's
Which
just
is
having to
it was
climb
Splitter
over.
taking it back to the Teenage Mutant Ninja
I
Turtles.
think rats and possums are doing each other in New York and creating because they're bigger than a rat, but they're smaller than a possum.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Like when we see
They're
a
super
rat
rats,
in Dallas, you're like, okay, that's bigger than a mouse. I get it. That's a rat.
Do you think that's
But
even
then a
possible?
rat in-
I think they're kind of like I think they realize that people in New York are after them.
Yeah.
So they're having to kind of bulk up.
Okay.
So I think they're finding some things to do to bulk up.
They're in the same family. Like a big dog can make another dog with a small dog.
So you think this is possible?
Right? But a cat can't make a dog. Like a
Possible.
cat and
I like
dog
that.
can't
Yeah,
make
I
an
like
animal.
that. Well done. Yeah.
But a
Possum
and a rat are of the same family, the same.
No, it'd have to be it'd have to be a female possum for sure.
Skip class that day, Mike?
Because of the tail.
Possum's a
He's thinking
marsupial.
the tail.
Oh, and what's a rat? Rodent?
Some kind of mammal. Yeah. Just a,
Or is it a rodent family?
yeah, you're
Possum
gonna
in
have
the skunk family?
Yeah. Yeah.
And a
Like marsupial
marsupial
has the pouch.
So you're saying a kangaroo and a
And
possum can make a baby?
I don't think they can make a baby, but I think they're more closely related than a possum and a rat.
Okay. That's interesting because they look the same to me.
They do. Yeah.
One night, my buddy.
I learned a lot. I learned a lot today.
Bueno.
Yeah.
Proud of you.
No, possums.
What did you guys think? Did you guys think that a rat and a possum could make a
100% I
hybrid?
did. Yes. I'm
Because
still not
a
convinced they
poodle
can.
and a Rottweiler
You think
can
they
make
go
a
to Central
Rottweiler
Park?
poodle or whatever?
You think they go to Central Park and look for mates over there?
Yeah.
I just think they're all in the same underground stuff.
Alleys, dumpsters.
Yeah, and then they're like,
They know the hot
Clubs.
spots, man. They know the hot spots. Like these
Clubs.
restaurants, here's the bag of trash. I know it's timely. Boom, they're throwing the food away.
do mice and rats ever create?
Yeah, they're dumpster banging.
Yeah. Mats.
You don't know
Max.
that. You're speculating.
In New York City, yeah, somebody
Or do I?
maybe drops a bag of Molly and they eat it, and then they're like, "Hey, what's going on?" And they don't care, you know.
Well, what I was going to ask you is the importance of the Bengals-Ravens game tonight. I know that's a
That's
pretty
a huge
hard
game.
I know that's a pretty hard turn from what
Big
we
one.
were talking
Stars
about.
playing tonight?
They are not.
Bishop
Until
Lynch
Saturday.
is playing, though. I'm going to my son's freshman basketball game tonight.
Ooh. Nice.
I told him to Tim Hardaway Jr. it. Is that okay as a dad? I said, hey. 'cause
Just launch him?
He's a passer. He passes up good shots.
Yeah.
And I'm like,
Probably shouldn't do that because
I feel like
Dawson will
you-
have him traded away here in a minute.
Be a little bit more aggressive.
yeah, I just want him. I'm like, we were watching last night. I'm like, look, He's like, yeah, but Hardaway was covered. I was like, that didn't stop him. I don't want that to stop you either.
Yeah, he was on fire last night.
It's funny because my son asked, he missed like 1 3-pointer. It felt like he only missed one shot all night, and that was the one where he's wide open, had 3 seconds to think about it. I'm like, that's the deal, man.
Yeah, man.
You got to
just pull it.
Yeah, just pull. I'm like, when we're playing one-on-one, you have to shoot over me all the time. If you can shoot over me, I'm not saying that I'm like this awesome defender, but I'm usually taller than a lot of 9th graders. I'm like, shoot over them.
Is he a great shooter?
He's a solid shooter, and his coach wants him to shoot more, but he's been used to, there's been another kid on his team in middle school that was the best player. So he was the guard that would then get the ball to him, and he would shoot, 4 times a game, and he's still doing that. I'm like, guess what? You might be the best player on the team now. You need to Tim Hardaway.
Take that torch.
Do the other parents realize that your son is the best player on the team? Because that gets awkward. When your son takes all the shots, and then they're like looking at you like, what are you telling him? Like you're telling him to shoot all the time?
Yeah.
But do you want to win or not?
That's what I'm saying. I mean, you have to deal with parents. That's the whole thing.
I think most parents aren't realistic on their kids. My kid's an okay basketball player.
Yeah.
And that's why he's on the freshman team. There's 2 freshmen that are on the JV team. They're better than him, 100%.
He starts, right? He's not coming off the bench?
Right. And I'm just like, now this is your time to see if you can. See if you can score 20. You've never even tried to score 20. See if you can.
Like, THJ's a bench player. Like, you're already a starter. Yeah. You should have that kind of alpha confidence.
THJ's playing, I'm going to be honest here, he's playing like a top 50 player in the NBA
now. We've got plans for him.
6th man of the year now. He's got the most bench points of anybody in the NBA.
I've compared him to Joey Gallo, and he is in that streak right now. I don't know if it'll end. It's always ended for Tim Hardaway Jr., but then it restarts again.
I know
right now,
end.
He is in the area where you're like, dude, this guy
is
a flat-out beast right now.
Yeah, we're going to move him here. Dawson's got a plan.
You got to be burning up that battery today, aren't you?
Is it
on your smartphone?
Yeah. Is it too early though for Tim Hardaway Jr. to get this hot? Like usually trades aren't made in mid-November.
Nah, go ahead.
I'm gonna find out.
Yeah, go ahead.
Remember, we get Chapman pretty early.
Yeah, start calling people right now since he's hot.
Chicago.
Dawson's willed this thing in this guy playing great.
Zach LaVine.
I want
Zach
Nooch.
You need to look at 2 different players from the Bulls instead.
Oh, you want Nooch?
Booch
Caruso.
or Alex Caruso. Yes, I do.
Yeah, the bald Aggie thing.
By the way,
I get it.
Y'all's pick for Bengals Ravens was who? Like, I don't know if we got to the end of that conversation.
Ravens are going to spank that ass.
Where's the game
Bengals
at?
are done then?
It's in Baltimore.
Baltimore.
I think the Bengals are still going to make the playoffs because I think you're going to see Cleveland fade, and I think Pittsburgh is just not real.
Why?
They just have a great coach that always wins. Yeah, I mean, come on. We can't rely on the Steelers.
We don't say enough about Tomlin being the best coach in the NFL.
Yeah, absolutely. Amen. He is.
Got some audio of Tomlin later on in the program. I also was hoping that do you do betting with Bassic at your son's games and do little props?
Oh my gosh.
I mean, maybe I'm giving too much away, but the coach said they played Argyle their first game as away, but it was awesome. The game was actually on YouTube. I didn't know till halftime. And I was like, oh, dude, I'm watching him play while I'm in Cabo. That was awesome. But he's like, we don't lose to private schools.
I like that.
Like Argyle's a 5A
inside
public
information
school,
right there.
But it's a tough matchup for a private school, a big 5A school. But you play
unless you're that that Prestonwood Christian school.
They got Julius Randle there.
Three NBA players on the roster.
Trouble at Prestonwood. They got a lot of money.
Yeah.
What do you guys got coming up on the program today?
A lot of money.
Pure Gold as always. Hey, thanks for asking. Zack Martin at 5.
All right, future Hall of Famer coming up there. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow. Remember, Buffalo Wild Wings in Irving, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Well, Kevin, we don't have to go, but we can't.
I kind of screwed that one up. You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here is the same.
KSGamblingHelp.com in Kansas. 1-877-770-STOP in Louisiana. Visit MDGamblingHelp.org in Maryland. Visit 1-800-GAMBLER.net.
The exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bang Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour one of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a terrific day as we are off and running on a Thirsty Thursday with you. Top stories of the day right here out of the gates. As always, General at your service. There's Brian Broaddus. You have Lucius Alexander, the Pimp Cup, as per usual. Woolchuck and Chiafalo are here, your Nosebleed brothers, and along with you, we are the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Looks like we have a different individual back there coordinating your video. It's not Carter Freeman, but you do have video up, and we're looking good at 105.3thefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. How you guys feeling? You in for 5 hours here or what?
Yeah.
Yeah, ready to rock and roll. Hydrated. Woolchuck sounds better today, so that's encouraging. And
it's bounce back.
Hey, I got a lot of meds that I'm rocking with right now, boys. So we're feeling good right now.
Some of them are even prescribed.
Some of them are.
I love it. Okay, it is a Zack Martin Thursday as well. He's going to join us as per usual right there around 5 o'clock after some meetings. Looking forward to getting his thoughts as the Cowboys get set to take on the Carolina Panthers. Future Hall of Fame right guard's been joining us every Thursday at 5 o'clock. And he's been outstanding, hasn't he? Zack Martin's been an A-plus interview.
He's done a great job.
Yeah.
I think he's enjoying it, too.
I think he's having some fun.
I'm hearing some whispers from over there that he's having a good time. This is not a beatdown thing for him.
Good,
so
that's the last
good
thing
for
we
us. Yeah.
Yeah, that is good.
Yeah.
It is a must-win game, I feel like. The fact that they are at 3 losses, 5 of their remaining games are against probable playoff teams. I feel like you drop one of these games against Washington or this Carolina game right here, and you're inviting in potential disaster. Maybe a 9-8 year or something like that. So, but Brian's going to continue to preview the Panthers coming up on tape at 2:40. Chances of this are slim, aren't they? Chances are very slim.
Well, they're going to get some players back defensively.
Okay.
J.C. Horn's coming back. He's been dealing with a hamstring injury. He'll help him in the secondary.
Wow.
And then we'll see about with Burns. Practice. Brian Burns practiced yesterday. So
he's the real deal.
He's the absolute real deal. So yeah, there's a pass rusher for them. They're one of those teams. It's kind of strange. Teams don't throw the ball on them a lot. They have a little bit more success running the ball against these guys.
Oh.
So we'll get into that at 2:40.
I picked up Dowdle in a couple of my fantasy leagues this week, just trying to be sneaky, try to be seeing things before they happen a little bit, forward thinking. That's how we do it in the G-Bag Nation. So he'll probably end up with 4 total points, and it'll be a nightmare.
That's probably how it'll go.
You going to put him in there already?
I'm going to just throw – it speaks to the nightmare that is a couple of my running back situations right now, because he's projected like 6 points. Not good. But I'm just trying to hope that we're going to ride a little hot Dowdle hand this weekend.
They should start him. They honestly should start him. I think that if you started him in some of these games, you get a little rhythm with your offensive line. Find 2 or 3 plays that you guys are running that are pretty good. Build some confidence. I think with Pollard, I think there's a lot of pressure on Pollard to play well, and it's just been he's forcing some things. I think Dowdle is a little bit more natural running the football. Find the hole a little bit better. Maybe if you're not blocking it clean, he could kind of get through the hole.
He's running just more decisive, too.
He's much more decisive. He's a more physical runner right now, too. And I think that if you want to really help the running game, start him. Let him kind of get some things going there, and maybe you get a little bit more confidence in your line and your back and your running game, and makes McCarthy's play calling a little bit easier.
It's got a little Marion Barber, Julius Jones vibes to it right now. Where like everyone was, why are you starting Julius Jones? Marion Barber's clearly a better back. Then in the fourth quarter, they'd give it to Marion and he'd close it out. And then eventually they get to the playoffs and they did start Marion Barber. Yeah. But Barber was the better player then, and now it's feeling like maybe Dowdle, similar somewhat running style.
His running style is more conducive to how they're blocking, because they're not blocking well all the time. If you had this thing clean where you could get him to the hole, Pollard, and through the hole. There's been times where it's been muddy and dirty, and he runs right into all that instead of saying maybe make a backside cut where he could probably get 6-7 yards. He's just not seeing the creases very well right now.
Well, I feel like this is another cautionary tale, Eric, as far as, what you want to do with your running backs and how quickly they can age. Last year, he was one of the best 3 runners in the NFL. If you had done a long-term deal with him right now, you'd be really regretting that, just the franchise tag. I don't know if his career is over, but it's definitely taken a huge step back. And, Tony Pollard's another cautionary tale at running back. But I think the good news is Mike McCarthy has sounded more open-minded to letting Rico have more touches. And that's all you want. His main quote today, or the main theme of his answer, was, we'll just see how the game goes.
Yeah.
He did also add that his focus is on Tony Pollard as the primary ball carrier. I think coaches want to favor, especially in public, especially in the media, the starter. But you can tell in his words and reading between the lines, Mike McCarthy knows where this thing is going, and that's why it was nearly a 50-50 split last week.
Yeah, they would be better off. They would be better off playing Dowdle. And the thing with Dowdle is he's finally healthy. That was something they never really have been able to take advantage of. And now that he is, he's playing with some good health. The one thing that I tell you that with Pollard that he can do and has done well is that pass protection stuff. And I know you're not spending $10 million unless he's an offensive lineman for pass protection. But if that's the way you want to sub him in and things like that, I'm all for that because he's got a feel for that. He really, really does. But Dowdle's a good blocker too. I'm just saying the way the offensive line's blocking right now, Dowdle's a better fit because they're not getting clean blocks. It's been a struggle. It's been a struggle all year. It's only going to get harder too with some of the teams they're playing. You better figure it out right now. You better not turn into, okay, well, here we have the Philadelphia game this week, and we're going to start Dowdle. No, kind of figure out some things right now with that. Get some place you can hang your hat on with him. Give everybody a little confidence about running the football.
And with the way they've changed the offense here throughout the course of the season, it looks so much different now. Like, this is a coaching staff that's more willing to adapt and adjust things.
Done a great job of that, haven't they?
Definitely
really
more so than the Garrett era. And I don't think they care as much. I mean, you never know. Like, Jerry's like, hey, I paid Pollard what I paid him this year. He's got to be the guy no matter what. Felt like that was the case with the Zeke situation. Hey, he's the guy that's paid. He's the guy that's going to be here until it's so clear and obvious that the other guy is just more productive.
I don't know how, as a general manager, you could sit there and not watch the tape and not think that Dowdle's a better player right now. I really don't. I mean, that to me, it's you don't have to be a former scout or anybody like that. Just watch the game, and you can see that with your own eyes. Dowdle, that flip play where they completely blew up the blocking scheme. Tyron Smith goes the wrong way. They flip it going left for 21 yards. What did Dowdle do? He made the guy miss, got in the secondary and finished the run. The play it probably could have got even more if Tyron Smith didn't go the wrong way. They left the guy completely unblocked, and Dowdle made the guy miss. I yet to see Pollard make a guy miss like he did last year.
Yeah, last year was a completely different player. The 906 is calling me out saying I was trying to run Zeke out of town and give Tony Pollard 25 touches last year.
For the record,
I've never tried to give any running back 25 touches. It's against everything I believe in, first and foremost.
That is
and
true.
Last year's Tony Pollard was a completely different player than this year's. And I was adamant that you shouldn't bring Tony Pollard back on a franchise tag or long-term deal. He shouldn't even be on this football team. He should be somebody else's problem. And you should have Dowdle and another young back that you took a little bit sooner than you took Deuce Vaughn, who's proven to be a little bit useless to this point.
That's your face, 906.
That's fair about Vaughn. The problem is though his height limits what he can do for you. And that's the issues you're going to have with him going forward.
Yeah, I think any running back having 25 carries, if you just take it out of what we know about the history of football, where that's like a cool thing, and really think about it, what the hell are we doing? That's insane. We're going to get going running super fast, and a linebacker is going to run at me super fast. We're going to do that 25 times. It's one thing for guys at the line of scrimmage to sort of wrestle with each other and have a very short collision, but to get going that fast and doing it, I gotta break that up between at least two guys. More likely 3. Let's get that down to like 8 each, and now you actually have a chance to keep them fresh and healthy. Like, I don't know how you survive that.
It's been the story for Tony Pollard's career, even dating back to college. He's used to that. He's used to a split. I don't think you'd have the same kind of issues.
His former running back coach said the best way to get the most out of him is to have split backs.
And I agree with that. And to me, I don't think you'd have an issue if you did want to use a little bit more Rico, or even if you wanted to say, hey, TP, we're going to put Rico out to start the game, to what you're talking about, Brian. I think he's totally for that. We saw Zeke go ahead and be open-minded to it last year to try and sustain his career. I don't think that's ever been an issue with Tony Pollard.
Mavericks went out there and had a game in Washington, 131-117, and the trade Tim Hardaway Jr. tour is in full effect. He had 31 points. He was 7 of 11 from downtown. He's shooting 40.2 from 3 for the season. And this is what trade dreams are made of when you have a player like this who just, So now you just have to wait for the team that's, has big dreams, but needs that sixth man coming off the bench to just imagine Tim Hardaway Jr. in their uniform is going to be perfect. And, hey, we just need a team that's got a little bit of redundancy at the wing or the big man. And I feel like you'd be willing to throw in young assets, whether it's Prosper, Hardy, or Green, depending on how good the player is you're sending back. You can have one of those guys. Yeah. So I'm loving where the Mavs are right now. It's very clear they're not contenders, just from the construction of their roster, but based on or coming off of how frustrating last year was, just dang it, this is just a really fun team to watch right now. Kyrie wasn't even out there last night. It's just bam, bam, bam. So many good plays. So now they're getting set to take on the Milwaukee Bucks coming up on Saturday night.
Yeah, it's wonderful, dude. Watching these guys is great. And having a guy like THJ, as much as we want to move him on a night when Kyrie Irving's not there, and he can just go drop buckets on it like that. I mean, that is, you don't get that every night for sure, but he's on a heater right now.
Yeah.
And Derek Lively, just the activity and the bounce. And then Luke is just finding dudes for open shots all the time. Derek Jones. And shout out to Seth Curry.
Dude, Derek
Great
Jones.
to see you, Seth Curry, just getting buckets last night.
And it's good news that Hardaway Jr.'s healthy. He's okay. He had that nasty collision. But, man, off the bench, I saw this from Mavs PR, leads the league in points scored with 224. And 3-point field goals made with 45. He's doing exactly what we need right now.
Does having a big man though? Is that the one thing that you feel like that if you added to this team it would make them?
Yes.
You were talking. I think you just said something. I don't want to misquote you. What did you say just a second ago about you don't feel like this team is?
Oh yeah, a legit contender at this point.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Well, okay, adding the big man, does that make them a legit contender?
We'd have to see. I feel like they probably need both. I feel like they probably need another wing and another big to be a great contender that could match up with Denver. But if you get a solid big like Clint Capella, I could see you as a team that could win the championship. We'll see how healthy Denver stays. What do you think, Chief?
Yeah, I would agree. I mean, when you got the rest of the team playing the way they are, if you get a guy who can provide some interior defense for you, because that's still your biggest problem, that'll go a really, really long way. And then I would definitely like the Mavs' chances finishing, getting to a conference finals. Like for sure you could do that. But Denver is like Jokic is just on another planet. He really is. Despite the fact that he comes across, he doesn't even like basketball. He is as unstoppable as anything right now.
Yeah,
and so getting through the Nuggets is going to be no joke. But being a team that can go on a really, really nice playoff run, absolutely.
And they're 5-0, I think, when Lively has double figures. So I mean, you can see the importance of a big, and you don't want to put. I mean, you saw without him in the lineup when he was ill and had to miss, the impact that made. You need somebody else that you can count on to share the load.
Stars are off tonight and tomorrow. They'll host 10-5 Colorado on Saturday. The team is at a point now where we want to see them put together a great record against the other league leaders.
Yeah.
So you can start to gauge how confident you should be in their chances in the playoffs. And Saturday's game against the Avs is a great opportunity to do that, Brian.
Yeah, you've got the Avs coming up, the Rangers also, and then the Knights.
Golden Knights. Yeah.
So you got three legitimate teams that everybody has kind of got their eye on in the NHL. So we'll see. All the games are at home, and hopefully that the Stars can find ways to kind of comfort us a little bit about them playing against those quality teams.
They are knocking on the door, though. I feel like they are clearly the DFW team that has the best chance to get us the next championship.
I would say, I would say you're right in the mix there. Absolutely.
They are so dang good. Okay, the launch of Tiger Woods and Rory McIlroy's simulator golf league could be delayed. Overnight power outage caused the deflation and damage of their dome at the Florida-based venue. 24 PGA Tour players are scheduled to face off in match play using the simulator and adjustable putting surface. January 9th in prime time, going to be a prime time event there, the indoor golf, and apparently their facility got torn up pretty good there in the windstorm. And the new pedestrian bridge going across Central Expressway has opened. Someone's already tried driving over it.
Yeah, I saw some people riding bicycles over there too.
Yeah, that's cool. I like these bridges that they're putting up. You guys seen these? I think there's 3 or 4 of them around.
Yeah. It seemed like it was forever. It was you had the two parts. You were just ready for the middle part to show up. I thought they just gave up on the project.
Yeah.
And then coming underneath it today, I'm like, whoa, wait a minute. When did that all of a sudden show up?
They got it done.
How long has that been? Because I used to come down the tollway now.
Look at you, money bags.
No, I think it's just been up there open now, like maybe a couple weeks.
A couple weeks. So see, I haven't gone that way.
The funny story is people are trying to drive their cars across it.
That's great.
What?
No, it's
like,
a pedestrian
bridge.
Yeah,
not quite sure where to go.
Oh.
There's construction in the area. You're trying to freelance a little bit. Next thing you know, you're driving across a pedestrian bridge.
Maybe that's where Kelly Oubre got hit.
It's hard to say. It is, but these bridges are super expensive. I know some people are complaining about it, but I think they look great. I do, and if you're needing to get across the highway, you don't want to get out there and have to play Frogger. So now you got a new way over. G-Bag of the Day is coming up at 2:30. Around the Bases next, Woolchuck. Where are you going to take us?
Yeah, we got some audio of Ken Rosenthal talking about the latest Shohei rumors and Michael Young with support for Ron Walsh. That's next.
Sports with lots of laughs mixed in. Sean and
G-Bag of the day. We'll get some audio for you and vote on which one we like the best. That'll be your G-Bag of the day. It's time now for Wolchuk to take us around the bases, get you up to date on baseball as the winter is coming. Segments brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation. It's 214 or 817-333-3333. Go to truckwreck.com. Here's Zach.
So we've got the MVP awards tonight. Of course, 2 of the 3 finalists in the American League, Corey Seager and Marcus Semien, along with potential future Ranger Shohei Otani. And Otani is expected to win that award, but it's still pretty awesome when you see the graphic and it's like 2 Rangers and then maybe a future teammate there.
Yeah, man, that is cool. And did you guys see the? I think it was Jeff Passan talking about the 3 teams he has an affinity for.
Yes,
okay.
sir.
I'm sorry.
Absolutely. No, but that's a perfect segue. So Jeff Passan, 3 teams that the quote is Shohei Otani has expressed affinity for: Rangers, Dodgers, Red Sox. The other thing is that his agent wants to keep the bidding war for the two-way superstar somewhat under wraps. He wants to have these meetings kept a secret with whoever he meets with. What's the likelihood they're able to keep those a secret? I don't think very good.
It always surprises me when a big story comes out that has been kept a secret for a couple days.
I mean, he's the biggest free agent in, I don't know, since when?
This is what you do. If you're his agent, you basically tell the teams that you're negotiating with exactly what we want signed with you if this information gets out. You just put it out there. We will absolutely.
That's one way to keep the secret.
We will absolutely. If we find out that you're leaking information, my client will not sign with you. We can't trust you.
Okay.
That's exactly how I would play that if I was the agent.
Well, I trust CY.
I would challenge. Now, if it comes from somebody else or somebody, maybe it's that way. But if I'm negotiating with these teams, I lay that groundwork out right now. If I hear anything about anything that we're talking about with any one of these writers, I'm not. My client will not sign with you.
I don't think I'd mind it as long as it was good stuff. Everybody loves this client.
We're raising the cost. Oh, here's what the Dodgers are offering.
Yeah.
Okay, Red Sox, then you need to up it to this. Rangers, you need to up it to that.
If I hear any dirty laundry, I'm coming upside your head, throwing a brick through your window.
Do we know what agent? Do we know who this agent is? Do we? I mean, I'm sorry, I'm asking questions. I should probably.
We could probably find.
But if anyway, like I was saying, the
is.
reason if it's an agent that already handles Japanese clients, maybe that's his way of not wanting to negotiate. He'll going forward.
Nez Balelo.
Okay. I'm not familiar with him, but maybe it's a deal where
it's not Boris. I think Boris is the only agent we are familiar with.
That's what I'm saying. But if here's a guy that's going to have future Japanese clients, he might not want anybody to know how he's talking to these teams about his clients.
Yeah.
I respect that.
It is huge stuff. I love the story Mike told earlier this week or last week about these agents fighting.
Yeah.
At the winter meetings. It's unbelievable.
It is awesome, man.
Yeah.
Agent fights.
Completely.
It's a scummy business.
Yeah.
It really is a scummy business. And it's even worse
now.
And
you're stealing clients, you better be ready to fight.
Exactly.
How do you think Lee Steinberg held up in those bouts?
Oh, I think Lee back in the day used to kick some ass.
Throwing hands, huh?
Yeah. I heard he was a drunken master.
That's why he's got new teeth now.
Oh, God, I'm not going to do it.
Oh, you're not going to do the Lee Steinberg?
I'm not going to do the Lee Steinberg.
All right, we'll get it out of you at some point. Congratulations to Blake Snell, who won his 2nd Cy Young Award, this time in the National League.
I have nothing to say.
After he won it in the AL, and then Garrett Cole, a unanimous pick in the American League Yankees pitcher. But speaking of Shohei Otani, Ken Rosenthal was on foul territory, also talking about the rumors with him potentially signing as a Texas Ranger.
Be monster bidders as well. And what are you hearing about this so far?
Oh, I expect, Todd, there are going to be more than 2 teams on Shohei Otani. And in fact, I would expect that virtually every large market team will at least check in. Texas is going to be one. The Cubs will be another. The 2 New York teams, they might not do it, but they'll be in contact with Nez Balelo of CAA, that is Otani's agent, and they're going to at least want to know the price of doing business. Now, in the end, which teams are the heaviest? Jim Bowden doesn't know. I don't know. You guys don't know. No one knows, and we'll see how it all plays out. The one team I expect to be somewhat serious is Texas, because Texas is coming off a World Series title. They are emboldened by what they've done the past 2 seasons, or past 2 off seasons. Spent $800 million on free agents, and in my view, they're going to keep going. It's a competitive group there. Chris Young is a crazy competitor as their GM, and their owners have clearly been willing to support a big time payroll, and they're coming off a World Series title, so they're in a good spot from that perspective financially as well.
I love it, man.
Otani will pay for himself here.
He will.
And the fact that the Rangers television deal with Bally's is about to end,
yes,
that could be a gold mine.
And that's something that even The Athletic picked up today. It's the Guardians and the Rangers, Diamond Sports Group, who, of course, owns Bally Sports. Those agreements, apparently, with the Guardians and Rangers are on the chopping block.
There you go.
And if Diamond drops those two teams, the clubs would get their rights back.
There you go.
And they could broadcast either by the league, as the Padres and the Diamondbacks did for part of last year, or they can go ahead and strike a deal with another broadcaster to carry those games. So it'd be great for the Ranger fans.
Yep.
Yeah, perfect timing. If you do want to get Otani in, you're going to have to go into the $300 million range for your entire payroll, and you're going to need more cable TV money.
Yeah, absolutely. That's how the Dodgers. That's
Yeah.
exactly how the Dodgers operate there. With their cable packages. The Yankees with the Yes Network forever have negotiated ways of they get more money, and that gives them the opportunity to spend.
The only way I don't want Otani is if the Rangers are going to go get Otani and trim a lot of other spots. We're going to go get the star, put butts in the seats. But is it a better team? Otani can be on a team and lose, even with Mike Trout.
Yeah.
So don't go get Otani and then let a bunch of other guys go. That would be a disappointment to me. But I don't feel like Chris Young operates like that.
I don't think they will. I do. You go get Otani. Now you're really setting this thing up. You've now added even one of the biggest pieces you could add, and to your roster. I'm not trimming. If I've got an owner that's committed, that he saw what the parade looked like and how many butts were in the seats for all those games. I mean, they had a lot of sellouts this year, just in normal regular season games. Imagine having Otani in there, even more sellouts.
Let's do it
even
again.
more TV. Now your TV goes across the world.
Yeah.
With your games are being watched. Think about the sponsorships from Japanese companies coming in and wanting to be a part of your outfield wall.
It's about to be prestige worldwide up in here.
Prestige worldwide, wide. Final little nugget here as we go around the bases. Dodgers exec Andrew Friedman, he did a recent appearance on Dodgers Nation, their YouTube show. He was asked about Corey Seager. After Corey Seager went on this run, now he's an MVP finalist, World Series MVP again. He said, quote, "I can't get into it too much, but there are players that have engaged earlier and have shown a real desire to be here. And we've been aggressive, and we've lined up and figured things out. I think it was important for him to go out and test free agency, which I respect. For us, we felt like we were aggressive, tried to make it happen. Didn't necessarily feel like the back and forth was there to try and get something done. And then we added Freddie Freeman, and we distributed our talent in a little bit of a different way. So it sounds like maybe Corey Seager wasn't super interested in staying with the Dodgers, and he wanted to be with the Texas Rangers.
Yeah, it can be weird sometimes because the team that's had him, doesn't feel like they need to court him, and it can cost you big time if the guy feels appreciated more elsewhere. It's time now for the G-Bag of the day. Into the Pimp Cup we go. Here's Lucius.
Check, yeah. My mic sounds nice. Check one. Hey, so you guys were talking about agents and everything. Made me think of a great show, fantastic show, one of the best shows ever created.
Arliss.
On HBO was amazing.
Was
yeah,
good.
man.
Yeah, it was good.
And the guest stars had like Kobe, Shaq, Jimmy Johnson was on that joint. I think Jerry Jones was on there. Amazing show. Alonzo Mourning, amazing show. You should go check it out.
I interviewed that guy at the Houston Final Four in like 2011.
Robert Wall or something like that. Whatever
there you go.
And I hadn't been watching the show. I was like, man, I'm sorry. Your show's great. Everybody's telling me about it, but I hadn't seen it.
It's fantastic, man. You should go back. It's worth a rewatch, especially if you're into sports and agencies and all other stuff. Because Brother said it's a slimy business. And
it is a slimy business.
Yeah, it is. All right, our G-Bag of the Day winner so far is a Oklahoma Senator, Mark Wayne Mullen, in the spirit of Sam Houston, as a Teamsters president to fight right there on the Senate floor.
Now, let's talk about Mr. O'Brien himself, his behavior. As everybody knows, and it's here in the last time, him and I kind of had a back and forth. But after you left here, you got pretty excited about
O'Brien,
the keyboard.
The Irishman.
In fact, you tweeted at me 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times. And let me read what the last one said. It said, "Greedy CEO who pretends like he's self-made. What a clown. Fraud. Always has been, always will be. Quit the tough guy act in these Senate hearings. You know where to find me. Any place, anytime, Cowboy." Sir, this is a time, this is a place.
Ooh,
You
I
wanna
like
run your
this.
Mouth. We can be two consenting adults. We can finish it here.
Okay, that's fine. Perfect.
You want to do it now?
I'd love to do it right now.
Well, stand your butt up then.
You stand your butt up.
Oh, hold on.
Big guy.
Oh, stop it.
Is that your solution every
No, sit down. Sit down. Look at you. You know, you're a United States Senator. Sit down.
Active.
Oh, okay.
Sit down, please.
All right.
Can I respond? Mr.
Hold it.
Two thoughts. Number one, sounds like he's not going to stop the tough guy routine. Sounds like that's his fastball. He's going to play that. But then number two, how do we have such old people leading our country?
Yeah.
Like here comes in Bernie Sanders. He's the authority.
He's the referee.
Look how long it took him to get that under control. You couldn't tell there was about to be a fight.
Stop here, boys.
You couldn't tell. He has no senses. I knew halfway through, like, oh, they're going to fight.
Oh, yeah.
Come on, man, break that up.
Guard. Yeah. Mark Wayne Mullen getting it done, though.
Mark Wayne Mullen. Yeah, I seen him on CNN.
Well,
he says he's like Cherokee or something like that.
Yeah.
But he's also quoting Andrew Jackson.
I'll tell you what.
Boy, I tell you what.
He knew he potentially was going to fight. He showed up without a sport coat on.
Oh.
I wish he would have started rolling up his sleeves and taking off his watch.
Yeah.
That would have been.
Well, he should have caught him outside who was that? Sam Houston did.
Oh, yeah?
No, Andrew Jackson did. And hit
yeah.
somebody with a cane. Boom. Catch him outside, bro. How about that? How about
Wait
that?
for him in the bushes.
Yeah.
Jump out.
That's great.
Let's see. And Andrew Jackson shot somebody. It was supposed to be a duel, but he cheated. Look it up. He cheated. He did. All right, let's go to the Bat Boys. Bat Boys on Instagram. They caught up with Ron Washington. Figured we should laugh and enjoy Ron Washington before he becomes a rival.
Yeah.
They hit him with a few questions, and all of his answers were amazing.
What's your favorite piece of sports memorabilia that you have?
I got a key to 3 cities.
Whoa. Which 3?
I got a key to Fort Worth, Texas, Shreveport, Louisiana. Damn, what's the third? I can't think of the third.
What's your best 60-yard dash you ever ran?
The best 60-yard dash I've ever done was a 6'1".
6'1"?
Yeah, I did a 6'1". I was running at the time with Willie Wilson and UL Washington.
Willie Wilson.
Yeah. And they was running 6 flats.
Willie Wilson.
Who's your favorite Spanish-speaking singer and favorite English-speaking singer?
Well, I don't know much about Spanish singers. I mean, when it's playing, I'm into it. But as far as a favorite, I don't have one. I like Millie Jackson.
Yeah!
Millie Jackson. Yeah. What advice would you give to former players who maybe have just retired and are thinking about going into coaching?
Be patient. The talent that's in the game of baseball today is so young, and they don't have any experience, and you can't put expectations on them, so you have to be patient and let whatever they have inside of them grow and come out. And the only way that can happen is through patience.
Awesome. That's all I got.
I think UL Washington used to play with a toothpick in his mouth.
UL Washington?
Yeah, I think he was a guy.
Willie Washington.
Toothpick guy. Willie Wilson, yeah. Those guys.
Let's see. What else we got for you boys? Oh, yesterday we played this one. I couldn't wait to play it. Kyle Brandt shooting his shot at Vanna White.
Yes.
Shoot your shot, playboy.
I know you're a big fan of that lady over there.
Pat, I'm thrilled to meet you, but Vanna, let's just put the cards on the table. I say this respectfully. You're a TV legend. My wife is here. You were my boyhood crush. I love you. For many years of my life, you were the puzzle I wanted to solve, and I am so thrilled to be here. Wow. Do you have any advice for me today, Vanna? Because I believe you control the board. I love you, Pat. To me, this is a Vanna show.
To me, this is a Vanna show.
Yeah.
Me too.
That's good. But you gave the advice about buying vows. I'm against that. You know,
You're against buying vows.
I'm against the buying vows part. We know that.
You're frugal.
I am very frugal.
That could be the whole key to everything.
Yeah,
you could be stumped. You could have $20,000 won. You got to spend $200 for a vow.
No, if I'm having to spend $200 for a vow, I should know it.
You should, but you don't.
I should. But I mean, is the one vow going to make that difference?
It
for
might.
me?
It will.
Oh
It makes
my
all the
gosh!
difference.
Yes. Are you
I
kidding
don't know
me?
about that. I don't know.
Every letter that gets turned over increases your chances.
To give it to somebody else.
Krusty, this is your worst idea. Sometimes I wonder when you're doing things like this.
No, it's true. Don't buy vows. It hurts you. Takes money out of your pocket.
All right. Let's see here. Yesterday was a church day. Hope you got your blessings.
Yes.
My spiritual leaders, Pastor Freddie Haynes out there in Oak Cliff, and Reverend Ike right there on YouTube. Balance. This pastor right here, though, he's not a fan of men with long hair. He doesn't like the long hair. Yeah.
Uh-oh.
I'm taking my locks out, so he probably won't like me still. And he definitely doesn't like Eric.
Damn.
just like a man. If a man got long hair, you're an embarrassment.
That's an embarrassment.
Let's show this.
1 Corinthians 11 and verse 14.
Come on, son.
Doeth not even nature itself teach you?
Nature teach you.
That if a man have long hair.
Here you got ponytail deacons. Yeah. Ponytail choir members. Ponytail young men in church. Hair sticking up twisted like buckwheat.
That's right.
Like buckwheat.
Ponytail preachers running revivals. Can you imagine?
Unbelievable.
Wow.
People will sit in the church and a man with a ponytail running revival?
That's right.
And you was talking about he's anointed. He's a sissy.
He's a sissy. He's a sissy.
Jeez. Chief, I don't think you'd be welcome at that church,
No,
bro.
dude, he was looking at me right in the eyes when he said that.
Jesus was a long-haired guy, right?
I think
in
so.
those pictures.
We had several long-haired guys.
Which pictures are you looking at there?
Yeah, long-haired guy, right?
I do in my imagination. He does have long hair, absolutely.
Yeah.
I don't think they had like a barber on the
No,
corner.
heck no.
A biblical barber.
Moses was probably rocking long hair too.
I'm pretty sure.
And if you look at nature, the lion, the dude has the long hair.
Yeah.
You know? I don't think there's a hard and fast rule. Sure, women are pretty with long hair. I'll give that to them. But so men can be too.
Thank you.
Fabio.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I mean, Samson had his hair. That's when he had his strength.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of examples there in the Bible. Is it Mark Wayne Mullen with Mr. O'Brien himself? Is it the Bat Boys with Ronnie, Kyle Brandt, or Pastor not a fan of men with long hair? I'm going to have to go with Ron Washington. That's my guy, Chief.
I'm going with the champ.
We're tied at 1, Lucius.
Yeah, Bat Boys and Ron Washington.
Shoot, yeah. 2-1 there.
Oh, by the way, that pastor is bald-headed, so I just want to let you.
I was about to say,
Forgot to
probably,
that part.
probably
It's very important that I tell you that
Yeah,
part.
he's projecting on the congregation.
Right now, he's thinking to himself, even a bad day with a bald head's better than a good day
If
with
I
a
can't have hair, you can't have hair.
Yeah.
I'll go with Kyle Brandt.
Brandt. And Brian?
I imagine Jesus had a fade, like a booty, south side fade, maybe a little part in it.
A little part.
You know, he's out in the streets, talking to the people in the streets. He got to look like him sometimes. You know what I'm saying?
Just snapped his fingers and boom, there's that hairstyle.
Faded up, braided up. Sometime you see Jesus.
I will go with the Bat Boys here.
Okay, by a score of 3-1. And for the first time in over a decade, once again, your G-Bag of the Day champion goes by the name of Ron Washington. Okay, Krusty's Corner's coming up next. Brian, where are you taking us?
Yes, let's talk about this Carolina Panther defense. We'll do that next.
Coming up Friday morning on Sean and RJ, Mike McCarthy live at 6:30. We'll pick the game at 8, and Nick Eatman in the final.
105.3 The Fan.
Classic Chevrolet is racing to finish the year #1 in America. They're leading the way with the unheard of 400 Silverados with the best Black Friday savings all month long. Shop them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads, relax, and enjoy the difference.
Yeah, buddy. Welcome back, Nation. Time now for Krusty's Corner. Here's Broadus.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
We said we're going to work in some Parsons talk and all that stuff.
Yeah, coming up 3:20.
3:20. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Got that for you. Okay, that's great. All right, Carolina Panthers, what you need to know about their defense. Only the Giants have allowed more rushing touchdowns than these guys.
Ooh.
They've given up 15 rushing touchdowns so far this season. It's kind of a weird thing with them. Their secondary, when you look at them, they face the least amount of drop back passes in the league.
So everybody's milking a lead against them?
Everybody's trying to, they're running the ball on them is what they're doing.
Makes sense.
And so when you look at them at 4.3 yards a carry, that's 24th in the league for them playing run defense. They're 9th in the league in rushing attempts that they face. So they're seeing a lot of runs, and they're also giving up some yards in these runs. So where you're going to get the Panthers, if you're interested in running the ball against them, is on the edge. They struggle with this. When you look at the metrics too on this, they're the 30th best team when it comes to defending the outside run. We saw it a little bit last week with the Cowboys, with some of the toss plays that they had, the flip play that we had last week. There, to try and attack the edge seems to work pretty well against the Panthers. The Panthers are also a team that, when it comes to pass rush, it's really they have just one guy, and that's Brian Burns. I mean, he's their best pass rusher by far. And they have to blitz to try and supplement the lack of pass rush they have. And what I was looking at also, too, the tape was showing me, I was wondering how much zone coverage did they play? Dak seems to be pretty good against man or zone, but I was curious just how much zone that they play because of their secondary. And what I found out is that it appears that teams that have big-time wide receivers, they play more zone. They played against Miami, they played zone 94% of the time. Against Seattle, they played zone 92% of the time. Detroit, they played zone 83% of the time. I anticipate that you'll probably get a pretty heavy group of a dose of zone coverage in this football game, which Dak Prescott's fine with.
Yeah.
You can blitz him, you can play zone. He'll find a way to carve you up a little bit. They'll send pressure. They're one of the top teams in the league when they send pressure because of the blitzes. And they will also they're one of those teams that their big blitz down is first down, not third down. So they're very blitz heavy on first down, and they will try and play coverage on second and third down.
Well, let's throw it on first because Dak right now is the best quarterback in the NFL under pressure.
Absolutely. I mentioned the defensive line. I mentioned Brian Burns. He's an outside linebacker. They got a 3-4 front that they play here. Derek Brown is, I think, their best defensive lineman. He's the one guy. You're talking about a guy that this is going to be very similar to the guys inside that when they dealt with Dexter Lawrence last week. Derek Brown's a very similar type player. He's a massive guy. He generates a lot of power. He's a guy that plays when you face him, he generates new line of scrimmage. He plays on your side of the ball. And so you watch him, he takes on double teams. He doesn't lose much ground there. And he kind of finish when he gets an area. So he's a very emotional player. You watch him on tape. When they have a bust or they give up a play, you could see him like chewing everybody out on tape. Because he's really, really into it. But like I say, I think he's the best defensive lineman they have. Brian Burns is the best pass rusher they have. Now, he's been dealing with a concussion. He got a concussion in the Carolina game, and because of the short week against Chicago Bears, he missed that game. But he is his first step quickness is explosive. I would compare this. He plays both sides, but I would compare this to what Terrence Steele had to face when he played Hassan Reddick here a couple of weeks ago. But
12 pressures.
Yeah, it's going to be Burns can bring pressure. That's his thing. He leads the team in sacks. He could cause havoc on your blocking scheme when it comes to pass rush.
Been in that corner.
Yeah, that's what he does. He's better though run away because he could chase. When you run at him, he struggles with that.
Okay, so that's why the edges. And are they starting that rookie from Oregon on the other side?
It's
DJ Johnson.
Yeah, Johnson's playing quite a bit for them over there. But what they're doing right now is though they're struggling with the run and teams are not throwing the ball. Now we'll see how much the ball gets thrown on them this week though, because they got J.C. Horn coming back, and J.C. Horn I think is their best corner, and he hadn't played since week 1. He had a hamstring injury, so he's been dealing with a hamstring all this time. He practiced fully on Wednesday, so I have a feeling he is one of the best corners I scouted in the 2021 NFL draft. Him and Patrick Surtain. It was a question which way Dallas, I felt like that in talking to some people that if he was available, Horn was a coach's favorite and Surtain was the scout's favorite. They were going to have to make a choice on that one if they both were there. But there is some quickness to his game. He's very good in tight press coverage. He's got outstanding ball skills. It'll be interesting to see how much rust he has. How much rust does he play in this game with? But this guy's got a little history with being a kind of a handsy or grabby type of a player to begin with. And I wonder if they're going to travel him with CeeDee Lamb right off the jump.
Oof, what a way to return, man.
I know. Just throw right into the fire. Here you go, JC.
But maybe with the fact that he's just coming back to game, maybe they're just going to play the sides that they normally play. But the problem that they run is their other cornerbacks aren't very good. Dante Jackson, he's got the most cover snaps by far, but quarterbacks have 119 passer rating against him. And then C.J. Henderson, who plays quite a bit, he's got the third most coverage snaps, and opponents have 115 passer rating against him. So having Horn back in the lineup will really help the Panthers with their coverage. But to me, Jackson or Henderson both could be attacked in this game. And I will be interested to see how they try and match up with being able to cover, with trying to cover CeeDee Lamb. But what I notice about these guys on tape the most is they always appear to be a tick late getting to the ball. They drive on the ball, but they struggle to finish plays. And when they really have to drive to make a play, they're always a step late. So I think getting Horn back will really help them with that coverage. But again, how much rust does he have? So you really have to worry about three defenders on this team, in my opinion. It's Derek Brown, Brian Burns, and then we'll see with J.C. Horn how much that he can go in this game after being out for so long. The running game could get a little healthy here, especially on the edge. And throwing the ball against these corners named Jackson and Henderson is not a bad proposition either.
Thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
Krusty's Corner every afternoon at 2:40 here in the G-Bag Nation. A couple of days ago, Krusty had a question for us about Micah Parsons. It's touched off a tremendous amount of commentary on that, and we'll follow up coming up at 3:20. But up next, it's the NFL News of the Day, Zach.
Gronk goes off on Diggs. We had a surprise team that's linked to Belichick. And do we owe this quarterback an apology? That's next.
The Fan.
FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour 2 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. We're coming to you with 4 more hours of sports. Coming up in 2 hours, Zack Martin show coming up at 5 o'clock. Right now, it's time for Zack Wolchuk. There is a little bit of an appearance, though, resemblance with Wolchuk and Martin. And here's the Wooly Bully with the NFL news of the day.
Thank you. Yes, CA used to call me his doppelganger.
That's right.
Doppelganger.
Yep.
Yeah, about 80 pounds ago.
Yep. And, I mean, now maybe not as much.
Uncomfortable.
But still love him.
No, but you are what we can look forward to in the post-playing days for Zack Martin when he shrinks
Slims
up
down.
like all these offensive linemen tend to do.
And he will.
That's amazing how those guys have done that,
It's
right?
crazy, man.
It's awesome.
They morph into just a different person.
They do. They completely morph into a different person.
The running backs tend to go the other way.
Yeah.
Yeah. The neck, specifically, really starts to enlarge.
Does, yeah.
Hey, what can you do? You know, you're playing great. And all of a sudden now you're not working out as much. You're eating whatever you want. You don't have a nutritionist anymore. And, you blow it up a little bit.
Shout out to LaShawn McCoy, shout out.
Paul Pierce.
MJD.
Not the same sport, but shout out to Raymond Felton. I seen you, bro.
Yes.
Yeah, I seen you, dog.
Yep, good call.
That chain was struggling around that neck. Like,
Yeah.
Shout out to Raymond Felton.
That man needed to back away from the buffet even during his playing days. He's a larger
Man,
gentleman.
it's hard to back away from the buffet. I'm just telling you.
Yeah,
especially when you had a few cocktails along the way.
Yeah, it's a challenge. I've been dreaming about that Chinese buffet every time you bring it up, Brian.
It's good.
Having to stay away, and it's tough. It's tough. Maya's got to hold me back. Nope, we're not going.
You got to have a get back coach when you're at the buffet
I
line.
need one.
I think if you got to put on a tank top 82 nights a year on national TV, I'd back away.
That's a good enough reason.
Yeah.
So we got a fun game tonight.
That'd
Thursday
stop
night
Harden,
football.
all right.
No, doesn't stop some people.
Doesn't stop a couple of
Some
these
people-
guys.
I mean, you could get away with the under T-shirt, to kind of
in college.
the under
Tighten it
T-shirt.
up.
And there was a time where the guys were even wearing long sleeves under the
Maybe some Spanx.
See,
Bold, man. That's worse than the guy wearing the T-shirt
Hey,
at the swimming pool.
Let me. Some guys have skin problems.
Yeah, some people
Okay,
do.
no, if there's a real deal, then sure.
Shoot.
Yeah.
Look,
That's the worst excuse ever. I got a skin problem. I got to wear a T-shirt.
I'm allowed to get in these chlorine chemical pee waters. I just can't have the sun touch it. It's crazy how that works.
I've had 6 spots.
No, vitamin
cut
D is
off me.
actually bad for my skin, but
Hey,
this
they say
chlorine and
chlorine's good
piss is
for you.
great for it.
6 spots.
I think Brian wears the shirt guy.
I do wear a shirt because I've had 6 spots cut off.
I don't
man.
blame you, buddy. You do what's best for you.
No, you're fine.
Yeah, you're.
You can tell me he's being a
Live
bully,
strong.
Paul.
Yeah, I hope you continue to stay sick.
Sorry, gosh, he's getting sideswiped over here.
Yeah.
The thing about if you're watching tape and you see offensive linemen like always wearing long sleeve shirts underneath their long sleeves,
Trying to hide those triceps.
skinny arm guy.
Yeah, they're off.
Oh, skinny arm guy.
Those
Oh,
guys,
okay.
a lot of skinny
We
arms.
thought it was flabby arm guy.
Yeah.
Those guys are off my board.
Yes.
I want the lineman that's going to go into 30-degree weather, no sleeves, doesn't care. 15 degrees out there, it's Lambeau. He's going out shirtless for pregame warm-ups. That's how I want my lineman.
That's also stupid sometimes.
It's stupid, but I need him to be a little stupid. I need a little crazy in my lineman.
If you got the guy with the long sleeve shirt early in the year, that's usually a guy trying to hide the arms.
Okay,
How they look,
I
yeah.
appreciate that.
Well, we'll have to count up how many linemen are wearing sleeves tonight. It's Bengals, it's Ravens. It's finally a good Thursday night football game. It's a big one between both of them. And the least time spent trailing in the first 10 games of a season over the last 40 years, the Ravens at 7-3 have only trailed this year for 28 minutes and 46 seconds. That's the third best of the last 40 years. The 84 Dolphins and the 98 Broncos were the only other two teams that have trailed less through the first 10 games of a season. So Baltimore certainly the favorite tonight. We don't know. There were some reports about Joe Burrow. He's wearing something on his wrist, but they didn't put him on the injury report. Is that something the NFL is going to look at? Is there a wrist injury there for Joe?
Is Cincinnati always messing with the injury report with Joe? Is
There's
this
some
like this,
foolery
is
going
this like
on
the
there.
second? Somebody had an injury report situation. I thought it was the Bengals.
It might have been. There was an issue earlier in the season. I'm blanking on which team it was, but it could have very well been the Bengals.
Oh, Atlanta forgot to put Bijan Robinson on.
That was the one.
Bijan was sick.
Yeah.
Yes, and they did not. And then he didn't play after about like a series against Tampa Bay.
Right.
And then they said, well, he's sick. That's why. And the NFL did follow that up. But we talked yesterday about the blown leads for the Ravens because that stat would show you like, man, how are they 7-3? They've only trailed for 28 minutes all year long. It's the turnovers for Lamar Jackson. He has 13 total touchdowns and 13 turnovers in the fourth quarter of the last 3 years.
Not good.
That's a big reason why. Also, they're the worst defense in the NFL with a lead in the fourth quarter. Unbelievable.
That's surprising.
They allowed Deshaun Watson to go 14 of 14 passing in the second half on Sunday, and he was fantastic in the fourth quarter. They ranked dead last in EPA per play on defense with a fourth quarter lead in the last 3 seasons. So these are reasons why they can't close out on defensively, and Lamar Jackson's given the other team the football with massive turnovers in the fourth. They get that corrected. Now maybe they could be the number 1 seed overall in the AFC. Now the Super Bowl's got to go through Baltimore.
They'd probably be going on their 3rd or 4th straight Super Bowl right now if football was just a 3-quarter game.
Yeah. Fantastic 3-quarter team, but that fourth quarter gives the Ravens a little bit of an issue. Now, Rob Gronkowski.
Do you feel like the Ravens they're probably not one of these teams that holds up the four fingers when the fourth quarter starts?
Maybe they
probably need to get that thing going a little bit. Like, hey, this actually matters here. Let's throw up the four fingers just so we all know. It's hour 4 of the G-Bag Nation. It's the fourth quarter in Baltimore. Get your bleep together.
Well, somebody who wants Stephon Diggs to get his bleep together.
Can you see, like,
is Rob Gronkowski.
Russell Wilson's like, guys, give me them fours. Let me see them fingers.
Run pass. Yeah, Russ, and we'll get to Russ here in a second. But Gronk does his Up and Adams appearance every Wednesday with Kay Adams. And yesterday, man, he was not liking what Stephon Diggs is doing right now there in Buffalo. And here's Gronk.
Whoa, wait, what?
The Rob Gronkowski.
Where's that at?
Kay Adams. We don't have that one?
No, I don't see that, buddy.
Okay, well, he ripped Stephon Diggs pretty good there. I'll
take your word for it.
He said it doesn't make sense. You're paid. You're the number one wide receiver. And
got the transcripts.
What's to worry
Yeah.
about?
Yeah.
Josh Allen looks to go to you every single time that he possibly can. You got your stats. It's not like you'll be better with another team. I don't know what the problem is. Just suck it up. Why? Because of these problems?
Is that the same advice you gave to Dwight Howard a couple of weeks
suck it
ago?
up.
Absolutely.
Okay, I don't know that Stephon Diggs is going to take that advice and run with it the same way a guy like Dwight might, but I do feel
Might
like
not have the same interests.
you know, Gronk's a Patriot, the Patriot way. And Gronk was never in a bad situation. It was just win with the Patriots, hang him up for a second, and then go win with Tom.
Yeah.
He doesn't know the frustrations that build up when like you're consistently losing. And, like,
have they been consistently losing though? They're a team that's been in the playoffs. They were in an AFC Championship game a couple years ago. They're in the they're competing. They're not really losing.
Well,
this is the first year that maybe they might not make the playoffs since Stephon Diggs has been in Buffalo.
Yeah, but when the expectation is Super Bowl, like it's been in Buffalo we've been talking about Buffalo and Super Bowls for probably 3
They've
years
come up
now.
short.
They've come up short.
They haven't been a losing team,
but right now they are. I mean, they're out of the playoffs
right now.
Right now
this
they
will be
are.
the first time.
This is
over
actually the
Stephon-
worst place to be right now because you've built expectations over the last 3 or 4 years, and now you're crashing. It's very stressful.
So like now, I can maybe see some frustration, but we've been talking about this with Diggs for the last couple of years, and it's kind of true. I mean, like his numbers are awesome. He gets the ball a ton. He plays with a quarterback that most people do think is still good despite the turnovers.
But he was tipping us off in the offseason, and it's crazy how sometimes players know. Like Tony knew at the end of 2016 the Cowboys were not going to be nearly as good in 2017 because Ron Leary and Doug Free were leaving. And we were talking about what's next for Dak taking the next step. The Cowboys took a big step back. I feel like Diggs knew. And
maybe did.
And I feel like he's been telling Trayvon, and now Trayvon's tweeting about it, and Stephon's having to talk about it today.
Yeah, that adds fuel. Yeah, when your brother's out there tweeting about it, like get up out of there. Yeah, I mean that's just going to keep stoking the fire a little bit there for Stephon.
But sadly, I think for Bills, they're going to be waiting a number of more years because now they got to blow this thing up. You know, you can't come back from this. This isn't a tinkering and a tweaking. This is oh crap, we've lost our momentum, our chemistry. Obviously, our roster's broken. A lot of our key players are old. We got
hurt.
Yeah,
I mean, defensively, they're struggling right now.
And once the expectations build to this, and then you flop, it does something to your momentum and your morale. Very difficult to rebuild and get those positive vibes flowing again.
I think Gronk added too, like, hey, and Stephon, like you already got your money and stuff. Like,
exactly. It's like you're getting paid a ton. And I think Gronk made a lot of sense there. Like I could see maybe today, right now, this week, Stephon Diggs being a little bit frustrated, but the amount that we've heard about it over the last couple of years, a little bit weird to me because he is certainly always in the conversation of a top 5 type of receiver. He's getting stats. He gets thrown the ball, and that team has done a considerable amount of winning since he's been there. I don't see a whole lot of reason to be upset or frustrated because you are getting targeted. Like every week we look up, Stephon Diggs is one of the most targeted receivers in all of the National Football.
I mean, some guys just want to win. You know?
It's like Nacho Libre said, man.
Yeah. I want it all.
I want to win.
I want the targets, I want the money, and I want to win, or I'm not satisfied. And I might be toxic about it. I don't mind those guys.
I don't mind a little toxic. A little Toxic Thursday action here. Gronk also said he thinks Mac Jones should go and ask for his release from the Patriots, and then he can go sign with the Browns and be their quarterback. That one got a little wonky.
Oof, yeah. I mean, the only way it gets worse for you if you're Mac Jones is if you put that Browns uniform on.
I mean, he's not going to go. He's not going to go save the Browns. That's not going to happen.
12% worse than what you usually are.
Yeah.
The moment you put that uniform on.
Ryan Tannehill asked for his release.
That was fake.
I think it was a fake.
That was a
fake.
yeah.
Pat McAfee got ball sacked on that
Did he?
too.
Okay.
Yeah, McAfee put it on.
I
his
saw it. I
show.
was like, going what?
Then it went viral, and then the person who put it out there retracted it because
you and McAfee,
it's a fake
bro.
report. Yeah, it
guys got sacked today.
I know. I saw it. I was just curious if he's going to be.
No, to be fair, you didn't come in and storm in and report it crotch first like you did the Panthers defensive coordinator.
Hey, Browns, go get him! Go get him!
I was kind of like, I saw that on the TV. It's all those information guys, and they had his name across the screen.
No, he thought it was real.
I thought the guy got fired.
Now it was a butt cracking situation. So now, that's a fake report. If you see that, don't believe that one. C.J. Stroud, certainly in the MVP conversation, as he's been playing really good football here this year as a rookie. He was asked about being an MVP in that outside noise, and I thought he gave an outstanding response from the rook.
It's been cool to be able to be in the talk, but like just like they love me this week, they hate me the next. So I don't try to look at that stuff. I try to stay even keel and just stay on the straight and narrow, and just work really hard and make my teammates around me better. So.
That's perfect, dude. He's got the quarterback speak down.
He's got it down.
I mean, especially for a rookie, that sounds like a 12-year vet.
Yeah.
That sounds like the guy who
he's
went to the
playing
Peyton
like a
Manning
12-year vet.
or the Dak Prescott school of how to say nothing, just hammer us with cliches, show a little love to the teammates, and then bow out. That's awesome.
I watched their Houston tape against Carolina's defense. He made some incredible throws in between. Like Noah Brown is fun to watch now. The way he's diving all over the place, making acrobatic plays.
Has he done that bit where he gets the perfect pass to him, but he drops it so that the other team can intercept it and run it for a game-winning touchdown?
Not that I saw. I mean,
of course he is.
He's doing a lot of sliding and catching balls in between defenders.
Noah, come on.
Kind of guy.
Just want that Jacksonville game back. That's all. That's the one I want back. Cortland Sutton, former SMU Mustang. He wants everybody to apologize to Russell Wilson. He put out an apology form for Russ that he wants us all to sign because Russ is back being dangerous, and they're trying to let Russ cook. And I don't know. Do you guys agree? Do we all owe Russell Wilson an apology for basically burying him this offseason?
I saw a great video breakdown from, is it Ted Wynn of The Athletic?
Yeah.
Is that
Ted does a fantastic job.
He works out of the Bay Area. And his explanation was that Sean Payton has turned him into a robot. He's just processing a quick sequence of decisions for every play, and it's working for him. I feel like when I'm watching Russell Wilson, I see a guy that's significantly aged, and you might be able to figure out how to have him play efficient, winning football still if a lot of other stuff is good around him. But his days putting a team on his back and making so many plays that they couldn't help but win, I mean, that thing's over. And, I mean, what are they averaging? Are they averaging like 18, 19 points? The stats can't be good for him, but I'm happy. I think the story is about Sean Payton, not Russell Wilson.
I'm unlimited.
Yeah, he is playing better, but I don't think we owe Russ an apology. No, he's certainly not at the height of his powers anymore.
He overcame one of the worst coaches in the history of the National
Nathaniel
Football
Hackett.
League.
He did not overcome that.
He
sucked to high. He was terrible.
It was.
There was no overcoming. He undercame. He didn't overcome.
He's overcoming now. He's with a real coach.
Happens.
Yeah, not a guy that's a bum coach.
Mr. Unlimited.
Dak, 682's taking a shot at us and Dak here. He's got 2 wins against the Chiefs and the Bills. Dak has no wins against teams with a winning record this year. So the 682 saying we do owe Russell Wilson an apology.
Oh, I thought he was getting on to Dak for not specifically beating the Chiefs and the Bills this year because Dak just simply hasn't had the opportunity.
We don't play
come
him.
on, man.
Maybe in the Super Bowl, we'll see.
We'll see the Bills a little bit later.
So Dan Orlovsky went on Pat McAfee earlier this week and said, hey, I'm not a reporter. I can't name the team, but he knows that there's already a team in line to go ahead and get Bill Belichick this offseason. Reports are that team is the LA Chargers.
Yes, makes perfect sense, dude.
Gary Myers, who is a writer in New York, said one of my well-placed sources believes the Chargers are the favorites for Bill Belichick in 2024.
Probably got that from Belichick.
Excellent quarterback, team ready to win. Belichick likes California and the beach, and he shot down any theory of Belichick going to the Cowboys.
So would Kellen Moore stay out there in a scenario like that, or
I think Bill needs an offensive coordinator. I mean, he certainly.
This might be the second time that Kellen Moore gets to stay.
Maybe he brings Josh McDaniels with him, though. Maybe he reunites with McDaniels.
Maybe he runs it
Kellen
back
Moore
with
gets
the two-headed monster of Fat Patricia and Joe Judge.
He's never doing that again.
Fat Patricia.
But
Never say never, dude.
If McDaniels wasn't available, I think he would keep Kellen Moore, but I wonder if he would try and bring McDaniels back.
Okay, do the Cowboys have the NFL in checkmate when it comes to their superstar? We'll discuss that and other Cowboy stories coming up next. It's the G-Bag Nation of the Fan.
Take your turn it on, leave it on fan experience.
The Cowboys have the NFL in checkmate when it comes to CeeDee Lamb. And which Cowboy would you bet is going to have the best final 8 games of the season between CeeDee Lamb and Micah Parsons? Segments brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact Frankel for a free consultation. It's 214 or 817-333-3333. Go online to truckwreck.com. Do please leave your name and city you're texting from. We would love to make you famous and give you an opportunity to get some credit there for your intellectual property and your interesting takes on these subjects. So yesterday we were talking about CeeDee Lamb, and Brian took on a research project. You might have heard it. And the premise was, how is the double teaming of CeeDee Lamb going for defenses? How often are they double teaming? And what is their success rate when doing so? I was just wondering, what else could defenses try? Here we are, 10 weeks, 9 games into the Cowboys season, and he's getting better as it goes, and he's been putting up these big games for a month now. I would have thought teams would have adjusted as much as they could have. And I do think the data right here suggests the Cowboys might have the NFL by the balls, and there ain't no stopping number 88. As Brian discovered, you're looking at 86 targets for CeeDee Lamb this year.
Right.
26 of those targets were double covered. I'm right on that as well.
Right.
And he caught 20 of them.
Yeah.
He caught 20 of the 26 in double coverage. You put TD in double, and that completion percentage is within 1.5 percentage points of his overall. So single or double, it does not help your chances of preventing CeeDee Lamb from getting the football. I found that to be pretty dang awesome. And I think teams at that point have to just say, let's do our best. But if we would, put any more resources towards it, it would break their defenses. They're doing as best they can, and he's getting 150 yards a game. It's a thing of beauty.
Yeah, he's really dominant right now. It's fantastic hearing those numbers, catching 20 of the 26 targets while being double covered. I mean, the only other thing that I would wonder is when he's being doubled, he's still coming up with the reception clearly 20 out of 26 times.
Yeah.
Is he gaining less? What is his completion? How many yards per completion is it when he's doubled compared to when he's singled? Is he getting huge chunk plays when he's singled? He's doubled his catch of the ball, but it's 8 yards instead of 18 or 28. That'd be the one thing I'd want to.
Just if just from the eye test, it's the single coverage that's allowing him the most runs after catch.
The big
right,
plays
which it should.
Yeah, which makes a ton of sense.
Because what happens is he's finding ways to work in between. Like if they bracket him and then he works to the sidelines, it's a catch and a step out of bounds. But his single coverage plays, just watching them one after another, those are the ones he's killing them on.
Yeah, and that's what's killing these teams, and that's what's been so impressive. Like these chunk plays that he's getting right now, where it's here's 15 yards, here's 20 yards. Some of that's air, some of that is him being a stud after the catch. But either way, the big play stuff is what's been so exciting about this offense, and especially that connection with Dak and CD right now.
So the double coverage is kind of turning off the big plays at least. And, at that point, you're opening up the field for big plays for guys like Cooks, Gallup, so on and so forth.
Right.
CD or Micah, Brian, which Cowboy is going to have the better second half of the season if you had to bet on one?
It's going to be CD because I think Micah is going to continue to have to play more off-ball linebacker.
Okay, and
that's going to probably take away his ability to rush the passer. I know the other day, we had this discussion about him and was he wearing down or was he getting tired and all that, and it was really an unusual game for him because people just assumed that naturally he gets doubled every snap, and in this particular game, when I asked the question, that wasn't the case. He had 13 single pass rush attempts where he was just single blocked, and that he only had the one pressure off the twist stunt that they had. He had 5 passes where he was double teamed, and then was not a factor in it. But if you look at the totals right there, he had 18 rush attempts in that game, and it was only doubled on him 5 of the times.
And he still only had the one pressure.
And he still had the one pressure. on single. He was single blocked on running plays 10 times, and didn't come up with the tackle. He was only doubled 1 time on run plays. So there you go. There's another. That's 10 run plays where he was single block. And
so you're seeing 2 things. Number 1, he's off ball more, and number 2, when he is rushing, it wasn't the same this game.
It was lack of effort.
No,
was it one bad game, or do you think we're heading for a trend like last year?
Last year he wore down, but and he says he's not that. That's not the case. But I will say this: they had Tyree Phillips as a backup offensive lineman last week in that game against the Giants. He had 7 blocks, 7 pass rush attempts against Phillips with nothing. He got doubled 1 time in the pass, and then Phillips handled him 5 times with single blocks, no doubles, and in the run game. That's 12 attempts against a backup right tackle where he didn't have the one twist that they ran resulted in a sack.
What do you think of him in Philadelphia?
See, I need to sit down with it and I need to do this every game is what I need to do.
Yeah.
Because this was the one game where watching him play where he was not a factor.
Yeah.
He was absolutely not a factor. So, okay, when the question I had is, okay, against a compromised offensive line, why was he not a factor? That's what made me go do the research on this.
Yeah.
Go watch the All 22 and just specifically watch him and chart what he did.
It was really interesting because on Cowboys social media and media in general, really traditional media, you asked the question, is Micah slowing down? And a lot of people grabbed onto that and made a story out of it. I do think it's interesting. And if you had a couple of games over the last month, or especially 2 in a row at any time where he is slowing down and the effort's not there and he's not beating bad linemen, then you have a trend. Right now, I would say you have 1 bad game and you sort of wonder, and it makes this next game very important as far as, him snapping back and having a huge game.
He's got matchups he should be able to exploit against Carolina.
Did you have a chance to sit down and watch did you watch him play in the All-22?
The Giants, yes.
There were times where he was laid off the ball, which is uncharacteristically for him. That's a problem. I mean, and then there was a couple times where he just flat didn't beat the guy. He just didn't. He just went up the field and and acted like and maybe it was a frustration level. But if you asked me if they're going to play him more off ball, I will say this about him: he had 5 coverage snaps, which he normally never gets any coverage snaps. He had 3 sacks when he was covering. They had 3 sacks. When he was
so he helped the defense.
He absolutely helped.
Guys got home.
Absolutely helped the defense.
He was just frustrated because the sack numbers weren't there, and maybe the amount of rush opportunity. And you could see when you mentioned the frustration, that was kind of evident because it was the effort and hustle was not quite to the level that we typically watch from Micah Parsons in that tape.
And if they're going to play him at off-ball linebacker and ask him to cover more and all that, that's less sack. That's less opportunities.
Yeah.
So he probably won't have the numbers that that maybe CeeDee Lamb will have.
Well, and if he is getting frustrated, he can't let that frustration make him then play worse, and that might have happened.
Yeah, it seems like that's definitely what happened because he's talked about how he feels fresh, like he's not worn down. This is just him moping around and not having his head in the game because he would mop the floor with every one of those Giants linemen. And even last year when he was apparently wearing down a little bit, his pressure numbers were still just what they were at the beginning of the season. He was pressuring the hell out of the quarterback even when he was quote-unquote tailing off at the end. The sack numbers weren't there. The pressures were still very much there.
If absolutely.
So he just wasn't trying. He was just angry. He didn't like the game plan coming in, and from the start, he just decided, I'm not going to give my all rushing the passer.
Well, right now,
hopefully he's out of that.
Right now, they have one legit. If you consider him an edge, they have one linebacker on their squad, and that's Damone Clark. Everybody else is a hybrid safety or another position. That's really what it if you look at the starters and stuff like that. That's why I think he's going to have to play more linebacker.
Next topic, I wanted to get to this because we had Baldy on yesterday, and one of the questions we asked him was, how would you rank, Cowboys, Eagles, and Niners? And he said it's hard to say right now because teams are still a work in progress. Parcells would talk about this. Belichick is known for it. What do you guys think? CeeDee's getting better as the year goes on. We'll see how the rest of the season goes for Micah Parsons. I've never seen a Cowboys team play their best football at the end of the year. Jason Garrett could not solve any problem. What you had in week 1 was your set of problems in week 17 every single time. But I'll give Mike McCarthy credit, and I do think it's mandatory that you have a coaching staff and players that are capable of figuring it out as the season goes on, and I hope that's the case for him.
Was there 2014 the Dez catch no catch?
That was the Green Bay
game. Where they got the running back hurt. Murray broke his hand or had a hand problem, and it came down to Romo having to throw the ball. They actually had a really good December, if I remember, because normally Romo doesn't play very well.
He was bad in December. It was Romo-vember. He was great in November.
In 2014, I think that Romo carried him in that last month of the season because of Murray and his broken hand.
They had that big win against Detroit that year, I think, where you had that
I was just trying
touchdown pass to Witten.
Yeah, you're right. You're right, Broadus. I'm looking at it. I mean, December 4th victory.
They were undefeated on the road that year.
Yeah, they were undefeated in December that year.
160 points in the 4 games.
Yeah. I just remember it because they really, it was one of those things where we had a history of Romo not playing well in December. And how were they going to change that? Oh, DeMarco Murray was going to run the ball. Oh, DeMarco Murray breaks his hand. Now Romo has to carry the team. I think that was like one of the best 4-game stretches he's ever had.
You know what was crazy about that, though? None of those games were 300-yard games. They were great Romo games. They put up huge points.
Yeah.
But Romo became more of a bus driver there in that final big run that he had as DeMarco Murray in the run game.
That might have been the best they played down a stretch in
Yeah, I think it was. And that was probably their best chance to make a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
All righty, it is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic day. What do you make of this 9-3 start for the Mavs? What 2 things has this GOAT learned from Jason Kidd? And what kind of an offensive monster have the Mavs morphed into? It's coming up next right here. The G-Bag Nation on your home of the World Series champion Texas Rangers, 105.3 The Fan.
You'll feel like a champion when you go to Platinum Ford in Terrell. That's right, Gilchrist Automotive, the best car buying experience you will ever have. And it's in Terrell between I-20 and Highway 80, the all-new Platinum Ford. Just minutes from the Metroplex, and it's worth the short drive to Terrell to save a lot more if you're looking for a brand new Ford at Platinum Ford. Why would you buy your Ford anywhere else? Come see the all-new Platinum Ford. I did just that, and I was in the car business for quite some time, and I was blown away at the facilities first and foremost. Then you walk in and you're greeted by General Manager Adam Vince. He's a big-time Tolo. You're gonna have a great time with him and his team, and they're just gonna roll out that VIP Tolo red carpet for you, get you that dream vehicle for your dream price. They're gonna do it efficiently, streamlined process, boom, in and out, and then you're
Thank you, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a great day. Thank you for listening and watching Tolos. Mavs have started hot. They're 9-3. What's it do to your projections? We're now 1/7 of the way into the season. 1/7, 1/8, something like that. What do you think of the Mavs' hot start at 877-881-1053? They haven't played the best teams, but they played some pretty good teams. And they have a better turn of the schedule coming up. So, you're going to see Milwaukee and Sacramento and the LA teams if they're good. I'm not sure. But, the Thunder and the Rockets are having good starts, and we're going to get all those teams here over the next 10 or so. Are we going to be feeling as good about the Mavericks after these next, or is this start just a result of beating up on some bums? The truckwreck.com fan text is open. I'm buying it. I think this is legit. I think they got exactly what they need, and this is going to be an amazing season of basketball for us, boys. What do you say?
I'm with you, man. The usage rate also for Luka is the lowest currently that it's been since his rookie season, because now you have Kyrie helping the cause as well. I think the fast break points and Tim Cato's article really acknowledged the offense a lot. I mean, we've talked about the pace of play as an emphasis this offseason, and since the 2019 season, the Mavericks offense has finished every season with a bottom 12 pace. Now, they also weren't doing well when it came to transition points, fast break opportunities. Last night, they scored 30 or more transition points with 6 or fewer turnovers for the first time since 2020. I mean, this is a trend now that I think is something that is sustainable because you have Luka buying in, you've got Kyrie getting up the floor, and now you've also got Kyrie running up the floor and then feeding Luka. Luka's not just taking the bad fadeaway three. He's now getting up there in transition, and Kyrie's feeding him a good three-point shot. He's got the most assisted three-pointers made since his rookie season as well.
Oh, that is fantastic. I mean, there's so many good things about it. Number one, it's more entertaining. But number two, your skill level is a lot higher if you can play without turning the ball over at full speed, getting up and down the court. The reason the Mavs have been so slow is because they knew their skill level could not tolerate it. It would create turnovers. Now they can implement game plans to exploit a number of different weaknesses instead of having to be one type or the other. And of course, you're going to be good at slowing the ball down. If you have Luka and Kyrie, playoffs come, you got to slow it down, play more of a half-court game. Of course, you're going to be able to do that at the highest level.
Yeah, and that's what's really encouraging is because you're getting the quicker pace, but you're still maintaining extremely high efficient half court basketball. And then, as you guys mentioned, the turnovers, you're not sacrificing anything there by playing with this pace. So all of it is extremely encouraging to this point. And you would imagine, because everybody's so new, you would think the chemistry and everything like this should all evolve to be getting even a little bit better and better as time goes on. And especially for guys like Derek Lively, who's just growing at a rapid rate right now. Like we're seeing him, he's already surpassing expectations. Well, let's fast forward 3 months and see what type of Derek Lively we're getting then. I would imagine it would be pretty nice.
It's going to be great. He had a 13-point quarter last night. And great article from Tim Cato in The Athletic that Wolchuk mentioned. There's a lot of gold there that you can harvest on their pace and their efficiency at playing faster. The 214, if they trade away Tim Hardaway Jr., their offensive efficiency would suffer. Why would you trade him? Because the way he's playing right now is not sustainable. He's getting older. It's the beginning of the season. Older guys are fresh right now, and that's just reflected in his legs. His numbers look like young Tim Hardaway Jr. But if you go over the last couple of years, he has almost entirely lost the ability to tack off the dribble, to get to the rim and finish. And as the year goes on, that is likely to get significantly worse. I think you just got to trade him when you're hot because of their needs for bigger, better defensive players. You could play Seth Curry more. You're going to want to play Jaden Hardy more and give you what Tim Hardaway does. You're playing him a lot right now because he's hot, and I think you need to trade him.
Perfect. Yeah, absolutely. They've got guys already on your bench right now that can fill the role if you lose a THJ. And I think as soon as his value is at the peak, which it seems to be right now, he's been the best bench scorer in all of the NBA. He's a 6th Man of the Year candidate. And let's hope that he can just go ahead and make this until the trade deadline so they can move him, hopefully for another big like a Clint Capella.
Do you guys feel like he's playing better defense?
Yeah.
I mean, he's been a defensive liability.
Yeah.
But he's the one guy that will stand in there and take charges and stuff like that too.
The buy-in, I think, from the entire roster.
The buy-in has been really big.
No doubt.
Okay, we have truckwreck.com fan text at 877-881-1053. I think they're legit. Last year, this team would lose to bums and not destroy them. You're right about that. Can't wait to see the Mavericks next year, says the 972. That is very exciting. They could make some cool trades this year and upgrade the team, but next summer they're going to be able to package 3 number 1 picks, and if they don't make big trades before we get there to make this team a contender, you are going to be able to do it. Your chances of keeping Luka Doncic happy are through the roof. It appears you have hit Kyrie Irving at the perfect spot in his career where maybe he's more committed and less distracted than he's ever been. And he knows how to lead young guys. First time he tried to lead young guys, Kyrie Irving in Boston, it kind of blew up in his face. And he made, their star players resent him. He has just integrated himself perfectly into this environment. So many things are clicking. Timmy balls out. I don't know why everyone hates on him. It's the same thing every year. But if we could get Capella, says the 817. Yeah, his shooting numbers are bad. And you like right now, he's killing it from downtown, 40.5%. But I don't know if any of his other spots that he's getting shots from are a winning play right now. But he's able to space the floor, and on this team, that's great. But could you imagine a plus defender who can still shoot and maybe rebound well for his position? You don't need the thing that Tim Hardaway has, which is, I'm going to catch the ball and look to attack. And when I'm shooting the ball well, I'm a winning player. But when he's not shooting the ball well, he's not helping you win in other ways. LeBron James on what he learned from Jason Kidd. Dalton Trigg did a story on this at SI. Make your teammates better no matter what. You can never do it individually. You can never do it by yourself. And also communication. I think those 2 things I took from Kidd that I've been able to apply. The third thing that I have not been able to apply and will never be able to apply is patience. It's just not in my nature. He does a great job of it, though. So I got 2 out of 3.
Jason Kidd was almost too patient, or came across that way last year.
Yeah.
Like lacking perspective at times. It came across that way to the fan base.
No one's dying.
So even LeBron looks at the patience of Jason Kidd and is like, geez.
Yeah.
We're marveling.
No, he was so patient. He's like, yeah, I guess these next 30 games don't matter. Let's just go ahead and get to the next year.
Bill Belichick's on to Cincinnati. Jason Kidd's on to 2023.
He really
was in
was,
2022.
man.
Grant Afseth had the number. Mavs are 5th in pace. Don't you guys just like that better? Isn't that such a better game to watch? I think it gets better defense out of your players, too, if you're actually...
I feel like, though, last year I hated when Luka would bring it up the court and just pound the ball, and then all of a sudden it's 2-3 seconds left in the shot clock, and they try and get some crazy shot off and stuff like that. To me, it just seems like that they've done a much better job of getting better shots.
The engagement level, right?
Yeah.
Because when you're pushing the ball and you're up tempo, everybody's engaged. Everybody's the flow engaged of the offense instead of, hey, we're going to sit around here and just watch Luka dribble.
Yeah. And it's not even Luka feeling like he's got to be the guy to run with the ball. He'll get it, and he's outletting and letting other guys dance a little bit. And in the article, I love where Cato shows the NBA keeps track of 3-pointers that are attempted while the shot clock has still at least 18 seconds or more left on it. And the Mavericks have the 5th highest total in the league this season on those shots. 3-point shots with at least 18 or more seconds left on the shot clock. So they're getting in quick, boom, there's a 3, and they're shooting almost 49% as a team on those shots, which is second best in the NBA.
Yeah, it's exactly. I mean, to me, it always seemed like that Luka would pass limited time on the shot clock. Now the ball gets back to Luka, and then it's he hit some wild shots.
Yeah, he is a hero, but
it just seemed like there were so many wild shots that just were, empty possessions for your team.
972 Hardaway's value has reached its peak. Might as well cash in on it. Exactly.
Amen.
And they should do it ASAP. Congrats to Charlie Woods, son of Tiger. He has something his dad doesn't. A high school state golf championship gold medal. He's done it. The freshman at the Benjamin Boys School captured the championship in Florida at Mission Inn Resort and Club in Howey in the Hills, Florida. Charlie, now 14 years old, was 4th out of 5 golfers on the team, finished in a tie for 26th overall. It was the 4th state golf title for the school, which is located in Palm Beach Gardens. Tiger did not have a high school championship because at the time he was growing up in California,
Cypress,
they didn't have one.
Yeah.
They didn't have a state championship, so he won different regional titles back then, and then won the U.S. Open.
Yeah,
but yeah, looks like Young Woods isn't going to live up to Dad if he finished 4th out of 5. He is a freshman, so maybe he was playing against seniors. A lot can happen in that 15, 16, 17 range.
I tell you what, I kind of feel like that if I was the golf coach of that high school, I'd still put him on the team. If you had to dress 5 guys to go out and play.
Charlie's playing.
Charlie's my number 5 guy out there.
Yeah.
You know, I saw a clip of him. He sank like a key putt, just like his dad, the fist pump kind of a thing. You know, it's amazing when you watch them play golf together, how they walk and they stand.
I've seen those
how they
clips.
hit shots. They
It is
twirl the club.
All the mannerisms are the exact same.
Awesome. Yeah. Well, Tiger was even talking about it because I think it was Colin Morikawa was asking him about. He brought it up on the range. He goes, yeah, Charlie outdrove me the other day. And like Morikawa goes, what?
How?
He goes, yeah. He goes, well, I hit this little spinner and Charlie tomahawked one. He's like, he just tomahawked one. And Morikawa goes, he goes, well, hey, he hadn't beaten you? And he goes, not yet, but it's coming. It's going to be there.
Yeah.
He knows it. He just knows it. I mean, you can see Tiger like this look of like, oh my gosh, you know, my kid
beats me.
My kid's going to beat me in golf here, and he's 14 years old.
Would you trash talk your kid in this situation?
Yes, absolutely.
I think it adds fuel to the fire. Yeah, you need to. I like that.
Tiger's really good friends with Justin Thomas, and like Justin Thomas gives Charlie crap the whole time.
Yeah.
And then one time Charlie made a putt and dropped like a $20 bill on the green. Like, you know, yeah, you got any money on this? You know, like he was going to make this putt. He threw a 20 down there, and Justin Thomas looked at Tiger, and like Tiger just kind of shook his head. Charlie drains the putt, picks up the money. You know, like he walks over to JT, and JT's like reaching into his wallet, giving him $20.
It's great.
You know, but yeah, I mean, I think Tiger's friends kind of like they're the ones that really trash talk Charlie more than maybe Tiger does.
Yeah, sounds like Tiger's hyping him up pretty good. I think that's wishful thinking from Dad.
He caddied for him the other day. He caddies for him, and can you imagine being on the bag if you're playing Charlie Woods and Tiger Woods is on the bag.
Yeah.
That's just, you're not going to play very well, are you? You're
Probably not.
You're probably not going to play very well.
I think I just want those for private rounds, probably. It'd be too much of a distraction if I'm trying to compete.
That's what I'm saying.
Get my head clear.
People
are asking Dad for autographs.
But that's what I would do. Like, I think the great thing is if you're Charlie, you use your dad as this intimidating factor to like get in the head of your opponent.
Yeah.
And then find a way to take them out by your play.
He should be your caddy forever.
Yeah.
Okay, we have some Cowboys Twitter coming up. Multiple Cowboys being recognized for their greatness and other tweets going viral about America's team right here on your home of the World Series champion Texas Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. I got to chat Twin Peaks with you before we do anything else because this is the place to go for Eats, Drinks, and Scenic Views. The menu is outstanding, and it is your ultimate sports lodge. Pair any of their made-from-scratch menu items with a frosty 29-degree draft beer served by a beautiful Twin Peaks girl. You're in for a legendary sports watching experience whenever you get into a Twin Peaks. Now, the regular season hoops are heating up. The NBA's inaugural in-season tournament has tipped off. You have group play across the country all month long. You have action Tuesdays and Fridays in the association. That is your in-season tournament jumping off. And we do have a Cowboys jersey giveaway. Yeah, epic Cowboys jerseys all season long just for catching a game at Twin Peaks. Get to Twin Peaks for every boys game. For your chance to win, all you have to do is ask your Twin Peaks girl for details. Tomorrow, Bourbon and Brews, celebrating the pursuit of brews and barrel-aged bourbon every Friday at the Twin Peaks nearest you. I'll see you there soon. Twin Peaks, Eats, Drinks, Scenic Views.
Quality sports takes with laughs along the way.
Sounds like a show to me.
You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation.
HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Here we go. It's hour 3 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic day. It's time now for some Cowboys Twitter top tweets going viral about America's team. It was full participants across the board on that injury report, other than Tyron Smith, who was a big old DNP. What happened there? Is he all right?
Yeah, I mean, yesterday was a walkthrough practice, so no contact, walkthrough. Tyron can do those things. They go out there, they practice today, and they don't want him to have contact, so he's going to DNP it today.
Good,
so
love it.
Keep
him healthy.
That's the drill. If they walk through, he gets to practice. If they don't walk through, he sits it out.
Well, it's perfect, right, Chief?
Yeah,
it's an A+ for the day.
No question, man.
It's load management is the phrase of the year, I think, for Tyron Smith. And as you'll see later on in Cowboys Twitter, the Cowboys are very wise to do everything in their power to just make sure he's available for the games.
Honestly, if there was a way to just have a 24/7 hyperbaric chamber situation, sorry about that, situation.
That'd be a stinky hyperbaric chamber.
Yeah, it would. We don't want to be in there. That'd be a punishment.
That's a bad payoff right there.
It sure is.
But if you could find a way to have like a full body suit that is hyperbaric in nature,
yes,
I think Tyron Smith needs to be the guinea pig experimental.
Just roll him around like in a gurney or a hospital bed.
Yes,
yeah.
And if
iron lung is what they used to call that.
Okay, there you go.
Iron lung, and there's
was Walchuk's nickname in college.
Is it possible to build a vehicle that is also a hyperbaric chamber? I'll get Tyron Smith one of those.
Okay. Yes. I mean, at the very
least,
least,
the iron lung, Brian.
No, I like it, but I think there's only one gentleman still living that was put in an iron lung that's still with us. I think I saw that. Yeah, I didn't get butt cracked on that. I think he's in his 70s. As a young boy, he was put in the iron lung. He's lived this thing for 70-something years.
Okay.
Is that right?
He it up, yeah.
You get tuberculosis?
Oh, we might need a new contract with Tyron if that's the situation.
Am I wrong about that?
No, I'm seeing the iron lung. It does exist. It looks like an MRI machine of sorts.
Yeah.
But
the guy, all you can see is their head.
Yes.
The head sticks out.
And it would breathe for you.
Negative pressure ventilator, mechanical respirator, which encloses most of a person's body, varies the air pressure in the enclosed space to stimulate breathing. So it helps you breathe in this scenario. But I think the hyperbaric chamber would be awesome for our guy Tyron. At the very least, like he should always, those like puff up leg things that these guys put there. Like he should be they need to make walkable versions of those. He should be wearing those at all times.
He's a bubble boy.
They have those at the cryo places. The cryo places, you can get the leg things as well. It's great for the circulation and the recovery. He has made it back to elite pass protector. They've been talking about it the last couple of games.
Done a nice job.
Currently number 1 ranked pass blocking tackle by Pro Football Focus in the entire NFL. Yeah. Just get a running game going, and you could really have something cooking now here for the second half, Eric.
Yeah, and it looks like you're going to be able to run all over these Panthers, so that's encouraging.
It is something that people can do.
But I would like to add like a little surround sound system into the hyperbaric chamber for Tyron Smith that's just running that the Aaron Rodgers Dolphin lovemaking playlist just 24/7 as well.
Yeah,
just to promote healing.
Have you heard what the sound is?
Very therapeutic.
Have you heard that?
I have not heard.
We could go. I'm sure we could go live to some dolphin mating if we so choose. You know?
Yeah. At least a recording of it. We could probably get that off the internet.
Maybe a live to tape situation.
I know Eric talks about it quite a bit. I was wondering if we can maybe get that sound.
I'll do some digging on the work computers.
Yeah,
see if we can find some of that.
But congrats to Tyron for being the best block and tackle. And congrats to Dak. He is the NFC FedEx Air Player of the Week, presented by FedEx for his exploits throwing the ball around.
Hell yeah.
Do we know what the plaque or whatever that is? Like, what do they send you? Is it like a
FedEx package?
Yeah, like a trophy.
With a plaque.
But with like trophy materials, but it's like a FedEx package.
I wish they would give you like an actual... like a bus, like the FedEx van. That would be kind of cool,
okay.
Right? You get an actual van all painted up, and they put a little plaque on the van. It's on the side of the van, but you get the actual truck.
I'd be happy about that.
But it's also, but it could also be used as like a gravy train thing. as well, so you can use it. A gravy boat, excuse me. The gravy train. What's the gravy train?
The gravy train is when you're living life really well.
Everything's going well.
Everything's going well, and you're on the gravy train because you're not working.
It's gravy, baby.
You got that mailbox money.
Yeah.
Your dad hooked you up with a job you got to work like 2 hours a day for. You were living on the gravy train.
Gosh, that's a train I'd like to get on.
Okay, maybe Micah Parsons wants to get on a train after having a Jason Witten moment with the quotes. David Moore here tweeting it. People act like I'm dead today and gone tomorrow. I believe this is based off your topic, Brian. It is amazing this is taken off on a life of its own. All Brian did Monday in Krusty's Corner is ask us, do you think Micah's going to slow down in the second half of the season? And it is spun into people believing Brian is out front banging the drum that Micah Parsons is Dunsky.
This is what happens when people read a headline and they don't listen to the context.
Broadus is just walking away from the explosions behind him with a smile on his face.
I am not ever going to win at any of this stuff.
This guy on Cowboys Twitter at the break, I was scanning it looking for stuff, and I noticed like a Tolo or whatever, a casual that had retweeted it, and he was like, this is why I'm done with Dallas media.
Yeah, why don't you listen to the damn segment? I'm glad that we're able to fill content for all the
you're
content.
online when you call him the biggest influencer in Cowboys.
I was reading the comments. My man Wooly Bully didn't help me too much yesterday.
What did I do?
You subtweeting everyone?
No, Wolchuk gave it the, hey man, I didn't write the headline, and that's not my story.
All we did was answer it.
Wolchuk distanced himself.
Oh, he did. He like,
I was the
sorry
only one
about
that
my
ended up
co-host,
saying
guys.
anything over here.
He's like, it wasn't
He
my.
pointed the proverbial sausage finger right at
He
you.
goes, it wasn't my segment. In the immortal words of Shaggy. Yeah.
Zoinks! No, I said people need to listen to it before they start crucifying you over here.
I'm used to it now.
It wasn't a big deal.
It doesn't matter.
Kind of taken out of context.
You can ask questions and have content and all that. People don't listen. I've learned.
I thought it was
what was Micah going for? People act like I'm here today, gone tomorrow?
Didn't CJ Stroud give the accurate quote earlier? I don't know what that was. I don't know what.
You love me this week, you hate me the next.
That's what he said. That's what Stroud said.
But I think Micah was going for the I'm here today, gone tomorrow.
Yeah.
I don't know.
That sounds a little better.
I'm as confused by this as I was earlier when Hagee said you don't have to go, but you have to get out of here. Because he didn't realize that it was actually you don't have to go home, but you have to get out of here. Apparently, Hagee's lived his entire life thinking that's saying what you don't have to go, but you have to get out of here. Which of
I
course
always like
sense.
that when they did that on MTV Cribs. At the end.
That's where I learned it.
Yeah.
That's where I learned. I love that.
Yeah. Okay, elsewhere in Cowboys Twitter here, top tweets gone viral. John Machota with Dak when asked if this is who the Cowboys are on offense or if they are in the zone. Says it's a good question. I think it's who we are. And I think that's what makes it we're in the zone. When you're really feeling like yourself, I feel like if anybody individually, you get your haircut, you put on your outfit, you're going to be in a zone because you feel confident when you look in the mirror, when you talk to other people, that's how you feel. Yeah, you always want to have a good haircut before a big game in high school. Says, and so for us, that's what it's been. Obviously, even in a loss, there was success, and we weren't going to go down. We weren't going to get down on ourselves.
Oh, wow. Okay.
I thought he was going to go full Marilyn Manson after that loss. Says, we're going to get right back at it and go fishing again.
Hey.
Just keep fishing.
A lot going on in that answer. Sorted through it. But yeah, is it who they are, or are they just in the zone right now? Is the premise? Who wants it?
They're in the zone of playing bad football teams, and that is a zone that cannot be duplicated. There's no better feeling in the world than lining up and seeing that Giants team or this upcoming Carolina Panthers team, or that Washington Commanders team with Riverboat Ron on the sideline. That just warms your heart during the holiday season.
Man, it was so awesome. At one point, Dak just threw it in the air and said, "Who wants it? They ain't getting it." CeeDee was like, "I'll take it."
Supreme confidence.
They were playing jackpot at one point in the middle of the game. It was like the game within the game.
Tongue out and all. He's hit his Michael Jordan stride.
I used to love playing jackpot with the boys.
Man, we called it 500. You got it clean. It was 100. You caught a bounce. It was 50. So on and so forth. Jackpot's a good name for that game, though.
Oh yeah,
but that was great. Out there in the field or the street, whatever it might be.
Wherever it was, man.
Yeah. I feel like kids don't do those kind of things enough
Hell no,
anymore.
you don't play. You don't play football on concrete anymore.
I mean, I got plenty of. There's plenty of kids. I see the school bus every morning. I know there's kids in my neighborhood, but if it wasn't for that school bus, I'd pretty much never know. Every blue moon, you're like, oh my gosh, okay, they're riding some bikes, they're hanging out. It's good. Glad to see they're socializing. Even Halloween was like pretty light.
Yeah.
I'm like expecting I get out at like 8 o'clock after the show, and I'm like, man, it's probably going to be a madhouse. Like I'm going slow through the neighborhood. I'm like, I can't find anybody.
It's not how it is anymore. Their socializing is we're gaming online, talking with each other with our headsets on.
Dude, there was nothing better than finding the cul-de-sac. Maybe your friend lived on it, maybe he didn't. But either way, we are going to make this cul-de-sac ours for the day.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, this is it a football field? Is it a basketball court?
Yeah.
Is it a hockey rink?
Dude,
or did I bring some plywood and some bricks and start making some ramps?
Yeah.
You know, I don't know. It could be X Games one day. It could be the Stanley Cup the next. But man, that was just
true.
It was a special time when you find that cul-de-sac.
Yes, we played wall ball 469. I loved wall ball.
It was a good game.
I'm reminded every time I look at Broadus.
I don't know if they have like bus stops where the kids congregate. You know, we would get in a game of 2-on-2 football while we were waiting for the bus at 7:15 in the morning.
Gosh, yes, Heelys. I remember eating bleep down a driveway as the bus was coming, doing the Heelys thing before the bus stop, and like they got those like long across the driveway like wood chips for whatever reason that it's all connected.
Oh, and you just
raised up a little bit, boom, bro. As the bus is coming, you're embarrassed, you're in pain, and now you're dragging.
Were you bleeding?
Yes, like your wrists. You land
Those
wrist
are the worst,
first.
the scrapes.
Oh
my gosh.
And then the parents or the teachers are wondering if something's going on at home with the wrists and stuff.
I did have that actually from football playing. Like I would get playing running back, I would get face masks in the forearm, and so you would just get like bruises. I'd have bruises all over my forearm.
Going on with your life?
Yes, and I had one coach. I'd be like,
"Is your home life okay?"
Yeah. They're asking questions.
He gave me those vibes. He was trying to be like very like beat around the bush a little bit, but I'm in 7th grade going, this dude's thinking that maybe like he's trying to figure out if I'm getting beat at home.
No, I've got 3 brothers, but yes, I'm getting beat at home.
It's very uncomfortable when you're the parent in those conversations.
Yeah.
Because they have to ask.
They do.
They got protocols.
Yep.
We go to Michael Gelkin's Twitter account. Cowboys have a new nose tackle, Carl Davis, on the practice squad, 6'5", 335.
Liked him at Iowa a little bit. He's a massive guy. He was a big, tall. It was kind of funny because you worried about him being so tall and playing as a nose tackle. But, like a 320-pound guy, but being 6'5", as you said.
He was getting it done.
And you worried about – he's been with several different teams.
Baltimore, New England mostly.
Yeah, but you were kind of thinking like, man, can this guy bend his knees and play a little low and all that? Not bad at doing that at times. I lost track of him, to be honest with you. But I thought coming out, I'm like, how can the guy be this big or this tall and play really quality nose tackle?
Yeah.
Got a chance to catch up with him now.
I do.
Coach Mike McCarthy, when asked about getting Rico more carries, we'll see how the game goes. Yeah. I'm thrilled to death with the way Rico's playing. I think we'll do an excellent job of ball distribution. So there will be no increase in usage, followed up the reporter. We'll see how the game goes. The game dictates that. More open-minded. Says, I have no problem with Rico getting more carries. That would be great, but also my focus is Tony Pollard as the primary ball carrier. He's ready. They're going to do this real quiet in public, and then all of a sudden it's going to be out there, and Rico's the starter.
I would start Rico, and then nothing against Pollard, but maybe coming off the bench like he's done the last several years would be really good for him.
I don't know who I got to yell at, whether it's Jerry or Steve or Mike or Brian Schottenheimer. I don't know, but whoever's in charge has to say, guys, check our record against playoff teams, okay? We don't know how many of those 5 teams remaining on our schedule we're going to beat, okay? We absolutely must beat Carolina this week. And if we don't, because you gave the ball to Tony Pollard 19 times and he ran it for 38 yards, somebody's ass is getting fired. That would be my message tomorrow and Saturday. You want to get fired, give Tony Pollard the ball a bunch of times and lose. That's going to happen. You will not make it to Thanksgiving on this coaching staff.
You lose to Carolina, yeah.
Yeah. Do people talk to each other like that in football?
Sure.
Because I have fun pretending to do it.
No, absolutely they do. Yeah.
Okay. Cowboys are 4-0 at home plus 110 scoring margin compared with 2-3 on the road, -6. Mike on common denominators for road struggles. Statistically, the first one is penalties. Dallas is averaging an NFL worst 9 accepted penalties per road game versus 6 at home. They need to pump in some sound, get used to the calling plays with the crowd yelling at them. What do you think, Brian?
Well, is the pre-snap penalties been bad? I don't. That's usually when you start to pump in the sound and stuff like that. I kind of feel like they've had some stupid penalties along the way. They,
more stupid than pre-snap.
Well, the fourth quarter against the Giants got really ugly.
It got really ugly, but ripping a guy's helmet off when the ball's already out of the back of the end zone for a 15-yard
penalty. Lining up off sides.
Kicking the ball out of bounds on a kickoff was another penalty you got. So, yeah, the pre-snap penalties are really bad, but it got a little out of control, sloppy in that game last week. Yeah.
All righty, it is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan, and when we return, it'll be time for the top 10 at 420 with the Wooly Bully and Zachary. What do you have in store for us?
Happy National Fast Food Day. We've got a great Wayne Gretzky story and then the most ordered fast food items in America. What is the food that you order the most when you're going to your fast food spot? That's next.
We have you.
Texas Rangers, and your Dallas Cowboys. Segment here is brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Franklin Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact Franklin Frankel for a free consultation. It's 214 or 817-333-3333. Go online to truckwreck.com. Now, here he is, Zach with an H, your Wooly Bully.
Thank you very much, General. It is National Fast Food Day, 877-881-1053. What is your most ordered fast food item? I've got the top 10 in America. And then I'll also do a little guessing game with you. What do you think are the top 3 most popular fast food places in the U.S. of A.? I did see this story, courtesy of Sports Illustrated, from Wayne Gretzky, and he talked about this yesterday on the NHL on TNT. And Wayne Gretzky, greatest hockey player ever, one of the all-time greatest athletes in sports in the history. And this is hilarious because he talks about going to the Hall of Fame with his son. When he goes out, it's like, okay, I kind of need to hide my identity a little bit, right? So here's Wayne on his story going to the NHL Hall of Fame.
The last time wasn't as memorable. I took my 9-year-old son, who didn't know a lot about hockey, but I said, you got to come to the Hall of Fame with me. But I said, I got to put a hat and sunglasses on if we want to get around. There's a lot of kids there. So we're getting around. They got a great interactive part of the Hall of Fame downstairs. And my son says, can we get in line? I want to try this. And I said, great. So he's 1 for 1, 2 for 2, 3 for 3. He ends up 4 for 5, right? And he goes, Dad, will you try this? And I said, yeah, I'll try it. I'm 0 for 1, 0 for 2, 0 for 3. And the young kid who was running the line says, sir, if you move your hand down the stick a little farther. I was so mad at him. I threw my hat off and I told my son, we're running out of here. No, but it's a great place. I love it. It's a wonderful place. If you ever get a chance to visit it, it's one of the best Hall of Fames there is.
That kid is the greatest story you can tell it ever since.
The last time wasn't as much.
I gave Wayne Gretzky advice on how to properly hold his stick while he's going through these drills, man. And it's only the great one, Wayne Gretzky. That's amazing. Imagine being that kid, and as soon as he rips off the sunglasses and the hat, it's like, oh, crap. Hey, what's going on, great one?
That's a great story you can share if you're that kid forever, man. That's awesome.
Oh, I love that. Okay. You guys had to guess top 3 most popular fast food places in America. Can you name them?
Chick-fil-A, McDonald's.
In-N-Out?
In-N-Out's not.
That's a West Coast.
I thought. How far are we to the east?
Maybe.
We're not to the. We're not all the way over to the east yet.
I think Texas might be
as far.
I'm gonna go Taco Smell.
Taco Bell is 4. Taco Bell is 4.
Did I nail McDonald's and Chick-fil-A?
What order? But yes, those are in the top 3.
I would say McDonald's and Chick-fil-A.
McDonald's is 1. Chick-fil-A is 3.
Kentucky Fried Chicken.
KFC is not in the top 3. No.
Popeyes isn't either.
It's not Burger King.
It's not Burger
Definitely
King.
not Burger King.
Carl's.
No.
Another one that hadn't gone
Wendy's.
up.
Is it
Wendy's? Burger King's
yeah.
8. Wendy's is 5.
Is it an East Coast thing? Hardee's or something weird?
No, it's a big chain.
Okay.
It does sell food.
It
It might not be
Starbucks.
It's Starbucks. Number 2 is Starbucks. So McDonald's 1, Starbucks 2, Chick-fil-A 3, T-Bell is 4, Wendy's rounds out the top 5.
I need to ask you about this. My brother called me. He lives in Denver, and he called me like angry, and he wanted me to ask you about it because you have your sources at Chick-fil-A all those years. Are they doing away completely with the pimento honey
seasonal
chicken Okay.
Yeah.
So it'll come back at some point?
I'm sure at some point.
He said he must have broke a record with how many he's consumed over the last month.
Really?
And then he was like, he didn't know it, but he had his last one, which he didn't know if it'd be his last one forever, just the other day.
If it's a popular item like that, like they do with the peach shake or the tortilla soup, which is seasonal right now, they'll bring it back.
Okay.
They'll probably bring it back.
He said
next
that's
summer.
the best. Like he was all Popeyes. This honey pimento chicken sandwich from Chick-fil-A, and he's like, dude, I'll never look back.
Try it.
Sounded like Dawson with the Chiking, where it's just like you just fall in love with something like that.
Yeah, it's special. You get a bond going.
You do.
Starbucks is fast food though. That seems weird. That seems like a cafe that has a drive-through window.
You get like muffins and stuff there, right?
They
really
got
like
they got
artisan
breakfast sandwiches now.
With
You can buy
ciabatta
it.
bread.
They've definitely.
I haven't gone in there in forever.
Yeah, they've definitely widened the food menu there. But yeah, Starbucks at number 2. A lot of text for Subway. Subway at one point was number 1.
Oh wow!
But they have since fallen to number 7 on the list of the most popular establishments. Chipotle also got texted in. That's at number 10. Popeyes is at 16. KFC, not even in the top 20 right now, which was a little bit surprising.
Everyone I guessed was awful.
Yeah. Well, no, hey,
living in the past over
appreciate
there.
you,
I was
participating.
I didn't know how far east that In-N-Out was. So it's like stopped at Texas, right? They haven't.
Pretty sure. Yeah.
They haven't crossed the borders
It's
yet.
it's like California, Nevada, Texas, maybe
Those
a
the only
couple in
ones?
Arizona.
Jeez.
Yeah, Arizona's got it. I had
Kind
it
of-
at spring training.
Kind of felt like that. Yeah. Okay.
Oh, yeah, Arizona does have it. Yes. And Las Vegas, it's going there too. I was talking with our buddy, not a fan of 105.3 when we were out there, Lucius and I, and he said they were all stoked. They're all pumped about it. Whataburger's coming to Vegas. So maybe when we're there for the Super Bowl, we'll have Whataburger back.
What about Broadus' favorite little J and the B action?
Oh, Jack in the Box was not in the top 10 either. It is at 8.19. It's right ahead of Papa John's and below Arby's.
Sonic
was 13.
Cool.
Yep, Sonic was 13. And I apologize, KFC was 15, so it is in the top 20, but not in the top 10. So here are the most popular ordered fast food items at popular restaurant chains. This is our top 10. Is there one item? I know you went through the spicy chicken. You were getting that a ton, but like outside of that, since it's gone now?
Yeah, spicy chicken sandwich Chick-fil-A is my number one item.
That's the number
with
one
a
item
Diet Coke.
post-order?
No
Okay.
pickle.
Got a lot of love, of course, the McGriddles and milkshakes from the 817. Just Chick-fil-A sandwiches. 214 says the number 2 cheeseburger and fries at Whataburger is their most item.
That's a good call right there.
The beef crunch melt from the 214 at Taco Bell. But I think about the Dave Single from Wendy's when
Single
I
with
ask you this
cheese is
question.
awesome. Yeah. It's good. I love it. It's one of my favorite.
I know it is. Because we talked about like best fast food burgers.
Yeah.
And you were raving about that Dave Single.
I just think it's a really, for a small hamburger, it's the vegetables on it are fresh. I love the bun, the meat. I love everything about it, how just fresh it is. And it's pretty simple to eat, but it's really juicy for a little hamburger though. Really enjoy it. Yeah. That and the Jack in the Box tacos.
Oh, the Jack in the Box tacos.
Jack in the Box
order a
tacos
lot?
is my favorite. Yeah.
Would yours just be like the triple meat at Whataburger?
Yeah. Yeah, that would be the
Did you have one the other day when we were there?
I ordered it. I had it.
Can I ask a real quick question? How did you took the bun off and you were trying to dip the whole hamburger into the little cup of ketchup?
Would you recommend just pouring the ketchup over the whole deal?
Yes.
I'm a dipper when it comes to that. I like mustard on the burger. I like ketchup as a dip.
But it's a little square white packet, and you were trying to dip a whole burger into that area. I felt like it was a poor use of, like, you were just getting little bits of ketchup on the burger. Why didn't you not put the whole thing? Why didn't you?
I don't know.
Slather it up.
Creature habit situation. I don't know what it is there. I don't
And you
like
took the bun off.
I was just trying to eat it quickly.
Okay.
I was just trying to get in and get out of there.
Just scarf it down.
I was just noticing the technique, and I was really not approving.
You guys
of it.
pour ketchup over your burger?
And that's typically what I would do.
Yeah.
With like the Chick-fil-A sauce and the Chick-fil-A sandwich, or if you want to put ranch or barbecue,
Spread
or
it,
spicy.
Spread it till you get every bite. Like when I did those Thanksgiving sandwiches, like I took the cranberries and went the whole circumference of the bun.
Did you use real
So,
cranberries?
Oh yeah.
Oh, you did.
Yeah. So you did. I made the cranberries. So what you do is but I tried to get where every bite had that bit.
Right.
It wouldn't just,
If I'm at a restaurant, though, I'm going to hit it on the plate. Big old pool of ketchup that I'm using to
And
dip my
dip?
burger and my fries in. Because I want the first thing that's hitting my taste buds to be that ketchup.
Mm-hmm. Especially from Whataburger, man.
Yeah, it's got a lot of sugar in it.
That's right. That's
All
right.
Here we go, Lucius. Where are we going with your most ordered fast food item?
It'll probably be Taco Bell somewhere, the Mexican pizza situation.
Yeah.
And that
Two soft Supreme tacos.
Bro, that
Yeah.
Mexican pizza, that
me.
thing is delicious.
is that a seasonal thing?
No, it used to.
Lucius
They took
said
it off
you-
the
you-
menu and it came back.
Yeah, you said it got kicked off the menu there for a little bit,
Yeah.
right?
For years.
And I'm so glad they brought it back prior to me starting soda because I was able to try it, and it was divine.
Ugh.
And I've been dreaming about it ever since.
Need to get one.
Honorable mentions, most ordered fast food items from popular chains: the McGriddle, the Arby's roast beef sandwich.
Beef and cheddar?
Nope, just the traditional. But
I'm sorry, I don't get the McGriddle.
Really?
Like the little
Jerry
pancakes.
Jerry Jones like a word with
it's
you.
like got syrup inside. They're so good.
Yeah, I know. I just think the biscuit's way better. I couldn't imagine like not wanting the biscuit as the base for my sandwich.
Damn.
If I was going to go for a change up, I'd go English muffin.
Okay.
I'm going bagel. I don't need mini pancakes, especially not McDonald's mini pancakes.
that's
There's
one of
literally
the only ones I
syrup
would do.
that's baked into the pancake as well. I mean, it's truly an amazing item. I don't know when was the invention of the McGriddle.
I don't know. But
that was a special day in McDonald's history.
Maybe I need to
that.
go back and try it then.
I think you should.
It's worth your time.
It's like I wouldn't order that for any other sandwich, but I'll do it with the McGriddle. Otherwise, I'm with you. Give me a biscuit or an egg McMuffin.
The McGriddle is the one that has the sausage rolled up in it, right?
Yeah, you can get sausage or bacon in there, and I think now you can do chicken.
I bet you that thing was created by accident.
Ooh, it might have been.
I bet you someone just said, you know what? They were just kind of in a hurry, like Chief, and just rolled everything up in one, and that's how it was created.
I'm in it.
The final honorable mention is the Taco Bell Crunch Wrap Supreme. And that Crunch Wrap is really damn good. Number 10 is KFC's Fried Chicken Buckets.
Yeah, that's a classic.
It's a classic.
That takes me back.
The bucket itself.
The bucket, the big
bucket.
Bucket, the red, white, the red, white bucket. Okay.
Yeah, the classic.
$20, you're heading home.
I was thinking of that thing, the $5 fill-up thing.
Oh, those fill-up boxes, those are also good. But no, they sell more of the fried chicken buckets than they do
I
fill-ups.
believe that, yeah.
Number 9 is the McDouble for McDonald's. Number 8 is Wendy's Chicken Nuggets.
They're pretty good nuggets.
They're not bad nuggets.
Spicy ones as
well. The spicy ones are good.
Yeah.
Number 7 is Chipotle's Burritos and Burrito Bowls.
Yeah.
I mean, Chipotle's just crazy busy. Saw a fight that happened in Chicago, actually. Some lady got ticked off. She did not get a full scoop of chicken, and she asked for double chicken.
Ooh.
And she went behind the counter and beat the crap out of this woman.
Wow.
Dang. It was bad. Number 6 is Wendy's Dave Single.
Yeah.
That's Brian.
That's go for it.
That's Uncle Bri.
That's me.
He's cornering the Dave Single market.
Mm-hmm.
Number 5 is In-N-Out's Double Double.
See, yeah.
Comes in at number 5.
There we go.
It's a good burger. You know, not as good as Whataburger, but I think it's a very solid burger.
I'd say so, too.
Number 4 is Popeye's Signature Chicken.
Okay.
Yeah. Which, I mean, look, Popeye's
So
is
we're just saying
delicious.
like the original?
Yeah, like the leg and the thigh and the wing.
So it looks like we can give credit to a gentleman named Tom Ryan.
Yeah.
For making the McGriddle?
Yes. He was tasked with just reinventing the breakfast menu and coming up with something super creative and delicious that would serve every customer.
Okay. I thought maybe it was by accident that they kind of created this thing.
Who knows? Maybe
And
he was trying a bunch of stuff out, and next thing you know, boom.
2003. So it hasn't been around.
I would guess longer.
Yeah, me too.
Damn.
It's a staple.
Number 3, the most ordered fast food item in America is the Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich, the original.
That's pretty solid.
Number 2, earmuffs, Eric. The Whopper.
Yeah, it's a hell of a burger right there.
The Whopper's good.
Crazy.
The flame broiling does it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Burger Kings are shutting down all over the country, and the Whopper
still
is
the
number
most popular
2.
it's a
fast food
crime.
chain.
Yeah.
Bad consumer choices is a thing.
Yeah. You would rather have something else that's not good than that. That's a problem.
When was the last time you decided to eat Burger King?
We need to get you a
I'll tell you,
Whopper and redo
you
this taste
you want to know
test.
you want to know the truth?
No.
When we were at spring training in baseball, it's that night that you went over there and ate the wings at the bad wing bar.
Mm-hmm.
I walked up.
You went to the Burger King 'cause it
I
was right
walked,
next to us.
I walked up the road and I sat down and had a Whopper with cheese.
It's probably delicious.
It was excellent.
You don't like the chicken fries? I mean, that's one of the better chicken items out there.
The chicken fries is the best thing they got going. There's no question about that. My daughters actually do appreciate those chicken fries. But
So you're going to Burger King. You're spending money at Burger King.
It's a new revelation. It was during the show the other day. My wife FaceTimed me, and they're sitting around eating chicken French fries.
Chicken fries.
And they were all just blown away. I'm like, hey, kudos to you guys.
I think you'd like a Whopper with cheese.
Yeah,
you would.
We could do a blind taste test situation. I will know it's the Whopper, and I will know it sucks.
Yeah, you will, because the flame grilled beef gives it away. It's got a unique taste to it. It does.
It's got the right grease combination to it. I think
it'll be better.
It
than
soaks
you
into the
remember.
bun.
Maybe it will be. Maybe it will be.
Yeah.
But number 1 most ordered fast food item in America is indeed the Big Mac.
Yeah.
Wow, still holding strong, going strong. I tell you what, I was in Oklahoma a couple weeks ago. Very popular in Oklahoma. Almost every exit has a McDonald's.
I'll tell you what, man. Eric still holds the show record for the fastest Big Mac. I might need to challenge that one here coming up pretty soon.
You do it, then Eric.
Yeah, man, redemption.
I need to try.
Yeah,
I need to challenge you, and I'll get you one too, and you can maybe beat your record.
No, 817. The Burger King nuggets are absolutely disgusting. Those are
Chief,
terrible.
I'll challenge you to a segment of Around the Rim coming up next. You got some hoop stuff? What do you say?
Yes, we got plenty of hoops to dive into. Anthony Davis is still public enemy number 1, and so much more next year in the nation.
Coming up Friday morning on Sean and RJ, Mike.
Let's go ahead and cut the lights out. Put the kids to bed. The G-Bag Nation's going all 56 inches around that rim.
Let it ride. Rain dance.
Rain dance. I gotta join here, man. I've been saving for a special occasion.
It's always a special occasion when you find out Luka Doncic and Tim Hardaway Jr. have made the most threes by a duo in the entire sport this season. It's always a special occasion when you're almost 24 hours removed from a Seth Curry night of perfection. 6 of 6 from the field, 15 points. Welcome back, Seth. Good to see you, sir. And it is always a special occasion when you find out that Derrick Jones Jr. had scored 20 points or more in only 2 games in 7 seasons. And last night, he had his second 20-point game in his 12th game as a Maverick.
Wow, what a great job finding him late in the offseason.
Yep. Airplane mode. Did you guys know that was his nickname?
No.
Because he's got bunnies and he dunks so impressively. It's like he's
just up there,
just
flying
in the sky.
It's like when they asked Jordan, "Can you fly?" He said, "For a little bit."
What a response, man. The answer is definitely not no. Definitely not no. Congratulations to the Mavericks. They responded. They had some urgency about them, and they decided to put the Wizards to bed pretty early. I think we're about 10 minutes into that game going, all right, this one's a wrap. Good to see everyone. We'll catch you, I guess, over the weekend, right? They don't play again until Saturday?
Yeah.
It's awesome.
Yep.
Mavericks getting it done.
And the Bucks struggling with Lillard, apparently. They're doing the 2 superstar thing where they're trying to figure out how can I score 25 and you score 30 or vice versa.
Yeah.
Because Lillard's doing like 12.
It's rare that it clicks like Luka and Kyrie.
It is.
The difference in defense as well for the Bucks right now. That has been the backbone. It's like Giannis, but then it's the Bucks play defense. Here's Drew Holiday. Here's just a bunch of tough dudes playing some defense in Milwaukee. You move on from Drew Holiday. You bring in a Damian Lillard. Next thing you know, defense not there. Micro sample size, though. Keep that in mind, folks. Micro sample size. Anthony Davis is struggling once again.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. He just has these nights, man, where he can just literally disappear off the face of the earth. Sometimes you watch him, you're like, man, this guy's one of the best players in the entire league. Go toe-to-toe with any of them. And then he goes against Sabonis, where he's
0-8.
Anthony Davis has never beaten Sabonis. Wow. And Domantas Sabonis last night had 29, 16, and 7. Clearly won the matchup as Anthony Davis scored 9 points, 3 of 9 from the field. And Lakers lose by double digits. And just Anthony Davis and the memes and the Lakers disdain. Looks like the Lakers are going to be heavy in the mix for old Zach LaVine, by the way. As the Bulls are, of course, going to be selling off parts at a rapid rate. Maybe the Mavs can jump in there, get a little Alex Caruso. I know, hey, you'd be down for that. I think we'd all be down for that. He's a good defender.
He is a good defender.
And he's bald and he's an Aggie.
So I love the headband.
I think you want the center as well, Vucevic. We could just get their 3 best players. It'd be pretty awesome.
Dial up both of those dudes, all 3 of them. Zach LaVine's definitely going to be traded, though. And I'm sure LeBron just goes home at night and just like, I would love to be a fly on the wall. You know, the pillow talk between LeBron. Did you just, during a rim sesh, Walchuk, really? You're going to be disrespectful like that?
Dude, I told you I had some medicine, and right now I'm having some bubble gut issues.
My dear God. Show some couth. But I would imagine, like the pillow talk after a night, like between LeBron and his wife, after Anthony Davis has a game like that. LeBron is fantastic in the game. They're still losing by double digits. I'd be a fly on the wall. Really would.
I would like to be too.
Because she's like, well, honey,
now.
But didn't you trade like 5 of your players for him?
Isn't this the guy that you wanted? Isn't this the, like, you guys?
Yeah, and it worked. We won 1 championship. I don't know what the hell's going on, though.
The bubble championship. Dude, the Clippers told you that championship didn't count. Come on now.
It would have counted if it was them that won it.
Oh, no.
You know, we reported
supportive wife.
We were on the Mark Jackson beat yesterday, and the reports were that the Knicks didn't want him anywhere around their team, so he was not allowed to call games for them, filling in for Clyde Frazier. And he ended up lending voice to it, saying that report was wrong. I was not fired. I was not dismissed. I had an opportunity at the gig, and I turned it down. He went on a little bit longer, but bottom line is Mark Jackson is refuting the report that the Knicks didn't want him. He's saying he didn't want the Knicks.
Oh.
So got to do fair reporting here. Just the same way we did Russell Wilson bathroom season-long stat of the day last year and this year. You know, we're just about fairness.
So who is telling the truth?
Sounds like it got personal.
Does. Absolutely it does. Did you guys see Grady Dick and the pregame introduction?
Intro. So I saw this popped up on the apps, and I didn't follow through with watching it because I knew you would bring this up.
Yeah, unfortunately, the audio is not good enough. We don't have clear sound, but people are alleging that the Raptors announcer introduces Grady Dick, the rookie out of KU, who's now in Toronto. Apparently, allegedly, the Raptors announcer introduces Grady Dick as Mr. Big Bleep Energy.
He's got that Nick Foles.
Like, he actually goes all the way.
Wow.
Goes all the way with it. He doesn't say, like, Grady Dick Energy. He goes full on. And so there is somebody from the crowd recording, and it definitely sounds that way.
Yeah, he said.
But it's muffled. It's not good sound. So hopefully we'll get some clear sound of it, and we can really just iron out the fact that it's true. But it's at least allegedly true that the Raptors announcer just gives no Fs when announcing Grady Dick. Do you guys feel like the blowing the kiss to the opposing crowd after you did something dynamite, especially like a dagger shot, is like the coolest thing you can do when, you know, in a back and forth, or is it like a stare down? Because last night Al Horford and the Celtics were in Philadelphia.
Yeah.
Just terrible, terrible human beings sitting courtside at Philadelphia games. I think we could all acknowledge that. Sixers fans, filthy. We get it. Al Horford's chirping with or being chirped at really by the Sixers fans courtside, and he hits like a near that area of the court 3-ball as like the dagger to win the game.
Like that.
And then he does the the blowing of the kiss there. I think that's a good move. I think the stare down's a good move.
Yes, flexing with both arms.
Yeah, the flex is good.
The best,
bow.
The best
like
one's the shush.
Yeah, the shush.
The shush is the all-timer there.
Yeah, it is. I agree with that 100%.
Or the hushing. The peace sign, the wave, The toddler wave where you do it like a Pac-Man eating.
Okay.
There's some good ones.
Yeah.
The blowing of the kiss is definitely top 3.
Okay, I would agree with that. I do think the shushing of the crowd is probably the number one right there. Keep it simple.
Or put your hand up to your ear. Like put your hand up to your ear.
I'm not hearing you anymore.
Yeah, I'm just
where are you at now?
You're running back to
like
you're
that.
going back to play defense and you just put your hand up to your ear.
Okay.
That's a good
Yeah,
one.
that's a good one.
Well, Al Horford had a top 3 response last night to a trash fan base in Philadelphia. Kudos to you, Al Horford. That'll do it for us.
There he is, Eric Chiafalo with a proper rim session here on 105.3 The Fan. Okay, we got 3 down, 2 to go. 2 hours of broadcasting remaining. And when we return, it's time for the Zack Martin Show. The Cowboys' future Hall of Fame right guard is next here in the G-Bag Nation. I want to talk with you about my friends at D&M Leasing. I mean, let's just call it what it is.
Fan. Tolo, baby. KRLD FM and HD1, Dallas Fort Worth.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bang Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour 4 G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a great day. Jim Harbaugh is accepting that 3-game sideline ban. Seems like we might be able to finally make our way through that story. We have Zack Martin coming up here in the next couple of minutes. The Zack Martin Show. It's time for that. Still in meetings. So momentarily those meetings will adjourn. And Zack Martin will make his way to his broadcast position. General at your service. If you see me, beer me. N.A. There's Brian Broaddus, the former Cowboy scout, NFL executive. Number one influencer on Cowboys social media. He's at Brian Broaddus on your Twitter.
I don't want that
X.
title anymore.
Well, you are. You can't run from it.
Stop that. I don't
better
want that.
stop.
No,
Well,
I don't
better
want
stop
that.
tweeting.
I don't want that title anymore.
He is an Emmy
Stop
Award
it.
winner and a Super Bowl champion and
I'll
a
take
must
those,
follow. But he's getting tired of your crap on social. It's Brian Broaddus. You have Lucius Alexander, the Pimp Cup over there at Master Control here at 75 and Fitzhugh. He's got LA Live coming up at 5:40. Of course, Wolchuk and she a follower here. Carter Freeman is coordinating your video. You can watch us at 105thefan.com, Twitch, and on YouTube. What's your favorite Cowboys-Panthers moment of all time? The truckwreck.com fan text is open at 877-881-1053. And I have the top 10 most memorable games against the Panthers of all time if you want me to go through some of these for reference, Brian.
I'm trying to remember the one game. I think Dallas won 14-6. It was a game that Joey Galloway caught a touchdown. Dallas is not doing anything on offense the entire day. And it comes down to the final couple of minutes of the game. And I think Quincy Carter throws it to Joey Galloway over the top of the Carolina defense.
Yeah, I know exactly what team you're talking
14-6, something like
we
that.
We go to the year 2002. You were on that sideline, Brian?
I was there.
The location, Texas Stadium. Yeah. The second greatest moment of Cowboys-Panthers history.
That's number 2.
Cowboys were down 13-0 with just over 4 minutes to play when 14. Quincy Carter struck lightning on an 80-yard touchdown pass to Joey Galloway. Yeah. The quarterback then went to work again on a 4th and 14 at the Panthers 24. He threw the game-winning score to Antonio Bryant with only 56 seconds left on the clock.
The poor 88 that everybody forgot.
You know, I think they beat the Panthers in 2003, the year they made it back to the playoffs, and then lost to Carolina in the postseason. But I believe the regular season meeting was like a battle for the 1 seed at the time. And after the Cowboys won, I think Avion Cason had a touchdown in that game. Bill Parcells took the podium, got emotional, and said, "You can't call them losers anymore."
Can't call them losers.
That game always stood out to me as like, okay, finally, I'm able to witness winning Cowboys football again.
The number one Carolina Dallas game will probably be Romo's first start ever.
Oh, that was 2006?
Yeah, Romo's. I mean, the week before Parcells benches
Bledsoe at halftime against the Giants.
Yeah, and then the next week, Bill names Tony the starter at Carolina.
Yeah.
We go to the third biggest moment in Cowboys-Panthers history, 2006, October 9th, Bank of America Stadium, 35-14 the dub. Although he took over for Drew Bledsoe at halftime the week before, this game perhaps marked the official beginning of the Romo era. In his starting debut, the young gunslinger threw for 270, including 107 to T.O., connected with Jason Witten on a touchdown pass, the first of many between the two. It's
yeah. Well, that's what that's one of those things. Like they haven't played a lot of games, but those were some memorable ones.
Yeah, not a lot of huge historic moments, but some good ones indeed. As it is time now for the Zack Martin Show. It's brought to you by Dr. Pepper, an official soft drink of the Dallas Cowboys. And a good evening, Zach. How the heck are you?
I'm doing great. How are y'all?
We're doing awesome. How many times have you played the Panthers? Do you have any good memories?
Man, I think I've played them twice. Not great memories, to be honest with you.
Didn't you have one of those?
Romo got hurt in one of those.
2015 Thanksgiving, got smacked. Romo got hurt. And then 2018 season opener, I believe, we got beaten Carolina.
What was the one? Wasn't there one when Carolina came here and they were they were first best run defense in the league?
I think 15 is when they were rolling, when they went to the Super Bowl. We got them that year.
Yeah, but there was one.
The Sam Darnold game.
Yeah, Sam Darnold came in.
You
guys.
Yeah.
Carolina. Yeah, Carolina
2021. That was good. That was a good memory.
Yeah, because they were number 1 ranked run defense in the league at that time, and you guys just
ran the hell out.
Yeah, we
around.
did. I remember that. Yeah, 2021. Yep.
Yeah,
they were off to a good start there. What was it? You bring up Tony? What was it like? We were just talking about that 14, 15, 16. You guys were so good. Quarterback couldn't stay healthy.
Yeah, I mean, 14, obviously, we were healthy and rattled off a bunch there. And then 15, it's tough when your guy goes down. It's tough to – that was a long year. That's all I can remember that one. And then 16, was when Dak came in and answered the call. So, yeah.
Yeah, that was an incredible time. It's amazing how the years go by, and we're already talking about stuff that was 8, 9, 10 years ago.
I know. It's insane.
This offense putting up incredible numbers since the bye, though. Zach, what's been working for you guys?
Man, we've been humming. We've been, obviously CeeDee and Dak have been absolutely rolling. And then, we've been able to, run the ball efficiently here and, open up some big plays in the passing game. But, definitely, obviously, when you look at the stats, the passing numbers have been off the charts.
Was there any big adjustment, or you think just the time with new stuff and getting stuff refined?
Yeah, I think, I think our staff does a really good job on the bye weeks of self-scout. It's something I definitely take from this staff is they're constantly looking at our film as much as our opponent's film and learning how to get better and I think they do an excellent job during the bye week. So not that we're adding a whole lot of new plays, but as you guys can see, we're obviously doing some shifts in motion stuff and, and then we're, getting our playmakers the ball and they're making plays.
Hey, I'll tell you what, Zach, you were absolutely right about Dexter Lawrence. There was one time where he came blowing in there, and all three of you. It looked like you guys. Yeah. It was you got kind of knocked sideways. Biotish got knocked sideways, and I think Tyler was trying to help. It was like tennis balls flying off a tank.
I know. I told him after that play, I was like, "Yeah, we're gonna put 3 on you, big boy." So
it was like you all got caught in a revolving door. It was just kind of somebody couldn't get out of the door.
It is. People don't understand. Like even every time I play the guy, I run out there on the first play, and you look at him, and it's like, holy.
I know,
because he's so tall too.
Yeah,
he's
tall.
Damn near 6'6".
Yeah.
So not only does he weigh, I think he's listed at like 340. I'm not buying that. And then he's about 6'6". So he's just a very large and athletic man.
Well, you guys did a great job against him. I mean, seriously, that is a tough assignment going back. You're watching the game live, and I'm like, okay, they're holding their own, and then you watch the All-22, and you're like, damn, they were battling their ass off against that guy.
It's definitely a battle, and then obviously they've had some injuries. They've traded a guy away, and obviously he was the guy there that makes sure we know who's on him, and if we can get help, let's get it to him.
Is there ever times where you're on the field and you think oh gosh, I'm not looking forward to watching that play in the film room after this one?
Oh yeah, for sure. Mostly post game, not during the game. I feel like we do a pretty good job of during the game. You got that next play mentality, and I think that's one of a great attribute for players is having that next play mentality. But after the game, when you're breaking it down in your head, oh yeah.
Who's the offensive line coach that was the funniest that would really harp on one of the offensive linemen just getting ragdolled? Like they would just freeze it and rewatch it, and everybody's laughing at the lineman that just got tossed.
Who was the line coach?
Yeah, I'm assuming it's the line coach that you're watching this with. Maybe it's the offensive coordinator.
I would say Colombo. Colombo, is a player. He was he was very aware. So yeah, we always had some fun there with Mark.
Talking about some freak athletes that you've gotten to go up against, I saw NFL Films put out the interaction with you and Jalen Carter from a couple weeks ago post-game. That matchup was a joy to watch, man, but you're right. How the hell did they end up getting him? We had him as the number 1 overall player in the draft. Ryan and I get to scout this thing out. Yeah. What was that matchup like for you the first time you got to face him?
Yeah, I mean, he's obviously, a stud of a young player, and sky's the limit for him. But I just was like, of course they lose a Pro Bowl guy like Jalen Hargrave and just go ahead and reload with maybe the best player in the draft. But that's all right. That's we'll have some good battles moving forward.
Was that a jersey swap situation after the game? Are you a jersey swap guy?
I'm usually not. I did that game. I did with Fletcher Cox. He came up and asked me for my jersey, and I got a ton of respect for him. Played a lot of games against him, so I did swap with him. But I think it was like one of my one of two maybe in my whole career.
Have you ever been the guy that goes up to the guy and says, "I'd like to have your jersey"?
I have not after a game. No, I don't think after a game, but at the Pro Bowl they do. Everyone gets jerseys and helmets and swap them up. So I'll do that at the. I've done that in the past there at the Pro Bowl, but I've swapped with. I think my only two on the field swaps were with Fletcher Cox there this past weekend, and then Kyle Long my rookie year. We switched jerseys.
What was it about Kyle Long that made you want to swap with him?
Well, he asked me, and I'm a big fan of Kyle, still am, and so we swapped it up.
Is it hard to get your jersey off your pads? Aren't those things taped down?
They
and all
are
that
taped
stuff?
down, and I kind of like tie mine to try to keep my V and my neck down so guys can't grab it. So,
sure.
If someone asks, I'll usually just say, "Hey, I'll send you one to your facility," and I've done that. So I've done that a bunch where someone will ask me, and I'll just say, "Hey, I'll just shoot one to your equipment guy, and I'll send it out." Next week.
I kind of feel like you'd still be there today if you were trying to peel it off your pads. You'd still be standing on the field while that's going on.
You know what? Here's a fun fact too. People don't realize. We don't get these jerseys aren't free. So if we're swapping, we're paying for them. So the guys that are swapping every game, that's they're spending some cash during the season.
So when you get Fletcher Cox's game-worn jersey, are you washing that, or do you like the idea that it's like...
No, I like the idea.
You want the stink.
Yeah, I want the stink.
Yeah, the stench.
Yeah. The stink, maybe some, the grass stains,
The fact that you put some of his own blood on his jersey, that's what I would think about, yeah.
Are we framing these? Do we have them in a sports room? Or?
I have not framed them yet, but, eventually I probably will. I've got I've got like an office at my house now with some memorabilia and stuff that I keep them in.
Okay, so we were thinking like new age ways to have like cool things in your house to reflect how dominant you were. You walk into the Star and there's screens everywhere just showing highlights of great Cowboy plays. Have you considered putting like a big screen in every room that just sort of has your pancakes and all your, it's just a constant running of Zack Martin dominance?
No, I keep it a little more low key, a little more intimate in my office space for myself there. So
yeah, we've seen that thing in the front yard you got there. That big screen when people drive by. Everybody else got holiday lights.
That's how people must have found out on Halloween where I live. That must have been it.
Well, just wait. The kids get a little bit older. They start talking trash to Dad. They don't remember how dominant Dad was,
exactly.
And you want to remind them with screens throughout the house of just pancakes, dude.
So Zack Martin here with you on 105.3 The Fan, the Zack Martin Show every Thursday about 5 o'clock. What kind of stuff are you doing in the office now? You going to be a businessman here?
In the office? Office at my house?
Yeah.
Oh no, that's just kind of a.
It's for show.
It's really a memorabilia room, honestly. It's not. I'm not doing much. I'm not a great multitasker. My wife tells me this very often, but when I'm in the season, I'm a football player and I'm a dad, so I kind of keep it to that.
Forget all that husband stuff.
And the husband. Sorry. Yeah.
Are you a guy that...
Yeah, but you're trying to get me in trouble there with that one. Good one.
Dude, I'm in the same boat as you, dog. I hear you 100%.
This is good that you bring this up because I'm actually about to move in with my fiance. Do you have any advice on how to just stay alive?
You guys have never lived together, huh?
No, this is a first.
A little cohabitating. Yeah, nice. Yeah. Good luck with it.
Mm-hmm.
Good thing. I always think, my mom would not be happy with me saying this, but I always think it's smart to live with someone before you tie the knot, just to double check and make sure everything's going to go smoothly.
It never goes smoothly, though. No matter what, you move in before, you move in after. It's a pain in the ass the whole time.
Yeah. On that legal pad of life that you just talked about, did you have a lot more negatives than she did? Was there like your column with a lot of like, oh, this is a problem?
I know I do.
Yeah,
her list of negatives is much longer. I'm, I'm all good on my end.
What's your main house chore? Like, are you taking the trash out?
I'm the trash man. Yeah, I'm the trash man. I always tell her when we get home, we have these Sunday night late games where we're flying across the country. You get, it's always nice when you get home at 5 a.m. and trash comes Monday morning. So I got to get those cans out before I go inside.
Okay, when it comes,
just banging around in the backyard.
Yeah, never mind that I'm arriving at 4 a.m. honey. You could have just rolled them out.
Zach, I think a lot of guys like to see if they can take like all of the groceries in one
trip.
in one move.
Load them up on the forearm.
How many can you do though?
Oh, I can do a lot. Yeah, you can load them up. But the new thing, we're after COVID. Then this, you guys use Instacart?
Yeah. That's a good deal.
Yeah, so we're on the Instacart game where you get it at the front door, which is kind of nice.
So next weekend, speaking of groceries, is going to be a Thanksgiving game day. Do you do before the game? Do you do after? Are you a Friday Thanksgiving?
We're a Friday. We're a Friday family Thanksgiving, just because they usually have some type of Thanksgiving food out at the stadium after the game, and then 3:30 games, you're getting home at get home about 8:30, 9 o'clock. So by that time, it's kind of the day's kind of winding down. So we always wake up and do it on Friday.
Well, this is a good game for you this week because it's road and it's noon and you get the hour coming back.
I know you're happy about
You
that.
got to be super happy about
especially
this.
rolling into the short week. That's big.
Yeah.
Big time.
I did want to ask. We usually do Thursdays. Is there another time we could scratch out for you next week?
I think Joe was telling me Tuesday next
Perfect.
week.
Yeah.
Let's go.
TD Tuesday with Zack Martin?
Yeah.
I love it. Well, give him hell over there in Carolina. We wish you nothing but the best, and we look forward to catching up with you next week.
Awesome. I appreciate it, fellas.
Zach, if you'd hang tight for just a second, we did have one suggestion earlier. We're talking about your guy, Tyron Smith. If you're still with us, just give me anything. Okay, he's still with us. Very good.
He's here.
We were trying to just keep Tyron Smith as healthy as possible. And seeing him not practicing today just brought, a smile to all of our faces. But we were wondering if we could come up with an idea of a 24/7 hyperbaric chamber that he could just walk around in. He could do life in. There's the surround sound with the Dolphins mating playlist.
Yeah, whatever. Hey, get him to Sunday, whatever it takes, right?
Okay, so you're on board with
We're
this.
with you, bro.
And you're on board with the TVs and the pancake highlight reel. So this is exciting. Okay.
We got a lot done today.
We did, man. See you TD Tuesday.
Yeah, all right, see y'all.
Cheers. There you go. Zack Martin, brought to you by Dr. Pepper every Thursday, 5 o'clock here on 105.3 The Fan.
Yeah.
Next Tuesday, okay?
Yeah,
that sounds good.
Actually, Joe was texting me as we were talking about that. He's looking at next Tuesday for the next 2 Tuesdays.
Okay.
Because we got back-to-back Thursday games, 4:45 on Tuesday. We'll
Look
get
at that.
Zack Martin.
Do you think we could get him to do
Thanks, Joe.
Think we could get him to do a motorboat next week?
That's our goal.
100%.
Oh, he'd absolutely do it.
He would do it.
Yes,
He liked the motorboat. He
would.
laughed.
Especially coming off a big dub like they're going to get Sunday in Carolina. Vibes will be flowing. It'll be a holiday week.
Yeah, that's
Huge,
true.
Yeah. Okay, did you guys see what was on MLB Network just a few minutes ago?
They
We
had
got to come back
Shohei.
and talk about that and the Expressway. 35 minutes uninterrupted next. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. But before we do that, man, I got to tell you about